After 2 years, the boy finally completed this tower defense game. In a moment, he couldn't help but shout excitedly in his live stream. The audience didn't expect that someone could actually complete this game. Originally, this was a game known for its extreme difficulty called Empire Defense. 10 years after its release, the first person to complete it has finally appeared. I told everyone, no matter how difficult, a game is meant to be conquered, said the boy, a streamer who only plays challenging classic games. After successfully completing it, he received many gifts from fans. But more than these, the joy of completing a game as a professional player made him happier. However, not everything was perfect. During his playthrough, perhaps the audience had grown attached to the characters in the game. They hoped that in the final battle, all characters would survive. But the outcome was that, except for the protagonist Lucas, everyone else died. The boy's goal, after all, wasn't to ensure everyone survived, but to finish the game. The final boss, known as the Lake Princess Who Can't Sleep, concluded the game. Lucas still stood there, at the sight of the fallen boss monster, blankly standing atop a mountain-like pile of dead allies and enemies. The boy didn't know why. Although Lucas was just a game character, his silhouette seemed lonely. As the credits rolled, his 2.5-year commitment finally came to an end, but a strange sense of loss surged within the boy. Just then, he saw a message on the screen. Shouldn't the developers give some sort of reward? This game had previously been controversial due to its difficulty, and even attracted countless insults from players. There's no need for a reward. During this time, it was enough to have fun playing with everyone. After all, the game's official website had been gone for so long, and in 10 years, no sequel had been released, making it impossible to contact the developers. Now, maintaining his fans was the most important thing. But just then, the director of Empire Defense took the initiative to contact the boy. For a moment, the boy's eyes widened. The appearance of this message instantly set off a frenzy in the comments. This person, claiming to be the game's director, started by thanking the boy, but his next words left the boy somewhat baffled. For us, there is still hope. This is truly fortunate. You have proven your qualifications and ability. Please come here and help us. After a brief moment of thought, the boy guessed this might be a prank by someone boring. Just as he was about to kick the director out of the live stream, a strong dizziness struck him. He guessed it might be because he had been playing too long and was shocked. However, he believed his audience would call for help. As he fell, the credits of Empire Defense also finally ended. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings were filled with magic. He quickly got up from the ground, but this was no longer the room he knew. He was curious about the sound he had just heard. The next second, he saw a huge rock flying towards him. Just awake, he was terrified by the scene before him and could do nothing but cover his head and crouch on the ground. Once calmed, he began to analyze the current situation. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was a time of war. Just then, a cannon was fired near him. Just as the boy had calmed down, another loud bang occurred nearby. Damn, that's enough from you guys. He couldn't help but curse aloud, but he was quickly startled by the sight before him. Numerous neatly dressed soldiers stood in front of him, seemingly defending against something outside the city walls. He realized this might not be a prank, but he was still curious about what exactly was happening. Watching the soldiers busy on the city walls, the boy realized he might be in the midst of a war. Just then, a soldier noticed him. The soldier ran towards the boy while shouting, "Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness, are you all right?" The boy instinctively thought that the enemy was storming the city walls, and the sight of the soldier with a sword in front of him scared him into retreating repeatedly. But then, the soldier knelt down. "Please spare my life, Your Highness the Prince." The boy was full of confusion. Why did this uncle suddenly act this way? "Sir, could you calm down first?" He tried to soothe the soldier. However, before he could finish his words, a powerful magic flew straight at him. Fortunately, he was not hit directly by this attack. He couldn't help but wonder, was that a new type of bomb? The area that was hit was burning with green flames. He soon heard a voice. "This way, it's this way, the raiders are coming up." The boy quickly looked in the direction of the voice. "Hold them back, we must block them. Don't let them get up." In the next second, a soldier standing on the city wall was pierced through the body. It was the first time the boy had seen such a horrifying scene from such a close distance. But it didn't end there. More and more soldiers fell before him. He couldn't help but wonder what was behind that city wall. However, his curiosity was soon satisfied because a gigantic spider had climbed up the city wall and stood in front of him. The next second, the spider roared at the boy. The boy had not expected that the soldiers were fighting against such a monster. "The raiders are up, lock it quickly, don't let it move." But in front of the spider, the soldiers had no chance to fight back. The boy was too frightened to move. He could only watch helplessly as the monster crawled towards him. Just as the spider's claws were about to strike the boy, a blonde knight suddenly appeared in front of him with just one sword. The knight easily killed the spider in front of him. "Your Highness, you really think you can deny reality? Your reaction is too cliché. isn't it? However, the boy was obviously still not recovered from his recent fear. Your Highness, what has happened to you? Are you injured anywhere? The boy always felt that the man in front of him seemed familiar. He suddenly recalled the game character who had accompanied him for 2 years. Could you be Lucas? At that moment, the man's eyes moistened. Indeed, Your Highness, you've hurt your head. I am still glad because you finally called my name. Having been your guard knight for a lifetime, you never remembered me. But if the man in front of him was really Lucas, then the world the boy is in now is the world of the game Empire Defense. He has been transported into the game he had just completed, but he can't feel happy at all because this game involves desperately resisting the onslaught of monsters. It's the hardest tower defense game in history. He doesn't understand why he has entered this game world. Your Highness, please calm down first. What is coming at us now is the Black Spider Army, and although the front line is about to fall, the enemy won't appear after sunset. There are about 30 minutes left until the sun sets. No matter what, please, Your Highness, you must hold on until then. The boy doesn't know why Lucas is protecting him, nor does he understand why everyone calls him Your Highness. He is curious about who he is now. After a long wait, the sun finally set. After the monsters retreated, the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. The sunset has begun and the Black Spider Army is retreating. Your Highness, would you like to rest for a bit? The boy looked down from the city wall without saying a word. The bodies of black spiders were piled up, but he knew that tomorrow those monsters would still climb over the bodies of their companions and continue to surge toward here. Lucas, what time is it now? Where are we? Today is the last day of February in the 649th year of the imperial calendar. This is the frontline position of the fortress city of Crossroad. So tomorrow is March 1st, 649. He suddenly realized that this day was the tutorial time and location he had experienced countless times over the past 2 years. The boy is the third prince of the empire, Ash von Hyder Everblack. That's right, Your Highness. Why do you keep saying such strange things? It turns out the third prince of the empire is a famous madman. Most of the city's forces were destroyed because of him. And most importantly, Ash meets the worst end in the tutorial. This game is known as the hardest tower defense game because it features the highest hell level difficulty in an Iron Man mode that doesn't allow saving. Ash is the only one who has completed the Iron Man hell mode and he is confident he can pass all levels. But this tutorial's time and location are different as this scene is absolutely impossible to complete. The tutorial in the game setting is doomed to be unwinnable because the story starts with Lucas escaping alone from the monster attack. The entire game lasts 3 years and the Black Spider Army is a monster that can only be hunted in the mid to late part of the second year. However, now at the beginning, Ash must face such monsters. Even though he has the experience of completing the game and knows all the hidden tricks, the Black Spider's level is still ridiculously high at level 55 and 60. With more than 1,000 in number, Ash still can't think of a way to get through the tutorial. The only weapon he can use is an SR-grade artifact, the Ancient Man of Cannon. But the more dire the situation, the more Ash forces himself to stay calm. As a professional player, Ash knows that there's always a clever way out in any situation. What he needs to do is to find that slightly higher probability and a slightly better method. Finally, Ash found the only hope for survival. Ash immediately left the room to look for Lucas. Go and gather the party under my direct control immediately. Do you mean your guards, Your Highness? You've never summoned them before, why suddenly? Enough talk. Hurry and call them over because I've thought of a way to turn the situation around. Soon, these people gathered in the command center. Besides Lucas, Ash's guards included 3 members. These were faces Ash was very familiar with. Lily, a fire mage with extremely high firepower. Ken, a fierce knight. And Damien, a priest wearing glasses. In countless tutorials, Ash had seen them die. By the way, why is he curled up over there? Unlike the other 3, Damien was curled up in a corner crying. Damien is like this because he lost a teammate today. Please understand, in fact, Damien was always in an abnormal state during the tutorial, so he often died before he could play a role. From now on, I will explain the tasks each of you will perform in tomorrow's battle. First is Lily, who has the team's main firepower, will act as the shield, serving as the main tank to block the spider's attacks. Your Highness, I am a mage. Next is the shield knight Ken. His task is to draw the enemy's attention with wide area provocation and physically block attacks. His task is to infiltrate the enemy camp and disrupt the enemy. Lastly is the healer, Damien, who from now on will serve as the team's sniper. Lucas will need to command the remaining soldiers to maintain the front line. After hearing Ash's assignments, everyone fell silent. Damn, you call that a battle plan? Because of your wrong commands, we are already in a desperate situation. Now you say this, you are facing the Emperor's son, the supreme commander of his front line. Okay, I'll ask you again. Ken, are you going to disobey my orders? In everyone's eyes, Ash had always been a madman, and to clear this tutorial, Ash knew conventional tactics couldn't be used. In the eyes of everyone, Ash's battle plan was both unconventional and reckless. so now Ash had to make them follow him without question. Suddenly, Ash plunged a sword into Lily. I believe everyone has the capability to complete their tasks, don't you? For a moment, everyone stood still. To them, a mage was a crucial part of their combat strength, and Ash had harmed Lily before the battle, which was hardly convincing. But in the next second, flames suddenly ignited on Lily's body. Everyone was at a loss, completely unaware of what had happened. It turned out that these tutorial characters all had unique hidden traits, even ones that were the exact opposite of their apparent roles. Lily, you were caught by a knife when you were young, right? The incident when goblins attacked your village. After that, you gain the fire skin trait. As long as you have surplus magic power, you can avoid all physical attacks. Am I right? Indeed, Lily possessed the fire skin trait, which made her immune to physical attacks as long as she had enough mana. Although this ability seemed quite useless in the game, here, in reality, as long as these traits could be utilized effectively, there might be a chance to clear the level. I'm sorry, Lily, I used a very savage method to prove this. Next up is you, Ken. You were a little thief when you were young, right? Born into a poor family with many mouths to feed at home. It wasn't easy for you to rise to the rank of knight, was it? Ken looked puzzled, unsure why Ash knew so much about his past. What's important is not why I know, but what you can do in battle. It turned out that Ken's trait was survival method of a petty thief. As long as his health was sufficient, he could instantly escape the enemy's sight and hide. Do you choose to answer me, or do you want me to prove it again? No, no need. There's no need to prove it. I can do it. Then that leaves only Damien. Damien, you are the most important part of this battle plan. Your eyesight is exceptionally good, right? That's why you could see every detail of your friend's death. He was my friend from back home. We came from the same orphanage, but he died trying to save me in battle. Why did you bring us here? Your Highness, what is this all for? Do you have some noble goal, or do you think lives like ours are just here to amuse those with power? Please give me back my friend. Maybe in your eyes, he was just an insignificant soldier, but he grew up with me. He was my best friend. Ash didn't argue, but instead placed his hand on Damien's shoulder and spoke softly. Blame me, Damien. If necessary, hate me. Your friend died trying to save you. Are you going to do nothing and wait to die because you have a commander like me? Are you going to give up the hope your friend sacrificed his life for? Ash looked into Damien's eyes and continued. You should struggle. Seek revenge against me. Kill the spiders here. Survive and make me suffer. Damien, tell me, do you want to kill those spiders? Do you want to kill me, the commander who made you lose your friend? Damien was silent for a while, then gave a definitive response. In everyone's eyes, this was an act of great betrayal, but Ash didn't care. I promise you, as long as you can get out alive, no matter when, I will surely die by your hand. Hearing this, Lucas wanted to step forward to stop him, but Ash stopped him. If we fail in battle, we all will die. However, at that time, I will leave my life to you. This is a promise made on the honor of the royal family. So even if it's just for tomorrow, follow my orders. He knew very well that when people lose hope of surviving, hatred can also become a motivation. Even if Damien's hatred was directed at him, to seize that glimmer of hope, Ash was willing to make a promise on the honor of the royal family, leaving his life at Damien's disposal. I won't make excuses because my fatal judgment error has led our army to face the crisis of total annihilation, but if we act according to my plan, we can drive away those spiders. Even if the hope is very faint, we still have a slight chance of success. So just this once, are you willing to believe in me and follow me? At this moment, even though the commander in front of them was the infamous Third Prince, everyone's expression was incredibly determined. As time quickly moved to the next day, the monsters became active again and the Black Spider army surged over. The monsters are coming in. Is this really okay? Don't worry, just do as I instruct. This time's battle plan was very simple. While the team members bought time, they sought to find the Spider Queen who was giving orders to the monsters and then blast the Queen's head off with the mana cannon. After removing the suppressor, Ash also forcibly increased the magic power of the mana cannon. Even if the opponent was the Queen, it would surely subdue her. The only problem was that the Queen's position was usually in a place invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Ash possessed a special skill, map creation. This skill could scan the terrain within a certain range and display it in the form of a mini-map in front of the user. The first time I saw these crap stats, I was even startled myself. But fortunately, this skill is very useful. However, he soon discovered that there was no boss monster marker on the map, which meant that the Spider Queen was still very far away. At the same time, Ken was already preparing to leave the city alone. Although Ash had given him all the stamina potions in the fortress before leaving, Ken was not sure if he could return alive. Lily's task was to block the path with her fire skin when the spiders attacked the cannon. Although Lily was trembling with fear, she still cheered herself on. I can definitely do this. Meanwhile, Lucas was already standing on the walls of the fortress. Under his command, all soldiers were ready. Everyone must hold on. We need to buy time until His Highness defeats the Queen. Seeing Ash already at the cannon, he thought preparations were complete, so Lucas immediately ordered to fire at the monsters in front of him. Instantly, cannonballs and bolts rained down on the spiders. Lucas signaled to Ash that all was going well. However, Lucas did not know that Ash's expression was very grim at the moment, but as a commander, he had to calm down and stabilize the morale of the troops. The tutorial's objective was not to eliminate the boss, so it was not surprising that no marker appeared. Even if this was the monster's total assault, the reserve forces would definitely be guarding against sudden situations in the rear, and the Spider Queen's location might very well be there. Damien, the boss's location is over there. Can you see it? Is it a place with not even a shadow of the enemy? I see it. It looks like a stationary group of spiders, among which must be the Spider Queen. Can you find her? The queen you mentioned, is she the creature with a human upper body and spider lower half? This was a battle where both the level and number were overwhelmingly disparate. A healer with glasses responsible for long-range sniping. Everything sounded so absurd, yet it was their only hope. Rotate the cannon direction to southwest. The precise angle leave to me and Damien. Mana replenishment complete. You can fire at any time. Damien, take her down. It's up to you to aim at the Queen's head. Your Highness, I am not confident. I have never done this kind of thing before, and you suddenly asked me to take on this role. Damien, it doesn't matter even if you miss. All responsibility is mine to bear. Even if you fail and everything is destroyed, it doesn't matter. I take all the responsibility. You just need to pull the trigger. Just do this one thing and you can avenge your friend halfway. Hearing that he could avenge his friend, Damien hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. A powerful force surged from the barrel, flying straight towards the distant plane. As a mushroom cloud slowly rose, a loud bang reached everyone's ears. How did it go? Did the shell hit? It hit. We accurately hit right in the middle of the monsters. For a moment, numerous veterans surrounded Damien, and despite being in a crisis, they did not hesitate to praise him. It turned out that Damien's ability was Thousand-Mile Eyes, allowing him to hit any target he could see accurately. Although in the game, he was a character who couldn't even equip weapons, now he was demonstrating remarkable abilities on the battlefield. This made Ash momentarily proud of his plan, but he quickly discovered that the spider attacks had not stopped. Logically, if the Queen were taken down, the spiders should retreat. Thinking this, Ash immediately picked up a telescope to assess the situation. The previous cannon shot had indeed hit the Queen accurately, but the spiders in front of the Queen had absorbed much of the damage. After the attack, the Queen let out a roar and all the spider swarms instantly surged toward the direction of the cannon. The scene shifts to the forest outside the fortress where Ken, carrying only one last potion, could only hide behind a tree, praying that the spiders would not discover him. At that moment, following the Queen's orders, all the spiders turned around, presenting Ken with his only chance to escape. He hesitated, wondering whether to seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Damien had fired the second cannon shot. Although they hit the Spider Queen accurately again, the spiders still did not stop their advance. This meant that the Queen was still alive. If this were a game scenario, the Spider Queen should be huntable with just a few artifact attacks. But in the tutorial version of the Spider Queen, Ash knew nothing about her situation. Moreover, removing the suppressor had greatly affected the cannon's accuracy and power. The number of uses was also less than anticipated. According to the current situation, the mana cannon could be used 3 more times at most, meaning they must use these 3 shots to kill the Queen or they would all face death. However, the side effects of Damien's Thousand-Mile Eyes were starting to appear and Ash was unsure how much longer he could hold on. Just then, the Black Spider Army's Demolisher arrived and a scene never seen in the game unfolded. All the spiders began to ram the city walls. We must stop them. Concentrate all firepower on the Demolisher. Even though all the cannonballs were aimed at the Demolisher, they successfully reached the city wall. Eventually, the wall collapsed and the Demolisher paved the way for their comrades, allowing the Black Spider Army to flood in like a tide. As a seasoned gamer, Ash had never seen such a method of siege. Everyone, pick up your weapons. We go to the first floor to provide support. With Lucas's help, Ash quickly calmed down. Our task is to continue firing at the Queen. We must eliminate the Queen before those creatures reach the cannon. After the mana was reloaded, Damien fired the third cannon due to the side effects of Thousand-Mile Eyes. His eyes were already bloodshot. Although the shot also hit the Queen, she was still alive. Do not hesitate. Immediately load the next cannonball. Meanwhile, Lucas had already rushed to the front line of the battle. With his abilities, he could easily handle these spiders. Everyone, listen up. Swear to protect the cannon at all costs. Protect the Imperial Prince. Although with Lucas's help, the spiders were temporarily unable to approach the cannon directly. Ash knew very well that this situation wouldn't last long. Although this scenario had occurred many times in the game, now every tick of the numbers meant a fresh life passing away before him. The cries of his comrades and the smell of blood in the air continuously undermined the soldiers' morale. Moreover, the mana cannon had malfunctioned and the soldiers were using their bodies to cool it down. There were hardly any soldiers left around Lucas. Ash could think of no way to turn the situation around. You damned monsters. I'm right here. Look at me. Suddenly, Ash noticed Ken among the crowd of monsters. At that moment, Ken had drunk his last vial of stamina potion. Listen up. I am a knight of the Empire. Almost instantly, all the monsters surged toward Ken. The terrifying scene made his scalp tingle. That's right, you damned creatures. Come chase me. He saw a rock ahead. If he could reach it, he could use his special ability. Just try and find out where I really am. No sooner had he spoken than Ken activated survival method of a petty thief. Wait, Ken, your remaining health. But now, Ken, who hadn't managed to activate his ability, was already surrounded by spiders. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Just like that, Ken was brutally torn apart by the monsters. Even from the cannon, Ash could clearly hear the horrific tearing sounds. Because of Ash's command error, a precious life came to an end. Ken has stretched our defense line. No one is to retreat a step. At this moment, all soldiers lost their lives because of a single sentence from Ash. Recalling when he used to play this game, Ash often used his allies as bait and abandoned them according to the situation because this damned game was designed that way. If you wanted to save someone, obtain a certain item, complete a secondary mission, or achieve a certain feat, you had to sacrifice some lives. Back then, Ash never questioned these actions, but now, he finally understood the meaning of what he had done before and understood that all deaths are painful. Damned monsters, I order you to stop. But the monsters did not stop. Shouting alone could not stop them. Then, a sharp sword struck directly into the body of a monster. Impudent creature, how dare you aim for the prince? Your Highness, are you all right? Did the monsters hurt you just now? Watching the faltering monster, Ash finally understood one thing. The only way to make the monsters stop was to completely eliminate them before everyone else fell. Your Highness, the fourth cannonball is loaded, but the cannon can no longer withstand more firing. Damien, can you still fire? I still can, Your Highness. At this moment, blood flowed down Damien's cheeks, but he did not hesitate to fire the cannonball. Thanks to Damien's thousand-mile eyes trait, the cannonball flew straight towards the Spider Queen. Numerous spiders tried to throw their bodies at the cannonball to shield the queen from the attack, but in the end, the cannonball hit the queen's head accurately. However, despairingly, the damned Spider Queen was still alive. As the queen's roar echoed, the soldiers felt as if their strength had been drained and they collapsed to the ground one by one. It turned out their efforts had no effect on the queen. The cannon had reached its limit. Firing one more cannonball would cause the cannon to explode since we're out of options now. We might as well give up. Ash was reluctant to admit defeat, but he knew the situation was nearly hopeless. But the reality was in front of them. The cannon was nearly destroyed. The defense line had completely fallen and even the gunner could no longer open his eyes. Everything seemed to be over, apparently hopelessly so. It's not over yet. Our last attack definitely worked. The queen's outer shell has completely fallen off. The voice of a scout broke the atmosphere of despair. Ash didn't expect that under these circumstances, the scout would still hold his post. Just one more shot will do. Unfortunately, before the scout could finish speaking, the cannon was completely destroyed by the enemy's attack. Witnessing this, Lucas nearly went mad. As the cannon collapsed, Ash realized that everything seemed to be over. However, as he was dazed, a figure appeared in front of him. As the cannon collapsed, Lucas used his body to shield Ash from the falling boulders. Your Highness, are you injured? That's why I should be asking you. Your Highness, do you remember? It was almost 20 years ago, but Ash didn't remember because he was just a gamer inhabiting this body. When you first appointed me as your guard, I still remember the words you said to me. Although I can't become the Emperor, I will definitely be the coolest man in the world. So, as the one who will become my knight, you too must become the coolest knight in the world. Although Lucas was just a child back then, Ash's words deeply touched him. I still remember it now. So, Your Highness, I believe in you. With everything turned out like this, you still believe in me whenever, wherever. But before he could finish, Lucas was crushed under the rubble. After some effort, Ash finally rescued Lucas. He was very clear that Lucas was the hero of this world who would bring redemption to it. Therefore, Lucas must not fall. But more importantly for now was to get control of the battlefield. After some searching, Ash finally found the soldiers and the mannequin. Although these people had passed out, fortunately, they had not suffered fatal injuries. However, Ash still wondered, why am I still alive? Where did those spiders go? I've been waiting for you. A weak voice came. These spiders, I've blocked them all for you. We haven't lost yet. The voice was weak, yet full of perseverance. Ash was about to go over, but Lily stopped him. I can't hold on much longer, but I can still temporarily block the entrance. The demolishers will soon break through the walls. We don't have much time. Please hurry. At least don't let us die in vain. Ash could only clench his teeth, holding back his tears. Artillerymen, what are you waiting for? Load the last cannonball. But Your Highness, I already told you, the cannon's durability has exceeded the critical point and it will explode the moment it is fired. Anyway, we would be pierced by the spider's claws if we continue like this. Better to fight to the death than to wait to die. How do you plan to aim? We can't see anything and there's no way to aim at the queen, and the cannon's mount is also shattered. The cannon can be lifted by hand. We don't need to aim. Just let Damien shoot the cannonball. Go load the last cannonball. This is an order. Although Ash doesn't understand the principle of thousand-mile eyes, he has no choice at this moment but to trust Damien. Damien, this is our last chance. Just one more shot. Please try one more time. Your Highness, what's the point of doing this? Whatever I do, nothing will change. Just one more hit and we can kill that monster. I'm not talking about that. Even if I pull the trigger again and kill the Spider Queen, what will that change? Ash hadn't expected that at this final moment. Damien's faith would completely collapse. I don't know what the meaning of all I've done is. My friend, Van, is no longer here. No matter how I seek revenge, he won't come back. No matter how hard I try, the world will take everything from me. I don't want to continue. I don't want to live this tired life anymore. I want to be with Van. Damien, do you think this world is unfair? Even if we survive this crisis, do you still think living is a painful thing? That's exactly how it should be. Don't be foolish. If this world had a difficulty level, it would definitely be hell mode. Everywhere are unreasonable and absurd things. Nothing develops according to our wishes, but that's the world. Do you think nobody knows? We all live in such bleak conditions. Because of this, should we give up attacking? You choose to throw in the towel and leave beautifully? Look around you. We must fight until the last moment of our lives. I will continue to fight. I will keep thinking and struggle until the last moment of my life. If you really want to let go, then end it now with this sword. But if you are a coward who doesn't have the courage to end it yourself, then become my trigger. Stop looking for friends who are no longer here. As long as you have your master, that's enough. Stop assigning unnecessary meaning to your life. You are just a cannon in my chess game, a gun in my hands, my trigger, that's enough. Just then, Ash's passive skill, the indomitable commander, awakened. This is an order, my trigger. Go grab that damned cannon and blow up that damned monster. Your Highness, as per your command, the last cannonball is loaded, but there's no way to cool down the cannon now. If it can't be cooled, then don't cool it. I'll lift it. The cannon is extremely hot. Direct contact will definitely cause severe burns. Better to be burned alive than to die and go to hell. Damien, are you ready? Your Highness, I can't see ahead. It doesn't matter. My hands are numb. It doesn't matter. I will lift the cannon for you. You just need to pull the trigger. Hurry and help His Highness. Thus, the survivors worked together to lift this scalding hope. Just then, the demolishers broke through the last wall. Damien, pull this damn trigger for me. With everyone's effort, the last hope was finally launched. The cannonball flew straight toward the distance, while by this time, the spiders had completely surrounded the survivors. But now, all they could do was pray. After all, it was an almost impossible task to fire a cannonball at an unseen enemy from beneath the collapsed cannon mount. However, the cannonball accurately struck the Spider Queen, ignoring elevation, distance, and the countless monsters blocking the view. As if it was all predetermined, the cannonball precisely hit the Spider Queen's forehead, cleanly blowing its head off. In his dying moments, Ash recalled his first fan. You're so cool. How did you clear it? Ash's mind was now a blur, and he couldn't remember what he had responded at the time. The next second, a sharp pain brought Ash's consciousness back to reality. Your Highness, you should rest for a while. Although Damien has treated you with magic, your burns are severe and will take a long time to fully heal. You've been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you would never wake up. Who would have thought we'd actually survive? All thanks to you. After the Queen was eliminated, the Black Spider army just stopped moving. Your Highness, we did it. We won. The reinforcement troops that arrived have already collected the bodies of our soldiers and dealt with those stationary spiders. They are almost done cleaning up. Your injuries this time are severe, and when we return to Crossroad, you need to visit the church. However, even if you fully recover, you will probably have quite a few scars. Scars are nothing compared to life. Lily, how are you? Your injuries. When my magic was depleted, one of the spiders slashed my back. It might have damaged the nerves in my spine, so I can't move my lower body. But Your Highness, you don't need to worry about me because I'm happy just to be alive. Survivors include 5 artillerymen, plus Lucas, Damien, and you and me. That's everyone. You see, before the last battle, there were hundreds of us. Ash felt deep regret. If he hadn't treated it all as a tutorial in a game, if he had thought of a better way, perhaps more people could have survived. Your Highness, you shouldn't blame yourself too much. You are not a god. It was impossible to save everyone in that situation. You did your best, but it was I who led the troops here in the first place. No one expected that the monsters would move in large numbers again after decades. Even so, Ash's words were filled with self-reproach. In this situation, you still led us to win this battle. I hope you won't blame yourself anymore. Just then, Lucas burst through the door. Your Highness, it's so good that you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? I'll go call Damien right away. You must be badly injured too. Is it really okay for you to be walking around? Don't you know, I've always been a tough guy. I've been sorting out the list of the deceased during this time, although some bodies haven't been found yet, but all that could be recovered have been dealt with. Then take me to see them. Both tried to stop Ash. They died under my command. I must go. Lucas, come and support me. Thus, Lucas carried Ash to the city wall. They encountered an unexpected person. Damien, Your Highness, you're finally awake. How are your eyes? I'm fine now. I started to see clearly again from yesterday, and now my vision is almost back to normal. You see, all the injured here were treated by Damien, which means he was using healing magic while being unable to see. The boy who once would give up at the slightest setback, now after surviving this battle, had a maturity on his face that did not match his age. During the 3 days Ash was unconscious, Damien treated all the soldiers' wounds while blind. Ash was well aware that he had endured much in this battle. Damien, this operation succeeded largely thanks to you. If you wish, I can give you more money than you could ever spend, and I will also make sure you never have to battle again. You started as a mercenary, but now you are free. Your Highness, haven't you said it? I am your trigger. Moreover, I want to know the origins of those monsters, why they created them. I also don't want anyone else to die in front of me like Van did, so please let me stay by your side. Then from now on, you'll have to follow me because a priest is needed at the place where we mourn the dead. Ash turned around and thought, perhaps there was no better battle plan at the time. Moreover, dwelling on other possibilities for what had already happened was meaningless. Since a choice had been made, the outcome had to be accepted. What Ash could do was carry this burden on his shoulders and move forward. After a simple funeral, all the bodies were collected and transported. In Crossroad, tens of thousands die each year, their lives even less valued than their funerals. There's an open area to the west of Crossroad where I plan to bury everyone and commemorate them, and I will designate the last day of February each year as the day to mourn their sacrifice. He did this not only for these people, but also for those characters whose lives he had ended without remorse hundreds of times while replaying the game. This was a form of atonement for a classic game enthusiast. Lucas, I will not fail a second time. I absolutely will not fail again. It's getting late. We should head back now, back to our base, Crossroad, under the escort of the support troops. Everyone set off on the journey back. After spending 3 days in the carriage, Ash couldn't hold back any longer. Lucas, how far are we from Crossroad now? Throughout the 3 days, Lucas's answer never changed. Your Highness, we are almost there. Just wait a little longer. Bored, Ash began checking his system panel, although the capabilities of his character were very poor. Fortunately, after reaching level 5, he could choose a profession. Moreover, all the professions in the game were available for selection. However, Ash discovered a profession he had never seen before, and he was curious about its features. In the last battle, he had also gained a passive skill, the Indomitable Commander. This skill could help allies within a 10-meter radius become immune to mental abnormal states, which was quite effective, but useless in the early stages, as mental abnormal magic appeared only later in the game. Just as he hesitated whether to choose the beginner commander profession, Lucas suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, we can see Crossroad now. Ash looked out the window, and a huge fortress appeared before him. Every year, tens of thousands die in this city, their lives even less valuable than a funeral. This fortress, built at the southern end of the world, was Crossroad. The purpose of building this fortress was to block the monsters emerging from Black Lake, although it was once the Empire's largest fortress. As the frequency of monster attacks decreased, the Empire's troops were dispatched elsewhere, and the gaps were filled by mercenaries of varying quality. In recent years, the place has developed rapidly, and people no longer call it a fortress, but rather Monster Battlefront Fortress City. For those mercenaries who value money above all else, it was a road to death. A city built on graves, humanity's last line of defense, Crossroad. This city was much larger than the fortress Ash had seen in the game, and it also possessed a prosperity disproportionate to its size. However, no matter what, Ash's role now was as the lord of this place, but as a lord returning to his territory, he was not welcomed by the residents, who cast wary glances at his carriage, making him feel the heavy tension in the air. In their eyes, Ash was the lord who had abandoned all his soldiers, and fled back in disgrace. Ash knew that words alone could not change their opinion. So, in fact, on the way back, he had already prepared for this. What was loaded in the carriage now was key to changing the situation. It's all black spider magic gems. Given the high level of black spiders, even those who don't know much can see these magic gems are quite valuable. With these magic gems, I won't have to worry about financial issues for a while. Moreover, to ensure the game progresses smoothly, maintaining a good relationship with the citizens is crucial. Fortunately, I know how to increase the citizens' favorability by filling their empty hearts with glittering gold coins. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Lord's mansion in Crossroad. You've worked hard on this journey. Ash got off the carriage with Lucas' help, but he was soon shocked by the sight of the luxurious manor, which was starkly different from his previous residence. Just then, a figure burst through the front door. It's so good to see you back safe and sound, my lord. Ash was curious about who this person coming to greet him was. It turned out to be Ader, the NPC in the game responsible for managing the city. All administrative affairs of Crossroad were handled through him. My lord, I've been worried about you. What would happen if scars appeared on your royal body? I've prepared warm bath water for you, and dinner is ready. You should rest well today. Seeing the lavish decor, Ash was momentarily overwhelmed. Lucas, go let the soldiers rest as well. And don't overthink things yourself. Go get some rest too, but I still need to protect you. Not today. Rest up, and come back tomorrow to protect me. Under Ader's guidance, Ash went to the bathhouse. Since his arrival in this world, he could finally relax. Ash had hardly had a good rest, so he planned to take this opportunity to fully relax. Speaking of which, you are really impressive, my lord. Oh wait, I should call you the classic nerd. This scheming-looking NPC, Ader, recognized Ash's identity as a transmigrator right away. You are quite impressive, classic nerd. For a moment, Ash paused in what he was doing. How do you know these things? Are you this damned person? That's right, I am Ader, the director of the game Empire Defense. Before he could finish, Ash's fist had already harshly landed on his face. After all, it was after receiving his message that Ash mysteriously crossed into this game world. Classic nerd, calm down a bit. I'm sorry for suddenly inviting you here, but this world needs you to save it. Before he could finish speaking, Ash lunged at him again. After catching his breath and calming down, Ash said, let me get this straight. You're saying you're the director who messaged me. You really are the director of this game, this world? Then why did you bring me here? Because this world has a true ending, the only one that no one has ever achieved. I've reset this world countless times in order to reach that ending, but I've never succeeded. So I began seeking help from others as the scenery around them began to change. I transformed this world into a game format and then showcased it to players from other worlds. Those players discover new possibilities through many methods I hadn't thought of. Although none reached the true ending, I didn't know such a thing existed. Although you didn't achieve the true ending, you accomplished what no one else could. Iron Man Hell Mode. So far, you're the only one who has cleared it. By my judgment, you're the player with the highest possibility of reaching the true ending. So I invited you here. That's basically kidnapping. And you made me inhabit this guy. That was actually a bug. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Anyway, if you can achieve the true ending, I'll reward you, classic nerd. I will fulfill one wish for you. You mean any wish? If you look into my identity, I'm somewhat like a god to this world, so giving you a generous gift when you return to your original world is no difficulty for me. Anything at all? Even 10 billion in cash? A mere 10 billion is nothing. 100 billion wouldn't be a problem either. Although Ader's promises sounded like pie in the sky, Ash did have many desires he wanted to fulfill. Or rather, there was one wish he absolutely had to fulfill. Don't you have a wish? Something more important than money? A dream you once thought impossible and therefore gave up on? It was only then that Ash realized that Ader had summoned him after thoroughly understanding him. He knew Ash was regretful about something and had been living with that regret. That dream, I can help you achieve it. That dream ended a long time ago. As long as it's still in your heart, it means the dream hasn't failed yet. It's still there waiting for you. If Ash could achieve the real ending of this world, he could get everything he wanted from Ader's hands. But Ash wondered, if Ader had such power, why didn't he solve the problem himself? It turns out that Ader has many limitations in this world. Although he is the game director, in this world, he is just an ordinary human, so he sought the help of players from other worlds. However, Ash learned that if he failed along the way, he would die in this world. After all, this is a real world, and the saying you only live once is particularly significant here. For Ash, who had cleared Iron Man Hell Mode, such a risk, though high, was not unacceptable. If you want to return to Earth now, I can also send you back. Actually, when I first invited you here, I wanted to ask you this question, but due to many things happening later, I never had the chance. Please make your choice. You want to challenge the true ending and get a chance to fulfill your wish, or would you prefer to return to a safe and calm everyday life where your life isn't at risk? Classic nerd, I will respect your choice. Ash pondered for a while, Although he longed to return to his previous life, the opportunity to realize his dream was right before him. Moreover, having already cleared Iron Man Hell mode, he was well acquainted with this world. He felt that even going through it once more was not impossible. It shouldn't be too difficult. Leave this little task to me. I'll take it seriously and try my best. So you need to help me properly. And don't forget, if I achieve the true ending, you must fulfill my wish. Of course, that's no problem. You can even treat me like a dog right now. Then, before tomorrow morning, go sell all the black spider magic gems. But it's almost evening now. The market should be closed. Just do it, no matter what method you use. I want to see the corresponding amount of money before you handle official duties tomorrow. But there are a total of 388 black spider magic gems. And even at market prices, that's a huge amount of money. What do you need so much money for? My team isn't complete yet. Of course, it's for gotcha pulls. Early the next morning, Ash, accompanied by Lucas, went to the mercenary guild. Ader had already processed the magic gems yesterday, and now Ash had sufficient funds, so he decided to start with a simple 100 pulls today. When the two arrived at the entrance of the mercenary guild, noises were already coming from inside. Lucas, it looks like our luck is good this morning. Ash then kicked open the door vigorously. As the blinding sunlight poured into the room, all the mercenaries turned their heads to look at the door. Who's the brat that just walked in? You looking to die? Damn bastards. You dare to glare at me? I'm your future employer. The crowd soon recognized that the man standing before them was the notorious Third Prince, Ash. Ash ignored their gazes. He was busy looking for suitable talents. In this game, character strength is divided into 4 rarity levels from N to SSR, with higher rarity characters naturally being stronger. Just then, Ash saw a person radiating a purple glow. Your Highness, welcome to the Crossroad branch of the Continental Mercenary Guild. Ash inwardly marveled, not expecting to encounter an SR-ranked character just upon entering. Mercenary, can you tell me your name? My name is Jupiter. It's an honor to meet you. I've never seen that uniform before. Where is it from? This is a uniform from the Empire of Everblack, a style from decades ago. It's normal that you haven't seen it. It seems you were originally a soldier of the Empire. I served in the army for 30 years, once as the captain of the 2nd Sorcerer Squadron of the Empire. After retiring, I've been making a living as a mercenary, still dedicating yourself to the Empire even after retirement. Truly a fine example for a soldier. It's not entirely for the Empire. Life would be very difficult on just a retired soldier's pension. Your Highness, what brings you here? What else would I come to the Mercenary Guild for? Of course, to hire capable mercenaries. Isn't your Highness here to buy shields to sacrifice for you? Hearing this, Lucas immediately drew his sword, but Ash stopped him. The results of the war at the frontier base where your Highness first fought are now widely known. It seems you paid a hefty price for your reckless bravery. We are indeed people who work for money, but we are not fools who dig our own graves. We don't want to follow a naive commander and give up our lives. That's well said, but you come here to sell your lives, don't you? Because you have no other choice but to sell your lives. And now you tell me you're afraid of losing them and say you're not fools who dig their own graves. Jupiter, doesn't that sound a bit strange? Although your record is impressive, wasn't the real reason you retired because you were caught making underhanded deals behind the army's back? How is what you did different from digging your own grave? From corruption in the military to smuggling goods for enemy countries to go to such lengths and you still wear the military uniform. You were exposed and kicked out of the army. You really have thick skin. Jupiter, the incarnation of corruption. A corrupt soldier, a dishonored retiree stripped of all military honors. However, as a combatant, her strength is undeniable. Called the Lightning Sorcerer, Jupiter. Although not perfect, you are indeed praiseworthy. Jupiter's gaze was steady as he responded. Although not perfect, I am proud to have been a soldier of the Empire. Please be careful with your words. Your Highness, Ash, unbothered, smiled slightly. I just want to ask you one question. How much is your pride worth? How much money would it take for you to become my hunting dog? Though I might look ordinary, my price is not low. I currently earn 100,000 atlas a year. 200,000. I'll give you double. 200,000. Perhaps a significant sum for mercenaries, but for the Third Prince of the Empire. Ash, this was trivial. If money could buy SR-level talent, Ash was willing to pay any amount. I will purchase your fear of death. I'll pay double the base annual salary up front. Those cowards who don't want to sell their lives better leave now. But if there are real mercenaries who want to make a fortune, come to the open land west of Crossroad tonight. After all this, Ash went to the church and was treated by the Saintess. After the treatment, his scars were healed, but still left faint traces. The Saintess who treated him was the hidden R-rated heroine and a top healer, Saintess Margarita. If certain conditions are met, she could be invited to join his team in the future. However, Ash's visit to the church was not for this purpose. As we agreed earlier, I've called all the clerics who are currently without assignments. Damien, since returning, was also placed in the church by Ash. Ash gestured with his hand. Let's go then. We have a lot to do today. It'll be busy. That evening, the coffins from the frontline base arrived at the open land on the west side of Crossroad. Some bodies will forever rest here, while others remain forever on the battlefield. Neatly arranged military coffins draped with the Empire's flag, solemn and dignified. There was also a large-scale choir, a formal funeral rarely seen in the city. Most notable was the generous compensation given to the relatives of the deceased, which shocked those who heard the amount, and eventually, the story spread completely among the citizens. Ash didn't intend to manipulate this event. This was a performance, a very reasonable one. Ash wanted them to understand that the frontline battles here should be considered a noble mission of human dedication. Let's be clear, you may also sacrifice yourselves on the front line in the future. This cemetery will not only add new graves every week, but will also hear the choir singing. However, I want to tell you that your sacrifice is more expensive than survival. All funeral expenses and the compensation for the deceased amount to a huge sum. Just this time, I've invested half of the funds from selling the magic gems. Therefore, death should not become cheap and common. I will do everything in my power to keep you alive by any means necessary to save you, allowing you to charge on the front line. So, please don't fall easily. You must stay alive and come here to collect your salary, not to make me spend this money on your funerals. Ash's speech ended, and he didn't care how the citizens would view it. Perhaps they would see it as the excuse of an incompetent commander or the wastefulness of a mad lord. But that didn't matter, because in this place, no one was more capable than him. Ash knew that now was the time to clear stage one. That evening, he and Lucas went to the backyard of the Lord's mansion in Crossroad. Ash did not hesitate and immediately activated the portal. A pile of chaotic stones began to float up, and the portal was activated. In the next second, a magic-filled portal appeared before them. Your Highness, what is this exactly? This is a gate that leads to the dungeon beneath the lake, a portal directly to the enemy's stronghold. One moment, the man was conducting funerals for fallen soldiers. The next, he was about to head to the monster's stronghold with Lucas. But Ash wasn't an undercover agent sent by the monsters to the human camp. Instead, Empire Defense was a game that blended two types of gameplay. The scenes of monsters surging towards Crossroad were part of the tower defense mode, while exploring dungeons and uncovering the monster's origins when the enemy wasn't attacking was the dungeon raid mode, reflecting on all that had happened since his arrival here. Although not everything had gone smoothly, it had been a pretty good start. Not only did he have Damien, who could be considered a cheat character, but he had also gained Jupiter, an SR-ranked wide area attacker, and he also had enough money, which could be said to be a wonderful start like never before. Ash explained the rules to Lucas and told him that they were now going to scout the next enemy move. Your Highness, I understand completely, but seeing Lucas's expression, Ash had his doubts. The prince he had served all his life had suddenly changed drastically and was familiar with the structure of the city he had just arrived in, as well as the existence of dungeons, which should have been suspicious. Yet, Lucas had silently followed Ash without any questions. Lucas, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Hearing this, Lucas's expression suddenly became serious. Ash felt nervous inside, worried that he might not be able to answer his question. I will act according to your commands, without any questions. I am both your sword and your shield, so I will simply follow your commands to attack and to defend. Ash knew that Lucas must have doubts in his heart, but his words made his stance clear. Even if he had doubts, Lucas would still unconditionally trust and follow Ash. Very well, Lucas. Are you ready to enter the dungeon with me? As long as I am with you, even if it's to the deepest levels of hell, I am willing. Thus, Ash chose the only destination, the lakeside ferry. With a flash of light, the two vanished from the spot and the magic-emitting stones also returned to their normal state. When they reappeared, they were in front of a black lake. This lake, the source of the monsters, was a nightmare releasing hell and also a dungeon located in the southern part of the world. At that moment, the lake underwent a transformation. The once calm surface suddenly cracked open, revealing a pathway, and then, one after another, hands emerged from the ground. The next enemy is these living armors. Seeing this scene, Ash panicked completely. He had imagined all kinds of monsters that could appear in stage 1, even wyverns, which he would have accepted calmly. But of all enemies, he least wanted to face the living armors. So these guys are the monsters we have to stop this time. At that moment, the system gave a prompt. They would face 1,052 living armor assaulters and one enemy of unknown information. Lucas also noticed Ash's change. Your Highness, are you alright? You look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Unbeknownst to him, Ash had a premonition of what was to come. Crossroad might truly be finished this time. Even if the enemy were powerful dragons, Ash would not fear them, but the enemy was a vast number of living armors. In previous games, whenever living armors appeared in stage 1, Ash would reset the game without hesitation. Living armors, made up of armor, are intangible and extremely difficult to deal with. Their true form is the specter inside the armor, which are highly resistant to physical attacks. Although later in the game, with a variety of equipment, one could easily fend off these living armors, the current situation was that they almost had no effective equipment to combat the living armors. Ash felt a strong malice, as if someone was deliberately hindering his progress. And there were only 3 days left until the start of Stage 1. Let's go back. Lucas. They could only try every possible defense measure. After returning to the mansion, Ash immediately inquired with Eater about the city's military strength. We have only 526 troops available for the front line, and there are no other reinforcements available in the city. Then send couriers to other cities to borrow troops. Offer them double the standard weekly salary. Also send a courier to the royal family. Tell them the monsters are starting to stir, and request the maximum number of reinforcements. My lord, are you sure you want to do this? Requesting support from the Empire now might trigger some fail scenarios in the future. That's a problem for later. We need to survive first. Call all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in the city here. But that would mean halting the processing of magic gems. The city is about to be destroyed. Is processing magic gems more important than that? Stop the processing. Call them all here. Thus, Ash realized that the difficulty of this world might be even higher than any game he had played before. He had not yet fully decided on his next steps, but there was no time left for hesitation. The harder the game, the more necessary it is to create new variables. Ash decided to take a gamble and choose to change his profession to a beginner commander. The system congratulated him almost instantly, but the next second, Ash felt something wrong with his body. His rate of ability growth dropped by 50%, and so did his equipment proficiency. For a moment, Ash couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why this profession would bring such significant negative effects. However, a series of pop-ups soon calmed him down. It turns out that after changing to a beginner commander, he could provide enhancement effects for all allies. Even if Ash just stood on the battlefield, the attack and defense abilities of his allies would increase. This made Ash understand why there were negative effects. Moreover, the commander profession also has a unique system that can provide additional ability boosts based on the composition of team members. For Ash, who was once a gamer, this is arguably the best profession. However, things did not always go smoothly. Are you going to explain to me what exactly is going on? Since no one responded to your recruitment order, I had to invite all the leaders here urgently. You little brat. Do you always have to kidnap people every time you call them? Why did you suddenly bring us here? You dragged us here like this. If something goes wrong with the processing work, are you going to take responsibility? Even if you're of the royal family, you can't just do this. At this point, Ash could only respond in his own way to their complaints. Are you guys looking for a beating? Shouting in front of me like that? Don't you know who I am? I am the prince of this country, the lord of the city. When I call you over, even if it means crawling here, you should do it. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you want to die? I'm sorry, Your Highness. We have never served a royal lord before. However, after hearing Ash's words, the people were simply shocked. After calming down, Ash switched to a more practical approach. I will sell the magic gems recovered by the army to you at 20% of the original price. Having direct access to magic gems should be beneficial for you, right? However, from now on, whenever I issue an instruction, you must prioritize the production of military supplies. Of course, I will pay all the costs without shortfall. How about it? This should be a fair deal, right? Ash's aim was to persuade them with money and benefits. As the only resource he had left was money, the craftsmen exchanged glances and then responded, of course, we would be willing to trade with the Lord. When do we start? What do we need to do? Ash secretly sighed in relief. Indeed, money is always the most valuable thing in this world. Afterwards, Ash summoned the heroes of the city. You must have heard from Lucas by now. A legion of 1,000 living armors is marching towards Crossroad. They are expected to arrive in 2 days. Apart from Lucas, everyone present was shocked. Your Highness, what should we do next? You all must do your best and fight with all your might. Let me instruct you all on what each of you needs to do. Lucas, you will be in charge as the general commander of the forces. All the soldiers are very disorganized right now. You have 2 days to get them in order. I will do my best. Your Highness, sorry, Lily, but I can't do without your help right now. Ash interrupted Lucas's reply and turned to Lily. But you don't need to go to the front lines, so don't worry. You're in charge of supervising the crafting of city defenses. After spending time together, Ash had decided to keep Lily working in the city long term. Your Highness, may I ask you one question? If you want this old woman to be more proactive, shouldn't my annual salary be increased? Jupiter said with a smile, clearly interested in the benefits. It turns out that Jupiter's trait is Gold Rush. She's a true gold digger. She will serve as the captain of the assault team in this battle. Damien, take this. It's specially prepared for you. Ash handed him an item. Due to Damien's 1000 trait, he would serve as a sniper in the battle. Ash assigned tasks to everyone to prepare for the upcoming battle, but he was most worried about Damien as being a sniper wasn't his regular job. By the way, Damien, where are your glasses? Actually, I wear glasses to deliberately impair my vision, but now that my eyes are useful, I don't wear them anymore. Seeing that no one was panicking over the news of the enemy, Ash also felt a bit more relaxed. After the meeting, Ash went to the southern wall of Crossroad. The craftsmen saw him coming and set aside their work. How is the condition of a wall? The condition is not very good. After all, it has been neglected for years since it's called a fortress city. Isn't fortifying the walls basic? Why leave it like this? That's because of insufficient budget. The decrease in monster appearances has reduced the collection of magic gems. Therefore, the previous lord reduced the budget. Isn't a fortress built to stop monsters? No matter how much material and budget is needed, it must be fortified to the utmost. Start quickly. The monsters are still advancing towards the city. After leaving the wall, Ash went to the carpentry workshop. You must have heard the news. What you need to make in the next 2 days are walls. About this high, just enough to block the road. The craftsman looked confused. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but the monsters can easily smash through wooden walls. Ash waved his hand, cutting off the craftsman. I don't need walls that can actually stop the monsters. Just follow my orders and make walls out of wood. Don't worry, those wooden walls will definitely be of great use when the time comes. So, stop complaining and get to work in the following time. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. There are only 30 minutes left before the start of Stage 1. Time flies. The scout is constantly watching the woods outside the city. Suddenly, the scout notices something unusual in the woods. They're here. The monsters have appeared. Instantly, everyone in the fortress tensed up. Ash stood on the front line, his tone firm. Don't be afraid. I will fight with you. Those guys are just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It's just that there are many of them, and we are the strongest army in the southern part of the empire, perfectly prepared for defending the city with equipment in great condition. We can definitely repel the enemy. Don't worry, follow my orders and fight, because if you do, we can celebrate our victory tonight. Although Ash's words were firm, he knew in his heart that the Living Armor army is the toughest monster to handle in the initial stage, and the city's defenders were just low-level mercenaries poorly prepared due to the urgency of time. He couldn't tell the city soldiers about these situations. Ash had to keep it all to himself. All he could do was pray that Jupiter would perform as expected in this battle. Rookies, it's our turn to take the stage. All monsters have a similar pattern of action. They aim to eliminate the enemy in front of them. If there are no other obstacles, they generally move in the shortest path towards humans. This makes it easy to predict their movements, thus making it easy for them to fall into traps. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, the traps couldn't be dug very deep. However, to face the most difficult monsters in Stage 1, Ash had already set up traps, albeit not deep enough, but now they were sufficient. Jupiter, now is the time. You damn monsters, let this old woman make a big score using her skill bleaching zone. Unfortunately, the number of living armors was too great and the distributed damage was not enough to completely annihilate them. How dare you challenge me? A bunch of things that don't respect the elderly. The monsters that had just been hit by the bleaching zone began to emit a trace of lightning, and the lightning around Jupiter gradually turned blue. Kids, tonight's dinner is fried armor. Smash them all. Countless bolts of lightning in the sky seemed to respond to Jupiter's fury, fiercely striking the living armors. Seeing such a scene, the soldiers on the city wall were greatly encouraged. It turned out that Jupiter first marked the monsters with her first skill and applied an unavoidable attack to the marked targets with her second skill. Jupiter's performance in this battle was undoubtedly spectacular. Unfortunately, there were more than 1,000 living armors, and even after a heavy blow, they continued to surge toward the city relentlessly. Jupiter, do not linger in battle. Withdraw immediately. Upon hearing this, Jupiter immediately led the strike team to retreat. Behind them were dense living armors. These monsters had no fear of death. Even as their comrades fell, they did not stop their advance. Kids, run faster. Don't look back. Just keep running forward. They were drawing the monsters in, ready to act according to Ash's plan. Jupiter and her strike team members strictly followed Ash's instructions, moving quickly. Seeing that the strike team members were about to be caught up by the living armors, Ash could only pray for them in his heart. Fortunately, the strike team eventually made it back behind the wooden walls. So far, everything was going according to Ash's plan. Now was the time for those wooden walls to come into play. The living armors had no independent thought. They simply followed their instincts to pursue the humans in front of them. The living armors did not break the wooden walls in front of them, and as the huge troops squeezed into the narrow gaps, their column width narrowed. I know you've been waiting for a long time. Soldiers of the Empire, from now on, don't hold back. Fire all the cannons. In an instant, the cannons on the city wall fired continuously and the living armors crowded together had no time to react. They could only watch helplessly as the shells got closer and closer, finally, being completely engulfed in the explosions. This is the basic strategy of tower defense games, altering the enemy's path to achieve kills. Fire all the cannons. Keep the barrage heavy. At this moment, the sight of the flames provided everyone with a feeling of immense reassurance. With this going on, we should be able to win, right? Those monsters can't get through there now. We can't be too sure yet. Suddenly, monsters wielding shields appeared among the living armors, standing in front, resisting the fierce cannon fire. Such attacks really can't defeat them. What tough creatures. Fortunately, Ash had anticipated this situation. Lily, now, activate it. Yes, Your Highness. Activate the gravitational field artifact. The alchemists immediately sprang into action. A terrifying force of gravity was applied to the shield bearers, slowing their movements. Lucas, get ready. Yes, Your Highness. Ballista units, all ready. Following the command, the soldiers on the city walls quickly began to move. In almost an instant, all ballista were aimed at the center of the battlefield, targeting the spiritual cores in the chests of the living armors. Ballista, fire. With the command given, each bolt shot out, easily piercing the shields and destroying their spiritual cores. This was the second step of the combat plan to stack damage through crossfire and then finish off with artifacts and ballista. So far, everything was going smoothly. Your Highness, some of the creatures have bypassed the wall. It turned out that there were simply too many enemies, and the crowded mass pushed some of the monsters out of the planned route. Jupiter, you handle the living armors coming from the right side of the wooden wall. Use hit-and-run tactics to stop them. Understood, Your Highness. Jupiter then led the assault team to the right side of the wooden wall, while the monsters squeezed out, headed straight towards them. Damn monsters, didn't I tell you to respect your elders? Now that Jupiter was holding the right side, Ash could be somewhat relieved. Now his concern shifted to the enemies on the left side. Damien, it's your turn now. Shoot the guys coming in from the left. Don't let them get close to the walls. Damien, though full of fear, became sharp and determined the moment he aimed at the enemies. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger of his crossbow, sending arrows in a strange trajectory directly through the monster's spiritual course. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield, where the situation was rapidly changing. Although Ash knew Damien's abilities were almost like cheats, seeing him hit the spiritual course with a single crossbow shot still surprised him. Now, with cannon and ballista support up front, Jupiter, the lightning sorceress guarding the right, and Damien, a near cheat-level sharpshooter on the left, the enemy's losses had unknowingly reached close to 500. It seemed as though victory was close at hand. However, just then, Ash noticed something unusual on the battlefield, an occurrence he had never seen in the game before. He suddenly remembered that when the enemy losses reached 500, the boss of the Living Armor Legion would appear. That huge creature floating in the air was the Spectre Knight. The terror of the Living Armor Legion was not only in their strength, but in how, once repelled, they would summon the boss monster like entering a second phase. But now the living armors had not yet been fully repelled, and the Spectre Knight had already appeared. Normally, the Spectre Knight wouldn't take any action. It would just stupidly float in the air. However, Ash overlooked one critical thing. This was no longer a game. This was reality. Even if the Spectre Knight just floated there, its massive phantom presence was enough to panic the soldiers. Despite the Living Armor army not being completely repelled yet, the sudden appearance of the Spectre Knight sent the human soldiers into panic. Even if the Spectre Knight made no moves, the sheer terror brought on by its huge form caused a collapse in the soldiers' will to fight. This was the one oversight in Ash's battle plan, the primal fear that a massive alien form could instill in humans, which not only caused a significant drop in frontline firepower, but also affected the animals due to the appearance of the Spectre Knight. This was a scenario no one had anticipated. Jupiter, the commander of the assault team, was also deeply affected. Thrown to the ground by the spooked horses, Jupiter saw the living armors ominously looming nearby. If Jupiter fell, the entire defensive line would collapse in an instant, as those monsters had already charged forward, eagerly seeking to annihilate any living humans they encountered. At a critical moment, the members of the assault team stepped up, shielding Jupiter. However, Ash knew in his heart that their strength was no match for these monsters. Your Highness, we must now support Jupiter's team with the cannon and the firepower network. No, if we cut off the firepower support, even more monsters will escape from there. The appearance of the Spectre Knight had created a significant flaw in Ash's combat plan. The firing of the cannons and ballista ceased, and the previously impenetrable net of firepower suddenly slackened. Find a way to repair the firepower network, but the soldiers had already lost their spirits and had no will to fight. At this point, Ash could only pray that Jupiter would hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Jupiter finally awoke from unconsciousness, the intense pain reminding her that she was still alive. Jupiter, you're finally awake. Jupiter, the situation is critical. What's happening? Jupiter struggled to sit up, looking around. Before her was a chaotic battlefield. Jupiter understood that now was not the time to lie down and rest. The rescue team will be here soon. We must hold on until then. But before he could finish, a living armor lunged at Jupiter. The teammate quickly swung his flail, barely fending off the creature. Even though the creature's helmet was deformed, it still didn't fall. You took a hit from me and didn't die, rookie. Behind you. However, the man was still impaled by a spear. He remembered the creature behind him had not yet been dealt with, but now it was too late. Everything was over. You damned monsters. Just as she was about to cast a spell, she felt something was off, perhaps due to the injuries she had just sustained. Her magical power was now uncontrollable. When a mage cannot wield her magic, she can only watch helplessly as her teammates fall one by one. In such a situation, the mercenary's morale began to collapse. Without hesitation, a male mercenary dropped his shield and started to flee, but he forgot that the worst thing to do on a battlefield is to show your back to your enemy. As the small defensive line maintained by the assault team completely disintegrated, Jupiter could smell the scent of the living armors before her, the odor of rusted iron mixed with decaying water, reminiscent of the smell of drowning victims. Can't you just stay under the lake? You really not want this old woman to smoothly earn her annual salary? In extreme anger, she launched her magic again, killing the creature in front of her with a single strike. However, she knew that the power of this attack was not even a quarter of what it usually was. She realized that this was really the end for her. Members of the assault team fell one by one, and she could no longer use magic as before. Still, the dense mass of monsters pressed forward. Jupiter knew her life was finally drawing to a close. You should go. Saving one is better than losing all. I will use magic to buy you some time. Kid, take this chance and run. How can I go? Staying here is the best option. Grandma, you are a mage. Mercenary survival rule number 2. Always stay close to our mage. Compared to running without a horse, following you and assisting in combat increases my chances of survival. Although this sounded very naive, the young mercenary's tactics were effective. He didn't try to eliminate the living armors in front of him, but used his spear to keep them at bay to maintain a safe distance. Anyway, I will hold them off. Please prepare to launch the next spell. Even though Damien was providing long-range support from the city walls, it was far from enough to stop those monsters completely. Just as Jupiter finally gathered enough magic to summon lightning, the young mercenary was pierced through by the monster's spears. Kid, you damned creatures. Jupiter vented her anger with lightning, but it was all too late. If she had gathered her magic a few seconds faster, perhaps she could have saved the young boy. Jupiter was old, and her heart could no longer bear to keep each casualty in her memory. Do you remember the first rule of the mercenary's survival guide? Hearing Jupiter's voice, the boy struggled to turn his head. Never accept a task that mysteriously offers a lot of compensation. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Kid, your survival rules are all wrong. You won't succeed as a mercenary that way. If you want to become wealthy and make a name for yourself, don't take extremely dangerous tasks. Take those that offer rich rewards. Also, stay as far away as possible from those damned mages because they will steal your achievements. But most importantly, if you want to stay alive, don't become a mercenary to start with. Can't believe I don't even have the magic to light a cigarette. Thought I'd be enjoying a high salary. It's all over now. Seems I'm also a failed mercenary. Time rewound to 3 minutes earlier when Ash was instructing Lucas to give up the rescue. In that situation, Ash knew that only by stabilizing the morale of the troops was there a chance to hold the line. You idiots, snap out of it. Don't get scared just because that creature is big. As soon as you fell, the soldiers were as spirited as if they were injected with adrenaline. Ash realized this might be due to the effect of his skills. Thinking this, he immediately called for Lucas. I'm in charge of calming the soldiers down and repairing the kill zone, and you need to go out of the city gate and rescue Jupiter's team. Ash knew that sending Lucas out of the city alone was a very reckless order, but Lucas did not hesitate at all and went alone into danger. Everyone, keep fighting. Wake up, snap out of it. Lucas went out alone, charging into the crowd of monsters just to bring back the members of the assault team. However, he didn't know that only Jupiter was left in the assault team now, and she was already prepared to sacrifice herself. Lady Jupiter, please stand still and don't move. Before he finished speaking, Lucas had already efficiently dealt with the surrounding monsters. His timely appearance gave Jupiter hope for survival, but if Lucas had arrived a bit earlier, maybe things would have been different. Lucas said nothing, just pulled Jupiter onto the horse, then spurred the horse fiercely, whipping it to speed away from the area. The monsters behind them, seeing this through their weapons, trying to use their spears to stop the duo's escape. Lucas casually swung his sword, deflecting the imminent danger. This young knight, you really are quite capable. How about meeting my granddaughter sometime? She's quite a delicate girl. If you still have the energy to joke, then use your magic to recover first so you can continue to fight. There are still many monsters out there. Even so, I still owe you thanks for saving me. You don't need to thank me. I was merely following His Highness's orders. But inside, he was still frustrated that if only his horse could have run faster, maybe more lives could have been saved. Let's discuss regrets after we've dealt with these monsters. It's been a long time since I've been on the battlefield like this, and it's been just as long since I've been this enraged. Meanwhile, thanks to Ash's the indomitable commander skill, the kill zone in front had already been repaired. Jupiter had also returned safely, and it seemed like everything was moving in the right direction. But in a moment, Ash lost 4 valuable hero characters. He realized he had been too reliant on his past gaming experience, neglecting that this was a real world where more details needed to be considered, like the wooden walls that might catch fire from the cannon fire. The monsters had broken through the wooden walls, and they had to fight the monsters across the city walls after all. Ash had planned to clear this scenario with firepower, and the good news was that the number of living armors had been reduced to a quarter. At least for now, the battle was still under Ash's control. Your Highness, I have rescued Lady Jupiter. Although he did not like this old woman, he understood that maintaining a good relationship with the mage was the wise choice. It's great that you made it back alive. Your Highness, I am ashamed. I made mistakes, old as I am, and caused the loss of innocent young lives. I am truly heartbroken. It's not your fault. Nobody expected monsters to suddenly appear in the sky or for the horses to get spooked and run away. No, it is my fault. At my age, still standing on the battlefield, I should know how to handle these situations. The mistakes I made must be rectified by me personally. I must be the one to slay that creature. You need to focus on recovering right now, because I will need your strength very soon. Meanwhile, monsters continued to swarm towards the city walls, and cannon fire kept pouring down on them. Cease fire. Continuing the slaughter now is pointless. Despite the ongoing charges of the monsters, the commander ordered the cannons to stop firing, but Ash had not given up the fight. Instead, he was saving their strength for the strongest enemy. Damien, you take a break too, but the monsters are still advancing. You need to hunt stronger monsters. Take this time to recuperate. By now, the monsters had reached the city walls. While the walls were not breached, the monsters began climbing up. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers picked up their weapons and stood by the edge of the wall. From now on, this was a fight that would rely on physical might to stop the enemy, not magic. This was true warfare. As the monsters drew closer, the soldiers' hearts raced. But they could not strike yet. They had to wait for the perfect moment, a moment that could utterly destroy the enemy. Now, drop it. The soldiers immediately brought barrels they had prepared to the edge of the wall, filled with various debris left over from the wall fortification efforts. To be safe, Ash had kept these materials on the wall in advance. Although a considerable number of monsters were shattered by the fall, the remaining ones stood up again, undeterred, and continued to climb the wall. Use the spears to block those creatures as much as possible. Ash now had to reposition Jupiter as a main member of the team. With 2 mages now in the team, their magical attack was boosted by 20%. Unfortunately, the monsters had already reached the top of the wall, and the soldiers had to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Watching the continuously roaring monsters, Ash couldn't help but worry whether his soldiers could hold their ground. After all, to fight these creatures, they had to overcome the deep-seated fear in their hearts. Just then, a golden light flashed atop the city wall. I'll take them down. You just hold your positions. With Lucas's encouragement, the soldiers immediately rallied, regaining some morale. Seeing this, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. If the soldiers couldn't overcome their fear, death was all that awaited them. Lily, activate the next artifact. Yes, Your Highness. Activating the haste artifact. With the artifact activated, all friendly forces' movement speeds increased by 5% for 5 minutes. Coupled with the buffs from Ash's class, the soldiers finally had the capability to engage the monsters in melee combat. However, Ash was well aware that there was still a significant power gap between them. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't contend with the monsters. The real game-changers were the heroes with unique traits and skills. Lucas's first skill, the Strike of Strong Will, increased in damage the more enemies he killed. With this skill, he alone held half the city wall, but it was impossible for him alone to hold the entire wall. As time ticked away, more soldiers were wounded. Even the injured monsters remained formidable fighters. Damien wanted to join the battle, but was stopped by Ash. You need to conserve your energy for the Spectre Knight. That's the only way we can minimize casualties. Just as Ash felt overwhelmed, a flash of fire lit up the wall. At that moment, the figure sitting in a wheelchair seemed immensely reliable. Lily, you can still use magic. Are you being too harsh? I'm a mage. After all, seems like she can't handle the massive mana depletion of fire magic. Lily, I believe you can still do it. Why not just retire me? My mana is almost depleted. One more time. I believe you can do it. With various buffs stacking, Lily's magical damage was significantly enhanced. She was pushed around the wall by Ash, repeatedly using fire magic to burn the enemies. with the soldiers blocking with their bodies, Lucas slicing through enemies, and Lily's flames. The living armors finally all fell. The soldiers didn't immediately realize they had won, but cheers soon echoed along the wall. However, Ash knew it wasn't that simple. Although he wanted everyone to rest, they would soon face a stronger Spectre Knight. Suddenly, the remains of the living armors flew up into the air, forming the body of the Spectre Knight. Soon, a massive monster appeared before everyone. It merely landed on the ground, causing a violent tremor, panicking all the soldiers. Ash hadn't expected the Spectre Knight to be so formidable in reality. In the game, it was just a regular boss that had appeared countless times, but now that it stood before him, he felt a deep-seated fear trembling through his body. He quickly suppressed this fear, knowing there was absolutely no chance of escape. Fire! Don't hold back. Fire all the cannons. In an instant, fierce cannon fire engulfed the Spectre Knight, yet this powerful force only made it stagger half a step backward. The Spectre Knight was still advancing step by step towards the fortress. Lily, quickly activate the third artifact. Upon hearing this, Lily immediately activated the magic amplifier. It provided double the magic amplification to a user, and the recipient of this power boost was Jupiter. Now I finally feel a bit like I did in my prime. Jupiter, I'm counting on you to focus your attacks on the enemy's breastplate. Your Highness, you'd better watch out for the lightning if you get electrocuted. I'm not responsible. With a single strike, Jupiter actually pierced through the Spectre Knight's armor. Now, the creature's spirit core was clearly exposed before everyone. Damien, aim for the monster's spirit core. Upon command, Damien activated his 1,000-mile eyes and shot the Spectre Knight's spirit core with a crossbow. Without any surprises, the bolt precisely hit the core, shattering it before everyone. Just when Ash thought everything was over, the Spectre Knight raised its sword towards the fortress. Although the bolt had pierced its spirit core, Jupiter, one more time, daring to raise your weapon above your head in stormy weather. Fool, do you wish to be struck by lightning? Suddenly, flashes of lightning appeared on the Spectre Knight, and in the next second, blue lightning struck it directly. While the Spectre Knight was completely engulfed by the lightning, its sword had already been swung down towards the city wall. Everyone, get out of the way. Escape the Black Shadow. Your Highness, you need to dodge too. At that moment, the Spectre Knight's sword had already hit the city wall. The residual force of the sword even knocked down the nearby soldiers. Thanks to Lucas's help, Ash was not injured by this attack, and the heroes in the team had also managed to dodge in time, but the Spectre Knight's sword was deeply embedded in the city wall. Now, Ash and his team had no strength left to fight. The good news was that the Spectre Knight had also expended the last of its life force in that attack, and they had finally won this battle. But at that moment, the remnants of the Spectre Knight began to undergo a strange transformation. Lucas quickly prepared to protect Ash, but Ash stopped him. This is the Spectre Knight's final struggle. While this attack won't directly harm people, getting caught in it could lead to a mental breakdown. Get out of here. This is human territory. Just like that, the Spectre Knight's final attack turned into golden light and completely dissipated. The huge creature was no more. Where did that Spectre go? Did Prince Ash annihilate them all? And is everything really over? As the Spectre Knight vanished, dawn finally broke through the thick clouds, and the Empire's flag still fluttered over Crossroad. We defeated those monsters. We've won. We've survived. We will continue to win and survive. Fear gradually disappeared from the soldiers' eyes, replaced by joy over their victory. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Ash was no longer the infamous Third Prince, but a competent commander, a true lord. But they did not know that they had only experienced the first scene. On the night the war ended, Crossroad regained its usual tranquility, but the city center square was brightly lit at this moment. We beat back those armored monsters to celebrate our victory. Cheers, everyone. Drink to your heart's content tonight, my treat. After Ash's speech, the banquet officially began. After a day of battle, people were immersed in music, welcoming a brief respite. Soldiers and citizens drank glass after glass. The aroma from the pots filled the air and steaks sizzled on the grills. Everything seemed so wonderful, but Ash sat away from the crowd, alone, watching the happy smiles on people's faces. He too felt a bit of satisfaction. Your Highness, are you all right? You haven't eaten all day. Come have something to eat. The mighty Spectre Knight has fallen before the city walls. Your expression doesn't look like that of a commander who has just won a battle. You managed to drive back more than 1,000 specters without major losses. I think you could be a bit happier. This time, we indeed didn't suffer significant losses, but some people still lost their precious lives. Ash was well aware that discussing the magnitude of losses was meaningless when lives were lost, as every life is immensely valuable. Yet, because of his arrogance, he hadn't saved everyone. If he had been more thoughtful at the time, perhaps those people wouldn't have had to sacrifice themselves. And unlike during the tutorial, there was definitely room for improvement. Realizing this, Ash's heart ached even more. Your Highness, I think you've done well enough. There's no need for self-blame. I know that saying this won't erase your regrets, but, Your Highness, this is a banquet to celebrate our victory. If you're not happy, it won't raise the soldiers' morale. Please smile, at least for this moment, and enjoy the happiness with everyone. That's also something a commander should do. He was absolutely right. Although it's important to mourn those who have sacrificed, but it's also necessary to have time to celebrate victories and enjoy happiness. Eating only meat isn't good for your health, so I've prepared some vegetables for you. I also want to congratulate you on getting through stage 1. It was a very tough scene, and you did great. I hope you'll continue to lead us to victory. After hearing Ader's words, Ash picked up a tomato and prepared to eat it. Prince Ash is eating vegetables. There's no meat left here, so he can only eat vegetables. Sorry, Your Highness, we neglected this. The third prince, famous for only eating meat, is stuck eating vegetables here. You scoundrels, go get some meat for the prince and bring some wine too. Let's eat meat and drink heartily. Ash didn't understand how things had suddenly turned out this way. He had actually planned to review today's battle quietly on the side. Just then, a hand grabbed his clothes. It turned out that Lily had quietly come up behind Ash, apparently already drunk. Please let me retire. Please, Prince. But how could Ash let Lily step back given the current shortage of personnel? Fortunately, the alchemists quickly noticed the situation and hurriedly took Lily away to rest. But before Ash could recover, Damien started causing trouble. Prince, the water here tastes a bit bitter. It turned out that Jupiter had been secretly pouring wine into Damien's cup. Now he was a bona fide mercenary. Not only did he need to learn to drink, but he also had to learn to smoke. He's like my grandson, so I'll personally teach him well. But at that moment, Damien leaned against Ash on his own. How dare you put your head on the royal body? Damien, you're getting braver. When I'm alone, I often think of the faces of my deceased friends, and the scene of that day lingers in my mind. The sense of guilt often overwhelms me, but strangely, whenever I'm by your side, my mood can calm down. Ash knew that this was not because he was anything special, but because of the effect of his passive skill. However, he couldn't tell Damien the truth. I don't know why, but under your command, I always feel a magic that makes me stronger. Is it because of your excellent leadership? Ash understood that this was actually due to his traits and the supportive effects of the team, but he couldn't share these truths with everyone. Your Highness, when I'm with you, I feel free from distractions, and both light and agile. All this is thanks to your outstanding virtues and your talent as a leader. So, is that also why you keep close to me? That's hard to say. For the sake of the comrades who sacrificed themselves, for those of us who live on, and for you, the prince. Before he knew it, Ash found himself surrounded by people. It's our fault for not keeping the atmosphere lively, allowing our prince, who can drink for a week straight, not to have a single drink. Since you dare to have me, the Lord and Commander, drink, that means you can handle it too. Everyone, fill up your glasses. And so, as the moon crossed the night sky, they feasted on meat and sang songs with their drinks, reveling in the hard-won victory. After the banquet, Ash proceeded to open all the clearance rewards. Unexpectedly, the first box contained a golden legend, an SSR-grade max-level equipment. For a moment, Ash shivered all over, but the next second, he threw the glove straight out. It turned out the lucky strike was a gag item in the game. The damage of this glove is determined by a spinner, typically used to liven up the mood. However, it was still an SSR item. Although not very useful, Ash picked it up and put it on. He could only pray that it would draw the jackpot in a critical moment. Time quickly moved to the next afternoon. When Ash woke up, his head was still buzzing, and Lucas at the door looked half dead as well. Are you okay? You should have gone to rest this morning. How can I rest as your highness's guard? Just then, Eder suddenly appeared. Good morning, you two. Here's some hot honey water, have a cup each. After sobering up, Ash went up to the city walls. The current state of the walls. I'm afraid even wild animals can't be stopped. How long will it take to repair? About 2 weeks, because lifting that sword alone is a huge undertaking. Mobilize all the uninjured soldiers and start repairing the wall from tomorrow. Eder, how is the expansion of our forces going? Soldiers from nearby cities will soon arrive, and the couriers sent to the center will also return tomorrow. While Ash could intervene in other matters, he was completely helpless when it came to replenishing forces, since progress would only be made tomorrow. Let's do what we can in the meantime. We're going to the dungeons to destroy the source of these monsters. Are we going to use the portal to Black Lake like last time? That's right, but this time we'll go directly under the lake. Ash didn't explain too much to them. He simply told everyone they'd be departing for an expedition the next morning. Since entering the dungeon requires a 5-person team, Ash had no choice but to bring Lily along. Eder, prepare some supplies for the expedition. What kind of supplies do you need? Non-perishable food, camping tools, and various potions. Most importantly, bring lighting, lanterns, torches, anything that can produce light. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the backyard of the Lord's estate. Why all this fuss? Where exactly are we going? You'll find out soon. No sooner had he spoken than the stones on the ground began to float, and soon a portal appeared before them. Could this be teleportation magic? But this magic disappeared hundreds of years ago. How is this possible? Now we'll use this portal to go to the monster's base, the Black Lake. Their kingdom is located beneath the lake. We need to explore there and find the cause of the monsters constantly emerging. This is the only way to prevent the invasions permanently. With that, Ash directly chose the lakeside. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. This really is that lake. Jupiter, have you been here before? That was 20 years ago, back when the Imperial Army was still stationed at Crossroad. Back then, the higher-ups ordered us to try to fill the lake with dirt. They wanted you to fill this huge lake with dirt? Sounds like the commander 20 years ago wasn't too bright. They deployed the entire magical corps, trying to fill the lake by dumping earth into it, but it was impossible. No matter how much dirt or rock they threw in, the lake swallowed it all, as if it were connected to hell itself. This became a hot topic among the Imperial troops at the time. By the 7th day of the operation, monsters began to pour out in huge numbers, and eventually, the whole army had to retreat. The mission was a failure. This is the first time I've been this close to the lake since then. It's good to be a bit tense, because we're about to go much deeper. As he spoke, Ash activated the system to open the path to the Lake Kingdom. A massive whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake, forming the entrance to the dungeon. Without any hesitation, Ash jumped into the lake. The Blackwater, which had once repelled the Imperial Army, was now being ventured into by just 5 people. As they plunged into the water, darkness immediately swallowed them. Everyone, stay calm and don't rush. First, activate the lighting. Before long, Ash and his group spotted their companions. Just then, Lily was startled by something that appeared in front of her, and everyone hurriedly looked forward. Your Highness, what is this place? This is the so-called Lake Kingdom, a dungeon beneath the lake's surface, and it is also the monster den that we will need to clear one by one. Ash found that they could breathe here and move without any restrictions, probably due to the ancient magic that enveloped the city. How can there be a city under the lake, and how are we able to move normally? Don't talk, someone is coming. Upon Lucas's warning, everyone immediately went into combat readiness. A person with white hair and a black robe carrying a sword approached them. Everyone, stay calm. The person is not an enemy. Are you Tomb Raiders here to seek treasures in the Lake Kingdom? There is nothing here for you. While you can still breathe, you should leave. Seeing the woman before him, Ash was slightly puzzled, as this was an NPC he had never encountered in his 742 playthroughs of the game. There are over 100 NPCs living in the Lake Kingdom who randomly appear to guide players. However, this woman was new to Ash. We came from above ground to find the source of the monsters. The monsters are tormenting the surface, and we are here to put an end to that. The nightmare of the Lake Kingdom will not stop, and no one will ever wake from it. Though many great warriors and countless heroes have tried to lift the curse here, all have failed without exception. Do not step further into the darkness. Return to the surface before things become irreversible. I am the Lord of Crossroad, the fortress city that blocks the monsters. I carry the responsibility of protecting my people from monster attacks. I am not afraid of the darkness. We need to enter the interior of this city and destroy the source of the monsters, which is why we are here. But since the gate is locked, we can't get in. If there is another way through, could you guide us? No problem. I want to see whether what you say comes from true courage or just reckless bravado. Follow me. The way into the city is this way. How should I address you? What is your name? I have forgotten my name. If you must call me something, call me Mamayan. And so, they followed Mamayan walking along the city wall for several minutes. We can't follow this unidentified stranger. It must be a trap. I told you it's okay. Just follow her for now. At this moment, Mamayan finally stopped. Going in here will lead us to the interior of the city. This is the water distribution facility, so the ground is very slippery. Please be careful. Thus, the group walked through the narrow water inlet for over 5 minutes and finally arrived at the first area of the Lake Kingdom, the dry sewer. Here lies the city's entire water distribution system, and although it's completely dry now, it has become a safe area that monsters cannot enter. Ash did not hesitate to set up a teleportation gate here, and next time, they can directly teleport to this spot. By then, however, Lily was too scared to continue inside. But how could Ash just turn back? This is as far as I guide you. The rest of the path must be traveled based on your will. I warn you, the Lake Kingdom here has been completely consumed by nightmares. The deeper you go, the darker it will get, and the monsters will become stronger. Even so, if you still must journey into the abyss, I offer you this piece of advice. Never let your lights go out. Seeing Mumian's serious expression, everyone fell silent. Good luck to you, and I hope we meet again someday. With that, Mamayan walked alone into the darkness. What exactly is that woman's background? How does she live in a city under the lake? Your Highness, the darkness here is strange. Even my eyes cannot see ahead. But that woman didn't carry a torch either. How does she navigate through this darkness? Ash didn't know the answers to these questions. We will definitely see her again, and we can ask her then. After some rest, Ash and his group prepared to tackle the first level with our team's current level. Clearing it shouldn't pose any major difficulties. Thus, they took their torches and walked towards the depths of the darkness. It turned out to be a corridor connecting to the sewage pipes. Where does this end? Don't worry, we'll get there soon. It turns out that the dungeon is essentially composed of rooms and corridors. In the rooms, they would either fight enemies, discover items, or encounter NPCs and engage in random events. The activity in the first room notably involved defeating the enemies in front of them. Ash and his team needed to eliminate a total of 14 large sewer rats. Although numerous, these creatures certainly couldn't be considered formidable foes. Lucas, you take the vanguard, hold that position, and just take out the ones that get close. Damien, their skulls are very tough. Aim for their eyes or necks. Mages, conserve your firepower. You're only to attack the ones that breach Lucas's line. The only one without combat abilities, Ash, was left to watch. Thus, Damien fully utilized his abilities, with every arrow precisely hitting the monster's throats and eyes. Soon, the large sewer rats in the room were all eliminated. Good job, everyone. That was easy, wasn't it? Compared to the previous enemies, this was indeed much easier. Your Highness, there are 13 of them here. Should we collect the mana stones now? Ash suddenly remembered the system had clearly indicated 14 large sewer rats. Realizing this, Ash turned sharply, only to see the last monster already pouncing towards him. Instinctively, Ash threw a punch at the monster, and because he was wearing the lucky strike, this punch triggered the lottery system, bizarrely dealing 121 points of damage, slamming the large sewer rat against the wall. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After all, the lucky wheel doesn't easily display triple-digit numbers. Your Highness, are you alright? Were you hurt just now? I'm fine, but what was that just now? How did you knock that monster out with one punch? Because my fist is the prince's fist. Members of the royal family sometimes explode with super strength when in a crisis. Of course, aside from Lucas, the rest of the team looked unconvinced, but Ash managed to smooth it over. There's nothing in the second room. There must be something hidden here. Let's search carefully. Your Highness, there seems to be something here. It's a treasure chest. Be careful, it could be a trap disguised as a treasure chest. However, due to Jupiter's gold rush trait, she had already dashed out first. Fortunately, it was just a regular treasure chest. I'm terribly sorry. I can't control myself when I smell money. Jupiter then handed the treasure chest to Ash, though she had already secretly stuffed her pockets with gold coins. The third room was as easy as the first, and soon they were at the last room. Just clear this room, and we can go back. Let's give it our all, everyone. But seeing the scene in the room, Ash couldn't help but be startled. The room was filled with the corpses of large sewer rats, and at the very back, there stood a gigantic monster. Rats. We must hunt the rats. We must clear the rats out of here. I will make the Lake Kingdom clean. Damien hadn't expected the monster to be able to speak human language, but his voice was also heard by the monster. There are still living rats. No matter how many are killed, they just keep coming endlessly. The system notification identified the monster as the giant rat man, the sewerage manager Paliag. Ash didn't understand why a rat man would be given a human name, but he had no time to ponder this as the monster was already pouncing towards them. I will annihilate you all. Since Lily was afraid of rats, she instinctively used fire magic on the rat man, effectively disrupting the rat's attack rhythm. This scene shocked the others, but also bought Ash some time to think of a strategy. You damn rat. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning pierced through the monster's skull. The rat man's body emitted powerful bolts of lightning, and even Ash hadn't anticipated that the boss would be taken down so quickly. Your Highness, can we go home now? Of course, we can. But first, we need to open the treasure chest. Saying this, they approached the reward chest. Lucas, go and hold on to Jupiter. Lucas, let me go. You need to respect your elders. While this was happening, Ash opened the treasure chest. Inside was an R-grade longsword, the Rat Slicer. The sword inflicted extra damage on rat-type monsters, and the only one in the team who used a sword was Lucas. Ash handed the weapon over to him. Although it can't replace the sword you've always used, having it with you will definitely be useful. However, Ash remembered there should be one more reward, so he continued to rummage through the chest, quickly finding what he was looking for. This is an automatic defense turret. After receiving the rewards, the group continued deeper into the Lake Kingdom and soon came to the second area, the hidden alleyway. Ash hadn't expected a mere alley in the Lake Kingdom to be so splendid. Once built by a highly advanced magical civilization, the city now showed no signs of life, forever quiet in the darkness, stepping slowly towards death. After a moment of sadness, Ash set up a teleportation gate there. The areas ahead are even more dangerous, and I have already obtained what I wanted. Everyone has worked hard. Let's call it a day for now. We are going back. Ash didn't know that after he left, A person appeared in the Lake Kingdom. Could it be the last player? Finally, they've arrived here. Saying this, the man blew a whistle in his hand. Instantly, countless sewer rats swarmed the alley. Sad players, please forgive our sins. I am just like you. It was all for the Lake Kingdom. Meanwhile, Ash had already returned to his manor via the teleportation gate. Everyone has worked hard. Rest well today. I really don't know if I can rest. Having seen a city like that beneath the water, completely beyond any of our guesses, and that darkness is definitely not something normal. Your Highness, is there anything else you want to tell us? Although Ash had completed the entire game, the game did not clarify why the Lake Kingdom had become what it was. Not now. Let's slowly find out together later. It seems I can't sleep tonight. I need to go for a drink, then I'll join you. If I don't get drunk, it seems I can't sleep either. Jupiter was the first to leave, pushing Lily along. I'm going back to the church now. Thinking about that darkness, I feel a bit scared. Praying should make me feel a bit better. Damien, make sure you rest well when you get back. Your Highness, don't you need to go down for another investigation? We have already completed our reconnaissance. The next wave of monsters attacking us will be the sewer rat army. It turns out that these creatures gather first in the free exploration areas, and when their numbers exceed a critical point, they spill over like floodwaters from the lake. So the creatures they encounter during exploration are the armies they will need to face in the next defensive battle. Just as he returned to the manor, Eater brought some bad news. Neither the center nor the nearby cities can send reinforcements. Ash doesn't understand why this is happening, but at this moment, Lucas's stomach inopportunely growled. After all, everything is already decided, and knowing now wouldn't change anything. Ash simply asked Eater to prepare a meal, leaving this matter for tomorrow. Early the next morning, Eater was called into the war room by Ash. It turns out the Empire is currently battling with a Western enemy nation, and almost all military forces have been sent to the Western Front. Ash is well aware of this game setting, but he doesn't understand why. Just when he is requesting reinforcements, even the forces from the remote southern areas were moved away. Moreover, it has only been a few days since the last war ended, and the mercenary guilds are also low on available mercenaries. Just as Ash was sinking into worry, Eater suddenly laughed. Why are you still laughing? Is there somewhere else that can provide troops? Indeed, there is one, but it will be difficult for you. Is this the time to worry about difficulty? We need to solve the next scene. Tell me quickly, where are the troops? If you really want to know that badly, you might as well come with me. Soon, the three of them were ready with their horses. Secretary Eater, where are we going now? We are heading to the former Lord's estate, the house of Front Count Cross. The Front Count is tasked with guarding the Empire's borders, required to resist enemy nations and eliminate monsters invading the Empire. Because they need to carry out border protection duties, the Front Counts have more authority than typical counts. From the initial settlement in Crossroad, the Cross family has been ruling this area. Thus, the fortress's name also derives from the Count's surname. Since the fortress's creation, the Cross family has been guarding it and is a very prestigious family. Why did the Front Count give up the lordship here? According to Eater, the Front Count had even more authority here than the Emperor. If he hadn't voluntarily resigned from his lordship, Ash wouldn't have been appointed as the lord here. Ash didn't understand why the house of Front Count Cross would give up a domain his family had ruled for generations. It's complicated. You should hear the explanation from him directly. Unnoticed, the group had arrived at the Front Count Cross's estate. This place was the Count Cross's vacation house. He moved here after giving up the lordship. Seeing the scene before him, Ash wondered if anyone really lived here. Of course, I've always been sending supplies here regularly. Just then, an old man appeared. Who are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you enter so casually? Get out of my house. Front Count Cross, how are you? It's me, Eater. Ash didn't expect that the old drunkard before him was actually the Front Count. Front Count, I've brought guests. Didn't I say not to let anyone come to see me? This is the newly appointed lord, the Empire's third prince, His Highness Ash. Nice to meet you, Front Count Cross. I am the youngest son of the Holy Emperor. I am here to discuss something important with you. Get out. Ash didn't expect to be interrupted before he could finish his sentence. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear? Even if you, Front Count, were once the ruler here, you shouldn't issue a dismissal order to a prince meeting you for the first time. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Do I need to remind you of our hierarchical relationship? At this moment, the Front Count Cross had already picked up a weapon. Ash realized that the Count before him might be a complete madman, and the best way to deal with a madman is to retreat temporarily. Get out while I haven't started fighting. Don't show up again. Just pretend I don't exist. The Front Count Cross, named Cheryl Cross, was a character who had never appeared in the game, but his daughter, Evangeline Cross, was the strongest tank in the game. So, Ash had to win over this old drunkard no matter what. Why can this old man help us solve the problem of lack of troops? Because the Front Count has private soldiers, an elite force loyal only to the Front Count. If we can persuade the Front Count, It would greatly improve our shortage of troops. It seems that no matter what method we use, we must persuade him. But now, let alone talking, even meeting him is a problem. Your Highness, we're not completely without options. There's a special way drunks relate to each other. After hearing Eater's words, Ash immediately understood his intention. That afternoon, he visited the front Count Cross's estate again. It seems you don't cherish your life. I already told you last time, but when he saw what was behind Ash, his attitude changed slightly. What is that? What else could it be? Of course, it's your favorite thing. After all, the third prince is famously indulgent, so he certainly wouldn't come to the countryside empty-handed. Let's have a drink together. Front Count, this is high-quality liquor from the Empire, but if you don't want a drink, never mind. Who said I didn't want a drink? Your Highness, please come in. Bring the liquor with you. Thus, the front Count Cross fled Ash into the estate. The sight of bottles scattered on the floor and the pungent smell of alcohol in the air seemed to signify the former lord's decadence. I haven't drunk with someone in a long time. After sitting down, Ash glanced at the glass. Is this glass clean? Even if the house is a mess, the glass must at least be clean. That's the basic respect for the liquor. Let's see what fine liquor you've brought. He had the label on the bottle, and his eyes lit up. It's Peacemaker's inaugural year royal whiskey. This is very expensive. This liquor was specially brewed to commemorate the year the current emperor ascended to the throne, and even ordinary nobility rarely get to taste it. Ash believed that the front Count's attitude towards him would certainly not be too bad after this. Indeed, a fine liquor. It feels very different from the moment it goes down the throat. You drink so fast. Can you truly appreciate its real charm to compare it with the cheap stuff I usually guzzle? Shouldn't I drink this one in big gulps too? Only then can I make a fair judgment. Anyway, front Count, what we need to talk about today. Don't change the subject. I only let you in to drink. If you want to talk about something else, you might as well leave. Then at least prepare some snacks to accompany the drink. Hearing this, front Count Cross, unusually, didn't get angry, but instead casually threw a dark-looking bag. What's this? These are dried fruits made from the fruit of my orchard. You have an orchard? Can you see it out the window? It's just behind this estate. It's a small place, but tending to those fruit trees is my pastime. However, Ash spat out the dried fruits as soon as he put them in his mouth. What is this? It's bitter and fishy. How can anyone eat this? Ash carefully cultivated fruits from my orchard, and you just spit them out. How rude. But despite his words, he spat them out too. Even though I grew these fruits, they really don't taste good, but this is really too horrible to eat. There's no choice but to give it to you as a gift. Why would you give me something you can't even swallow? If I could eat it, I would have kept it for myself. Why would I give it to you? For a moment, Ash found himself without a comeback. Crossroad is located at the southernmost part of the continent, where the sun is plentiful and the land fertile. There's no better place for growing fruit trees. Not just fruits, but other crops as well. If only those monsters wouldn't keep intruding. It's indeed a problem that monsters destroy the land and kill the farmers. But when those creatures are killed, they leave their corrupt magic in the soil. Do you know what happened after that? This area got polluted, and even if crops are planted, they can't escape dying off. So this land is cursed. That's why there are no farms around Crossroad. Front Count Cross looked at his wine glass with a complicated expression, filled with golden liquor brewed from the unharvestable grains and fruits of the region. Since it has come to this, why do you still tend to the orchard? Living in this world, everyone needs something to cling to. That orchard is my attachment. Now, I don't get drunk easily either. Front Count, would you like to guess why I came to see you today? I've told you already. If you want to talk about something else, you can leave. You can drive me away if you want. But let me say what I came to say before I go. The monsters are stirring again, and this time, the scale is not to be underestimated. Last time, 1,000 living armors invaded, and although we managed to stop them, the city walls were severely damaged. But now, the walls are still unrepaired, and there's a dire shortage of soldiers. Front Count, I need the soldiers under your command. I have no soldiers. I've learned that your family has elite soldiers. Indeed, there are some who were personally selected and trained by me, and who have fought battles alongside me all their lives. But when I gave up the title of Lord, when I put down that spear and shield, they too laid down their weapons. Now, they have retired. Please, call them back. It's no use. This land is no longer worth defending. Don't let them die in vain defending a meaningless front. Let them escape. Ash didn't expect that a man from a family that had always guarded this land, from distant ancestors to the present, would say such a thing. I ask you, Prince, why did you come to this land? Everything here is doomed to death, with no future or hope. That is my advice to you as someone who wasted his life guarding this place. Leave, the sooner the better, before you are consumed by its curse. Your Highness, did you succeed in persuading him? No, I failed, but I got a present. These things can't be resolved in a day. Take it slow. By the way, did the front Count Cross encounter something significant in the past? It seems like he has been through a lot. Lucas, Do you know anything? That damn director, Ader, insisted that I hear it from the front count myself. Looks like I need to educate him properly when I get back. Anyway, persuading him is important. But before that, we need to do what we can. Because whatever happens next, the monster attacks will come as expected, and all Ash can do is try to eliminate them as efficiently as possible. Let's return to Crossroad. There is still much to be done. This time, they will face 3 elite monsters and 3,251 large sewer rats. Time quickly moved to the next day, and the giant sword on the city walls had already been cleared. All debris will be cleared, officially starting the work to repair the city walls. Don't clean up the debris of the giant sword. Just throw it in front of the city walls. It will make good roadblocks, perfect for trapping rats. How long is it expected to take to repair the city walls? Because the condition of the walls is worse than we thought. Just get to the point. How many days will it take? 10 more days are needed. But now there are only 7 days left until the next defense battle. The walls of Crossroad are the result of imperial architectural technology. Ash understands that it's not a simple task to mend with just stones. I will have manpower and materials airlifted here. No matter what happens, the walls must be fixed within a week. Ash knows this is an unreasonable demand, but he can only forcefully push them to complete it now. Because of the type of large rats they encountered in the underground city, and there being over 3,000 of them this time, the defense battle definitely cannot go on without the walls. We'll do our best. I will keep your hard work and sacrifices in mind. Everyone, this is the work of guarding the world. Let's all do our best together to successfully defend Crossroad. Ash lived a life of moving between 2 points. During the day, he supervised the repair of the defensive line on the city walls. At night, he went to the house of Front Count Cross to accompany him for drinks. He no longer talked about anything else with the Front Count Cross. They just drank. The defensive line was also being repaired according to plan, and the drinking over these days was taking a toll on Ash's body. Finally, after 4 days of silent drinking, Front Count Cross spoke up for the first time. Your Highness, do you have someone you deeply love? Hearing this question, Ash was a bit stunned. He didn't know how to respond. I asked you, do you have someone you deeply love? From the look of you, you probably don't. Indeed, I don't. Think about it again. Are you sure? You should know Ash isn't from this world. In the world he lives in, Ash has always been alone, never having received someone's love nor having loved someone, just living in solitude. And then after starting to stream, he gradually gained popularity, receiving love from many viewers. But those were also just the viewers' one-sided love for him. Young man, it seems your life is quite boring. Is that something you, who just stays at home drinking alone, should say? Front Count Cross, did you have someone you deeply loved? I did. She was the only person I loved in my lifetime. But she was killed by monsters here in the orchard 3 years ago, so I had to hold a funeral with an empty coffin. The Front Count Cross stared blankly into his glass. There's a curse passed down through the lords of this land. A curse that says one day you'll have to choose between this city and your loved one. It has been this way without exception from the distant ancestors, through my grandfather and my father. As he spoke, the Front Count's hands began to tremble involuntarily. I faced the same choice. At that time, the monsters had been quiet for over a decade. The city was peaceful, but profits were down. Because of the financial situation, we had to start new industries. My wife suggested, let's farm the land south of the front line. The land to the north was abandoned, and the empty land to the south was very enticing. The frequency of monster attacks had decreased, and the magical pollution of the land had vanished. It really was land fit for farming. So I expanded our farmland to the south, and soon refugees from other areas came in droves because the number of monsters was small. It was easy to repel them. For a long time, it seemed we had found a good solution, and this orchard was located at the southernmost of the new frontier. My wife, as the Lord's wife, led the effort in the most dangerous place. I still remember her feeding me grapes with her muddy hands. The fruits from the first year of cultivation were not of good quality, but they tasted sweeter than anything else in the world. So for a brief moment, I had the hope that maybe we would no longer have to fight monsters and could live off the land instead. I asked myself, could it continue like this? But I knew it was impossible. In the second year of cultivation, I received a report that about 100 monsters were approaching the city. I hurried back to the city, and my wife, who stayed at home to look after the orchard, waved to me and told me to be careful. But when I arrived at the city, I learned that the monsters had split into 2 groups. About a dozen had broken off from the main force and attacked the farmland, while the rest were assaulting the city. I had to make a choice, save my wife and the farmland, or protect the tens of thousands of citizens in the city. Your Highness, what do you think I chose? Ash was silent for a few seconds before responding. You chose to protect the city. That's right, just like what our family has done generation after generation following the principle. I chose the city. I locked the city gates, keeping the monsters outside. After hours of fighting, I finally repelled them all. When I hurried back to the farmland on horseback, I found the fields destroyed and all the people there dead. The monsters had torn apart hundreds of people. The orchard and my wife were gone too. I was faithful to my duties, but I lost the most important thing to me. Where did I go wrong? Was it because the defenses against the great monsters weren't strong enough? Or was it because I had forcefully expanded to the south of the front line? Yes, it was all my fault, but the most painful thing for me is that at that moment, I chose to abandon my wife for the city. My daughter said I was crazy. She could never understand why I didn't choose her mother, but the city instead. A few days after this happened, she left this place. In the end, protecting this city all my life led to this. My wife dead, my daughter gone, leaving me alone to grow old here. Young lord, this is just one example. You should know why they call this place the City of Graves, right? The city built over a graveyard, constructed from death itself, will also demand you to make a choice. The moment to sacrifice what you love most to protect this city will surely come. Ash felt that rather than a curse, this was more like a prophecy, as if foretelling an inevitable end. Our family has always borne such sacrifices, but I can no longer allow such things to happen. I will not pass this cursed duty on to my daughter. So, it's true that you returned your position to prevent your daughter from inheriting it? Yes, I want my daughter to leave this cursed land and live a happy and peaceful life. Prince, you asked me to help you protect the city, right? I have already tried my best to protect this place, even losing the most important thing to me. I don't want to continue anymore. I now want to live out my days here in the orchard, not on the city walls. In the reflection on his wine glass, the front count's eyes no longer held the pride of having guarded the front line all his life. They only showed the regret of a man who couldn't protect his wife in her final moments. The front count cross, once famed protectors of Crossroad, now could only numb themselves with alcohol to bear living in this world. This answer should clarify why I don't want to help you. I'm telling you the truth because I appreciate your company these past days. You should leave now, but before you go, I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you ever find yourself facing that moment, make sure you choose wisely. Don't end up with regrets like I did. And now, only 2 days are left until the start of the stage 2. Everyone has worked hard. Have some food and rest. Seeing that Ash had brought food, everyone immediately gathered around. Guys, hurry up and eat, then get back to work. Ash asked the person in charge about the progress of the repairs. Thanks to your reinforcement of manpower, we should be able to finish on schedule. The city wall will be repaired in 2 more days. Then it's also time to set that up. Prince, can I finally use this? It turns out this was the magic scroll Ash had obtained in the dungeon, which the alchemist had just finished studying today. Without hesitation, Ash used the scroll. With a flash of light, the scroll in his hand disappeared. He then began to gather materials for constructing the cannon. The R-rank mana core obtained from the reward chest also came into play. Once the materials were ready, Ash chose a location to build the cannon. In an instant, the ground stones levitated and assembled into a massive cannon under the gaze of the onlookers. Within seconds, a brand new cannon stood proudly on the city wall. Seeing the magical construction technology that had disappeared centuries ago, the alchemist also showed a longing expression. It's also thanks to all of you that we were able to build such a solid defensive line. I'll be counting on everyone moving forward. With that, Ash left the city walls amid the cheers of the crowd. He really hoped that this situation could continue indefinitely. After leaving the city walls, Ash went to the blacksmith shop to customize a set of armor for Lucas using the materials he had previously collected. Although the armor's stats were average, its special feature, Spectre FY, which made the wearer immune to all damage for 5 seconds, was very useful. However, during this period, the wearer could not attack others. I will definitely make good use of it. Of course, I custom made it just for you. Lucas had a wry smile on his face when he came to get measured. Ash decided he needed to regularly bring him gifts in the future. Thank you for making such excellent armor. I should be thanking you. It's been a long time since I've worked with such fine materials. If you bring me more, I will do my best to make even better items. Your Highness, please continue to order custom pieces. As Ash knew, the equipment made in the blacksmith shop was very important for strategy throughout the game, so he would definitely be a frequent visitor there. After handling the business at the blacksmith shop, Ash still had one last thing to do. Let's go to the western region, where the most important event is taking place. On the west field of the fort city, cannons fired again, marking the start of the funeral. This was for the soldiers who had died in the last scenario. Under neatly aligned tombstones, new coffins were being buried. The number of deaths in the last scenario was not large, and Ash didn't know whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate about that. The choir's singing echoed around, and all the rituals were completed in a moment. As night fell, Ash still stood looking at the tombstones, reluctant to leave. He had allocated a significant part of the city's budget to the funerals. He had also set up a subsidy for the deceased, truly in the style of royalty. But this place was the front line against monsters, a place measured by the number of corpses, and there would always be moments when such kindness was unbearable. Front count, did you come here just to say that, or have you run out of alcohol? For someone like me, there's never enough alcohol. I can buy my own. But today, I came for another reason. I asked my old comrades, who used to be my soldiers, if they were willing to help you defend the city. So, how did they respond? They all said they were willing to protect the city again. That's wonderful. Front Count Cross, this is the best news I've heard this week. I don't know how much those old soldiers can help you, but they are rearming themselves. I'll leave the command to you. Be careful when deploying them. They are all old men like me. I really appreciate this. Front Count, you don't need to thank me. Thank them instead. Ash was frustrated by the Front Count's stubbornness, but didn't expect him to come forward to help willingly. It's also thanks to you for speaking to them. I really appreciate it. I can only help you this much. Old man that I am. I leave the city in your hands. New Lord, good luck. Thank you for your help. Front Count Cross, I will perform well, and I'll continue to seek your wisdom in the future. What wisdom? Remember to bring wine. I'm very worried about your health. I'll send you plenty of medicinal supplies. Kid, if you're sending those, you might as well send nothing at all. With that, the Front Count waved his hand and left Crossroad, which he had protected all his life. Ash watched the Front Count's fading figure, wishing he could ask him to stay. Despite his age, the Front Count Cross, having commanded the defense of this frontier all his life, could still be a great help in the defensive battles. However, Ash couldn't do that because the Front Count had already lost too much in this city. All Ash could do was silently watch the old man's departing figure. He thought about having a long conversation with the Front Count the next time they had a chance, listening to the former lord's advice, but he never dreamed that there would never be a next time. 2 days quickly passed, and the city walls were fully repaired. Although many parts were rushed, the wall's defensive capabilities were still solid. Now everything was ready, not only with ample supplies, but also the previously missing manpower had been replenished. Although the Silver Soldiers originally had over 1,000 members, only 300 were present here now, but having so many come was already quite fortunate. It's definitely good news. The automated defense cannon will greatly compensate for the lack of firepower, and the kill zone prepared specifically for the monsters is also ready. Ash now felt confident that he could easily repel this enemy attack. Just then, a man wearing a mask appeared in view. On that empty land, he stood alone, silently watching Crossroad. Suddenly, a soldier on horseback rushed over from a distance. Your Highness, the scouting base reports that the monsters are surging towards Crossroad. Soon, Ash saw the empty land filled with dust. They are coming. Do not let your guard down. Since playing this game, Ash had never had such a fantastic start, but at this moment, he couldn't understand why someone would appear on the monster's inevitable path. Your Highness, what's wrong? Lucas, I just saw a person over there. But looking in the direction Ash was pointing, besides the billowing dust, there was nothing there. Damien, didn't you see a person over there? Damien immediately activated his 1,000-mile eyes. I didn't see anyone. Ash looked ahead with a grave expression, hoping he had indeed been mistaken. Just then, the walls began to tremble. This meant the besieging monsters were very close, but the more this happened, the more Ash needed to stay calm. Regardless of what he had just seen, he must focus on the battle at hand. No matter the number of enemies, there was only one thing Ash could do, and that was to stop them. Artillery troops prepared to fire. At the command, the sound of cannons erupted along the city walls. Countless shells flew towards the rat swarm, causing massive damage in the narrow passageways. The first barrage alone shattered hundreds of rats. Ash knew well that the rat swarm's main feature was its numbers. Nothing else really mattered, and because they were so numerous, they moved in groups. Just one area attack could eliminate a large group at once. Unnoticed, the battle had been raging for over 30 minutes. Continuing at this pace, they could surely get through the scene unscathed. But just then, the rats began to climb over the wooden barricades. Ash quickly picked up a telescope to observe the battlefield. It turned out that the corpses of the rat swarm had piled up under the wooden walls, and the monsters were climbing over the barricade on the bodies of their fellow creatures. As the bodies of the monsters continued to pile up, the wall, unable to bear the weight, collapsed. The failure of the killing zone was unexpected for Ash. He quickly commanded the artillery and ballista units to adjust their aim. Fortunately, there was still some distance between the killing zone and the city walls, filled with obstacles, but Ash overlooked one thing. The rats moved too quickly once they were unimpeded. The large cannons and ballistas couldn't target these swiftly moving rats. For a moment, Ash couldn't think of a solution. As the commander, he should have been aware of the rats' characteristics. Perhaps the recent string of good news had made him overlook the most important matter. If things continued this way, more rats than Ash anticipated would reach the walls. Just then, the automatic defense turret activated, firing dozens of shells in an instant, all hitting the monsters below the walls with precise accuracy. Ash was stunned by its effectiveness, but a single automatic defense turret was still not enough to turn the tide of the entire battlefield. and after exhausting its shells, the turret entered a reloading sequence. There was nothing left to stop the rats, while the shards of the giant sword served some purpose. It was only a matter of time before they reached the walls. Once they reached the walls, it was inevitable that they would have to use soldiers' bodies to stop the rats, surely resulting in many casualties. And this was just the beginning. Suddenly, each subsequent shell effectively halted the monster's advance. "That's right, little one. You're doing a great job." It turns out the Silver Soldiers was a group of battle-hardened veterans, providing invaluable experience to the younger soldiers. "Stay sharp, push through in one go. It's okay to misfire now and then. Keep firing. Even a wall of fire is effective. Your Highness, you don't need to worry about this side. We old soldiers will properly command here." These veterans stayed close to the soldiers, acting as mentors and pulling the crumbling battlefield back on track. Thanks to the activity of the Silver Soldiers, they were able to effectively target the sewer rats. Meanwhile, Ash and his teammates were also performing their tasks. Lucas was commanding the front line, following Ash's orders precisely. Even if Ash's commands were sometimes unclear, Lucas was able to interpret them and issue accurate orders. Damien was responsible for sniping. Although slower, his shots were highly accurate, picking off rats close to the walls. Though his role was prominent in such a large-scale battle, he still relieved some of Ash's pressure. Lily was still managing the defensive artifacts on the scene. She deliberately raised her voice, as if trying to show Ash that she was genuinely working hard. Even so, Ash couldn't let her step back now. The only exception was Jupiter. While everyone else was busy repelling monsters, she was lying on the city walls, drinking wine. Although Ash had indeed told her to rest first, he didn't expect Jupiter to be drinking openly. Given that Jupiter was a valuable mage, Ash found it hard to reprimand her directly. In truth, Ash didn't really like this grandmother. But so far, the defense lines were holding up well, and the automatic defense turret had already reloaded. Each of its shots was effective against the rat swarm. Continuing this way, they were sure to smoothly clear the stage. But just then, Ash noticed an inconspicuous black dot again. Unmistakably was the figure Ash had just seen. Realizing he hadn't been mistaken, Ash immediately drew a map. Stunned, he saw that an enemy NPC had appeared in Stage 2. Although this game presents different events in each stage, involving NPCs from enemy kingdoms with a lake kingdom, these NPCs obstruct the scenario in their own ways. However, it's only Stage 2 now. Enemy NPCs should not be appearing yet, and since Eater is not here, he cannot inquire about the current situation. "Damien, you saw that man, right? Your Highness, are you referring to that bard? Don't hesitate, aim straight for his head and shoot, but he looks like a human, just like us." It was only after hearing Damien mention Bard that Ash remembered who that person really was. Make sure to shoot him in the head before he starts playing his flute. But Damien hesitated, his hands shaking. He did not want to point his weapon at a human. "Didn't you say you wanted to be my gun? If you don't want to see more people die, aim at his head right now." But it was all too late. A melodious flute sound drifted up to the city walls. Ash slowly turned back towards the direction of the bard, seeing the flute being brought to his lips. The post-melodious sound made Ash's blood run cold. Suddenly, all the sewer rats stopped moving. The soldiers on the city walls were also stunned, not understanding why the rats had suddenly halted. The next second, all the rats let out a piercing scream. As if responding to the bard's flute, they surged toward a specific location. Where are they heading? What's their target? It's the center of the wall. That's the part that was just finished today. Cannon and ballista units, change your aiming points. Concentrate all firepower. Almost instantly, as Ash gave the command, the cannons and ballista on the wall fired simultaneously. But it was too late. The battlefield was too rapidly changing, and the movements of the monsters were too sudden. The speeding rats left the soldiers no time to react. What followed stunned everyone. The foremost rats slammed head-on into the wall and died. And it didn't stop there. The monsters that arrived next continued to crash into the wall, the very same wall that had just been repaired that morning. While everyone had done their best in the limited time, the wall's condition was inevitably imperfect, as it had been hurriedly repaired only in the most visibly damaged sections. Some gaps were unavoidable. Now, the swarm of monsters was attacking those gaps. They banged their heads against the wall, pried open iron sheets with their toenails, and chewed through the stone, dismantling the wall in ways other monsters could not. Only rats could do this, even at the cost of their lives. They were relentless, yet Ash had no way to stop at all. In that moment, whether it was just Ash's imagination or not, he thought he saw the bard smile. The bard is an NPC from the Lake Kingdom, known among players as the Pied Piper, capable of commanding monsters with his flute. Damien quickly aimed for his head. He must not escape, but Damien's hands trembled continuously. It seemed as if the bard, perhaps provocatively, adjusted his hat while under Damien's aim. "Damien, how long are you going to wait?" But until the bard disappeared, Damien couldn't fire the crossbow in his hands. Instead, he seemed relieved to put it down after the bard had fled. "I'm very sorry, Your Highness. Although he's an enemy, I can't shoot a person." Ash understood. After all, Damien's original profession was a healer. However, among their enemies were many humans, and battling humans was inevitable in the future. Damien couldn't overcome this issue. His effectiveness in battle would be greatly reduced. This was a problem Ash had to address soon. Let's talk about this after the war is over. Right now, Ash had more pressing issues to handle. We must not let those monsters get close to the wall. Concentrate all firepower. Jupiter, you have work to do. Show up now. I knew you'd need me. I've been ready. Blast those rats to bits. Instantly, powerful lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the rat swarm in front of the walls. Prepare the flamethrower artifacts. Use maximum power. Your Highness, activating the flamethrower artifacts. The next second, intense flames burst forth from the artifacts, instantly turning the area in front of the walls into a zone impassable by the rat swarm. You think the Empire's fortress is just for show? A bunch of brainless idiots. Just then, the system suddenly provided a new prompt. The boss that had just been indicated by a question mark suddenly had a name. The Ratman Champion. This meant the boss had appeared, and it brought a second wave of sewer rats. Their intent was clear. They wanted to breach the weakest part of the wall. Don't just stand there watching. We must stop them. All cannons fired at the newly appeared Ratman Champions, but the Ratman Champions ignored the cannon fire and charged straight for the wall. Keep in mind that these creatures were at least twice the size of any rat person Ash had seen in the dungeon. If they reached the wall, all previous efforts would be in vain. Just then, the automatic defense turret completed loading its shells. Instantly, dozens of cannonballs were fired directly at the Ratman Champions. The overwhelming firepower engulfed them. Just like that, the first boss fell before everyone, but the situation did not improve. They came again. Get ready. We must take down the Ratman Champions. Fire at will. Don't hold back. Full firepower. Activate the magic amplification artifact. Target Jupiter. Your Highness, I feel like I have endless strength now. You bunch of rat pests. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Dozens of lightning bolts rained down on the rat swarm, instantly melting countless rats. However, because the attack was so widespread, Jupiter's power was diluted, and the remaining damage was not enough to kill the Ratman Champions. Lily, use the flamethrower now. Your Highness, the artifact is still cooling down. I know, Lily, you need to take action yourself. The fierce firepower quickly engulfed the Ratman Champions. Amidst the blazing flames, the Ratman Champions finally stopped, and the second one fell. Just then, the third Ratman Champion clawed through its fallen comrades. There's only one left. We must stop it. Lucas held his sword over his shoulder, his expression utterly determined. The next second, his longsword flew straight out from the wall, but the damage from this strike was still not enough to kill the Ratman Champion. Your Highness, we need one more shot. Damien, put an end to this. Without any hesitation, Damien fired his stone crossbow. Success. We've taken it down. But in the next second, the Ratman Champion staggered toward the city wall. Ash hadn't expected it to still be able to move after taking so much damage. With a loud crash, the Ratman Champion fell, but it collapsed right under the wall. Damn, the wall has been breached. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. The front Count Cross watched the battle from afar. As a battle-hardened commander, he instantly recognized the difference in these creatures. They were not only massive in scale, but had also formed a unified legion, rather than a mixed crowd. He couldn't imagine. Having already endured 3 such battles, the front Count finally understood why Ash had pleaded for his help. The playboy, known only for his indulgences in the capital, had performed incredibly well, but it was all still too dangerous. The front Count hesitated to help, but then he remembered the scene when he returned to his orchard. The memories Crossroad left him were too painful, and as a retired old man, he felt no need to take to the field himself. But just then, the front Count heard a loud noise. The Ratman Champion had breached the gates of Crossroad in its dying moments, but the front Count had sworn off battle. Now he only wanted to return to his orchard. My wife, wait for me. I will definitely protect you this time. Meanwhile, issue a shelter-in-place order for the city. Now the gate had been breached, and the city's residents were no longer safe. The second wave of the rat swarm was almost upon them. Leave all the artillery and archers behind. Those who can engage in hand-to-hand combat, go to the base of the wall. Everyone else, keep firing. We must establish a fire barrier before the wall collapses. Jupiter, you may fight on your own judgment, but try to eliminate as many enemies in one go as possible. Once you've gathered enough magic power, release all the lightning. What other artifacts do we have available? Only haste is left. What about the flamethrower artifact? It'll be another 10 minutes till it's charged. Use haste on the troops at the front line immediately, and deploy the flamethrower as soon as it's charged. At this moment, Damien was engulfed in deep self-blame, feeling that the current situation was all his own doing. Ash lightly tapped Damien's head with a noggin knocker. "You've been performing well up to this point. I won't blame you for a minor mistake or two. So, don't be discouraged." As a sniper who could hit the enemy with 100% accuracy, Damien was essentially a cheat character in this world. Just having such a capable subordinate like him already made Ash feel immensely powerful. "So I hope you can have confidence in yourself just as I believe in you. Listen, Damien, you need to act as the last line of defense for the fortress, sniping those rats that slipped through the gaps between the combat soldiers' defense and invade the city." All Ash could do now was pray that they would all fulfill their roles. "They're getting in. Combat army, get ready." Instantly, all the soldiers' expressions turned extremely solemn. They were waiting for the moment the rats entered the fortress. The first rat that got in was immediately slain with a single stroke. As the commander of the combat soldiers, Lucas had to set an example. "Their entryway is narrow. Don't panic. Just deal with them one by one." With Lucas's encouragement, all the soldiers were highly motivated. Yet, Ash noticed something was off. The number of rats coming through the wall was increasing, and Ash suddenly realized that these creatures must be stealthily widening their pathway. The flamethrower artifact is ready, but the next second, a scream caught Ash's attention. Some of the rats had already climbed up the wall and killed the alchemists, falling before Lily. Ash quickly rushed over and punched a rat, but the damage was not high this time, and the creature was merely knocked back. Now, more and more rats were continually climbing up the wall. "Come at me, all of you, you damned creatures." Due to the casualties among the alchemists, the artifacts could not be activated. Casualties were also mounting among the combat soldiers, who were supposed to help reduce the load on the others, and injuries were increasing on both sides. Even Ash had to join the fight, relying on his lucky strike gloves. At this rate, irreparable losses were indeed imminent. Just then, a turning point occurred. "There's Front Count Cross." Hearing the soldier shout, Ash hurriedly looked towards the plains outside the city. A dazzling light was emanating from not far away, and Ash recognized that spear. It was the same one the front count had pointed at him initially. That stubborn old drunk was now charging alone towards the monsters. "Come at me, you damned creatures." Seeing the familiar glow at night, Ash's heart surged with hope. Ash knew that front count had used a wide area of provocation, drawing all the rats' attention to him. He couldn't understand why this old man, who had refused to guard the fortress any longer, was doing this. "What are you doing, Front Count? You'll get yourself killed." But all that came back was Front Count's determined gaze. Cheryl Cross was born in a fortress meant to stop monsters. Whether it was inheriting the title of Front Count after his father's death, or becoming a lord at a young age, he spent every day hunting monsters for him. The world was just that simple, until that woman came to the city. "What will you be selling in this city?" "Selling flowers, my lord." The female merchant received permission to open a shop in the city, and Cheryl Cross was speechless. Here on the front line of monster territory, they needed arms and ammunition. What use were flowers that would soon wither? It's precisely because they are useless that people need flowers. The beauty of flowers comes from their brief lifespan. Cheryl Cross couldn't understand, so he suspected the woman was a spy sent by the enemy. To find proof that she was a spy, he visited the flower shop daily. Eventually, he began to distinguish the colors and scents of flowers and memorized all their types, yet he still couldn't understand why flowers were considered beautiful. A year later, Cheryl Cross proposed to her. Back to the present, Front Count's skill drew all the monsters' attention. The rat army swung towards him alone, and just like in the past, the Front Count charged fearlessly into the mass of creatures. Being what he was once best at, Front Count also remembered that day was also a monster invasion day. That evening, after repelling the monsters, he hurried home. "Look, honey, this is your daughter." Cheryl Cross hadn't yet had time to wash off the blood and dust. He carefully picked up the little one. "Evangeline, our daughter, as beautiful as her name." But Cheryl Cross wasn't sure, so he didn't respond. He didn't understand how such a fragile being, which could disappear so easily, could fill a person with joy. Just moments ago, while slaughtering monsters, he had been fearless, but now he couldn't make sense of anything. To quickly rally the troops, do not use heavy weapons to avoid accidentally injuring Front Count. Use only stone crossbows and bows, first shooting those peripheral rats. Lucas, take all the soldiers capable of melee combat outside the city. We must rescue Front Count, my lord. We're not just going to rescue Front Count. This time, our strategy is to attack from behind the pack of rats, so we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. We will annihilate those creatures and return alive with the Front Count. Everyone, let's take down those creatures and bring the Front Count back alive. At this moment, Ash could only pray inwardly, hoping that the Front Count would be safe. The old drunkard, who had sworn not to guard the city anymore, was now fighting for it. Cheryl Cross himself did not understand why he was doing this, having decided to spend his final days beside his wife. Why had he chosen the city again? He didn't know what it was about this detestable city that had drawn him back to the battlefield. Although he had spent his life trying to understand, he still did not. However, one thing was clear to him: the flowers and his daughter. He was determined to protect those delicate, fleeting lives from these monsters. My daughter lives beyond these walls, and so does the world in which my daughter lives. Not one shall pass, not one can. As time passed, Cheryl Cross's wounds multiplied, but he still did not fall. He continued to block the monsters. He knew, no matter how earnestly he cultivated the orchard, no matter how many monsters he hunted here, those times could never return. But this man, who had known only battle all his life, was about to wield his spear again, if only to kill one more monster, if only to delay them 1 second longer. Cheryl Cross was determined to fight off his companions to the underworld. Gradually, the surroundings quieted down. He thought, perhaps he had already breathed his last. Just then, a voice nearby caught his attention. "Front Count Cross, you have defeated all the monsters." The battle was over, and only then did Cheryl Cross come to his senses. The monsters had been eliminated. "You can rest now." Thus, Cheryl Cross, the front count of Crossroad, fell. After repelling the monsters, Ash immediately rode to the scene. "Your Highness, I apologize. It seems I have arrived too late." Ash did not scold him, but walked forward step by step under the watchful eyes of all the soldiers. In that moment, Damien was tending to the front count among the crowd. Seeing Ash looking at him, Damien shook his head. Ash immediately took out a high-level potion from the reward chest. "Maybe with this, put it back. That won't cure my wounds. It will only make them hurt more. Help me up. I can't see anything." "Is the battle over?" "It's over. Front count, you've done a great service." "Did they breach the walls?" "They did breach, but we didn't let a single monster in. The people in the city are safe." "That's good. Don't look so gloomy. This is the monster frontier. People dying is inevitable. It's just my turn now. Don't feel sad for one person's death. Feel happy for the victory, for the survival. This is a city built on graves, derisively named for its many dead. But it also means that even on a graveyard, life goes on. Mourning too much will bring the city to a halt. Funerals are fine, but they should also make everyone feel the corresponding joy. I will definitely keep that in mind. Front count, hope is the best motivation for living. So if anyone should die, it should be me. Someone who has no more hopes, who can afford to lose. Please promise me one last thing." "Prince Ash, say it." "Front count, everything within my power. If one day, my daughter comes here, please tell her, Daddy is sorry. I hope you can live freely and do as you wish." "I'm sorry, my wife. As a knight, I ultimately couldn't protect anything. Not the orchard, not you, and not our daughter. No, front count, you saved the world. Not just once. Your whole life has been about saving the world, saving everyone above the front lines. This world owes you a lot." But the front count did not respond anymore. He just kept apologizing, and Ash knew that the front count could no longer hear him. It was then that Ash thought of the bag of dried fruit the front count had given him. He had not understood why the front count kept those dried fruits, which even he didn't like, but perhaps they were meant for this moment. "These grapes, they really are sweet." With a smile, the front count stopped breathing. A heavy toll of bells came from afar, signaling the end of the monster invasion and the lifting of the shelter orders. Ash couldn't understand. This man who lost everything to protect the city, who had voluntarily given up his legacy because he detested the city so much, why he came back in the final hour, and what he sacrificed for. What is it about this battlefront that devours a person's life? So heavy. Front count, the mantle of lord of this city is truly heavy. The tolling of the bells continued to echo in the air, bringing an end to this difficult day. Cheryl Cross became the only heroic character to die in this scenario. When Ash returned to the mansion, it was already dark. "Lord, you're finally back. Are you injured? I've been very worried about you." Ash ignored Ader's praise and grabbed him by the collar instead. Ader had not reacted before Ash pinned him against the wall. "Explain yourself now, you damn director. The current situation is obviously very strange. What's with the absurd difficulty? The tutorial scene is supposed to be like that, so I didn't mind. Even when the living armors appeared in the first stage, I thought it was just bad luck and didn't think much of it. But an NPC that commands monsters in stage 2? Even hell difficulty wouldn't have such a thing. What have you done? Will there be more weird things in the next stage? You said you would help me, so why hide these things? Explain yourself." "Lord, you might not believe me, but I'm helping you in my own way." "Stop talking nonsense. How can this be helping me? And you didn't tell me anything. That necklace you got in the tutorial scene, once you pass stage 3, its skills will be unlocked. Once that skill is unlocked, you will understand all the points you find puzzling now. Just one more stage, and you will see why all this is happening. I hope, Lord, that you can bear it. I sincerely pray that after you know the truth about this crazy world, you will continue to fight as resolutely as now, because by then, it will really be impossible to escape. Escape what? Why should I escape? Escape the world itself. But Ader did not tell Ash all the truth. That day, a little girl started her journey home. Flags fluttered half-mast everywhere in the city. 3 days had passed since the end of Stage 2. Although the air was heavy, Crossroad was busy as usual preparing for the next defensive battle. After a day's schedule, Ash took the carriage back to the mansion. There were still 12 days until the next stage, and the city wall repairs were going smoothly. However, when Ash reached the entrance of the mansion, he saw an unfamiliar figure. He was just about to alert Lucas, but the person had already come to the carriage window. As a lord, Ash was attacked right at his own mansion entrance. Fortunately, the girl's attack didn't hit Ash. In fact, she seemed to be just trying to burst the carriage's tire. After the attack, Lucas immediately got out to check on Ash. After confirming Ash was unharmed, he immediately drew his sword, aiming at the attacker. To their surprise, the attacker was a little girl. It's just a kid. You can't take her lightly just because she's a kid. She must be a trained combatant. Look at her clothes. That's the uniform of the Imperial Royal Academy. What is a student of the Academy doing here? State your name immediately. It seems I should be the one asking you that. Old man, this was my house, but when I came back, I found it occupied by a bunch of strangers. I don't know if these people have started as troublemaking bandits or if they are forces of an invading duke from another country. There's too little information. Just as I was hesitating, I happened to see you old men arriving in a carriage, so I stopped you. You could have just asked, why did you have to damage the carriage? That's how the school teaches us to suppress first if you suspect they are enemies. But I didn't intend to damage the carriage to this extent. I am sorry for that. Back to the point. Who exactly are you? Why are you occupying someone else's house without permission? I'll decide whether to teach you a lesson based on your answer. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? This is the mansion of the Lord of Crossroad. Of course it belongs to the Lord. What are you saying? My father is the Lord of this place. The moment she said this, both Ash and Lucas fell silent. On the third day after the front count's death, his daughter had returned. I see. So you are Evangeline Cross. Do you know me? I often heard your father mention you. In that moment of eye contact, Ash truly felt that this girl was the front count's daughter. Those green eyes very much like her father's. But Ash remembered that in the game, Evangeline was a tall and stately beauty, so he couldn't understand why the Evangeline in front of him was so short. How can you comment on someone's appearance directly? That's very rude. Only then did Ash notice that Evangeline was trembling with anger. You actually mock someone's physical shortcomings to their face. You must think you have many lives. I only have one. Then you should value your life more. I've changed my mind. I just wanted to ask about the situation, but now I'm serious. As soon as the words were spoken, Evangeline rushed towards Ash. Seeing this familiar stance, Ash confirmed she must be the daughter of the front count. The next second, Evangeline's attack was blocked by Lucas' sword. Put down your spear. The person in front of you is the Empire's third prince. Not only do you occupy someone else's house, but now you also falsely claim to be royalty. Taking advantage of Lucas' distraction, Evangeline kicked the sword out of his hand. The third prince is a well-known playboy. How could he possibly come to such a remote place? From the look in Lucas' eyes, it was clear he was taking this seriously. Ash had not expected things to turn out this way. This uncle has quite the skill. Of course, Miss Evangeline, I was also your senior at the academy. I am Lucas Macrager, the salutatorian of the 369th class of the Imperial Royal Academy, and behind me is Prince Ash. He too was your senior at the academy, a legend among the students of the 369th class. Ash was curious why the owner of this body had such a story. Apparently, Ash, being a prince, had vowed to be the last in his class at the Imperial Royal Academy. Now you even falsely claim to be my school seniors. Do you think I am an idiot who cannot distinguish school seniors? But since you want to play, I will play along. The valedictorian, who graduated early from the 375th class, Evangeline Cross, greets the two seniors from the 369th class. Thus, Evangeline and Lucas ended up grappling with each other, and by the looks of it, both were seriously fighting. Perhaps because they were both SSRs, their fight was very intense. Although such a battle was an eye-opener for Ash. But if this continues, someone will definitely get hurt. Enough already, there must be some misunderstanding. Let's have a proper talk and clear it up. But the two knights were already fully immersed in their fight, completely ignoring Ash's words. Having no other choice, Ash had to rely on his lucky strike gloves to stop this meaningless fight. He thought, as long as he doesn't inflict too much damage, it would be enough to calm them both down. However, an accident happened. Ash's punch landed on Evangeline's shield, and the lucky strike gloves actually dealt 777 damage. Ash had not expected that he would draw this unexpected number at this moment. Evangeline discovered that her shield was suddenly glowing with colorful lights. The next second, the glow enveloped the entire Lord's mansion, and Ash, who threw that punch, was also quite frightened by it. He didn't understand why, at such a time, he would be so lucky to hit the jackpot. Your Highness, that punch of yours was quite something. How did you manage to do that? But no matter what, Evangeline is still just a child. How could you strike a child so harshly? Lucas, you don't think she stopped breathing, do you? Evangeline remembered, every time monsters invaded the city when she was a child, her mother would always come to her room to stay with her. Mom came to comfort you because she was worried you were afraid of the monsters. Even though her mother always said that, Evangeline knew that it was actually her mother who was afraid of the monsters. Mom, really, Dad will defeat all the monsters. There's nothing to be afraid of. But Evangeline later understood. It wasn't the monsters her mother feared, but losing her father, and worrying that one day, her daughter would also face the fate of fighting on that perilous front line. Thus, the image of her mother gradually faded from Evangeline's memory. She woke up. Around her was a scent she was all too familiar with. It turned out Evangeline had returned to her own room. With a knock on the door, Evangeline's room door opened. Hearing someone enter, she immediately covered herself with her blanket. Ash walked straight in, sitting on the chair beside Evangeline's bed. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. How have you been during this time? It's quite obvious, even without asking. You like hunting monsters so much. You must be having fun every day. Actually, Evangeline didn't want to say these words, but thinking of her father, the words just unconsciously came out. I'm sorry, Evangeline, I'm not your dad. Evangeline then realized that her body was wrapped in bandages, and her weapons had also been taken away. It seems I was indeed too harsh yesterday. So it was you, the uncle from yesterday, looking frail, but throwing crazy punches. Anyway, let me introduce myself one last time. I am the third prince of the Empire and the current Lord of Crossroad, Ash von Hyder Everblack, a bandit who seized the Lord's mansion, claiming to be the Lord here, and even pretending to be the Empire's third prince. I'm not a 3-year-old. Why are you still spouting nonsense? Ash didn't say anything. He just calmly took out his emblem, the household tag of the Everblack royalty. It's actually real. I'm a fan of the prince. Could you sign an autograph for me? Although Ash felt a bit helpless, he still did as Evangeline requested. Is it because I'm the Empire's most famous playboy that you became my fan? Don't you know? You're the most unruly playboy in the entire Empire. I've always wanted to rebel against my father, not only causing trouble, but also acting recklessly, even tarnishing the family name. So I ran away from home and enrolled in the Royal Academy, which my father despises the most. I was even forced to become a model student there. Ash knew well that Evangeline wasn't just a model student. She completed the 6-year course in just 3 years and graduated early as the valedictorian. She was a genius who would leave her mark on the Academy's history. My only act of rebellion was not contacting my father for 3 years. That's quite an adorable form of rebellion. But at that time, I heard about your legend. Despite having the Emperor as your father, you had the guts to make him angry every day with different trouble each week. Not only did you make a fountain out of gold, but you also laid out carpets made of gemstones. I heard the Emperor was so furious that he nearly had a heart attack. You're amazing. So cool, Prince. You're my role model. Ash didn't expect that his trashy life could actually become someone else's inspiration. But speaking of which, Prince, where's the old man from my family? I'm planning to use the Playboy filial piety method that I learned from watching you to deal with him one step at a time. Did he find out in advance and hide? Evangeline, so you didn't return because of the news? What news? I just came home after graduating. Upon hearing Evangeline's words, Ash couldn't help but clench his fists. Prince, did something happen here? I'm sorry to inform you in this way, Miss Evangeline, but your father, Cheryl Cross, the front count, has passed away. He sacrificed his life a few days ago in a battle against monsters, saving everyone in the city. His sacrifice was truly honorable. I have recorded your father's great deeds in detail and reported them to the royal family. Given his many years of service, he should receive the Royal Military Medal. The funeral will be held in 3 days, and I plan to conduct it with the highest honors. So it turns out, I had planned to officially become an unfilial daughter from now on, but it seems he has already escaped. He always said he would die on the battlefield fighting monsters, and it really happened that way. I still had complaints, but he has already left. I still hadn't finished complaining, and he just left like that. I'm sorry. As the current lord and commander on the front lines, your father's sacrifice is my responsibility, so you should rightfully blame me. Uncle, are you really Prince Ash? I heard that the prince was only concerned with himself and didn't care about the feelings of those around him. I am a reckless playboy. Stop calling me a playboy in front of me. There will be a servant waiting at the door. Command them if you need anything. Just as Ash was about to leave, Evangeline called out to him again. I'm really sorry about yesterday, the carriage, and everything. I understand. You should rest now. With that, the room was left with only Evangeline again. Prince Ash, you should first know Miss Evangeline's age. She is still a student, 2 years younger than Damien. She was supposed to appear in the game in the end of the second year or the beginning of the third year at the earliest, but due to various situations in the game, she appeared earlier than usual. I see. No wonder Evangeline looks different from her character in the game. As a tank class, Evangeline's agility is unusually high. Just these stats alone qualify her for the title of the strongest tank. However, at this time, Ash discovered a strange characteristic. Because Evangeline is still young, she might make both big and small mistakes on the battlefield. This shows that appearing too early might not be entirely beneficial. But Evangeline is still a child, and at her age, she should not be on the battlefield, but should be playing and having fun with friends like any normal person. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Ash's brain, reminding him of a familiar figure. Your Highness, do you want to invite Evangeline to join the team? Ader's question brought Ash back to reality, but Ash did not answer him. Don't you plan to invite her? Miss Evangeline could become a great asset in battle. To say I don't want her would be impossible. That would definitely be a lie. But Ash had once promised the front count, the deceased lord's last words, that he did not want his daughter caught up in the family curse. I have to keep my promise. I plan to let that kid do whatever she wants, whatever she likes. But Lord, your expression tells a different story. It might be better to force her to stay. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss her. I'm sure I will regret it, but I don't want to compromise human morals just to succeed. But didn't you make it through Iron Man Hell mode precisely because you didn't hold morality too highly? If I use the same methods to succeed again, doesn't that mean I haven't made any progress? I want to be stronger than I was yesterday. The constraints of morality will one day choke you, my lord. Though I don't intend to act like a saint, I also don't want to become a monster. Even in this world where human life is as light as a feather, I still want to be human. That's all. Regardless, help me take care of her. She's going through adolescence and is probably feeling very conflicted. But Lord, how should we handle Miss Evangeline's spirit and shield? After appraisal, her weapons, both SSR items, were found to be too damaged to even be used as materials. How should we compensate her? You know, in this world, SSR items represent value and rarity. Right, we could make her a new set of equipment. After all, there's still some of the high-grade mana core left from the last group battle. That mana core has already been used up to make mana guns. My Lucky Strike gloves is also an SSR item. Can I compensate her with that? That's definitely not possible. Lord, who would want such a useless item? If that's the case, then there's only one thing to do. Have the team assemble. We should go gather mana cores now. It's also time to inspect the dungeon. Thus, a few hours later, everyone gathered in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. It feels like it's been a while. Has everyone rested well these past few days? From the looks of it, they were all prepared for the dungeon inspection. All except for Lily. Why me again? Didn't you say there are some newcomers this time? Take them instead. Though it's true there are new mercenaries, they're all unranked, which for now isn't sufficient to join the main team. If I could find a character good enough to replace you, I wouldn't want to force you like this every time. Just then, an unexpected person appeared. Where are you all going? Seeing the sudden appearance of a stranger, Lily also stopped what she was doing. Some of you might be seeing her for the first time, so say hello. She's the only daughter of the front count, Evangeline Cross. The moment they heard the name, everyone immediately saluted the girl in front of them. Even the usually irreverent Jupiter became serious. Please accept our condolences for your father, Lady Evangeline. Thank you all for your concern, but it's okay. So where are you preparing to go now? We're heading to the dungeon. Where around the city would there be such a thing? Are you talking about the dungeon under the lake? That's just an absurd old tale. Although occasionally some foolish adventurers flock there for the treasures beneath the lake, none have ever returned alive. This is not an absurd story. We've already been there. So you mean to say, there's a dungeon in the place managed by generations of the Cross family that I don't know about, and the prince himself has been there? It's possible your family has always known, just not you. Evangeline didn't take the lessons that an heir should. So even if this secret has been passed down through the Cross family, she couldn't possibly know. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, we're setting out now. Don't be fooled by my size. I am the valedictorian of the Royal Academy, and I am confident I can outperform anyone in combat. Moreover, I am the sole heir to the Cross family. My parents died because of the monsters that came from the lake, so I have the right to go. However, it was for this very reason that Ash did not want to take her. Her parents' last wish was for her to escape the confines of the Cross family. Are you physically well? Especially well. And how about your mood? Have you calmed down now? Doing nothing would only make things messy. Better to get moving. Just take me with you. With that said, Ash had no reason to continue refusing her. Moreover, Ash felt the expectant gaze of someone behind him. If that's the case, Lily, you stay in Crossroad. After Evangeline joined the team, a new team buff appeared. Dual Knights increased physical defense for all team members by 20%. Since Evangeline joined temporarily, Ader brought over the equipment she used as a child. Are we all ready to depart? Seeing everyone's readiness, Ash knew they were prepared. I will introduce the team members to you in detail on the way. Now we are departing. Junior Evangeline, let me, your senior, take you to the hidden wonders of your hometown. Soon, the group arrived at the first area, the dried sewer. Your Highness, haven't we already surveyed this area? Why are we here again? Because not only have new members joined, but I also think that coordination is more efficient in simpler areas. Are you saying the monsters have returned here? Exactly that. After a defense battle ends, the monsters in the dungeon will resurrect. That's why players can continuously level up and farm items. Especially since the monsters in the beginner areas are less dangerous, it's suitable for the reserve team to level up here. The main team is responsible for strategizing and surveying the dungeon, opening paths to deeper areas, and defeating bosses to clear stages. Although Ash leads the main team to give Evangeline time to adapt to the dungeon, he brought them to the simplest first area. But Evangeline, using teleportation for the first time, immediately felt unwell. So teleportation can make one feel dizzy. This is the first time I've seen someone get dizzy from teleportation. What are you two uncles looking at? I'm perfectly fine. How can that be? Miss, you look very strained. Ash had thought that since both were tanks, they would get along well. But so far, that doesn't seem to be the case. After Evangeline recovered, they headed deeper into the dungeon. There really is such a place. How did you know about it, Your Highness? Even as a member of the Cross family, I didn't know. Ash had anticipated she would ask this, so he had already thought of an excuse. The Emperor would not send me here without reason. From their reactions, it was clear this explanation was very plausible. In this empire, the Emperor's name is a good reason. Wherever mentioned, his name makes everything seem reasonable. Let's keep moving. There are many things I'm not at liberty to discuss. Evangeline, visiting the Kingdom of the Lake for the first time, seemed very uncomfortable. She hadn't expected it to be so dark here. You'll need to get used to it quickly, because the whole dungeon is shrouded in this darkness. If you're afraid of the dark, you should go back now. What a joke. I'm not afraid of the dark. After joking with Ash, Evangeline visibly relaxed. She didn't say much after that. Soon, Ash stopped. What's the monster we're hunting today? A rumbling noise surrounded them, and a giant golem stood in front of Ash. The task in the first room was to eliminate 4 stone golems inside the room. It's worth noting that golems are not easy monsters to deal with early on. Just the thought of these large creatures swarming could be overwhelming, perhaps because it was her first time in the dungeon. Evangeline seemed a bit nervous. This was when a commander needed to step up. Now that the enemy is right in front of us, let's see what you all are capable of. Eager to prove herself, Evangeline rushed forward first. With a loud boom, Evangeline blocked the golem's attack with her shield, but the tingling sensation in her arm foretold the monster's strength. Evangeline then used a skill to store the absorbed damage. Although you're monsters, your strength is ridiculously strong. Never mind. Move first. Saying this, Evangeline charged forward with her spear. Her second skill allows her to return all stored damage to her target. This is another reason, besides her stats, that makes her the strongest tank. Although there is a limit to how much damage she can store, it doesn't stop her from dealing high output as a tank. After dealing with one golem, Evangeline immediately rushed towards the other monsters. Just then, an accident happened. Evangeline slipped and fell due to the current flaws in her traits. Everyone hurry over there. We must not let Evangeline get injured. Almost instantly, Jupiter's lightning and Lucas's slash eradicated the remaining golems. Thus, the dungeon's conquest proceeded smoothly. Perhaps due to the fall, Evangeline seemed particularly serious in the subsequent battles. Within less than an hour, they had cleared the entire dungeon. The first area was too easy. It didn't serve the purpose of training at all. You all should be warmed up by now. Rest for a bit, and then immediately proceed to conquer the second area. Before long, the group arrived at a hidden alleyway. This was the place they were to survey today. The second area was much tougher than the first, and they must not lower their guard. Before heading to survey the second area, Ash decided to rest for a while. Even if the first area was simple, it was still tiring. The upcoming battles would not allow for any mistakes. As the protagonist of the entire world, the man always competed with a child, even arguing over meals. Ash didn't know what to make of these two. Damien, are you feeling alright? Of course. I haven't done anything strenuous. Here, take this. From now on, this will be your weapon. The last time Ash opened a chest, he obtained an SR-grade mana gun. The mana gun was a small blunt weapon designed for individual operation of a mana cannon. Although powerful, it was hard to aim. Moreover, the mana gun was unstable and had a low ammunition capacity. Due to its many drawbacks, it was considered a non-mainstream weapon. But these shortcomings would not be a problem if Damien used the mana gun. Your Highness, this gun is much heavier than a stone crossbow. Then you'll need to build up your strength. Ash didn't tell Damien that he would have to carry 5 or 6 such heavy guns in the future. Despite its insufficient ammunition capacity, multiple mana guns were needed to compensate for this drawback. If things went as expected, the blacksmith would now be earnestly making them. Although in games, a character could only use one weapon, this was reality, and carrying several guns would not be an issue. Thank you, Your Highness. I will be extra careful when using it. So, has everyone rested well? Let's continue on. Before long, the group had packed up their supplies, raised their torches again, and headed towards the second area of this dungeon. The completely dark alley of the Lake Kingdom appeared especially pitch black, and Ash led the team carefully forward. Although it wasn't apparent while playing the game, walking through this path in person, Ash realized the atmosphere here was quite creepy. Just thinking about a golem as big as a house suddenly appearing in the alley was chilling. Just as Ash was thinking this, a golem suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The task in this room was to eliminate 2 level 15 elite steam engine golems. Because the surrounding alleys were pitch dark, they didn't realize they had already entered the first dungeon room. The sudden appearance of the steam engine golem plunged the team into chaos. Everyone fall back. Your Highness, I'll hold it off. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucas drew his sword and slashed at the steam engine golem. Lucas, be careful, there should be another one. At that moment, the second steam engine golem appeared beside Lucas. Uncle, you're making too much of a fuss. It looks like you need my help. Almost instantly, Evangeline blocked the attack from the second steam engine golem. They're much stronger than the last bunch. Ash was planning tactics while the two knights held them off. His role in this team was to be the commander. Jupiter, Damien, let's attack the golem that Lucas is holding off. After all, Lucas leans more towards being a warrior, while Evangeline is a true tank. In terms of resilience, Evangeline has the upper hand. Evangeline switched completely to defense mode. Block that thing. Although there were fewer of these large monsters like golems, it also meant that each one was very powerful. Moreover, these guys also had elite titles, making it natural for Lucas to struggle in a head-on fight. Now's the time. Lucas, chop off its legs. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucas cleanly struck with his sword. After losing a leg, the steam engine golem's movement was impaired. Jupiter, blast off the chest armor to expose its mana core. Your Highness, at your service. Instantly, lightning enveloped the monster's entire body. However, surprisingly, Jupiter's attack only left a small gap in the golem. Damn, isn't that attack enough? It will be enough. Damien doesn't need a big opening. A small crack is enough. Go! Damien, aim at the spirit core. Fire. The moment the bullet was shot, Damien was also thrown back by the strong recoil. However, Ash had already stepped behind him in advance. Damien, are you okay? I'm fine. What about the golem? See for yourself. Saying this, Ash pointed ahead. I didn't expect this enemy to be so tough. It's definitely much stronger than the ordinary monsters. Being an elite, compared to the first area, the difficulty has suddenly increased. Got you panicked, right? It seems that the hunting method in the second area should be to hunt a few elite monsters. Why are you all starting to rest? It's like everything is over. I'm not done here yet, because it's too quiet on your end. The interception went too smoothly. Where is it quiet? The shield is almost broken. Ash quickly directed them to kill the second steam engine golem, and afterward, the conquest became much simpler. As soon as they felt the alley widen slightly, sure enough, a steam engine golem would appear. Along the way, they also encountered treasure chest monsters disguised as treasure chests, which gave Ash quite a hard time, easing the tense atmosphere from earlier in the conquest. After that, they tried to explore more places. Lucas even reached his hand into the darkness. The darkness seems to be pushing my hand. I don't like the sticky and damp feeling at all. It seems we can only go out by following the designated path. We have to honestly follow this road. It seems the houses around here can't be entered either. The doors and windows of those houses have been boarded up, and these boards have been magically treated. They can't be opened by brute force. Is it to protect the house from something outside? No, Damien, these boards are sealed from outside the house to prevent something inside the house from getting out. So what exactly is inside these boarded up houses? I don't know either. Maybe we don't need to know yet. Thus, the group could only continue exploring along the path. The fourth room was a vast square, and everyone tensed up, not knowing where the golems might appear from. There's a fountain over there, and you can see something like statues. The person on the statue is wearing a crown. He must be the king of the Lake Kingdom. Ash was curious why only the statues on the left and right were destroyed. Your Highness, look over there. Following the direction Damien was pointing, a blue flame appeared before everyone. The fourth room of the dungeon had no monsters, which made Ash's group even more tense. The flame not far away signaled the presence of others. In a city filled with monsters, the only thing scarier than the monsters is people, because anyone you meet here can't be normal. Ash wasn't sure whether they would encounter hostile NPCs or friendly ones. A careless mistake could end the game, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Along the way, they saw debris of golems everywhere, meaning that person had dealt with all the monsters here. I didn't expect you to make it here. It seems you've been very thorough in your survey of this place. turns out, this person was Moo Myung, which Ash had met during his first visit. Although Ash had met Moo Myung only once, he did not let his guard down. After all, Ash had never encountered Moo Myung in previous games, so he couldn't be sure if she was a friendly NPC. I'm resting here because living in the Lake Kingdom is really tiring. Since you managed to get here after successfully clearing the dungeon, I can only acknowledge you. Check this out. Seeing Moo Myung's action, everyone instantly went into battle mode. Unexpectedly, Moo Myung pulled out a package from her clothes, containing some rare items and equipment. You've come all this way, why not buy something? I can sell you high-quality goods at a low price. Ash realized then that the mysterious Moo Myung was actually a merchant NPC, and there was even a buy one get one free offer. You can also enjoy a 30% repeat discount on your first purchase. Are you really not planning to buy? Are you just going to watch this super bargain opportunity from afar? Such a big discount isn't always available. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help but ask, so what are you selling here? These are items I've collected over the years wandering the Lake Kingdom, all precious items that can't be bought in the human world. Feel free to look. While typically merchant NPCs have high-quality items, the quality of Moo Myung's items is extremely high. How do we pay? Money from the outside world has no meaning here. Pay with magic stones or mana cores. Magic stones are a settlement item that can be exchanged for imperial currency or used for dungeon transactions. Ash inwardly groaned. He had already exchanged all his magic stones for imperial currency, as it was hard to encounter merchant NPCs in the initial stages. Now, he only had the mana cores he had just farmed. He took out all the mana cores he had. How much are these worth in magic stones? To be honest, not much. However, since it's your first time shopping here, and I can see you've taken your strategy here more seriously than I expected, you can pick one item. Consider it a boost of encouragement. You can't go back on your word. You said I could pick one from these items. For a moment, Ash was torn about what to choose. All this old lady wants is to eat a 200-year-old ginseng to look 10 years younger. Jupiter, better save up and buy it yourself. Your Highness, how about these feathered boots? They also come with a bonus to increase movement speed. I think they would allow the Lord to escape quickly when in danger. Using Lucas' words, Ash felt warned, but his reason told him not to waste this opportunity on himself. This seems to be a potion generator. I heard it automatically generates potions every once in a while. If we put this in the temple, it should be very helpful for treating injured soldiers. But since potions are readily available outside, he felt it would be wasteful to exchange for this. Ash suddenly noticed that Evangeline was just standing by watching. Why don't you choose? I'm currently only temporarily part of this team, and I'm not interested in gear. When I graduated, the principal gave me the highest grade spear and shield as a gift, and that's enough for me. Hearing this, Ash suddenly remembered that their main purpose this time was to compensate for Evangeline's weapon. Do you have any cavalry spears or shields here? Coincidentally, I happen to have a set. Moo Myung then took out a set of SSR grade equipment. This set was not only very cool looking, but also performed excellently. The only downside was that these two pieces of equipment were a set, and if you only had one, you couldn't achieve the best effect. As I said before, there's a buy one get one free offer right now. I can give you one for free, so you can take the whole set. This was originally a set of props, and they're not of much use to me. But in the future, you need to survey this place carefully, and just come and buy something when you see me occasionally. Thank you very much, Lady Moo Myung. I will make good use of it. Evangeline, come and take this. Now that the compensatory equipment was secured, Ash told Evangeline the truth. Yesterday, I was the first to act, and your Highness only retaliated, meaning the responsibility for the damage lies with me. You don't need to worry too much about it. Men don't consider this as compensation, but as a gift. Ash then eagerly helped Evangeline put on the new equipment. This is from the Royal Prince, as a senior at the Academy, personally given to Evangeline Cross as a graduation gift. You wouldn't refuse a gift from royalty, would you? Actually, Ash did this more to dedicate himself to Front Count Cross, who sacrificed himself for the city. He not only failed to reward the Front Count's merits, but also damaged his daughter's equipment. If Ash ignored this, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Thank you, Your Highness. I will make good use of it. Merchant, since he won't buy for me, I have to do it myself. Get me a ginseng. Ash couldn't help but wonder where Jupiter got his magic stones. By the way, Moo Myung, if possible, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know the Pied Piper? This NPC caused Ash a lot of trouble in Stage 2, but had almost no presence in previous games. However, according to Moo Myung, he had become a rather famous man in the Lake Kingdom. If you proceed, there's a safe zone between the 3rd and 4th areas, a place where those who still retain their sanity in this dungeon often go. The people here call that place the base camp. Ash, of course, knew this place. It was a safe stronghold he often visited in previous games. It was a gathering place for NPCs to regroup, so there were a lot of facilities, and many merchants congregated there. The man you're looking for is likely to go there. Even if not, you can gather information from others there. Of course, getting there requires breaking through some territory, but I believe you can make it smoothly. Then we'll see you next time. I hope you're still alive by then. It's surprising that there are merchants in such a place. She really is interesting. You can't fully trust that woman. Her strength is too formidable. To handle these things so calmly alone shows she's not ordinary. Ash knew very well that if Lucas was in the later stages of the game, he could easily do these things too. So, Ash had already mentally categorized Moonyang as a friendly NPC. Let's not think about other things now. Let's go challenge the boss mob. With that, the group arrived at the last room of the second area. It seems something broke the seal and ran out. Although I don't know what was inside before, it seems the seal was useless. Anyway, we should head this way. Do we really have to go in? Otherwise, let's go back. We've come this far. We might as well see what the wild beast boss looks like before we go back. After entering the room, Ash noticed that the interior space was very large, and it looked like it used to be a warehouse. Signs of water moss were visible everywhere, clearly indicating that the area had been submerged in water for a long time. After all, being under a lake, it's not surprising that it was soaked. Your Highness, look there. Following the direction Damien was pointing, Ash saw a gigantic robot lying there. Damn, this isn't just a piece of scrap metal. This turned out to be the boss of the second area, a giant steam engine golem, the storage cleaner by Ambulac. Ash also noticed that this boss also had a human name. The boss in the first area had a human name as well, and Ash wasn't sure if there was a connection between the two. But before he could think further, the huge steam engine golem moved. Damn, I've accidentally fallen asleep again. It slowly stood up and began turning towards where Ash and the others were. The warehouse is a mess today, so let's start cleaning after a long time. Although the incident was sudden, Ash and the others weren't fully prepared, but Lucas and Evangeline immediately stood at the front of the team. However, before Ash could ponder further, the giant steam engine golem's lasers were already firing. In an instant, two beams of light reached them. At the critical moment, Lucas and Evangeline blocked the attack. It's a light magic that's hardly seen these days. Your Highness, how should we respond? Can you give us instructions? Although the monster in front of them was frighteningly large, Ash knew they had to stay calm. But Ash had already mastered how to conquer all the monsters in this world. Don't be intimidated by this guy's size. The method to defeat him is the same as the others we've faced before. Just destroy its mana cores. However, its mana cores are scattered throughout its body, totaling 10. Do you mean it will keep attacking fiercely until all the mana cores are destroyed? To completely finish it off, that's the only way. But once a mana core is destroyed, the corresponding part of its body will stop moving. Start by attacking its hands. Now that you've explained it, I'll go first. You can count on me to handle its right hand. In an instant, Jupiter and Damien destroyed the mana cores in the giant steam engine golem's hands. This disabled the monster's ability to shoot lasers. Everyone, stay alert. Next, we attack its legs to immobilize it. Lucas, Evangeline, go. My back has been hurting a lot lately. Could it be because I've been sweeping for a lifetime? The steam engine golem then twisted its body to launch an attack. Ash didn't expect the giant steam engine golem to attack in this manner. Fortunately, Lucas and Evangeline reacted quickly, and neither was hit. Although the steam engine golem's attacks were powerful, its movements were very slow due to its large size. You pile of scrap junk, have you been mumbling something since the start? Evangeline destroyed one of the monster's mana cores with the thrust of her spear. Junior, you're doing well. As your senior, I naturally can't lose. Before he finished speaking, Lucas cut off another leg of the monster. After losing the mana cores in its legs, the giant steam engine golem collapsed to the ground. I also want to go to the royal court to study magic someday. I'm tired of this life. Cleaning like a machine here. Evangeline, come back and defend. Jupiter, Damien, attack its right arm. The next second, two attacks broke the monster's right arm. One day I will develop a cleaning magic that will let my fellow janitors live a relaxed life. The steam engine golem was cut off mid-sentence as its only remaining left arm was also broken. With a loud boom, the giant steam engine golem, now limbless, fell to the ground. Lucas took the opportunity to leap onto the monster's back, raised his sword without hesitation, and destroyed the mana core in the monster's chest. The chest's mana core is also destroyed. Now only the head remains. But just then, the giant steam engine golem moved again. It's strange, I clearly remember having cleaned here already. The limbless monster suddenly moved, trying to attack Ash and the others with its head. Although Ash could easily dodge, the two behind him weren't so lucky. Forced to rely on the Lucky Strike gloves, Ash took a chance. Fortunately, this time Ash's luck was good. The Lucky Strike gloves dealt 125 points of damage, sending the monster's head flying off and silencing it for good. Despite appearing calm, Ash was actually filled with fear. Thankfully, Lady Luck was on Ash's side. Is it raining? Is it really raining now? Your Highness, please finish it off. Killing the boss will yield substantial experience, and currently, my level is the lowest. Ash certainly wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity and quickly dealt with the boss. So, it really is raining heavily. You damn monster, what have you been going on about? Thus, Ash and his team passed through the second area's boss room. After defeating the boss, everyone started searching the room for treasure chests, while Ash checked the experience and levels he had gained. Your Highness, there's a treasure chest and a path here. Ash immediately had Lucas block Jupiter, then opened the chest himself. Inside was an SR item, the Orb of Screams, coincidentally, an item that only mages could use. Since we only have one mage in the team, this can only go to you. It actually suits you as a wide area mage. Moreover, if you could get the You Must Scream set, every kill would apply a wide area terror effect. It's just unknown when we could get the rest of the 2 pieces of equipment. Besides, there were 2 highest grade SR mana cores in the chest. After tallying the loot, Ash led everyone to the next area. After a short walk, Ash stopped. Before them was a staircase that seemed to stretch endlessly. According to the latest information Ash had gathered, these were the stairs leading to the walls of the Lake Kingdom. After making sure they were on the right path, Ash continued to lead the way. Ash and the team climbed the stairs, and it wasn't long before Jupiter and Damien could hardly keep up. After a while, even Ash was exhausted. They finally reached the end of the stairs. At that moment, nearly everyone else in the team was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. In contrast, Lucas and Evangeline stood as if nothing had happened. Everyone has worked hard. Anyway, we finally made it. Just a little further, and we can go home. Hearing that they could soon go home, Jupiter excitedly rushed forward first. I'm going to take a hot bath as soon as I get back, one hand holding a whiskey, the other holding a cigar. However, when she went through that door, she suddenly stopped. Jupiter, what's wrong? Didn't you just say you wanted to go home right away? However, when the others also stepped through that door, they were just as stunned as Jupiter. It turned out this was the true appearance of the Lake Kingdom. It's truly unbelievable. I've never seen such a magnificent city. Not even the heart of the Empire can compare. The Lake Kingdom is the darkest place in the world, and those who enter are at risk of being consumed by darkness. Yet, when Ash and his team stood on the city walls, they found light everywhere. Light magic stones and permanent lights had been set up around the city, allowing the few survivors to safely come and go. What is that? Could it be a lighthouse? That's the royal castle of the Lake Kingdom, the last area I aim to survey one day, where the final battle against the ultimate boss will take place. However, Ash knew that reaching there was still a long way off. They had only recently entered the kingdom, coming in through the sewers and winding through alleys. They were now nearing the city's north gate. Anyway, let's discuss the route next time. After a day of fighting, everyone must be tired. Let's head home. They had set out in the afternoon for the survey, and it was almost evening by the time they returned. I'll sleep until dinner, eat some food, and then do some work. When Ash woke up, it was already the early hours of the next day. I thought I would sleep until the evening. I didn't realize how quickly time had passed. Next, Ash sorted through the items obtained on this trip. The reward from the second area was a blue fire torch, a very practical item for dungeon surveys. In addition, he had acquired a boss monster summoning scroll, a one-time item that could turn the giant steam engine golem into Ash's minion. Without hesitation, Ash used the scroll, making it available for use at a critical moment. After organizing the items, Ash's stomach started growling, so he decided to check the kitchen for something to eat. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lucas and Evangeline there. Seeing Ash suddenly appear, both were startled. What are you two doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping? I got hungry, came to the kitchen, and found this uncle sneaking some food. I came because I was hungry too. Is there any food left? There's still plenty of ingredients left, but we've finished all the prepared food. Are you guys very hungry? Seeing their expressions, Ash knew his question was somewhat redundant. Go wait at the dining table. I'll whip something up for you. Your Highness, you can cook. As a member of the royal family, you're actually cooking with your own hands? Is there a law that says royalty can't cook? And even if there was, what of it? I am royalty after all. Although he really wanted a steaming bowl of instant noodles, this world probably didn't have such a thing. Fortunately, this was the Lord's mansion, where the ingredients were quite plentiful. Ash didn't hesitate and started to cook in the pan. It's ready. Eat up and then go to sleep. This is the royal prince toast that I made. Ash took a bite himself and found it quite tasty. Although this world lacked those familiar sauces, the result was still pretty good. It's really delicious. Your Highness, you could be a royal chef. It's a great fortune to eat food made by my lord. It tastes just like the food sold on the streets during the festival. But suddenly Evangeline became despondent. What's wrong? This scene reminds me of the past. When I was little, I was often woken up in the early hours by rustling sounds from the kitchen. When I went down, I would always find Dad hurriedly making something to eat. Because monster attacks don't follow a schedule, he would only come back after repelling them late at night. Then he'd make some simple food to fill his stomach. He was always covered in blood and dust. If he caught my eye, he would just stare blankly at me, then ask, "Do you want some too?" "So you ate with him every time?" "Yes, every time he asked, I ate, so my cheeks are still chubby." Then, while we were eating, Mom, who was later woken up by the noise, would come down and scold Dad for feeding the child in the middle of the night. Senior, you really should have seen the panicked look on his face. This late-night meal reminded me of countless late nights from the past. The funeral of the Front Count Cross will be held tomorrow. Since Crossroad is a city that doesn't place much emphasis on funeral culture, I'm organizing everything. If you want, you could also serve as the chief mourner. No need, you handle it. Senior, I respect my father. I think he was a great man who dedicated his life to protecting everyone here. But no matter what he did for the people here, I still can't forgive him. Senior, have you heard how my mother died? Dad protected the city, but didn't look after Mom. I understand why Dad made that choice, but I still can't accept it. As the Lord, his primary duty was to protect the city, and at least Dad was loyal to his duties. But on the day Mom's coffin was buried in the orchard, Dad didn't come. Instead, he went to the southern front because he needed to prepare for the next attack. That's what a Lord of Crossroad is supposed to do. After all, that's the most important thing. As I buried my mother's empty coffin, I realized something. The Lord of the Cross family has to be that kind of person, and I can't be that person. So, is that why you left here? Yes, because I am destined not to be that person. Thank you for preparing my father's funeral, but even though I think Cheryl Cross was a respectable man, I can't forgive him as my father. Thank you for the midnight snack. Eating food personally made by His Highness is a great honor for me. Being the head of a household is so difficult. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. By the way, Your Highness, are you okay? Your family matters are also complicated, aren't they? That's why you helped Miss Evangeline, because you saw your own past in her. I may be slow, but I can see that. As a transmigrator, Ash didn't actually know anything about the past of the third prince. He wasn't sure if Lucas' question was out of concern or if he was testing whether he was really Ash. In that instant, Ash felt an unease surge up, unsure why. Ash felt Lucas becoming somewhat a stranger. Why would he ask that, and how should I respond? After all, he was the son of the Emperor. Naturally, his family matters were not simple. But how could Lucas possibly know about Ash's family matters? The usually calm and collected Ash was silent now. He didn't know how to answer the question. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have brought up such sad matters for the Lord. I believe that both your family issues and Miss Evangeline's will be resolved smoothly. Ash wasn't sure if he was overthinking, but after this incident, he knew he had to be more cautious in the future and find out more about the background and details of the body he was inhabiting. It was only then that he truly felt that this body wasn't entirely his own. Time quickly moved to the next day, and Crossroads City began preparing for the next stage. The upcoming attack involved the Golem Legion, including large monsters and a few elite ones. To counter them, defense installations needed to be strengthened. 103. No matter what variations occur next, they must be perfectly addressed. This time, there can be no accidents. Thus, Ash kept ordering products from various production departments, urging them to hurry. Another day passed, and the Wilderness Cemetery on the west side of Crossroads was preparing for a funeral. While many were injured in Stage 2, only one person had died. Cheryl Cross, the previous Lord of Crossroad. Your Highness, the pallbearers have set out. Then let's get ready as well. The pallbearers set out from the temple, moving slowly along the city's main road. People lined up in long queues, following the pallbearers. The deceased was the former lord, who had protected the city for decades. Even in a city numb to death, many came to mourn. The pallbearers then stopped in front of the cemetery. It was decided that the funeral would take place here, and the coffin would be buried in the orchard where the Front Count had lived, as that's also where the Countess's grave was located. I've said it before, everyone's life is precious. That's not a metaphor. It really is more valuable than money. But the sacrifice of Cheryl Cross, the Front Count, transcends monetary loss, and I deeply mourn him. The Front Count once told me to bring joy to people. Mourning and sadness would bring the city to a halt. This is a fortress city, where sacrifice is inevitable. He wanted me to bring hope and joy, not sadness. But today, I am going against the Front Count's last wishes. Today I am going to allow myself to feel sad. This front line was secured with countless precious lives, not just the Front Count's. Every person who died here is heartbreaking. It's because of this pain that I hope everyone will remember how precious their sacrifices were. Their sacrifices and dedication protected the Empire and the world of humanity. I hope you will always remember this. You too may perish on this front line someday, and it will be meaningful. Now, let's have a moment of silence for those who saved the world. In truth, Ash didn't want to see such scenes anymore. He hoped that one day the city would no longer hold funerals, but celebrations every day. As the Front Count had hoped, the salute to the deceased echoed across the sky. Marking the end of the Front Count's funeral, Cheryl Cross's coffin was transported to his orchard. There, they encountered a familiar yet strange figure. It was Evangeline, grown up, the Front Count's only daughter. Coming all this way from the capital must have been hard. I'm sorry about the front count, we should have protected him better. Can I open the coffin to take a look now? Once the coffin was opened, the front count lay there peacefully. So it's true, he always rushed to the front to fight, as if he would never die. But in the end, thank you, close the coffin now. And so, the front count's coffin was buried next to his wife's. Miss, I have something to ask you. This is a piece of armament used by the front count, passed down through the Cross family. It was intended to be buried in the Lord's grave. But just in case, I wanted to ask you, it's a bit worn, but with some repairs, it could be used again. No need, bury it. Please keep this with my father. After the priests completed their blessings, the front count's life finally came to an end. In a world built with walls of ice and snow, such as the desolate and tragic road of life, this was a line of poetry Ash loved, which he had intended to recite at the funeral. But since it didn't fit the ceremony's protocol, he decided against it. Ash recalled what the front count had once told him. The moment will come when you must sacrifice your most precious possession to protect the city. But Ash had arrived in this world alone. What precious thing did he have to lose? And if that moment really came, could he still maintain his sense of self? I didn't expect you to have such a refined interest as reciting poetry. It's precisely because it doesn't suit me that I memorize it secretly. And yet you still found out. Your voice is very pleasant. How about reciting louder in the future? Are you feeling better now? I'm fine now, because this was bound to happen sooner or later. After becoming a knight on other fronts, I won't return to the city. If one day my father passes away and I can't be there for his end, it was meant to be. Being able to attend his funeral is fortunate enough. Evangeline had decided from the start to leave this place, so this time she chose to bury the family heirloom weapons along with him. Then let me help you sort out the estate. After all, it's difficult for a youngster to handle everything. Let an adult help you. Aren't you going to persuade me? I'm about to abandon my family's enterprise and run away to live freely, making a selfish choice. The Cross family has done enough. Although I don't know if I can complete tasks as excellently as your family, I will do my best to protect this place from now on. So, you can leave without worry to ensure that your family's years of sacrifice were not in vain. I will do my utmost. You are really nothing like the roamers. I thought being demoted here, you would find a way to return, but to my surprise, you took the role of Lord seriously, which is quite astonishing. It's because someone told me that as long as I protect this place well, one of my friend's wishes would be fulfilled, so that's why I'm taking it seriously. Ash stayed not because of some noble cause, but to fulfill his own personal wish and to properly navigate the true end of the story. The funeral is over. Let's all go back and eat. The deceased have been buried, and the living must continue on. From that day on, Ash was dealing with two matters: preparing for the next stage and sorting out the Cross family's estate. Evangeline decided to leave this place for somewhere else, and this was also the front count's last wish. It seems you have decided to let Miss Evangeline leave. I understand. I will liquidate all the Cross family's assets and handle any issues that arise during the inheritance process. However, I must warn you, it's difficult to handle these matters within a week. Most of the Cross family's assets are immovable properties, and I'm not sure if buyers will appear within a week, then set a reasonable price and purchase it in my name. I want to liquidate everything within a week, then send Evangeline off before the next scene begins. All the Cross family had perished on this front, and Evangeline was the last heir of the Cross family. In other words, the only survivor. At least Evangeline shouldn't be involved in the battles here. She needs to leave safely. I understand. Trust me with this. I will handle it properly. Time relentlessly marched on, and in just 8 days, the next defense battle would arrive as expected. Ash thought to himself that he wanted to show Eater that it was possible to conquer this game without sacrificing humanity or using lives as cannon fodder. A week later, Ash visited the blacksmith shop. I'm very sorry, because this was our first time making a mana gun. We encountered many difficulties, and it took a lot longer to complete, so we weren't able to finish all 5 guns. That's alright. After all, this equipment is very difficult to manufacture. Although the mana gun is a piece of equipment from 100 years ago, it requires the cooperation of alchemists and blacksmiths to create, making it very complex to produce. We only managed to complete 2. Bring them here. I won't blame you. When Ash received the mana gun, he was startled because it was actually an SSR-grade weapon. This is a mana gun made with the top-grade mana core you provided. The tutorial scenario was originally unbeatable, but Ash had defeated the Queen there and obtained this mana core. Originally, the Black Spider army, which this core was meant to equip against, would not be encountered until the 2nd year, so equipment made with this mana core was bound to be ahead of its time. But Ash had not expected it to be a weapon that would disrupt the game's balance. At least for the first year, he could rely on this weapon to wreak havoc. Moreover, Damien, who would use this weapon, would be significantly empowered. It's like having a cheater character with clairvoyance. Because of this weapon, the upcoming game's difficulty could finally be lowered a bit. Your Highness seems very pleased. We felt as if something was drawing us in during the entire manufacturing process, and we are also thrilled to have created such a masterpiece. The other gun looks quite ordinary, though it has some flaws, but they are not a problem for Damien. You both have done very well, and the rest of the workshop too. I will make sure to reward you handsomely. Ash then left the blacksmith shop with Lucas. Your Highness, is this mana-gun really that powerful? Of course, it will change the course of the war. There are still 20 hours until Stage 3 starts, which is enough time for Damien to get accustomed to the mana-gun. To prepare for tomorrow's battle, Ash boarded the carriage home early. Your Highness, you better come and see this. It turned out that Evangeline was already standing at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Isn't everything taken care of? Evangeline, did you forget something? Today, Ader gave me the property deeds. With the money listed on those deeds, I can live comfortably anywhere. I'm very thankful that you handled these matters so quickly for me. But after giving me the deeds, Ader said something else. The Lord said, now that you have the money, the city has nothing to do with you anymore. I hope you pack your bags and leave quickly. After I packed my bags, they kicked me out of the mansion. Did the senior really tell him to do that? Yes, everything he did was per my orders. Aren't you rushing to kick me out? I haven't even had the chance to properly say goodbye to everyone. If you're going to leave, then hurry up. Why bother building relationships with everyone here? This place will turn into a battlefield tomorrow. Do you want to get dragged into the mud and fight alongside us? Stop talking nonsense and just go. You have nothing to do with this city now. I could also stay and help you in the next defense battle. After all, you helped me too. If you're going to leave, then leave cleanly. Don't make a mess. Even without your little help, I can still protect this city. Haven't you seen me fight? I can also contribute. Evangeline, how long are you going to keep this up? Haven't you already made up your mind to leave and start a new life? You've given up your title, settled your family's finances, and completely let go of your last ties and nostalgia. That's true, but if you've made up your mind, then don't waver. Leave without looking back. Just like you said, this is the front line against monsters, a place of death and dust. Once you step on this path, you'll never be able to escape it. Don't get involved in any wars against monsters in the future. Leave forever. Go find what you really want to do. I hope you can live freely and as you wish. That's your father's last wish. At that moment, Evangeline could hardly believe these were words her father would say. You once said you wanted to be an unfilial daughter, always opposing your father. But this time, fulfill his last wish. From now on, you are an outsider, and this mansion no longer belongs to your family. We need to hold a meeting to prepare for tomorrow's defense battle, and I hope you can leave quickly. I'll take one last look at my parents' grave, and then leave Crossroad immediately. Thank you, Your Highness, for your care these past few days. I hope you remain invincible in battle. Ash didn't respond to her, only silently wishing in his heart that her future life would be filled with luck. After closing the door, Ash immediately collapsed to the ground. Was it really necessary to be so harsh? If I wasn't harsh, she might linger here. Didn't you hear her? Help me in the defense battle. Contribute my part. Besides, parting doesn't have to be tearful. A stack of property deeds is enough. Let her have one last look at her parents' grave, hoping she has a smooth journey ahead. Let those who are leaving, leave. We still have work to do. By your command, Your Highness, let's proceed with the battle meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, long time no see. Has everyone rested well? The team was back to the original 5 members. Why is it always me? Haven't you found someone to replace me yet? A brief taste of freedom. Sweet, isn't it? Now it's time to follow my command again. Please, let me go back to the workshop. I promise I'll work hard there. With less than a day left until the defense battle, Ash decided to finalize the team's strategy. Damien, I've brought you another gift. This mana-gun. Your Highness, the scouting troops report that the monsters have appeared. They are a golem legion, numbering over 200, and are currently moving towards the city at high speed. What are you talking about? There's still time before the stage starts. However, a sudden system pop-up informed Ash that the soldier was not lying. Due to some unknown factors, the start of the stage had been moved up. Your Highness, it's reported that the monsters have split into 2 groups. More than 100, making up 80% of the troops, are advancing towards the city while the 20% around 50+ monsters are heading towards the orchard where the front count lived. What? Are you saying that's all true? Evangeline was supposed to be at that orchard right now. Meanwhile, soldiers on the city walls were already springing into action. Everyone, pick up the pace. The Golem Legion is closing in. The monsters are attacking. Scout, where are the enemies now? With the naked eye, they're right there. A soldier pointed to the distance where the massive Golem Legion loomed like a moving wall. They encountered them in dungeons. The oppressive feeling of hundreds of monsters attacking simultaneously was completely different. When will they come within range of the cannons? At their current speed, they're expected to arrive within 15 minutes. Get in formation and be ready to fire before then. Your Highness, aren't you going to save her? Ash didn't understand why the stage had suddenly started and why the monsters had split into 2 groups. All these simultaneous events were no coincidence. The Golem Legion's sudden appearance before the city walls and a faction heading towards Evangeline's orchard made Ash feel a massive malevolence, as if someone was changing the whole situation according to their whims. He didn't know where this malevolence was coming from or who was trying to mess up the game. Your Highness, we're aware of the situation. Let us go and save Evangeline. The frontline defenses are still robust, and even without us old soldiers, they can hold back the monsters. There's no time left. Your Highness, the monsters are closing in, and soon it will be too late to send a rescue squad. Everyone, calm down. You are mistaken in two respects. The first mistake is thinking our current defensive line is robust. Do you really think the front line looks robust right now? Because of the monster's sudden appearance, we haven't even perfected the basic defenses, let alone the divine artifacts. Even the cannons aren't in position yet, even if we manage to get them arranged before the monsters arrive. But if you leave the front line, there will only be new recruits left here. Do you really think these new recruits alone can withstand an attack from the Golem Legion? That's the first mistake. The second mistake is that you think just a few of you can rescue Evangeline. The front Count's orchard has no defensive structures, just gentle slopes and plains. Right now, 50 large elite golems are heading there. Even if there were walls, you would be wiped out, let alone when there's no defense at all. Think again. How could you possibly rescue Evangeline? The reason this game is a defense type is because the walls provide an overwhelming advantage, but to confront the monsters head-on in the plains is simply suicidal. Your Highness, even if we all get wiped out, we must go save Evangeline. But have you thought about it? That's not combat, that's suicide. Do you think, just by going there to die, those monsters are going to be killed? Those monsters will spare Evangeline? I need a viable battle plan, not just for you to go and die in vain. So what do you plan to do? If no one goes to save the lady, she will surely die. We can't just stand by. Ash was well aware of their concerns. You're right, if we don't send support, Evangeline will indeed die. But to save her, we need to select the best members and form a powerful rescue team. We need to send main team members there, along with some soldiers to fend off the monsters while the main team engages them. But doing so would mean failure in the defense battle. While we could save Evangeline, if our defense lines collapsed, the game would end prematurely. At that moment, Ash truly understood the situation the front Count had been in. All units, listen to my command. I will not allow any of you to go on a rescue mission, because the answer has been clear from the start. We cannot afford to waste our forces. We must focus all our efforts on the defense line here. The lives of one versus the lives of tens of thousands. There shouldn't be any hesitation from the start. If the walls here fall, tens of thousands of people in Crossroad will die, and ultimately, it could even put the entire world in jeopardy. We must hold the front line at all costs. No matter what happens, we must continue the conquest. If the game ends, what's the point of rescuing an SSR character? I'll say it again. I will not allow any of you to go on a rescue mission. Meanwhile, in the southeastern part of Crossroad, there was a dilapidated villa where the front Count had once lived. Unlike the villa, the orchard showed signs of recent upkeep, but what they had in common was their state of abandonment. Whenever the sun rose and the temperature warmed up, even the land tainted with monster blood would see many trees flowering and fruiting. Evangeline suddenly realized that she would never see these sights again, as she was about to leave this place forever. Since her mother's death, Evangeline had also gradually distanced herself from home. I heard that after that, it was my father who took care of this place alone. Just a few days ago, he must have been here, tending to these trees, perhaps even hoping for a bountiful fruit harvest this year. Even though he knew it was unlikely, he really was foolish. Her parents were gone, and she was about to leave too. This place, once her home, was a ruin before and would remain so in the future. The Cross family, which had guarded this place for hundreds of years, ended up so insignificantly. Nothing was left but death and dust. Even the family name and the last vestiges of honor had been sold off for a mere slip of paper as the last remnant of the Cross family. I'm running away without even having been to the battlefield. I won't be able to visit you anymore because I'm leaving here forever, Evangeline said softly, knowing she wouldn't get any response, but still hoping perhaps her father might suddenly appear and sternly reprimand her. I had so much more to say to you, but now I can't remember any of it. Evangeline suddenly felt dizzy, her head pounding, almost as if the ground were shaking. Is it only now that I'm falling into sorrow? She remembered asking her mother as a child, when can I go to the front line? I heard from Dad that the heirs of the Cross family must fight on the front line. Doesn't Mom want me to protect everyone? It's not about what I want, because that is the fate of the Cross family. I'm just sad. Mom, you didn't know it would turn out like this, did you? You didn't know you'd be worried about Dad whenever the monsters attacked, and that I would have to fight in such places when I grew up. Her mother had picked her up and stroked her head. I know all about it. I knew that every night the monsters attacked, after marrying your father, I'd cry myself to sleep. I also knew that having you meant that one day you'd go to the front line to fight, and I even felt sad for your fate. Then why did you marry Dad? Why did you have me? Why? Really, maybe for the sake of legacy. Evangeline's mother had been dead for 3 years, yet she still couldn't understand why her mother, knowing the fear and sadness of the future, chose to face it alone. She stood there for a long time. As the sun was about to set, she felt she might never understand. She remembered that it had been a long time since her parents had seen her smile. Before leaving, Evangeline managed a forced smile. After adjusting her emotions, she prepared to embrace her new life. However, just then, a giant steam engine golem appeared before her. Evangeline was struck by the massive force, flung back against a wall, and knocked unconscious. Soon, pain from various parts of her body woke her up. Her weapon lay not far away, and the good news was she hadn't been unconscious for long. Evangeline didn't know why the golem had appeared there, but before she could sort out her thoughts, her body instinctively started to move. Just then, the steam engine golem threw a powerful punch. She was slammed into the villa, but her instinctive reaction allowed her to block the blow with her shield. You damn thing, breaking into someone's home like this. Come on, men, you bullish bastard. Watch me turn you into a pile of scrap. Just when another second passed, 2 more steam engine golems appeared in front of her. Evangeline could only defend against one while attempting to attack the other, but she soon realized that she couldn't block the attack in front of her. Damn it, haven't you had enough already? She yelled angrily, ignoring her injuries and charging at one of the steam engine golems again. Evangeline had already taken too much damage. Every attack was extremely powerful. She knew her previous defeats were due to being ambushed by the steam engine golems and being attacked simultaneously by 3 monsters. As an SSR-level hero, Evangeline would not be easily defeated by these creatures, but it suddenly occurred to her that the monsters had started their attack a day earlier than expected. She realized she needed to hurry back and alert everyone that the enemy had already arrived. However, as soon as she stepped out of the house, she was stunned. There were countless steam engine golems advancing in her direction. Evangeline then understood that the initial 3 were just the vanguard scouts, and what she was now seeing was the real main force of the monsters. Knowing she couldn't defeat so many, her first instinct was to flee, but the horse had already been startled away, and now the only place she could go was Crossroad. Evangeline's legs were injured, and she wasn't sure if she could make it back, but given the circumstances, she had to try regardless. There was still some distance between her and the enemy. This was her only chance. At that moment, the golems in the sky began to move. Evangeline instinctively raised her shield to defend, but fate played a cruel trick, and she tripped at the critical moment. Her trait flaws were all too apparent, especially at the most critical times. Powerful magic rained down like droplets, and fortunately, Evangeline managed to save her own life in this attack. Her mind was still clear, and she made a quick assessment of the situation. It was all over. The last survivor of the Cross family would also stay here forever. Death, elusive and unexpected, was about to descend. Evangeline gave up struggling, but her heart was filled with reluctance. There were so many things she hadn't done. She hadn't fallen in love, hadn't taken risks, hadn't tried new things, and hadn't even truly grown up. She hadn't even considered what she really wanted to do. Everything was about to end. Evangeline felt no anger or sadness, only regret. This was the emotion she felt in her last moments. How can you give up just like this? All the things you didn't get to do them one by one. Life is short, and it must be spent earnestly, without leaving any regrets. Senior, I'm here to save you. My dear Junior, time went back to half an hour ago, on the southern walls of Crossroad. I'll say it again. I won't let any of you go on a rescue mission. The rescue team will consist of just me. I will go alone to save Evangeline. What are you talking about? Your Highness, you said there was no feasibility in this rescue plan, yet now you say you'll go alone? Are you seeking death? I want everyone to stay calm. I'm not going to my death, but going because I'm sure of victory. Ash was the only EX-ranked character in this game. Taking others would only increase the casualty count. Moreover, Ash had prepared several secret weapons, although a lot of it depends on luck. Now I can only take a chance. Everyone has been fighting under my command, so you should be very clear that I not only understand those monsters very well, but also can successfully navigate through very slim odds. This time, I also have a secret strategy, so the odds are in our favor. Trust me, and let me go alone. There's no time left. Lucas, you take charge of commanding the front line. Let me go and save Evangeline instead. Please, Your Highness, stay here to command the front line. Everyone has their roles suited best, and the front line needs you, but we equally need you, Your Highness. Then you must trust my judgment as your lord. I promise you, I will return unharmed. If Ash gave up on Evangeline here, it would mean giving up on the precious morals he set for himself. He knew he had to save those who could be saved. This was the only way to both rescue Evangeline and hold the front line. You're in charge here. Lucas, Lily, Jupiter, you are mages. Even if I don't say it, you know your importance. You must give it your all. Make sure to come back safe, Your Highness. I'm still counting on that bonus you promised. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will do my best. Damien, I have a favor to ask of you. Whether we can come back alive depends on whether you can complete this task. After giving his instructions, Ash left the city alone. Take good care of things here, Lucas. I will return. Lucas didn't respond, but expressed his farewell with a knight's salute. Ash's actions were not just because an SSR hero was so important, but because he wanted to protect the daughter of the front count, the last survivor of the Cross family. I've come to save you, my dear Junior. First, drink this to recover some of your strength. Ash handed Evangeline a potion. What are you doing here? You should be running away. Didn't you see that army of golems there? The two of us can't handle them. Quick, run back to Crossroad, and I'll hold them off for you. But it's too late to run now. The stone golems in the sky will soon use their magic. However, the good news is that only 2 of the 5 magic stone golems, both elite high-tier monsters, have made it here as part of the assault team. These guys are essentially the bosses of this stage. What are you spacing out for? Didn't you hear what I said? Staying here will get you killed. I'm an orphan now. It doesn't matter anymore. But you're different. Senior brother, Prince Ash. You are now the new Lord of Crossroad. Before Evangeline could finish, Ash stuffed the potion into her mouth. Finally quiet. Drink this quickly and recover. Kids should act like kids and rely on adults sometimes. Ash had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Come out, giant steam engine golem. Suddenly, a large magical circle appeared above Ash's head, and a massive head emerged from the circle. Then, a giant steam engine golem appeared before them. The boss from the second area jumped out of the magic circle, landing with such force that it created a large crater in the ground. Seeing the shock on Evangeline's face, Ash felt very satisfied, feeling it was worth risking his life to save her. A flash of blue light shone, and Ash successfully gained control of the giant steam engine golem, possibly because it was a boss. It had a variety of skills. Just then, the magic stone golems had completed charging their magic, and several magical attacks flew almost instantly towards Ash and Evangeline. The giant steam engine golem, following Ash's motions, raised its hand and a blue barrier enveloped it, and the 2 behind it, blocking all attacks from the magic stone golems. What is this? Isn't this the monster we defeated in the dungeon? What else could it be? It's the lottery ticket I scratched off this time. After a brief exchange, the stone golems returned to the ground, realizing that their long-range attacks were ineffective, and decided to try to overwhelm with numbers. Let's see if your tactics are any good. Come on if you dare. As he finished speaking, the giant steam engine golem charged straight at the golem army. The golem army, not to be outdone, prepared to clash head-on with the giant steam engine golem. Just as they were about to collide, the giant steam engine golem suddenly leaped into the air. Take this, you bunch. Here comes the finishing move. The giant steam engine golem slammed down into the midst of the monsters, shattering many golems upon impact. Although there were many types of monsters, they were no match for this colossal entity. Monsters could generally be classified into 3 groups, with the boss monsters being in a completely different league from the other 2. As leaders of the entire legion, they possessed tremendous strength, almost not to be considered as individual entities. This is why, even when facing an army of golems, the giant steam engine golem still managed to dominate. Although the summoning magic that controlled the monster boss could only be used once, it could still be considered a cheat item in the game. But even if the lion roars, the hyenas do not easily retreat. For the monsters, eradicating humans is the primary goal. Even the strongest boss cannot escape unscathed in front of 50 giant monsters. The giant steam engine golem was gradually falling into a disadvantage, as if a praying mantis were being devoured by a swarm of spiders. However, Ash had not expected it to repel all the enemies from the start. His goal was merely to buy enough time. Let's run now, while that thing can still hold them off. It can only be used once. How's your leg? I can walk, but I can't run. We need to get you running now, for your life. Without hesitation, Ash poured all the potion he had over Evangeline's leg. Does it feel better now? Can you run? Of course. Evangeline stood up, feeling much of her leg's strength return, ready to flee with Ash. Then let's go. Head north. I've left the horse there. But just then, the magic stone golems started moving again, accumulating magic in their hands. Senior, look, they're flying up again. What do we do now? Those golems are also chasing us, and it looks like they're not planning to let us go. Before Ash could think of a plan, the magic stone golem's attack was already coming their way. In a critical moment, Evangeline quickly raised her shield to protect Ash. Well done, Evangeline, but did I really have to bend so low to match your height? What can I do when you're so tall? Otherwise, block these attacks yourself. While bantering with Evangeline was fun, the magical attacks were indeed very threatening. Ash immediately ordered that the magic stone golems be targeted as the primary threat. Almost the instant he issued the command, the giant steam engine golem moved, blocking the attack and dealing a heavy blow to another magic stone golem. They should be safe from magical attacks for a while. Now, they needed to deal with the golems that had followed them. Damn it, Evangeline shouted angrily, leaping up and landing on top of a golem, piercing its body with a single spear thrust. You just did something cool there, even doing a somersault. Don't suddenly compliment me like that. Where exactly is the horse? Just over there. We're almost there. However, seeing the monsters behind them, the horse began to struggle wildly. At that moment, two magical attacks whizzed past Ash. The magical attacks precisely hit the tree where Ash had tied up the horse. It turned out that these were the last attacks of the magic stone golems as they died. Although it cost them their lives, they succeeded in thwarting Ash's plan. Their only means of escape, the horse, was lost. It looks like we need to change our plan. Time to implement Plan B. We now need to eliminate them all. Eliminate all of them? Just the two of us? Are you crazy? This is the only way. Do you want to give it a try? With no other choice, Evangeline had to charge and head first. Good. Evangeline, you focus on defense. Only use your spear when the stored damage is at its maximum. Who will handle the attacks then? Give the attacks to my prince's fist. Unexpectedly, with just one punch, Ash blew up a regular golem. Evangeline couldn't help but be curious. What's the principle behind the prince's fist? The principle is actually quite simple. It relies on the mercy of the god of chance. Although Ash knew that as a target of the game, one shouldn't rely too much on luck. He still continued to use the Lucky Strike gloves to maximize the use of his tools. But if we rely solely on luck, the game will ultimately fail. Use the damage payback to take care of the guy on the right, then block the attack from the left. With the game's strongest tank, Evangeline immediately followed the order, focusing entirely on defense and repelling the enemy with her spear. Evangeline perfectly executed Ash's commands. Well done, Evangeline. I'm going in too. He had always known this day would come, just didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Ash's Lucky Strike gloves unexpectedly dealt 0 damage this time. The cost of this mistake was great, as Ash, the attacker, received a massive backlash injury instead. Evangeline was shocked by the sight. Senior, your left hand. Don't make such a fuss. I was mentally prepared for this. He quickly poured potion over himself, the torn skin healed, and the broken bones were reset. Although he had managed emergency treatment, his left hand was now unusable. Buy me 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds of rest? Are you sure that's possible? It's not the time to rest. They're coming. Evangeline desperately blocked the golem's attack. Damn it, you bunch of stones. Enough is enough. Ash knew well that relying on luck would ultimately lead to the failure of the walkthrough. He continued to use the Lucky Strike gloves, because he had prepared a last resort for when luck ran out. Just then, Ash pulled out the mana gun, firing it and shattering the 3 golems in front of him. This was Ash's second ace, a mana gun forged from the Spider Queen's mana core, an SSR-grade weapon. Although this mana gun was meant for Damien, Ash had borrowed it temporarily to deal with an emergency. To cope with the injury to his left hand, Ash had brought all his cheat-level items to ensure he wouldn't be taken down by surprise. He knew, with these items, he still had a chance to win. Ash was still capable of taking down these golems, although the mana gun was difficult to control in the current close-range firing scenario. Even the ordinarily average Ash could easily hit his target. The downside of its great power was the terrifying recoil. Ash could not imagine the long-term effects on one's body from regularly using such equipment. He silently apologized to Damien, but there was nothing else he could do. At the same time, Evangeline's fight was also nearing its end. She defeated the last pursuing golem with her damage payback. It was only then that Ash finally had a chance to sit down and catch his breath. I have a lot of questions, but let me ask one thing first. What do we do next? I told you, we're going to take them all out. Let's head back to the villa first. I have a few more safety measures there. If they catch up, we're definitely dead. The only way to survive and get back is to take them all out here. At that moment, the giant steam engine golem was already at a disadvantage in the fight. Given the current situation, it wouldn't last much longer. But from the moment Ash had summoned it, he had been paying special attention to one ability. After Ash entered the command, the giant steam engine golem completed its final mission, self-destruction. Unfortunately, this self-destruction didn't kill all the golems. They still had to face the attack of 14 golems. We must run back to the villa before they recover. Just then, another attack from the magic stone golem flew towards them. Senior, that guy in the sky is still attacking us. As the game's strongest tank, Evangeline easily blocked the attack. The toughest one is still alive. No way around it, villains always survive till the end. However, the good news is that there's only one magic stone golem left. The other was taken out by the giant steam engine golem's self-destruction. Now, they were very close to the front count's villa, but without the suppression of the giant steam engine golem, the stone golem's attacks continued to harass them. Eventually, Evangeline's shield reached its durability limit, yet the attacks of the stone golem showed no signs of stopping. If they couldn't block this wave of attacks, their rescue mission would end here. At a critical moment, Evangeline, by damage payback, successfully countered the stone golem's attack. However, her cavalry lance was not a defensive weapon, and eventually, it broke. At this point, the attack of the stone golem was imminent. Risking injury, Evangeline hugged Ash and dodged this wave of attacks. "I'm okay." Quickly run inside the villa, before the next wave of attacks from the stone golem arrived. They finally made it inside the villa as they wished. "Now that we've made it to the villa, as you said, but the golems have followed us here. Senior, you must have some good idea to change the situation." "Trust me, Junior, I may not be a prince on a white horse, but I am quite the trickster." Ash then threw an SR-grade mana core outside the door. Although part of the villa had collapsed, this provided lots of building materials. The SR-grade mana core that Ash had just thrown was able to activate his fourth contingency plan. Almost instantly, automated defense turrets activated, blocking the breached part of the villa. As the golems were about to break into the villa, the defense turret's preparation was finally completed. The barrels began to spin rapidly, and the incoming golems were quickly torn apart. With the current firepower, Ash and Evangeline were temporarily safe. "You think I would fall here, you damned monsters." However, the remaining golems suddenly began to retreat. They seemed to realize that continuing the fight would only lead to their total annihilation. Ash was puzzled. Why were these monsters acting so intelligently? Neither in the game nor in previous sieges had he encountered such behavior. At last, they could breathe a sigh of relief. "It looks like we're safe for now." Evangeline relaxed. "Senior, you really have a lot of bizarre tricks up your sleeve. I've used enough potions today to last a lifetime." "Senior, do you have any other plans? What should we do next? Those monsters seem like they won't come back for now. Let's wait until sunset, then I can activate other contingencies." Just then, Evangeline suddenly began to shudder, holding her shoulder. Ash noticed that it was the place where she had been hurt protecting him earlier, but he didn't expect even the potion could not alleviate her pain. "Wait here for a second. I'll look for some bandages or something." Even though the front count no longer goes to battle, there are still many bandages left at home. Ash quickly found some and treated Evangeline's wounds. "This should feel a bit better now." "Thank you, Senior. You seem very familiar with this place." "That's because I used to come here often to see your father." "By the way, why is there so much alcohol here? Such a strong smell of alcohol." "That's because Front Count Cross was a super heavy drinker. Every time I came over, he would drag me into drinking with him." "Didn't you know? Your father had a severe alcohol problem, almost to the point of constant drunkenness." "How could that be?" "In my memory, my father never touched alcohol in his life." In the girl's memory, her father was a man who never drank. As the Front Count, he needed to be alert at all times for any monster invasions, always ready to fight in top condition. "It seems a lot has changed in the 3 years you've been away." He had a very hard time, to the point where he couldn't get through the day without alcohol. Hearing this, Evangeline was stunned. "Even so, do you still hate your father?" "I still can't forgive him." "What if 3 years ago the Front Count had abandoned the city to save your mother? Would you still blame him?" "At least I wouldn't hate him as much as I do now. But at that time, you were in the city. If your father had gone to save your mother, then the one in danger would have been you. Your father didn't abandon your mother. He chose to protect you. You know that too, right?" Evangeline was silent for a moment before responding quietly. "You're right. My father did everything he could. He always did." "I know, but who else can I blame? My mother was brutally killed by monsters. I was angry, heartbroken, almost crazy, but they told me hating the monsters was useless because it was just an accident, a disaster. Then, who should I really blame? I've always known it's despicable. Instead of blaming those helpless monsters, I turn my father into a scapegoat. It's indeed despicable, but if I don't blame someone, it feels like I'm going to die from the pain. Hating uncontrollable disasters is harder than blaming someone I can see, because it's much easier to hate someone else than to forget the pain. Do you know, my father readily accepted my hatred. He said it was all his fault, not saving my mom. It was all his responsibility. So, I hated him even more openly. But now, you're asking me to forgive him. What should I do next? If it wasn't my father's fault, then whose fault is it really? No one is at fault. We all are just trying to survive. No one means harm. Everyone is just struggling to live. Yet, the invasion of monsters has hurt us, taken our families, friends, and comrades, all fallen to the creatures. People are inherently fragile, so it's inevitable. If you want to survive, you need a concrete object of hatred. So from now on, hate me. I'll take on this hatred for your father, because I am now the Lord of Crossroad, the person responsible for this place. The people here need someone to blame, someone to bear all these hellish burdens. If this hatred is also a mission that the Cross family must bear, then as the new Lord, I naturally have to take it over. I will be your object of hatred. So now, try to understand your father a bit. He didn't want much. He just hoped you would be happy, and it is because of his hope that I desperately came to save you. Stop messing up my bangs." Evangeline blushed, looked at Ash, and seemed to ponder something. She was just about to speak when the ground shook again. The monsters had surrounded the villa. If the golems attacked the automatic defense turret at the same time, the turret won't be able to stop them from attacking from blind spots. If they attack together, we are certainly doomed. So we need to break out now. But Senior, I don't have a weapon. I can't fight now. Don't you still have spare equipment? You buried it yourself a few days ago. Evangeline then remembered the Cross family's ancestral weapons were also buried in her father's tomb. Meanwhile, the golems had started charging at the villa simultaneously. Although the automatic defense turret's fire managed to shatter many golems, some broke through the turret's blind spots and approached the turret. As the golems converged around the turret, its firing stopped, but the turret's self-destruct cleared many golems. Now's our chance. Let's go. We need to get to your parents' grave. Almost the moment they left, the remaining golems chased after them closely. Ash quickly pulled out the mana gun and fired. Evangeline, run, just a bit further, and we'll be there, where I left the last safeguard. Unbeknownst to Evangeline, she had already arrived at the orchard behind the villa. There stood her parents' tombstone, but she had no time for grief and began to dig quickly with her hands. Soon, under a pile of dirt, a wooden box appeared containing a worn cavalry spear and shield. These were the weapons used by the heads of the Cross family for generations, and at Evangeline's request, they had been buried with the front count on the day of his funeral. She vividly remembered, on the day she left, her father holding these weapons in his hands, handing them to her. "I don't need this. I don't want to inherit this kind of thing." In truth, she hadn't really wanted to throw them on the ground. She had expected her father to scold her as he had before, but he did not. The weather up north is cold, especially the winters in the Imperial City are exceptionally harsh. Make sure to keep warm and don't catch a cold. You can come back anytime you want. However, Evangeline closed the carriage door without responding. The front count stood there foolishly, watching his daughter disappear at the end of the road until he could no longer see her. Now seeing these weapons again, Evangeline's heart was filled with mixed emotions. The spear and shield were severely worn, just like her father, who had aged overnight after losing his wife. Evangeline still remembered how imposing they looked when she was a child. Why had they become like this now? "Evangeline, what are you waiting for? The golems are catching up." Ash's shout pulled her from her reverie. With no time to think, Evangeline gripped the spear and shield with her mud-stained hands, ready for the imminent battle. "Senior, did you say that you had another safeguard?" "Correct. You are my last safeguard, with your father's weapons. Fight as he taught you." Although Evangeline wanted to argue with Ash, there was no time left. The golems were already too close, holding the shield and spear tightly. She felt as if these weapons had found their long-lost master, perfectly fitting into her hands. For some reason, Evangeline suddenly remembered her childhood days with her father. She recalled the first time she learned to use the spear and shield. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. "Grip the spear a bit harder, like you're tightening something. You're doing very well." With this memory guiding her, Evangeline's unease vanished in an instant, as if her father was standing right behind her. Using the techniques her father had taught her, she effortlessly shattered a golem's core. Evangeline could not relax yet, as more golems were charging at her. Having regained the familiar feeling, Evangeline didn't hesitate to charge into the group of golems. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the golem's movements seemed to slow down, and the once challenging foes now appeared like moving targets. She instinctively knew how to step, how to adjust the rhythm of the fight. It felt like a clear path had opened up in front of her. With this feeling, Evangeline moved through the group of golems as if in an uninhabited realm. Yet, Evangeline still found it somewhat incredible. Why could she suddenly handle it so effortlessly? What was that feeling just now? Outstanding. I knew you could do it. Senior, what was that just now? I felt like I saw a certain path. What's going on? That's because these weapons have now become your personal gear. Even without upgrading, they can be used effectively, so that's why you felt that way. Although Ash's explanation sounded a bit bizarre, and Evangeline couldn't quite understand what he was talking about, she was certain that Ash knew the source of that feeling. But more urgently than that, there's still one last creature in the sky, the magic stone golem. Just then, the magic stone golem began to gather magical energy, preparing for a powerful attack. What should we do? It's too high for us to attack it, and we've run out of bullets for the magic rifle. Even if I throw my spear, if it misses, everything will be over. Of course, I have a way. I'm a prince. After all, full of clever tricks. He pointed towards the horizon. The sun is about to set. It'll be dark soon. Evangeline, here's your last instruction for today. Rush at that guy in the sky, and I'll take care of bringing it down. I'm off. The rest is up to you. Senior, rush towards the magic stone golem without hesitation. The final battle. Charge with all your might. As the attack was about to fall, that strange sensation surged again. Following the guidance of that path, Evangeline successfully dodged all of the magic stone golem's attacks. Well done, Evangeline. Now, with this, it's checkmate. Suddenly, Ash threw a torch he had obtained from the dungeon. Unexpectedly, the torch did not hit the magic stone golem. Watching this, Evangeline was taken aback, not understanding Ash's intention. Just then, a light flashed on the walls of Crossroad. A projectile struck the magic stone golem directly. Evangeline couldn't imagine that it was a bullet shot from Crossroad. The shot was so precise that it left her in disbelief. There's someone who managed to snipe from such a long distance, something humans shouldn't have been able to do. She wondered who the mysterious sniper could be. Stop thinking about that now, Evangeline, this is our only chance. Come on, finish off this creature and end this battle. At that moment, Evangeline discarded all her doubts and complex emotions, focusing all her energy on her most potent attack, which completely destroyed the magic stone golem. After killing all the creatures, Evangeline collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Well done, Ace Jr. I didn't expect you could really do it. Is it really all over now? Evangeline could hardly believe it. At least our fight here is over. The two of them together had managed to defeat 50 large monsters. Senior, you're really amazing to be able to accomplish such an incredible task. It's indeed an unbelievable story, and no one would believe it if told. But that's okay. Let it be a victory just for the two of us. Senior, can I pass out now? If I said no, could you still hold on? If that were an order, I would endure. Rest easy, little one. Ash watched Evangeline finally fall asleep peacefully. After Evangeline fell asleep, Ash waved the torch in his hand, and the lights flickered 3 times, signaling that the defense battle was successfully completed. Ash felt relieved, as the defense battle on Crossroad also encountered no problems. This time, Ash had exhausted all his strategies for the operation. In fact, Ash had prepared 2 backups for the last moment. One was Damien's long-distance sniper shot. This type of operation, which even bullets can hardly reach, can only be accomplished by the 1,000-mile eye. Perhaps just firing this one shot had already brought a great burden to Damien. The other backup was Evangeline, who was now sound asleep. To be precise, it was Evangeline's exclusive equipment that was Ash's trump card. All SSR-level characters have their own exclusive equipment, usually with special characteristics or traits related to their story. Although there are many excellent SR-rank heroes, having or not having exclusive equipment is key to their disparity. Evangeline's exclusive trait stems from the experience accumulated by the previous generation of the Cross family. She once said she saw a path ahead, which actually was a buff skill capable of doubling combat efficiency. However, due to her low mana, she couldn't maintain this state for too long. In the game, as soon as their loyalty reaches the max level, a set of equipment falls from the sky. Initially, Ash was shocked to see the equipment being buried, but to keep Evangeline away from the front lines, he thought it was the best choice. However, as things were, Ash had no other option, so he chose to ignore it and just dug it out for use. I'm doing this to save your daughter, Front Count. You shouldn't be angry, right? After a brief recap, Ash finally sat down, assuming there shouldn't be any serious problems in the city. Probably they are dealing with the remaining golems. Ash could finally let down his guard and rest properly. But just as he closed his eyes, he was back in that room filled with the smell of disinfectant. A child was clinging to the machine that sustained his frail life. A piercing alarm rang through the entire ward, and the child's heartbeat stopped. Ash abruptly woke up, and the familiar ward also disappeared. He was already drenched in sweat, and the shawl covering him had slipped off. You're awake. Are you feeling okay? After a little sleep, I feel much better. It's not like I'll die. What about you, Senior? To defeat 50 golems, it was relatively easy. You don't have to act tough. Is that something you should say? Are we going to spend the night here? We have to wait until the city side finishes the battle before we can go back. Will they be alright? Don't worry, they are definitely stronger than us. Just then, a rumbling noise came, and Ash thought the stage had been maliciously altered again, but it was just Evangeline's stomach growling. Perhaps influenced by Evangeline, Ash's stomach also started growling. It wasn't long before Ash took some food from the Front Count's villa. Is this all there is? In this situation, it's already quite good to have this much left. What is this dark stuff? This is really awful. What is this exactly? This is the fruit your father harvested. The Front Count eats it every day. That old guy is really dumb, isn't he? Although she said this, Evangeline still threw the preserved fruit into her mouth and swallowed it desperately. Pour me a glass too. It's too bitter in my mouth. I need something to drink to suppress it. This isn't something a kid like you should drink. It's okay. I've been to the gates of hell. Didn't you, Senior? Just say to try everything I haven't done before. From now on, I won't hold back anymore. I'm going to do everything I haven't done before. I understand now. Holding back from doing what you want to do is just stupid. Hurry up and give it to me. Such a troublesome little brat. Ash didn't understand where Evangeline got this energy from. Then I can only let you drink a little. Evangeline took a sip and actually showed the demeanor of an old drunkard. It's really super disgusting. Both the fruit and the drink taste terrible. Obviously. Does Dad eat and drink this stuff every day? Yes. In that state, he guarded this city for 3 years. Even if he had to eat dirt, he never complained. Drinking dust, thinking of running away without looking back, but still never backing down. Doing his own thing every day. That's what adults do. I don't want to become an adult. That's a cute statement. I actually know all that. What do you know? I know that Dad sneaks out of the house every night and spends the night in front of Mom's grave. I also know that although Dad doesn't cry on the surface, he's always sobbing inside. But I still really hate Dad, so I hope he stays alive and stays by my side, so I can keep hating him. If there's a chance for me to be a bad daughter, then he can get angry at me and scold me. Everything now just bores me, whether it's harboring hatred alone or reminiscing alone. Dad, Mom, I miss you. I really miss you. Evangeline talked to herself for a while, then started crying like a child, followed by sobbing. Ash didn't stop her, but chose to let her cry out loud, because she would have to face this cold and dangerous world in the future. Even if she had to eat dirt and drink dust like an adult, she had to persevere. Her parents were no longer around, and no one would treat her as a child anymore. She had to grow up alone, live alone, and rely on herself for everything. Perhaps she cried herself out, or maybe she got drunk, but Evangeline gradually quieted down. Evangeline soon fell asleep. Not knowing what she was dreaming about, she kept calling out for Dad. Ash went alone to the grave of the front count and his wife, and now this situation also served as a sore of closure for the front count. He finished the last drink with the front count, perhaps due to the fate of the Cross family, or maybe because he was too tired. Ash sighed deeply. The distant eastern sky turned a hazy gray, and it was almost dawn. Under the gradually brightening sky, Ash saw soldiers running along the road in the distance. He had all his fatigue and greeted them with the posture of a victor. Lucas spotted Ash not far away, and seeing his condition, Lucas also breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the stage slowly came to a close, and stage 3 finally ended. Ash, as expected, had won the battle. Back in Crossroad, Ash went to the temple for treatment. Although I don't know how you got injured like this, you can no longer use your left arm as before. You might experience weakened grip strength or stiffness in the wrist. Ash didn't expect that his mistake would have such a big cost, but he was also glad that he hadn't chosen the profession of a warrior. You now need rest. Come to the temple every other day for treatment. Thank you, Saintess. By the way, how is Evangeline? Her shoulder is quite badly injured, but as long as she doesn't strain herself, she will recover quickly. After all, she was originally very strong. Whether it's because of her character's role or the age difference, this at least is a good thing. After the treatment, Ash silently left. Ash listened to Lucas report on the defense battle. The battle had only started for 15 minutes when Damien destroyed all 3 magic stone golems. Over the next 6 hours, they gradually eliminated the remaining individuals nearby. After finishing the cleanup of the remaining golems, they came to the villa for the rescue. Perhaps because Lucas is the main character of this world, he commanded the defense battle very excellently because they conducted a thorough cleanup afterward. The rescue was much later than scheduled. I'm sorry, Your Highness. No need to apologize. You really did great this time. How are the casualties? 128 lightly wounded, 14 seriously injured. What about the death count, Lucas? None. What did you just say? No one died, Your Highness. This is the first time. We've cleared a stage with no casualties. That's great, Lucas. No one died. You were better than me. Don't say that, Your Highness. During the time you were away, everyone was very uneasy because those left here did not know what to do. Ash was somewhat skeptical. Could it be because of the indomitable commander's skill? He originally thought this skill only made him immune to status abnormalities during battle, but it actually went beyond that. The people around Ash would not only not panic or become disordered, but they also felt extremely settled mentally, as if just having Ash nearby would make them feel secure. This, in turn, would make them increasingly dependent on Ash's presence. In any case, looking at the results, everything was resolved smoothly. No need to worry, because there won't be any more situations of me leaving alone. I am Your Highness guard. It's a promise. I have been your guard since the moment we first met until now. Please don't leave me behind, especially when you go to dangerous places. Don't go alone. I know. You brat. How are the rest of the party? Are they all right? Everyone is safe. However, Damien might have overused his eyes. His eyes bled. He says he's fine and is currently receiving treatment at the temple. That's good. Ash guessed it might be because of the last shot, so he decided to visit Damien after the treatment. Ash came to the Lord's Mansion's inner garden, Perhaps because spring was nearly here. The weather was very warm. As Ash sat on the chair, sleepiness kept creeping up on him. "Why don't you go back to your room to sleep? Sleeping there will make you catch a cold. Why do you treat me like an old man? Are you flaunting your youth? I didn't expect to live to see the morning. Quite surprising. I thought I wouldn't see the sunlight again. On the day you finally decided to leave, I made you go through this. I'm really sorry. Take your time to recuperate after the treatment, and you can start your journey once you've rested enough. I'm not leaving. I talked about it all night yesterday, about the Cross family's legacy, and I've decided to take on the role of front count. Do you know what this means? Your dad wanted you to get away from this place. He wanted you to live the life you want, to live freely. That's why I want to stay, because going against his will is the last act of filial piety I can perform. I'm a stubborn person, Senior. Actually, I want to try to understand Dad, because I still don't quite understand his feelings and thoughts at the time, as well as his actions. If I stand in the same position as Dad, maybe I can understand a bit about the foolish and straightforward old man's thoughts. So, I'm sorry. I'm going back on my word. I want to inherit the title as a true successor of the Cross family, and reclaim the rights to the territory. The grievances and responsibilities that you, Senior, want to shoulder alone. I want to share them, although it's not quite appropriate to always praise oneself. I was the top student at the academy, and in the future, I'll grow taller, and I'm very good at fighting. Becoming more imposing, Evangeline, like a child, was describing her future self to Ash. I will become stronger than I am now, both as a knight and as a person. So, please say a word to me. Invite me to fight alongside you from now on. That I will assist you in protecting this city. The strongest tank character in the game. No player in the world would be foolish enough to reject such a request, especially when Evangeline herself asks to join Ash's team. I'm sorry. No, Senior. What did you say? I said I refuse. This city is already mine. I can't return it. If you are very eager and advocate for your right to inherit, then become a knight under my command. Evangeline clearly didn't expect Ash to make such an unreasonable demand. Assist me in protecting this frontier city. You must promise to help me until you grow up and become strong enough to take responsibility for this city. If by that time your heart has not changed, I will return the role of front count and the position of lord to you. 3 years from now. No, 2.5 years. I'll be grown up. By then, I'll surely earn your recognition and take back the title, the city, and everything else that belongs to me. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Evangeline Cross. Actually, the game's strategy period is only 3 years. After that, it doesn't matter whether Ash gives this city away or not. Senior, may I ask you one more thing? Is it? When I was little, my mom once told me that she knew if she stayed in this city, married Dad, and had me, there would be sad and painful events. But even so, she still chose this path. She said it was because of what continues after. What continues after? What does that mean? What kind of magic is there that, knowing the outcome, still made Mom choose to stay and live in this city? I thought I would understand when I grew up, but I still haven't figured it out. So that's it. Ash gave Evangeline a new G. You ask me what continues after is? Isn't the path your parents intended to continue right here? Welcome back to the monster battlefront, Evangeline Cross. Rest well today. I'll make good use of you in the future. The weather is clear. The sun is bright. Spring is finally coming. Evangeline vaguely understands her mother's meaning now. Her mother had been psychologically prepared, knowing the deeper she loved, the more painful it would be when she lost it. And even knowing she would die tragically, she still chose to marry the front count and have Evangeline in the face of the front count's love. She gave her love unreservedly, to connect the paths between people, to pass on the things that continue to the next generation. This might be the only reason humans dare to confront monsters. Everyone in the city lives with the same determination. Spring has arrived, and new buds are sprouting from the frozen ground of winter. Even though the trees will bear fruit after they grow, the flowers that have endured the frost will eventually wither, and the fallen leaves will rot under the frozen ground. Then, spring will definitely come again, and the seedlings will bloom anew on the accumulated soil. Though people will eventually die, they will certainly leave behind the things that continue. The Cross family has left behind more than just death and dust. Evangeline seems to understand. Even though she's sore from her injuries, her heart feels exceedingly relieved at this moment. Spring has finally come, and this city, long shrouded in fear, has finally welcomed spring. In the recently completed Stage 3, Ash became the MVP of the stage. After finishing other matters, Ash prepared to check the rewards for clearing the stage. At this moment, the necklace he got from the tutorial finally reacted. The equipment, called the Rebel's Necklace, unlocks a score-only store. Although Ash didn't understand the significance of the name, he finally opened the store. The first item that caught his eye is called Dark Event Tracker. After opening the score shop, its description reads, whenever a dark event occurs in a stage, random events will occur within the relevant scenes. affecting the player's strategy and causing disadvantages. Upon seeing the description of this item, Ash did not hesitate to purchase it. Reading the information in his hands, Ash could hardly believe his eyes. It turned out that all the stages during this period were triggered by dark events. Stage 1 involved the most difficult living armor army at the beginning. Stage 2 involved an enemy NPC who could control monsters entering the fray, and the recently cleared Stage 3 was due to abnormal actions of the Stone Golem army. The most troublesome parts in the previous stages were all caused by this dark event. Ash doesn't understand. Who is controlling all this? Why do they want to destroy the game? And for what reason? Far from Crossroad, in the far north, at the center of the continent, is the capital of the Everblack Empire, New Terra. This city has a huge port connected to the inner sea of the continent, and is the center of global trade and logistics. People flock here all year round, day and night, and in the center of this most prosperous and magnificent city, stood the Central. Because of the numerous black towers that stood on the palace grounds, it was also called the Palace of the Blackthorn Trees. In the administrative office of the Everblack Empire, a matter affecting Crossroad is taking place. Your Highness, your brother has requested reinforcements again. The man is the Minister of Government of the Everblack Empire and Ash's older brother, Fernandez Amber Key for Everblack. Are you talking about Ash? Yes, Your Highness. He says the monster invasions on the southern front are getting fiercer, and we need to help him organize reinforcements immediately. How many times has he requested reinforcements? This is the third time. Ignore it. But, Your Highness, the situation on the southern front seems really severe. According to the reports from our intelligence agents, the scale of this monster invasion hasn't been seen in decades. Did you not understand my words? I said ignore it. The Western Front is trying to end the war with the Bringer Dukedom. We don't have the manpower to send to the Southern Front. Subduing the Dukedom is the priority. Even if real problems do arise on the Southern Front later, we will be able to rectify the situation then. Ash always likes to dramatize, but that's just his way. How is the situation on the southwestern front of the Bringer Dukedom? It is said that the first troop is personally attacking the Dukedom's capital, and we expect news of a successful siege within this week. Where's my elder brother? He's on the front line. I've told him several times to change that habit. The Emperor's eldest son, Lark Avalanche Everblack, who holds the Empire's military power as the Supreme Commander, commands all the knights and soldiers of the Empire. However, the naturally brave Lark especially likes to be on the front lines himself. As the Empire's first prince and Supreme Commander, he should be staying at the command post, not on the front lines. Both this elder brother and Ash are a source of worry for Fernandez. By the way, where's my father? Still in seclusion. I thought as much. The Empire's only emperor has been in seclusion for years, hiding in the deepest part of the palace, occasionally sending handwritten messages or quietly issuing directives from the inner palace. Thus, foreign affairs are managed by the eldest prince and domestic affairs by the second prince. With the continuation of this situation, frightening rumors have even begun to emerge about whether something has happened to the emperor. This war with the Bringer Dukedom, it surely also erupted because the emperor is absent. Your Highness, there is one more matter that requires your decision. Is it about the executions? Yes, about the death sentences for the traitors held in the underground prison. Do you approve? Of course, they are traitors. But just as he was about to sign, Fernandez stopped his pen. You just said Ash requested reinforcements, right? Send them. Your Highness, you mean the reinforcements? Of course not. Send those sentenced to death to the monster front. Ash needs meat shields, right? After all, whether they are hanged or bitten to death by monsters, there seems to be no difference. But Your Highness, they are not ordinary criminals. Sending them to the south might cause trouble. It's okay. Ash will handle it. Whether it's spoiled or rotten rice, he's desperately in need of manpower now. He has to take whatever he gets. I will write the order using the authority of the Minister of Government. The death sentences of 5 major traitors will be carried out on the southern front, under the supervision of the third prince. Ash, because my brother is working hard, I'm sending reinforcements to help him. I really am a kind and good brother. You think so too, right, Ash? The next morning, Ash went to visit Damien, but no matter how many times he had visited others in the hospital, Ash could never get used to it. Are your eyes better? I'm sorry to have made you push yourself for my sake. How can you say it's because of Your Highness? It was my own doing. Your Highness did nothing wrong. You brat, I'll just rest for a few days, and my vision will recover. There's no need to worry. I won't push you anymore. Even so, I'll still make use of you, but I won't make you do such excessive things again. I promise. I am a gun in the hands of Your Highness. After all, come on, pinky promise. As long as it's within my capabilities, you can use me as you wish whenever you need to. If I can play a role in killing monsters and driving them back completely, even if my eyes are burned out, I will gladly accept it. So please make full use of me until I die. Ash couldn't refuse Damien's request, because as long as he has 1000 Mile Eye until his abilities are exhausted, Ash will continue to use him. Damien, do you remember the first promise I made to you? I promised you that I would die by your hands whenever you need it. At that time, Damien had lost a friend and had no desire to live. Ash, in order to force Damien to pull himself together, even went so far as to make him hate himself. So Ash was curious about how Damien would feel now. Do you still hate me for killing your friend? Since that day, I have not thought about that promise between your highness and me. When one day we have repelled all the monsters and this front has become peaceful, then ask me again, your highness, and I will answer whether I still hate you. Don't worry, the day of peace will surely come. In the next 3 years, as long as all the paths leading to the end are completed, the end of the game will eventually arrive in whatever form. No matter what answer Damien gives then, Ash will gladly accept it. Whether it's loyalty or hatred, gratitude or resentment, even the relationship between a player and a cheating character, Ash doesn't mind. Whatever the outcome, he hopes that these characters he once casually discarded can be happy. Time quickly moved to the second evening after the stage ended. Ash had overexerted himself in the last battle, causing unbearable body aches. He wanted to ignore everything and rest, but he needed to find out the exact results of the defense battle he hadn't participated in. Thus, Ash started his inspection from the city walls, all the way to the artifact storage warehouse, various production facilities, and the soldiers at the temple. Although there was a celebration banquet tonight, which he also attended and made a toast, he returned immediately after because Ash believed that everything would go smoothly even in his absence. Everyone could have a lot of fun, especially Jupiter, who really has a rare talent in this area. Although Ash really wanted to lie down and sleep now, he still had things to do. Lucas, having reached level 35, was now eligible for a class change. Just these powerful stats alone were enough to make him more effective in subsequent defense battles. More importantly, Lucas unlocked a second skill. Although this skill consumes a lot of mana, it allows Lucas to quickly reach every corner of the battlefield. Now, just wait for him to learn his ultimate move, equip specialized gear, and complete his attribute upgrades, and Lucas would truly become a god of the war. Although there is still a long way to go, Ash's team was growing step by step. The next character to complete a class change is Ash, who accidentally transfers to this world. After all, being a hidden class character, Ash believed he would soon reap the benefits. But when he saw his stats, he could only hope for a cheat skill, and Ash was stunned. Ash's first skill is called Eye of the Commander, a skill he had never seen in his 2 years of playing the game. Originally, Eye of the Commander could dominate the consciousness of those it gazes upon. The lower the opponent's magic power and stats, the longer the control time and the higher the success rate of the skill. In short, this is a wide-range mind control skill. Although it's hard to maintain for long, as long as there's eye contact, Ash can manipulate those monsters. Since it's a skill he had never seen before, Ash could only try to test it a bit in subsequent real battles. Next, Ash opened the reward chests from the last stage, which contained 3 great chests and 1 golden chest. In this golden chest was the legendary SSR chest, notoriously difficult to collect 10 of until the game's end. Ash began to pray, hoping for a practical weapon rather than one dependent unlock. Ash needed a weapon that's consistent and no usage threshold. As a flash of light passed, Ash received the Maestro. While all SSR weapons possess unique abilities and performance, the rarest among them are one-type weapons. The basic performance of the Maestro is to generate blades of magical power, which can produce several blades in the air for the player to control. As long as Ash has enough mana, he can perform powerful mid-range attacks. Now, Ash can also fight like a mage. However, the most special feature of this weapon is that it can provide powerful buffs by attacking allies. Ash suddenly thought, is he supposed to use this to hit his own teammates? He was a bit troubled, wondering what to say before taking action, and how could he make everyone accept being corporally punished with the wand? Night fell as Ash grappled with this strange dilemma. The next morning, Ash immediately began preparations for the next defense battle. First, he ordered the restoration work of the advanced base. The advanced base, located directly in front of the Black Lake water at the southern front, was once the battleground with the black spiders during the tutorial, since it had been severely damaged at the time. This position had been in a state of disuse, but now it was time to start repairs. Although it was hard to maintain this advanced base for long, proper use could significantly reduce the number of monsters entering Crossroad. After this, Ash expanded the anti-air attack artifacts. This was to deal with enemies coming from the sky. The game's monster army appear with various patterns, among which flying monsters appear at least once every 5 stages. So in the next 4 to 5 stages, there will definitely be a battle with flying monsters. I understand. Then I need to prepare the artifacts immediately. Since Evangeline joined the team, Ash actually no longer planned to send Lily to dangerous places. In the following days, Ash went to the blacksmith to check on the equipment disassembly, discussed the future plans for Crossroad with Lucas, and slowly prepared what Crossroad needed. 3 days flew by, and only 1 week remained until the next stage. I don't know if you've all rested well these days. I'm sorry for being a heartless leader who orders you around, but it's time to strike again. Just then, Ash noticed that Evangeline seemed a bit awkward. What's the matter? Are you unhappy about something, Evangeline? I'm just a bit shy. Ash didn't understand why Evangeline was shy. Was it because they had become a team, or because of their previous experience fighting golems together, or perhaps because she had confided in Ash about her appearance? What exactly are you shy about? Stop asking and speak up, so we can get going. Honestly, Ash couldn't grasp the thoughts of these adolescents. Actually, I'm also a bit embarrassed. What about you? Ash was puzzled. Was it because of his visit? Ash didn't understand why they were like this, but Jupiter thought to herself, it's good to be young. Jupiter, if you have something to say, just say it. Why should I, an old woman, fool around with you youngsters? Aren't you fooling around every day? What's the harm in that? It seems you're the only normal one here. Of course, Your Highness. As Your Highness's guard knight, I must always be in my best condition. Let's end the chit-chat here. It's time to explore the dungeon. We're heading to the third area this time, on the north side of the outer wall. We'll be exploring in a straight line along the northern wall of the Lake Kingdom. There are no complicated mechanisms there, and the dungeon is just composed of a narrow corridor. Just keep fighting the monsters while advancing, with strength against strength. Clearing the level involves pushing forward and repelling the monsters that appear in succession. Among all areas, the structure of the third area is one of the simplest and won't take too long. Let's aim to return before nightfall. Any more questions? Let's head out. Since everyone is ready, let's set off. Ash then chose the teleportation location this time, the northern outer wall. A flash of light passed, and Ash and his team disappeared into the teleportation gate. No time to rest. Crossroad is about to face its next challenge. The scattered, unextinguished flames in the city revealed the grandeur of this majestic lake kingdom. No matter how many times people saw the scene, they were always awestruck by its magnificence. Let's move out once we're ready. We should encounter enemies soon. As Ash descended from the tower and stepped onto the city walls, the information about the scouting area appeared. Compared to previous dungeons, this layout was relatively simple, but it also indicated that the difficulty of the strategy would definitely not be low. Although the specific monsters might vary, Ash knew that a tough battle was inevitable. As Ash was pondering what kind of monsters they might encounter, Lucas spotted something approaching. As Ash predicted, they encountered flying monsters in this dungeon. Almost instantly, the strike team was surrounded by the monsters that suddenly appeared. The mission code for the first room was to eliminate 8 stone gargoyles, which continuously flooded in. Since Ash had anticipated such a situation, he had prepared a battle plan in advance. We'll go for a quick victory. Stretching out the battle will only waste our energy, as these beasts will keep coming at us. The moment Ash gave the order, the 3 others, except for Damien, were already guarding their respective areas. In fact, only 2 types of flying monsters appeared early on. One was a monster referred to by players as a wyvern, though they were merely degenerated dragons, with neither the strength nor intelligence comparable to true dragons. Even so, due to their dragon genes, they had high magic resistance and could use fireball attacks. However, because of this, their physical defense was low, and with enough arrows and ballistic prepared, they could still be handled. The gargoyles, on the other hand, were the exact opposite of the wyverns. They had high physical defense, but almost no magic resistance, and they lacked any ranged attack capabilities. Therefore, close combat became the best way to fight them. To deal with them, the frontline troops had to physically withstand them, while the rear-line mages and artifacts fought fiercely. In other words, the key figure in leading this battlefield would be the team's only wide-area mage, Jupiter. As expected, mages are the stars of the battlefield, the core of war, and it's said that the true masters of rewards are mages. Without a doubt, Jupiter would make a fortune in this stage again, which was one of the reasons Ash was willing to invest heavily in mages. Your Highness, what can I do? You don't have to do anything. We'll take it slow. Your eyes haven't fully healed, and my left arm hasn't recovered yet. Hopefully, today's strategy won't need us. Currently, the team consisted of 2 SSR rank knights and 1 SR rank wide area mage, all of whom had completed their second-class change. Even with just this group, it was enough to handle the scouting of the third area, so all Ash and Damien needed to do was wait quietly for the battle to end. The regular room was eventually cleared perfectly thanks to Jupiter's outstanding performance. Despite being a quirky old lady, Jupiter's power was undeniable, and so, Ash and his group continued walking along the top of the castle walls for a long time. Ash and his party finally arrived at the top of the northern city gate. After entering this area, the path downward appeared, leading to the boss room. Let's work hard today and finish early. This time's boss is a golden gargoyle Centurion Malone, which, like before, has a human name and title. According to the game's setting, the gargoyles are decorative artifacts of the Lake Kingdom's royal palace. Although its stats are not much different from other bosses, the number of items it drops is directly proportional to its regal appearance. Just as Ash was reminding everyone to prepare for battle, something unexpected happened. Jupiter, the only mage in the team, suddenly charged straight at the golden gargoyle. At that moment, she seemed completely oblivious to the danger in front of her, her eyes only seeing the gold. As the team's commander, Ash had not anticipated this situation. He wondered, could this be due to Jupiter's gold rush trait, or had she lost her mind? Even more unfortunately, the golden gargoyle moved at that moment. For the past 10 years, I have been a centurion. Do you want me to be a centurion for life? You guys rush in. We can't let Grandma die here. Almost the moment Ash issued the command, Lucas and Evangeline grabbed their weapons and charged forward. However, the gargoyle's hammer was already raised high, about to strike. Ash knew that the two were not fast enough. If Jupiter were to die here, the upcoming stage 4 would be a deadly test for them. Just as the hammer's shadow was about to envelop Jupiter's face, Ash held his breath in tension. She was still unaware of the danger. Damien, knock its weapon away. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Damien fired 3 shots in quick succession. With the help of the SSR-ranked man of gun, the trajectory of the hammer's attack was altered and Jupiter was saved from the clutches of the golden gargoyle. Only then did Jupiter finally snap out of her frenzied state. Before she could react, Lucas had already grabbed her by the collar. Although it looked somewhat comical, Ash and the others successfully saved the most crucial member of the stage, Jupiter. However, the golden gargoyle clearly had no intention of letting the two of them go. In a critical moment, Evangeline used her passive skill, Cry of the Battlefield, a wide area taunt skill used by all shield knights. Thanks to her strong attributes, Evangeline successfully blocked the golden gargoyle's attack. The precious time she bought allowed Jupiter to be safely rescued. Jupiter, I am ashamed to face you, Your Highness. Snap out of it. What is the most experienced person here doing? It was a momentary lapse of judgment by me, an old woman that put everyone in danger. It's good you realize that. Ash was relieved, but still curious. In the game, the gold rush trait only reacts to chests. Why would it trigger in such an absurd place in reality? After confirming that Jupiter was safe, Ash continued to lead the team, preparing for the upcoming challenges. Luke is prepared to join the battle to relieve Evangeline's pressure. I'll go finish off that guy immediately. Jupiter also began gathering the magic within her, preparing for battle. But just then, a sharp pain interrupted her movements. You shouldn't push yourself. Take some time to recover. I've really embarrassed myself today. When have you ever cared about the face in front of us? Your Highness, I'll handle the cleanup. You should step back. Damien, using his still not fully recovered 1000-mile eye, fired a triple shot, coupled with the Black Queen's tremendous recoil. He was already quite exhausted. Hold on a second. Your prince is about to test a new skill. As he waved the maestro in his hand, 3 magic blades appeared above his head. Only Ash knew that these 3 magic blades had already consumed half of his magic power. As soon as the magic flowed out of Ash's body, he felt sore all over, as this was the first time he had truly expended magic since arriving in this world. With a wave of Ash's wand, the 3 magic blades moved according to his thoughts. Every time I see Your Highness, you display fresh and marvelous skills. As you can see, I am indeed a man with endless surprises. Training ends here. With that, Ash controlled the 3 magic blades to strike the golden gargoyle. Now let's test its power. Almost instantly, the armor of the golden gargoyle shattered upon contact. Seeing the immense power of the magic blades, Ash grinned in satisfaction. However, after 5 strikes, the magic blades broke. It seemed the skill's durability wasn't very high. At that moment, the golden gargoyle spoke again. Just because I chose the wrong side once, I was forced to sit here, wasting away in the outer city for life. You've already fought to your heart's content. Why are you still rambling? Evangeline used damage save to absorb the golden gargoyle's full-strength blow. She then immediately activated damage payback. If only I could be promoted and wear that stylish armor like that statue. In its final moments, the golden gargoyle seemed to recall something. What is this? Why is the rain black? But before it could figure out the answer, Lucas decapitated it with a single sword strike. Perhaps because it didn't get the answer it wanted. The golden gargoyle maintained its last posture, but with a loud crash, it finally collapsed. Jupiter, when we get back, you need to write a reflection paper and deduct a week's salary from your annual pay to put into the city development fund. Your Highness, that's too harsh. I think it's the right thing to do, and I will do as you say. Jupiter, although I don't know why you lose control at the sight of shiny things, don't forget that before you became a mercenary driven by money, you were a proud soldier of the Everblack Empire. I hope you can remember who you were before you're blinded by immediate gains. In a team of vibrant young people, I, an old person, not only can't help but have become a burden. This can't continue. If it happens again, I will offer my life as an apology. There's no need to sacrifice your life. Then I'll take responsibility for it with my money, which I consider as dear as my life. How much are you planning to give? About a day's wages. The mention of this awkward topic made them both laugh simultaneously. Despite a slight mishap, the third area was completely cleared. Although the golden gargoyle didn't drop any equipment, it did drop many items that could be sold for money. Additionally, in the treasure chest in the boss room, there appeared a You Must Scream set. Ash couldn't believe he had managed to obtain items from the same set consecutively. With the screaming orb he had collected last time, all they needed next was the gloves to complete the You Must Scream set. Everyone has suffered because of this old woman. I really don't know if I can shamelessly accept this. Regardless, the third area has now been fully explored. Going down the stairs will lead to the next save point, which is also the largest one encountered during this period. This place is the previously mentioned base camp by Mummian, a gathering spot for the few survivors in the dungeon, equipped with facilities like shops and blacksmiths. However, today's task is to find new members. Any friendly and capable person we encounter, we should try every means to take them with us. In fact, the urgency in Ash's exploration was for this very purpose, to meet friendly NPCs and recruit them to his team. Although the mercenary guild will become very lively once the city develops, Ash understands that expanding the current team is of utmost importance. However, for the early stages of the game, it's an inevitable problem that it's difficult to gather heroes. That's why previous players said that this game focuses not only on combat, but also significantly on city management. In any case, you all should also keep an eye out to see if there are any decent folks around. In this dark and spooky dungeon, are there really such upright people? Or rather, are there really humans here? It doesn't matter if some don't meet the standards. After all, Ash is well aware that in this game, allies aren't necessarily just humans. After a brief rest, they continued down the stairs. After walking for a while, they finally reached the ground level. This is the north gate of the Lake Kingdom, the same gate they saw when they first entered beneath the lake. Because this door was locked, we finally made our way in after going through 3 stages. Whether then or now, we still can't open it. How do we open this door? This door can only be opened under one occasion. When is that? When those guys start attacking, which is when the monster invasion forces march towards the human world. Let's not worry about that now. Let's go inside. The safe point is just ahead, and once we complete today's tasks, we can head back. Ash and his group walked from the north gate along the main road into the city, and soon they arrived at a huge plaza. Why would these guys be here? They are monsters that will invade Crossroad in the next defensive battle, stacked up neatly like this. When the time is right, they will all fly towards Crossroad, so why don't we just kill them now? How could you possibly exterminate all of them? Look more closely. At this moment, other gargoyles flying around the city were also gradually rejoining the group. This is their core base, and we're only 5 people. Facing them now would be a death sentence. Let's do what we can do right now. With that, Ash and his group left the main road and entered an alleyway. After walking for over 5 minutes, they finally reached their destination, the base camp, because they would need to continue their exploration. This place would serve as a bridgehead. Previously, Ash and his party had been in utter darkness without a trace of light, and suddenly entering a well-lit area felt reassuring, yet they also slightly let their guard down. But Your Highness, didn't you say people live here? That's correct. Then why haven't we seen anyone? It wasn't until Lucas spoke that Ash suddenly realized something was amiss. According to the game's usual setup, there should be at least 4 or 5 NPCs here, and the current situation was clearly not a good sign. Just then, a group of masked individuals raising bows and arrows silently appeared. Ash and his team were ambushed in a safe point, completely unprepared. Ash was curious about who these people were, as their attire seemed somewhat familiar. Judging just from the equipment they held, there were clearly no ordinary foes. Their levels were not low, and they were not only equipped with bows and crossbows, but had even prepared cannons. It was only at this moment that Ash began to regret his earlier actions. He always subconsciously treated this place as a game, but this was a real world, where the rules of the game did not apply. Though Ash had no clear ideas for escape, he still remained composed. Your way of welcoming us is a bit too enthusiastic, isn't it? While I appreciate the gesture, I would be even more grateful if someone could explain the current situation. We are adventurers who have just recently entered the dungeon, newcomers who need your guidance and leadership. However, despite Ash's non-hostile words, those people still looked at them with cold eyes. You intend to use a hazing ritual to discipline the newcomers? I didn't expect that such bad habits still existed in society today. Bad habits? I think it's a fine tradition. Just then, a deep voice came from not far away. Intimidating newcomers is a culture as ancient as human history. It's a process that engraves respect for elders and etiquette into our bones. Such excellent culture should be protected and developed in the future. What kind of broken tradition is that? Our predecessors as adventurers really have a stubborn nature. You're right, I always hear such comments. But what can be done? A person who has lived long will always cling to the past. Ash's eyes widen in disbelief. The voice belonged to the Pied Piper. So that's how you refer to me, the Pied Piper. Although it's an interesting nickname, I am a high treason criminal wandering the lands of this magnificent lake kingdom, but let me properly introduce myself. I am the last surviving court musician here, as well as a court jester and a court mage. You can call me Crown. I'm pleased to meet you here, the last player. Hearing Crown refer to himself as the last player, Ash was taken aback. This NPC named Crown wasn't so formidable in the original game. Even if he occasionally entered the battlefield, he merely commanded monsters or cast debuffs on players. His rightful place should have been in the first room of the final boss dungeon. By then, the player's team was already so strong that he could be easily defeated with a few stabs. Yet, this NPC, who should have appeared in the final stage, was now showing up in the base camp, and those masked individuals behind him were also characters who appeared together with him in that stage. What was more significant was that Crown had just referred to Ash as player. Does this mean that this man also understands the system of this world? Although Ash's mind was filled with questions at the moment, the immediate priority was to escape the current crisis. Why are you hostile to us? Can you tell me why? Isn't your team planning to traverse this city and uncover the secrets of the kingdom? But you clearly don't know the terrifying darkness that lies dormant there, so I just wanted to stop you from doing that. We are the ultimate defense force guarding the kingdom, also remnants of the surviving Lake Kingdom. Of course, you can also call us Nightcrawlers. We will eliminate those who try to touch the darkness of this city, and you are just one of them. Crown slowly raised his right hand. Ash was well aware that once his hand fell, a full-on attack would come. These were enemies that only appeared in the final stages of the game, and Ash's current team was no match for them. Not only were they surrounded, but they were also vastly outclassed in terms of levels and equipment. If they tried to withstand the volley, someone in the team would surely die, and the worst-case scenario could be a total wipeout. Ash no longer had time to think of a solution. He could only use all the means at his disposal. A glint of light flashed in Ash's eyes. He had encountered Crown and his troops at the base camp and had no choice but to use the skill he had just acquired, Eye of the Commander. As the skill activated, Ash felt as if time around him slowed. The skill targeted a total of 12 individuals. If the command was too complex, the skill was very likely to fail, so Ash issued the simplest command. All of you turn around. Due to the simplicity of the command, it successfully influenced 7 targets, but even such a simple action left Ash feeling a significant backlash after releasing the skill. Take this chance. We need to escape through the portal. Almost the instant Ash pointed the way, Lucas sprang into action. With Lucas clearing the path, the other 4 hurried toward the direction of the portal. Mind control? That's an interesting skill. Don't let those guys get away. Evangeline easily blocked the first volley of arrows, buying precious time for the team. As the duration of the Eye of the Commander's skill ended, the second volley of arrows was much larger than before. I'll handle this one too. Evangeline jumped up and easily blocked the second volley with the help of her specialized equipment. Damien called out as bullets from the Black Queen flew straight toward the incoming cannon fire. Despite the impact of the previous battle on Damien, intercepting the cannon fire was still manageable. Now, all Ash and his team needed to do was reach the portal to safely evacuate and prepare for a convert attack. However, the enemy clearly did not plan to let them escape easily. Trying to run? We've prepared for so long. We can't let you escape that easily. 2 of the enemy mages had already accumulated magic power, and the combination of wind and fire attributes was about to unleash far greater destructive power than the cannon. If hit, the force was enough to completely level the area. With the team in its current condition, no one could withstand such a magical attack. If nothing unexpected happened, Ash and his team were likely to be completely annihilated. At the critical moment, Jupiter stepped forward. How dare you be so arrogant? With her lightning magic, she forcefully blocked the combined wind and fire magical attack. However, it was clear from Jupiter's expression that blocking these attacks was not easy for her. I can't hold this for long. In such a situation, Ash knew they didn't have much time. Ash knew there was no better option. He had to keep up with Lucas' pace and flee quickly, because only Ash could activate the portal. Fortunately, Damien eventually managed to bring the injured Jupiter back safely. Luckily, she did not lose her life and could still play a role in the next defense battle. Crown's troops seemed to realize they couldn't stop Ash and his group, so they didn't continue the attack but just stood there, watching silently. Ash couldn't guess what Crown was thinking behind his mask, but the eerie smile on it really irritated him. Wait and see, you flute-playing bastard. I will come back and beat you all up. Under Jupiter's sacrificial protection, Ash and his companions finally made it to the portal. After this crisis, they successfully returned to Crossroad. In the late afternoon, after returning from the free exploration, Ash went to the temple in Crossroad. After these battles, Ash's mindset had changed. He began to hesitate, wondering if he would have to fight humans in the future. In his previous gaming experiences, he had never considered this question, so when Crown first appeared, he had allowed Damien to shoot without hesitation. Perhaps it was the many deaths and funerals he had experienced, but his views were beginning to change. These people were no longer just data. They all had their own experiences and stories. At least in this world, they were all living beings, each striving for their own goals. Now, Ash was facing the same dilemma that Damien had. If it came to survival and clearing the game, could he still eliminate hostile humans as decisively as before? At this moment, Ash fell into deep thought. The scientist walked out after finishing the treatments. Fortunately, no one is in life-threatening condition, but there is still something to be cautious about. Lady Jupiter has suffered aftereffects from excessive magic use and is currently in a state of magic overload. Magic overload? Isn't that extremely dangerous? Yes, the magic is out of control and is harming the caster's body. If not careful, she may never be able to use magic again for the rest of her life. She needs a good long rest. Jupiter was the core combat force in this stage. Losing her would greatly increase the difficulty of the defense battle. May I visit her? Lady Jupiter is critically ill right now. It is not advisable to visit her yet. Ash thought about how he had spoken harshly to Jupiter when her gold rush had acted up, and now that this had happened, he felt terrible. He silently left a bag of gold coins at the temple. Thank you, Saintess. You all have worked hard. How are you feeling? We're fine. How is Lady Jupiter? She's severely injured and won't be able to return to the front lines for a while. Is it that serious? Yes. We should be thankful that only one team member was seriously injured. We could have all died there. Although Ash tried to comfort them, their expressions still showed that everyone was deeply affected. Just to let you know in advance, I'm going to give those guys a taste of their own medicine. Hearing this, the three of them finally perked up. Since they are so audacious, I won't let them get away with it. Provoking the Imperial Prince Ash and his guards will naturally have its costs. However, we are not going to act now. We need to be fully prepared, and only after successfully clearing this stage will we eliminate those guys. Sharpen the knives wisely and meticulously, prepare the bullets, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. So, everyone rest today. Stop worrying about it. Got it? In other words, Ash was still troubled by the upcoming defense battle. Although Lily is also a mage, she isn't as proficient in area magic as Jupiter. Just then, Eater suddenly appeared from some corner. Perhaps to vent his dissatisfaction with the game developers, Ash stuck out his foot and tripped him. You damn director. I haven't seen much of you lately. What have you been up to? Have you been working properly? But now there are more important things to handle than city administration. Of course, this stage could possibly be the worst one we've encountered. What? Our prisoners. They've escaped. What are you talking about? Not from Crossroad. Not from Crossroad. The death row inmates sent from the Empire. Before Ash could even worry about the absent mage, he was quickly faced with new troubles. The reinforcements they had called for had finally responded, but the Empire had sent not soldiers, but 5 death row inmates. However, these 5 vicious criminals transferred to Crossroad had overturned the carriage that was transporting them and all escaped, and this happened at noon today. But until now, none of these prisoners have been caught. You damn director, why didn't you prevent this before it happened? I've told you, I have no powers in this world. I can't foresee the future. However, I can provide you with information about these 5 individuals. I had already pre-entered their profiles into the system. Why didn't you say that earlier? After complaining, Ash opened the system panel to check. The moment he saw the profiles, Ash was stunned. These prisoners were the ones sent after you had requested reinforcements from the capital. If you could manage to win them over, they might become useful forces. Of course, I'll win them over. Whatever it takes, I must bring these guys in. Even if they are vicious criminals from the Empire, compared to ghosts and zombies, death row inmates are definitely better, right? Most importantly, their ability levels are much higher than those of my current team. So, Mr. Incompetent Director, where exactly did these people escape to? You must have some clue, based on the reports I've received. I assume they're hiding in the barren mountains to the north of the city. It's not far, but it's a remote area. There's no time to hesitate. Lead the way. Since they're also outcasts from the capital, let's take this opportunity to have a good talk with them. To the north of Crossroad, the landscape is filled with undeveloped barren mountains. The land north of the front lines, where crops can be grown, has been fully cultivated. Although it's not as fertile as the land south of the front lines, every bit of land must be utilized for survival. However, despite this, large areas of the barren mountains remain uncultivated. The terrain of the barren mountains is rugged, and as the only ordinary person in the team, Ash naturally doesn't have the stamina. Your Highness, are you okay? Do you need me to carry you to our destination? Really? Can you? Evangeline watched Ash's expression and was somewhat speechless. What's with that look? Are you jealous? You want me to carry you? Senior, are you going to carry me? That's right, then Lucas can carry me. Good idea, isn't it? What kind of carrying method is that? I don't want that. I can only carry you, Your Highness. Absolutely not. I'm really sorry, Your Highness. It's all because of our negligence. I should take this opportunity to get some exercise, but my poor back. Your Highness, I deserve to die for this, but I still hope you can spare my life. Senior used to do this kind of thing all the time back in the capital, accumulating many achievements. After all, before being possessed, Ash was not an easy person to deal with, so the captain from the Empire naturally felt afraid. So, those escaped death row inmates went towards this barren mountain, right? As you can see, Your Highness, their tracks indeed extend to this mountain. Why would they run into the barren mountains? The barren mountains north of Crossroad are inhabited by bandits. This area has been a problem for a long time. The first time I met you, I thought a bandit had invaded the city and taken over my home. The nearby broken weapons and traces left by wagon wheels indeed suggested frequent activity in the area. Could it be that these death row inmates ran here and have some connection with the local bandits? Who knows, if they escape to become bandit leaders, that might actually be a pretty good new start. Despite the humor, there were still too many unanswered questions. Is the information you reported accurate? Of course, my lord. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Ash continued leading the team through the barren mountains. After about 10 minutes, they reached what they speculated to be the bandit stronghold. The enemies might be inside. I'll go check it out first. Just make sure to confirm their presence. Don't be reckless. At that moment, Evangeline also volunteered. I want to go too. Ash was somewhat worried, fearing that they might encounter a barrage of arrows as they approached the stronghold. However, the stronghold was eerily quiet. The closer they got to the stronghold, the stronger the smell of blood in the air became. Are you ready? I'll count to 3, and then we'll rush in. But the moment they charged into the stronghold, they could hardly believe their eyes. The entire place was littered with corpses, blood everywhere. What happened here? Just then, Lucas spotted a survivor hiding on the side, seeing the small bandit who was clearly traumatized. Calm down, little bandit. We are the royal forces. Although you might be hanged or imprisoned for your crimes, at least you won't die here. Please take me away from here. We didn't do anything, just robbed a carriage. What do you mean? You're saying you robbed a carriage? Because the carriage was from the capital, we thought it must be filled with valuables. But when we opened the stolen carriage, we found it was only carrying prisoners. And then those guys turned the tables on you. Something like that? Captain of the escort team, the story you told us seems to differ somewhat from what this friend here is saying. I understand. It's after all a convoy of prisoners from the royal city. It would be quite embarrassing to admit that it was robbed by border bandits. I can forgive your mistakes, but I cannot forgive the deliberate distortion of facts due to those mistakes. You will be duly punished. Ash wondered why the captain would tell such an immediately debunkable lie, but thinking about the captain's possible fear of severe punishment, Ash suddenly understood. The only problem now was, where exactly were those 5 death row inmates? Just then, Evangeline seemed to have noticed something and shouted, "Come over here. Look over there quickly." Ash walked over and looked in the direction Evangeline pointed. What's this about now? Welcome, Prince and everyone from Crossroad. We 5 death row inmates have been waiting for your arrival. Ash was stunned that prisoners had a chance to escape, but they had chained themselves up. We have no intention of escaping or breaking out of prison. We just hope you can carry out the execution promptly and report it to your superiors. Just then, Ash noticed their light green hair. In this game, the only ones with such hair color were members of the elf race. Please, carry out our execution quickly. You can chop off our heads right here if you find it cumbersome. Just get rid of us quickly. Ash thought to himself that there must be more to this story. Moreover, he needed these prisoners as combatants, so he decided to gather more information. To ensure that the following conversation remained confidential, Ash cleared the area of all soldiers. Your name is Godhand, isn't it? Yes, that's correct. Affiliated with where? Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, Unit 8. Upon hearing this, Lucas and Evangeline appeared very surprised. After all, the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps are known for handling all the dirty work of the Empire, a shadow group directly under the royal family, known as the Shadow of the Royal Family. Godhand doesn't seem to be your real name, right? Members of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps don't have real names. Codenames are our names. I heard you committed acts of rebellion. Is that true? Your Highness, if I may speak freely, we were judged by a military court in the capital 3 months ago, and a verdict was reached. All sentences have been finalized. I do not understand the purpose of your questions, Your Highness, but please execute us as soon as possible, since you're going to die anyway. Answering a few questions the prince is interested in should be possible, right? I believe I have the authority for that much. Consider it agreed. Now I'll ask a few questions. Your team was last dispatched to the Bringer Dukedom, correct? The inmate's expression shifted slightly. How do you know that? If you think that living in a remote area of the south means I don't have eyes outside, that would be problematic. In fact, as a player, Ash could obtain official information about these characters from the system, so he knew about their previous missions. Your team was sent to the Bringer Dukedom a year ago. Our ambassador from the Everblack Empire was assassinated there 9 months ago. After that, diplomatic relations gradually worsened, leading to war between the two nations 6 months ago that continues to this day. The main task of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps is to infiltrate the rear to conduct sabotage and assassinate key figures. Your silence hereafter will be taken as an affirmation of my statement. I have a hypothesis that the big shots in our empire wanted to take over the Bringer dukedom but lacked a suitable pretext for war. What if our ambassador was assassinated in the principality? That could be blamed on the dukedom and used as a pretext for war. That would also serve as a good reason to start a war. Your speculation is 3 months ago, after your team completed its mission and returned to the Empire, you were immediately arrested. Without any chance to defend yourselves, you were sentenced to death for treason. To prevent any leaks, the execution team was also eliminated, which really seems like the modus operandi of the Counterintelligence Corps, doesn't it? If it's as you say. But Your Highness, having been discarded after completing our mission, we should be in a very unjust situation. We wouldn't just obediently wait for death, right? At the very least, we should try to argue or escape, because there are hostages. Your kin have been captured and enslaved. If you complete your mission and willingly face death, it might benefit your kin. In this world setting, races like elves and dwarves are slave classes. In the racial wars 100 years ago, the states of these races fell, and the survivors became slaves to humans. In that war, the ever-black empire led humans to victory, dominating the continent. Nowadays, the entire elven race is nearly extinct, confined to so-called elven autonomous zones, living in misery. Despite such treatment, elves still work in the Empire's Counterintelligence Corps, even willingly facing death, solely because their lives are threatened by the Empire. The Elven Queen, who would appear 3 years later, also sacrificed herself for similar reasons to protect her people, which is indeed moving, but also seems foolish. Even if Your Highness's speculation is correct, what can be done about it? We ultimately chose this end for our kin, a noble sacrifice, yet a helpless choice. It doesn't change anything. We've already been sentenced to death, and you, Your Highness, have received the official documents. I don't know why you're saying these things to us death row inmates. Are you mocking us? If not, is this just another game for the royals? Godhand, do you know? Although the official document specifies execution, it doesn't specify how. That means your lives are at my disposal. This is the monster front line, a place where disasters in the form of monsters occur every other day. That means I can send you to the front line, and then report that you have been executed. These things, I can do. Before that, I want to ask you a question. Do you want to live? If it doesn't involve your kin, would you still choose to cling desperately to life? What can we do if we live? Anything. As long as you live, ultimately anything is possible. Please, Your Highness, don't give us futile hope. You can whip us or cut us with a knife. You can dismember us and feed our heads to the dogs. Whatever you do, we don't mind. Just don't give us hope. Hope is more painful than anything else. Some people are accustomed to living in despair, because once they harbor hope, imagining the future, they face even greater disappointment. Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving you futile hope. I don't intend to offer you something dazzling. In this city filled with despair, hope is something unreachable for everyone. I merely want to offer you a chance not to end your life. Why? Why would you save us? Don't ask such an obvious question. I'm doing this because this place needs you. The monster frontline is currently lacking in capable fighters, and we desperately need skilled combatants. If you help, it will be much easier to hold this position. The monsters' attacks are getting fiercer, and if this place falls, the autonomous zones where your kin are will also be in danger. Though I've said a lot, the final choice is in your hands. Still, I would ask you not to just continue your life, but also to contribute to protecting your kin. You guessed correctly. We received a promise from the Counterintelligence Corps that if we 5 completed our mission and were quietly disposed of, our race would receive a year's supply of food. We are indeed living sacrifices, but we accepted this fate. We don't want to die, but the condition of our race has deteriorated to such an extent that we have no choice but to give up our lives, even competing to die first. I dare to say to Your Highness, if you won't be responsible for us, then please eliminate us here. However, if you insist on taking us in, then please take full responsibility. I will take full responsibility. I, Ash von Hyder Everblack, swear by my blood and name. In that case, from now on, the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps Unit 8, Godhand spoke as he unlocked all the team members' handcuffs, will swear allegiance to Prince Ash to the death. We are but an arrow, a bullet, a gust of wind. Please use us generously, and then discard us without hesitation. That is the mission of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps Unit 8. Ash finally had a decent sub-party. After returning to Crossroad, he severely reprimanded the escort team, then banished them from the city. Although the escort captain insisted on confirming the execution of the death penalty before leaving, Ash expelled him on the grounds that those who lie to the royal family shall not enter the city. As for the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps Unit 8, Ash temporarily settled them in an empty room at the Crossroad estate. Although he had the authority to keep them by his side, he chose not to do so out of consideration for others' feelings. After all, the war with the other races had ended just a century ago, and hatred and conflicts were deeply rooted. Ash was troubled, unsure where to let them stay or how to summon them. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the door of the room where the five were staying. Wow, a bed. We haven't stayed in such a nice place in a long time. So soft, super comfortable, and the food here is really good. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Do you think you will give us dessert? I've never had that before. Just then, they finally noticed Ash standing at the door, immediately dropping their relaxed demeanor to become serious. Turning back into the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, you're putting on a sincere act too late now. I don't understand what you're saying. We are the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, unfeeling, ruthless killing machines. Forget that. Do you want some late-night snacks? Almost the moment they saw the food, the previously serious group's eyes lit up, clearly relaxed by the lure of food. You don't have to be so formal. Just eat comfortably. We are very comfortable now. You're overthinking it. Before returning to Crossroad, Godhand introduced all the team members' abilities to Ash. The team leader, Godhand, was a metal sorcerer, able to smelt iron-containing metals into any shape he desired. The team member with Baby Cheeks, an elf known as Body Bag, had telekinetic abilities, easily lifting heavy objects, moving people through the air, or hurling weapons. Next was the youngest-looking member of the team, a close-range shooting specialist called Old Girl, skilled in combat against crowd fighting, armed with double crossbows, inexperienced in hunting monsters. Then came the youth with 3 deep scars on his face. He is the only in-grade character among the 5, known as Skull. He excels in long-distance shooting and possesses a skill to mask noise. The last one is the team's firepower support, codenamed Burnout. Burnout's weapon is a custom-made setting ballista designed specifically for high-intensity firepower support. After understanding their abilities, Ash already had plans in mind. Unlike the others, Burnout also wears a seal regulator because she still can't control her abilities well, but Ash believed that as long as she grew properly, she would definitely have a useful talent. It seemed that they were just extraordinarily ordinary people. However, the fact that even children of their age had to sacrifice their lives to ensure the survival of their race undoubtedly indicated the difficult circumstances of the elves. To open up the hearts of the members of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, Ash specifically brought food, planning to have a good talk with them. However, even after all the food was eaten, the group still maintained a defensive attitude towards Ash. When did you 5 start forming a team? Our team, Unit 8, was only formed about a year and a half ago, but as candidates for the Special Forces, we were managed together from a young age, so we've known each other since childhood. Special Forces candidates, after losing our nation and land, the only resources left to the elves are ourselves. Thus, the race sells human resources in various ways. Children skilled in combat begin training as potential members of the Special Forces from a very young age. Then, based on the combat plans designated by the superiors, individuals with matching skills are selected to form a team. So you are trained and then thrown into battle to fulfill combat missions. Regardless of success or failure, you are to be discarded. Is that correct? Yes. From the perspective of the human empire, this method is very effective. Even very dangerous operations can be carried out without sacrificing precious human lives. Moreover, the risks are minimal. If successful, it's a good thing. If not, they can disavow any relationship and suffer no substantial losses. Because it's carried out by foreign elves, once humanity's greatest enemy, there is almost no risk politically or practically, and it's easy to profit. What an effortless method, but how cruel it is. Who is the commander of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps? At this point, there's nothing that cannot be told to your highness. After all, you knew everything from the start. You just wanted confirmation from me. The commander of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps has always been appointed from among the imperial family's internal affairs officers. Currently, it is Prince Fernandez. Ash was shocked. Fernandez was not only the minister of government responsible for the empire's internal affairs, but also Ash's second brother, the person who had sent Unit 8 to him, and even the mastermind behind shackling these elves. He recalled the words of Godhand when he handed over the button to him. Please accept this. It represents our oath of loyalty. Press the button, and the bomb necklace will activate, a tool that allows us to end ourselves remotely if captured by the enemy. Hearing Fernandez's name, the expressions of the other members also changed. Even these operatives, fearless in sacrificing their lives, felt fear at the mention of the second prince. Ash couldn't help but be curious about what kind of person his second brother really was. Perhaps due to the sensitivity of the topic, the atmosphere in the room became oppressive. To lighten the mood, Ash decided to change the subject. Are you satisfied with the room? We've been locked up in a prison for death row inmates for the past few months, so living here now is already fantastic. During the past few days, we were tied up on a cart being transported here, so this room is like paradise. To be honest, we don't want to leave this place at all. That won't do. how's the food? I put some thought into the preparation. Knowing that elves can't eat meat, Ash specifically instructed the head chef to prepare a vegetarian-based menu. Having been stuck with prison food, suddenly getting to eat such delicious dishes makes us very happy, especially since some of the other members are still growing. We truly appreciate your thorough care. We won't be picky. We'll live quietly with whatever food, clothing, and housing you provide. So, please treat us like objects. As a small-town person from another world, Ash clearly couldn't accept such a detached relationship. He then discussed some details about their future lives, such as dress codes and ranges of movement. Let's discuss this further in the future. Thank you again, and good night. Is he a good person? It seems so. He even brought us a late-night snack. Hopefully he'll keep bringing us snacks. Ash stood outside the door, suddenly feeling that maybe they should be moved to a better soundproofed room. But he still had one unresolved question. Had they really triggered the war? After visiting the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, Ash found Lucas hiding in the corner. Filled with curiosity, Ash wondered why Lucas was hiding there. His Highness just went in alone, so I was on standby. If something happened, I could rush in immediately. After all, they are death row inmates with a suspicion of rebellion, so I think they need to be monitored. But I have this, so there shouldn't be any major issues, though accidents can still happen. To ease Lucas's mind, Ash decided to have someone monitor them. After all, there were only 5 days left until the start of Stage 4, and Ash needed to focus entirely on the upcoming defense battle. The next morning, Ash went to the local blacksmith shop. Your Highness, I've been waiting for you. Here are the results of the equipment disassembly you commissioned last time. The blacksmith opened the box he was holding, revealing a standard special mana core. Ash was also surprised that the disassembly had actually succeeded. Last time, he had given Evangeline's for SSR weapons to the blacksmith for disassembly. Though it seemed like a loss to use 4 items to create just one, the success rate of equipment disassembly was heavily affected by the damage level, so obtaining a mana core was actually a win. The 3 mana guns you requested have also been completed. These were made using 3 Ratman Champions mana cores. I made all 3 guns in the same form, so I've named them Cerberus. So far, Ash has commissioned the blacksmith to make 6 mana guns. Ash silently agreed that the name was quite good. I heard these mana guns are all for the same person to use, so I considered that they might pose a certain burden on the user's body. I made the mana guns compact this time, making them small and lightweight, which should be very useful in close combat. Although I'm sorry to ask this of you now, I need to commission another piece of equipment immediately. Saying this, Ash took out the mana core of the golden gargoyle and 5 pieces of golden armor shards. I'm commissioning you to make boss equipment this time. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's expression turned serious. This is the first I've heard of such equipment. Boss equipment refers to the special mana cores that drop with a high probability after defeating a boss monster. These cores can be used to create equipment or artifacts and can be inserted into the required gear at any time. However, to make equipment previously used by a boss monster, both the mana core and the boss's drops are necessary. Such equipment typically has excellent performance, so it's advantageous to make it if the conditions are met. Ash hadn't started making such equipment until now because the previous gear wasn't suitable for anyone in the team. For example, the giant sword used by the Spectre Knight in Stage 1 wasn't made because no one in the team used a great sword, and since then, neither elite monsters had replaced the bosses or no specific mana cores had dropped. This situation continued until they encountered the golden gargoyle in the last dungeon, giving Ash the opportunity to make the boss equipment, the golden armor. Please make it as light and thin as possible, not too heavy. It needs to be easy to move in, but that might reduce its defensive power. That's okay, because it's easy to move in. The equipment he wanted to make was actually more akin to a ceremonial robe for a mage. After handling matters at the blacksmith's shop, Ash continued to prepare for the upcoming battles. Next, Ash headed to the alchemy factory where the repairs of the anti-air artifacts were nearly complete. However, this visit was not about those repairs, but because Lily had been working there. It looks like I'll have to take part in the defense battle again. Despite this, Lily had always fought on the front lines in every defense battle. What can I do? It's just my luck to be born a mage. Seeing Lily's tears, Ash grew anxious. Though she was crying, she still had to stand and fight on the front line. Your Highness, if many new mages join later, I have a request. Please make sure each of them comes to greet me. Although I often boast about being a mage, my abilities are really quite ordinary. I never studied in an ivory tower, nor did I train under a proper teacher. There will surely be many talented mages joining later, and I don't want to be looked down upon by those talented newcomers. I hope to be fixed in an office job. Let me be their senior mage. Even if I can't walk, being an office worker is still okay. My magical aptitude isn't outstanding. I understand, Lily. No one will look down on you, and if anyone does, I'll take responsibility and teach them a lesson. Isn't that the least I can do for our most senior mage? That's good. Don't worry, I won't run away. As long as you call me, I will join the team immediately. Ash understood that he needed to have the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps' mages greet Lily soon. After finishing the day's itinerary, Ash finally sat in the carriage back to the mansion. Although the main force, Jupiter, was currently severely injured, Ash had secured a sub-party. Now, he needed to consider how to best arrange them to win the upcoming defense battle. Just then, Ash's Rebel's necklace suddenly lit up. This meant that a new dark event was about to occur. Some hidden entity, intending to disrupt the game, deliberately set a hellish trial for Ash. And in this stage, the dark event was, the number of boss monsters would increase by 1. Ash couldn't believe that even the stage's boss could be duplicated. The person behind the stages was clearly pulling out all the stops to increase the difficulty. Having lost Jupiter, the stage's difficulty had already increased significantly, but Ash tried to think positively. After all, in the mid to late game, increasing the number of bosses was a common occurrence. This way, he could gain double the experience and items, as long as he planned his tactics well. Ash was confident he could handle it. He even began to look forward to the arrival of this dark event, because more powerful enemies meant more experience, more rewards, and better item upgrades. More importantly, it would bring him one step closer to ultimate victory. He would make the hidden enemies regret leaving him alive, and even more so for toughening him up through these trials. As the scene for Stage 4 quietly began amidst the drizzling rain, Ash had specifically brought along God Hand, because Lily wanted to be seen as a senior mage. However, Lily's demeanor was extremely anxious, marking the first time since the tutorial stages that Ash had seen her so unsettled. To prevent God Hand from overhearing their conversation, Lily pulled Ash a good distance away. "You're not suggesting that the sub-party members are elves, are you? You recognize them right away." "Yes, they are elves." Lily's expression immediately became complicated. "You know how I obtained the fire skin trait, right?" "Of course. Wasn't it because of the goblins that invaded the village? To avoid being harmed by their blades, your trait awakened at that time." "You're right, but do you know who led the goblin horde into the village?" Ash shook his head. "It was the elf family who had been slaves in our household. My parents felt sorry for them being chased by slave hunters, so they took them in and let them live in the guest house of our mansion. They were employed as house slaves for a year, during which my parents took great care of them, ensuring they lacked nothing. But one day, after a year, they suddenly said they couldn't forgive humans, opened the village's defenses and brought in the goblin horde. The village was destroyed, and my parents were killed by the chaos. It's just me left. No matter how kind we are to them, they still hate humans, and one day they will betray you, Your Highness. I'm saying all this considering your safety. No matter why you let the elves join, please do not trust them. Just as they open the defenses of our village, they might destroy the front line here, too." "Lily, do you hate elves?" "I hate them like I hate blades. Even if they aren't the ones who committed the crimes, we always harbor hostility towards those who are different from us, and it's almost unavoidable, and they feel the same." As a human from another world, Ash did not fully understand the long history of this land or the deep-seated hatred between humans and elves. Thus, he didn't know how to comfort Lily or how to solve the current dilemma. Just then, God Hand approached. "Excuse me for interrupting. First, I would like to ask for your forgiveness. As an intelligence agent, even though I did not want to hear your conversation, I unintentionally overheard it." "You heard everything? I am very sorry." As God Hand came closer, Lily's face turned even paler. Elves had left an indelible trauma in her memory. "Miss Lily, there is something I would like to tell you. First, I do not have the audacity to expect your forgiveness, because this is not something that an apology can erase, and the hatred you harbor for our race cannot be erased either. However, Miss Lily, we are now facing an impending war. Before my country was destroyed, fire types and elves together fought against the invasion of monsters. We face a common enemy. I believe we should set aside personal feelings and unite under Prince Ash's command to fight together." "That's not it. I will never trust elves again." "Aren't you the same? Don't you also hate humans? Don't you despise the humans who caused the downfall of your nation and enslaved the elves?" "Elves and humans have been at war for 1,000 years and have been slaves for 100 years. The relationship between the two races will continue to be one of mutual hatred and suspicion until one side is completely eliminated. Other soldiers will also feel uneasy about the presence of elves on the front line. Your Highness, your decision to employ them is very short-sighted, and I hope you reconsider." Ash looked at Lily, deep in thought. "If they are not allowed to join, I'd rather continue on the front line myself. Rather than fight alongside elves, I prefer to stand at the very front in every battle." Ash was shocked, because Lily, who had always been eager to resign, now expressed such determination. Combined with Lucas' earlier reaction, Ash realized that most of the soldiers probably shared Lily's view. "To tell you the truth, Miss Lily, as you said, we do not like the human race. But what does that matter? My country is gone, and our race lives under human control. That is the reality. The power of life and death over our entire race is in the hands of the Empire, also under Prince Ash's control. Our race is like ants that could be wiped out at any moment, dependent on the Empire for survival. Even if we had other intentions, we are merely people who die for the prince. I just hope that the people of my homeland can live one more day, and that my teammates can have a bit of happiness. That's all. Miss Lily, you are the same. Despite your disability, you still stand at the front line against monsters. Aren't you doing that to protect those dear to you? I firmly believe that elves and humans can never truly be friends, but now we face a common enemy, and share the same goal, to fight for those we cherish. Isn't that reason enough to fight together? No, I can accept fighting alongside you once, but I will never forgive you. It doesn't matter. I am used to it. For this defense battle alone, Your Highness, I will fight alongside them. But if their team remains here after the war ends, I will leave the front line. After speaking, Lily turned and left. I need to rest now. Goodbye. Ash has always been seen as a kind person, meticulous in thought and considerate of others. She values sacrifice for the greater good more than her own safety. However, even someone like Lily unreservedly showed her hatred for the elves. Ash realized that the long-standing grievances between humans and elves were deeper than he had imagined, as deep and entrenched as the history of this world itself. The complexity of the resentment is profound. I called you here to greet her, but instead, you ended up being scolded, for which I am very sorry. I am used to it. It's okay. Miss Lily's reaction is actually quite polite. It seems everyone is more sensitive about this issue than I thought. Your Highness, you amaze me. Even though you are one of the humans who treat us well, in their eyes, I still sense an indelible vigilance. However, your eyes do not show that prejudice. For that, I find it miraculous and am very grateful. Actually, it's because Ash comes from another world. In that world, he was just an ordinary citizen. So, even if others hold a vigil or disdain for the elves, Ash doesn't take it too seriously. We will give our all in this defense battle to prove our worth. Ash had hoped that the main and the sub-party would get along well, but from the experiences of the past few days, he was somewhat concerned. However, this is also the responsibility of a frontline commander. On the afternoon of the third day before the defense battle, Ash and Lucas visited the elves' room again. From now on, you five will wear this uniform. Ash presented a sample of the new military uniform. A new uniform? He asked a sample of the uniform to be issued to soldiers on the monster front line. Prince Ash really cares about our living conditions. To enhance the sense of belonging in the army, Ash had specially designed a new uniform. His principle has always been that uniforms must be handsome, as wearing them should make everyone feel proud. However, wearing this uniform means formally joining the army. I think you need to keep your identities hidden, so I've added a hood to the uniform, which also looks pretty good. It suits you well. From now on, you are no longer the 8th team of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps. That team's members have all perished. From now on, you are the direct special forces of Prince Ash, the third son, the Shadow Unit. Listen up, members of the Shadow Unit. Let's go hunt monsters. 3 days later, on the morning of the defense battle, monsters flying towards the castle darkened the sky. Ash and his team conducted a detailed tactical meeting to prepare for the imminent defense. As the drums of war sounded, the monsters arrived as expected, the gargoyles flying in turn the skies over Crossroad black. Damn monsters, I've been waiting for you. It looks like it might rain. I wonder what that will do to the fight. It doesn't seem to offer us any advantage, but there's nothing we can do about it. Whether it rains or snows, our job remains the same. This is the goal of the monster front line. To eliminate the monsters, protect humanity. That is the purpose of Crossroads' existence. Listen up, everyone. I'll keep this brief, but I hope you can clear all the monsters, have a full meal tonight, and then sleep peacefully. At this moment, the walls were unusually quiet. Only the sound of cannon barrels moving could be heard. Everyone was waiting for the battle to begin, waiting for Ash to give the order to fire. The army ready, fire. A loud bang awakened the sleeping monster front line. Fire, start the barrage. Instantly, cannonballs and ballista bolts flew like rain towards the monsters in the sky. A spectacular fireworks display marked the beginning of the defense battle for Stage 4. After the first round of cannon fire, everyone stared intently at the smoke ahead, hoping for good news, hoping that the defense wouldn't be too hard. However, the wings of the gargoyles were still flapping, dispersing the smoke in the air. Our attack didn't work. The monsters are coming through. Don't worry about whether it worked or not. Just focus on continuing the fire. Keep shooting. We can't let the barrage break. Everything was within Ash's expectations. These monsters came from the sky, so barricades and defensive walls couldn't stop them. This meant the ground couldn't form a kill zone, and Ash planned to complete this task in the sky. By continuously firing cannons and ballista, they created a barrage of cannonballs and arrows in the air. These gargoyles are magical creatures made of rock or steel, boasting their strong physical defenses. Without a barrage, it's hard to completely annihilate them, but we can confine their path, deliberately weakening the barrage in the center of the defense line, making it their stopping point, our kill zone. You just focus on maintaining the barrage. Keep firing. Although the soldiers were panicked because the enemies didn't die immediately, they soon regained composure. As long as Ash directed them towards the current target, the soldiers would not stray. They had only one thing to do: keep firing. Under the continuous assault of gunpowder and metal storms, the monsters gradually stopped their advance. Ash didn't care whether they were fatally wounded. He was waiting for this moment, relying solely on mass and physical force to repel the enemy. As damage accumulated, finally, the first gargoyle fell. The kill of the first gargoyle signaled that these creatures' defenses were not impregnable. Despite their high defenses, damage continued to accumulate. Although not many creatures had been eliminated yet, the attack was not futile and was proving effective. The gargoyles were repelled by the artillery, greatly boosting the soldiers' morale. Continue the barrage. Maintain the firepower. Initially approaching in a horizontal formation, the gargoyle squadron adjusted to a vertical formation, beginning to concentrate towards the center of the wall where the firepower was weaker. Exactly the corridor Ash had intentionally created for them. Stupid monsters, come and meet your demise. Ash's plan was progressing smoothly, but he faced a serious issue. With Jupiter's absence, the team lacked a powerful mage who could quickly eliminate these creatures. However, as the only player who had cleared this game before, Ash was prepared for this. Ash found a solution. Here I'd like to ask you all a question. Do you know how gargoyles fly? Isn't it with their wings? With such heavy bodies, it's impossible to fly solely with the power of wings. Could it be magic, then? Correct. Their wings are endowed with wind magic. Now, what happens if two magics of the same attribute clash? Senior Mage, you answer this. The higher level magic will overwhelm the lower level one. Correct answer. So, what would happen if we applied higher level wind magic to those creatures? This was the only way to win without mages. Now, Lily. Yes, Your Highness. Anti-air attack artifact. Under Lily's command, the alchemists activated the artifact. Although it was just an R-level artifact with a simple effect of attacking the target with wind magic, it was enough. The wind magic on the monster's wings was overwhelmed by the higher-level magic. With the magic dissipating, their wings lost lift. Considering that their bodies are made of rock or steel and are extremely heavy, a fall from a great height is not going to end well. If they try to break through a specific point head-on, they will encounter intense barrage fire. If they spread out in formation, they will crash. Ash was curious to see how the monsters would respond next. If these creatures are indeed beasts, they will undoubtedly follow a set pattern of behavior, taking the shortest route to eliminate the nearest humans. Before losing lift, the monsters charged at bullet-like speed, using their bodies as weapons. This was the critical moment to decide the victory, and they absolutely must not be overrun. Lily, how much longer does the anti-air attack artifact have? 20 seconds left on the first artifact. There can't be any gaps. As soon as the first one ends, activate the second artifact immediately. As time ticked by, the second anti-air attack artifact was activated. Combined with the residual wind from the first artifact, it unleashed an even stronger wind wall instantly. Although most of the gargoyles were blocked by the wind wall and fell, some of the creatures still managed to reach the city walls. Once these creatures reached the walls, it meant hand-to-hand combat was inevitable. Almost the moment the gargoyles steadied themselves, the attacks from Lucas and Evangeline followed swiftly. Miss Evangeline, you take the right. I can handle the creatures on both sides if needed. All of Crossroads' soldiers had been mobilized to create a firewall, and the inevitable melee combat would be led by Ash's main team. The monsters had reached the walls, and now it was time for the whole team to function. They had previously clashed with the gargoyles, so they managed them relatively easily. The first wave has been completely annihilated. Don't let your guard down. The ones we've dealt with are just the first 100 of the vanguard. The monsters were roughly divided into 6 squads, and this was just the beginning. Without time to rest, Lucas had to continue directing the other soldiers. Everyone, get ready. The second wave is coming. As before, several gargoyles had already breached the kill zone. Although the battlefield lacked mages, Ash's magic blades still played a significant role to prepare for the upcoming fights. Ash had been practicing diligently these days. Although it was difficult to improve his proficiency due to his profession, after days and nights of continuous practice, Ash had finally managed to achieve quite precise control in actual combat. From the current situation, this defense battle should be easily won. Your Highness, the second anti-air attack artifact is about to end. This was an unforeseen situation for Ash. Time had passed too quickly. Control the timing well, and launch the third one immediately once it ends. Due to limited time and materials, only 3 anti-air attack artifacts were deployed on the city walls. Each artifact operates for 5 minutes, while the charging time takes 15 minutes. The only shortfall in this combat plan was the downtime of the artifacts. The The first artifact blocked aerial combat for 5 minutes, but even with immediate recharging, it would take 15 minutes. Even if the next 2 artifacts could each block for another 5 minutes, there would still be a 5-minute gap before the first artifact's recharge was complete. This meant that for these 5 minutes, there would be no airstrikes at the center of the wall, and the monsters would take advantage of this to swarm in. Your Highness, only 1 minute left until the anti-air attack artifact stops operating. Watching the gargoyles surge towards the walls, Ash felt anxious. He didn't know if he could fend off these creatures' attack during these 5 minutes. The same tension echoed across the wall. At that moment, the creatures surged towards the walls. Run! As time went by, more and more monsters began reaching the walls. Ash knew he needed to rally. As the commander on the front lines, he couldn't falter. He had to find a way to keep everyone going. That was why he was there. In the last minute, Ash called all members of the main team. Your Highness, after the artifact stops, the monsters will flood towards the center like a tide. What if we redirect the firearms to defend the center? No, that would weaken the firewalls on both sides, and the cannons and ballistae would be completely ineffective in melee combat. Those creatures might breach from the sides. Rather draw the enemy's attention here, and everybody brace yourselves. The real battle is in the next 5 minutes. I believe you all have been trained through battle and can make it through. Though Ash didn't know what would happen next, real combat was full of variables, but he had to inspire everyone to get through the 5 minutes without the artifacts. Ash decided to take action. Everyone come over for a slap, then let's start the fight. This was the Maestro's special ability, which allowed him to apply random buffs to his team by hitting them. Ash had been hesitant about how to explain this skill to his teammates, but ultimately he decided not to explain and just use it. Did I do something wrong? I'm willing to accept your punishment, but you need to tell me what I did wrong. You sure talk a lot. You'll know why after I hit you. Lucas received a buff that halved his mana consumption for 3 minutes. Your Highness, please hit me often when you're free. Although I'm not sure if this counts as some kind of perverted dialogue, hitting someone with the Maestro indeed brings benefits. Junior is indeed the top student of the academy. Your response is really quick. Evangeline's buff allows her to increase her defense by 10% for 3 minutes. The effect is really good, but next time don't hit the palm. Choose another spot that won't affect combat. Is that so? Then where should I hit next time? Why are you asking me? You decide. Senior. When it was Damien's turn, his hands trembled slightly. Please be gentle. Ash suddenly remembered. Damien grew up in an orphanage. He said it was a terrible place. Perhaps corporal punishment had left him with bad memories. But for the upcoming battle, Ash had to apply a buff to Damien. Damien's buff allows him to have unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. Your Highness, I feel like I can do anything now. Although it's only for 3 minutes, the combat ability of the frontline personnel will be greatly enhanced during this time. Dear Miss Lily, would you like to be slapped as well? There's no need to be so frightened. I don't have to hit you. It's just something we do when necessary. The time for the artifact is up. Your Highness, the monsters are reaching the wall one by one. After losing the help of the anti-air attack artifact, Ash and his 4 people will face the third wave of gargoyles. Half of these monsters have already been knocked down by the artifact, but the remaining 50 still pose a huge threat. This will be a battle of 5 against 50. In a defensive RPG, this number isn't a big problem. Although Ash's left arm has not fully recovered, he unwrapped the bandage on his hand and rallied his spirits. Listen up, everyone. These are the crucial 5 minutes. Follow me, and let's fight passionately. The third army of gargoyles numbers close to 50, which is larger in scale compared to the sporadically flying monsters before. But Ash tells himself there's nothing to worry about, as all team members are in a buffed state, greatly increasing their strength. If the situation turns dire, Ash is also prepared to release some hidden measures like in previous stages, leading the victory himself. Damn monsters, this is not land you can trample at will. Are you ready to die? Just as Ash was about to charge forward, Lucas suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path, and quickly killed the gargoyles. Are you alright, Your Highness? Some monsters have broken through the firewall on the left. As he said this, Lucas activated his second skill, Step of Perseverance, and charged forward. This skill normally consumes a lot of mana, but with the buff, Lucas used it effortlessly. He turned into a yellow flash, continuously darting back and forth across the city walls, now resembling a dodge tank, exactly like one Ash had seen in the game, fluttering creatures. I'm over here. Evangeline used her wide-range taunt skill, drawing the attention of the enemies. The attacks of the gargoyles were easily blocked by her shield, and with her second skill, Damage Payback, those monsters were no match for her. Evangeline, already immensely strong, became almost an unshakable fortress with the buff. Meanwhile, magical bullets rained down like fine drizzle from the sky. Although the mana gun was very powerful, bearing the recoil of each shot and firing continuously was indeed a strain. This was why Damien, despite his strong sniping abilities, found it difficult to handle numerous enemies. However, under the influence of the buff, he could fire continuously without strain, as the buff compensated for Damien's physical limitations, turning him into a savage weapon of war. Watching Damien use the mana gun like a machine gun, Ash fell into silence. In the original game, these buffs only lasted for one round and were random, so Ash never thought they were very powerful. However, a 3-minute buff in reality was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Ash realized that anything's true value only becomes apparent when used in real combat. Without hesitation, Ash maneuvered the blade of magic into the battlefield. "Lucas, bring the monsters over here." "Lily, it's time to get back to business. I was wondering why you didn't call me. Turns out you were waiting for me to make a move. Well, take a slap before you fire." Reluctantly, Lily had no choice but to accept, and the maestro fell on her head. "My lord, as you commanded, the monsters are here." "Well done, Lucas." "Lily, fire over there." Lily's expression was discontented, and she clearly disliked this job. "It's all your fault, making me unable to resign." With that, her expression turned fierce, making Ash curious about what buff she had received. Lily unleashed her first skill, Fire Cannon, and instantly, the gargoyles were reduced to ashes and the blazing flames. Such is the power of a fire mage. Just one skill not only consumed all her mana, but also had tremendous power. With the buff, Lily's fire magic annihilated a large number of enemies. However, she also exhausted her mana and had to temporarily leave the battlefield. After that, the battle continued. The remnants of the gargoyles were drawn over by Evangeline's taunting skill. "The rest of you small fries, come here, let your elder have some fun with you." In Damien's hands, the mana gun woodpecker was a defective product that exhausted all its bullets with a single shot. Thus, he requested, "Miss Evangeline, please raise your shield." However, with Damien's 1,000-mile height trait enhancing it, Woodpecker turned into a powerful divine artifact. Ash couldn't believe that Damien had even calculated the trajectory of the bullet ricochet, but considering Damien's previously demonstrated precision aiming, it must be true. "There's only one left. I'll take care of it personally." Just like that, the last of the third wave of gargoyles was also eradicated. "Sniper, sir, our cooperation just now was super cool. Let's do it again later. You wiped out the third wave more easily than I imagined, truly worthy of my elite forces." The trio, elated like children, listened happily. "Your Highness, the artifact has cooled down and can be activated now." Though tired, Lily's words were filled with hope. "Activate the artifact." Activating the anti-air attack artifact. "Your Highness, we have very few bullets left." "Then, it's time to begin." The fourth wave has started their attack. Although the third wave was handled more easily than expected, there was still significant wear and tear. The Black Queen and the Hunter's Justice had used up all their bullets, and the Woodpecker's bullets were nearly depleted. Lucas' sword was completely worn out, and Evangeline's shield was in tatters. As for the only mage, Lily, she had not yet recovered from that state. Although Ash indeed had backup plans, the main team was now exhausted. It was time to regroup. Shadow Unit, with Ash's command, God Hand, and his team instantly appeared before him. "Please give your orders. Begin the handover, and hold off the monsters like our main team did. I'll join in if the situation worsens. Your Highness, please rest assured, we will strive to prevent the need for your involvement. I can finally witness the strength of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps myself," Evangeline said expectantly, while Lucas' expression was somewhat complex. As for the person with the deepest hatred for the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, it was undoubtedly Lily, currently in charge of the artifact. The pain brought by the elves was deeply ingrained in her memories, and her body even trembled unconsciously. Damien seemed to sense the subtle atmosphere between the two teams and asked, "It doesn't matter if I don't know about their issues, right?" "Of course. After all, we need to keep bringing in new reserve teams. You might often see such scenes in the future. It's natural for there to be some rivalry between the new and old teams. If the two teams became close and harmonious too quickly, that would actually be more strange." The monsters ascended the city wall, and the Shadow Unit was ready. Ash began to anticipate their battle. To get the other team members to accept the Shadow Unit, they had to demonstrate their strength. Before the battle, God Hand used metallurgy on the corpse of a gargoyle. "Shadow Unit, all units listen to my command." The Shadow Unit engaged in battle formation against the monsters. The composition was extreme. 2 mages and 3 archers. This was a combination Ash would never try in the game, because it heavily favored firepower. Without tanks and healers, the entire team would be quickly wiped out once exposed. However, if the 2 mages' skills were biased towards protection and support, this combination might be feasible. Additionally, having 2 mages could increase the whole team's magic attack by 20%, and 3 archers could increase the whole team's criticals by 30%. As long as the team operated smoothly, overwhelming the enemy with firepower was not out of the question. Body bag. You take the middle column, block the enemies, and lock on the targets. The rest of you fire at full power. With God Hand's command, the 3 moved immediately. Skull's bowstring twanged loudly. An old girl had her twin stone bows ready to fire. The most eye-catching was Burnout and her mounted crossbow. When the monsters climbed over the wall and rushed towards the 3 iron walls created by God Hand, arrows fell like rain, yet the gargoyles remained unharmed. Permission to use skills. At God Hand's command, Skull took charge of mid-range attacks. The arrows glowed a vivid green, quickly bypassing the iron wall in front of them, and precisely hit the gargoyles' heads. Old Girl, responsible for close combat, directly jumped into the crowd of monsters. The gargoyles instinctively swung their hammers to attack her, but Old Girl slid under the attack, ensuring her safety before quickly counter-attacking. She immediately jumped up, turned around to aim at the monster, and her twin stone bows continuously fired at the gargoyle in front of her. Although the monster showed numerous cracks, it did not fall. You guys are really sturdy, but there shouldn't be any more arrows left this time. No choice then. Burnout. The rest is up to you. Crossbow ready. Everyone down. Instantly, arrows glowing gold showered into the crowd of monsters, a passive skill of Burnout, adding explosive properties to projectiles with magic. This ability was also why Ash had been interested in Burnout from the start. However, 2 monsters were not affected by the explosion and charged at the iron wall. Just then, one gargoyle unexpectedly floated up. You've worked hard to get here, but sorry, we're full. As I was saying this, Body Bag used telekinesis to throw the gargoyle off the wall. However, the last gargoyle managed to break into the formation and chose God Hand, the team leader, as its target. But as soon as God Hand touched it, the monster's body began to crumble. To God Hand, these monsters were just regular blocks of iron. Just like that, the 4th wave of gargoyles was instantly eliminated. Is this how archers fight? If I also learn sniping skills, could I provide more help to your highness? In clearing out monsters, there's no such thing as fake. Everyone just does their best in the way they know how. Ash knew that Damien, the priest, despite all efforts, could not learn the skills of an archer. The Shadow Unit demonstrated the prowess of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps to everyone, compensating for their formation's weaknesses through perfect coordination. When the 3rd anti-air attack artifact was activated, the 5th wave of gargoyles was also defeated. Everything was progressing smoothly, allowing the main team members to rest adequately. Now, all that remained was to deal with the 6th wave of enemies and defeat the 2 bosses to successfully conclude Stage 4. However, at that moment, the system issued a new alert. There were 2 bosses. Ash wasn't surprised by the presence of 2 bosses, as he had anticipated this, but he was puzzled by the lack of their visibility. Typically, the game would prompt when bosses appeared on the battlefield. Ash suddenly looked up, realizing the issue. Above us. Damn, the boss mob is coming from above. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. The location chosen by the gargoyle chieftain to land was precisely where the 3 archers were positioned. Although Ash managed to warn them in time, preventing fatal injuries, Skull and Burnout were too close to continue fighting. Only Old Girl, the weakest in terms of damage, remained capable of combat. However, Old Girl, specialized in person-to-person combat, had never faced such a terrifying enemy before. Be careful, everyone, this is the gargoyle chieftain. Old Girl instinctively fired her crossbow, but an attack that even regular gargoyles could easily block was unlikely to harm the boss. Unsurprisingly, the boss's hammer struck Old Girl. With that, all 3 archers of the Shadow Unit were incapacitated. Your Highness, should we go up and support them? Do nothing rash. There's another one. There are 2 boss monsters due to the Dark event. This meant another boss was hiding nearby. The other gargoyle chieftain was targeting the location of the artifacts. Get away from there. Lily, focused on monitoring the artifact times, was unaware of what was happening before she could react. The other gargoyle chieftain had landed. The artifact was destroyed, and Lily's wheelchair was damaged. Besides the time she used her body to shield Ash from spiders, this was the 2nd time Lily felt such profound despair. But she had no chance to escape. The monster was already raising its hammer. Unsurprisingly, the gargoyle's hammer smashed down, completely shattering Lily's wheelchair and the stopwatch she had been clutching. Unable to worry about the members of the Shadow Unit, Ash had to address this situation immediately. Facing the defenseless Lily, the gargoyle chieftain raised its hammer again. At the critical moment, Lily's fire skin trait protected her from the blow. However, the monster then enchanted its weapon with magic, and Lily's trait did not provide immunity against magical attacks. Body Bag, save Lily now. Upon Ash's command, Body Bag didn't hesitate to use telekinesis, moving Lily out of the hammer's path, just in time. God Hand, catch her. God Hand acted immediately, rushing without hesitation towards Lily in midair. The girl who once hated elves the most, now held in the arms of one. Miss Lily, are you alright? Lily, still wary of elves, instinctively pulled away from God Hand. I'm fine. Body Bag, reorganize your unit. Understood. Following the command, Body Bag began to use telekinesis to transport injured members to safety. Main team, all members prepare for battle. The the logic of the monster bosses differed from that of regular monsters. They were more malevolent and cunning, targeting the most crucial parts of the team first. Thus, the archers and the artifacts were the first to be attacked. Even now, standing on the wall, they prioritized attacking the team's damage dealers over the tanks. And Ash, as the core commander of the team and the lowest level, dealing with the two monster bosses was crucial, but the remaining gargoyles were also troublesome. Along with the bosses, the sixth wave of gargoyles appeared. Since the anti-air attack artifacts used for defense had been destroyed, they could reach the wall unharmed. I'll take care of the sixth wave of gargoyles myself. I have a way to handle them, Your Highness. I agree without any doubt. This showed Lucas's great trust in Ash. Your Highness, I have brought Miss Lily back. Thank you, God Hand. Although you might be somewhat dazed right now, there's still work to be done. Lily, can you activate the other artifacts right away? Yes, since they were placed away from the wall, as per your instructions, they can be used. To be cautious, Ash had placed the range on restricted artifacts elsewhere. Thanks to this, these artifacts survived the ambush. Go activate them now and direct the magic amplifiers at me. Understood. However, I can't walk, so I'm not sure how to get there. God Hand, please take Lily to the artifacts. Must I go with this man again? Lily, this is not the time to consider personal dislikes. We are in battle, and we must keep our actions professional and distinct from personal feelings. Sorry, Your Highness, I won't say that again. There's no time. God Hand, you start moving with Lily now. Lucas and Evangeline, you're in charge of delaying the bosses until the artifacts are activated. The gargoyle bosses are very dangerous creatures, far more powerful than the previous monsters. You must not take them lightly. Do not rush into attack. Just defend calmly. Damien, how many bullets are left in the mana gun? 6 shots left for each of the Cerberus. A total of 18 shots. Do you think you can hit it? In the moment he looked at the enemy, Damien's 1000-mile trait was activated, meaning he could easily hit his target. However, the problem is the gargoyles' armor and helmet. Their magic defense seems to be very high. You're right, the gargoyles themselves have very high physical defense, and their leaders are wearing armor with high magic defense. So we need to use physical attacks to break their armor first, then use magic attacks to hit their bodies. These things are easy to say, but executing them takes a lot of time, and those bosses won't just stand there waiting to be hit. Moreover, Cerberus has a handgun, has a short effective damage range, but Ash can't let Damien risk getting too close. What we need to do now is to reorganize the firepower team. Body bag, how are your team members doing? Everyone has been injured to varying degrees, and their weapons are also damaged. While Damien, you first perform emergency treatment for the members of the Shadow team. While Damien is treating body bag, you go and organize the usable equipment. I urgently need your firepower now. As time passed, the long overdue rain finally came, and the battle of Stage 4 was gradually coming to an end. Both gargoyle chieftains started moving closer at the same time, and the entire wall was shaking. Every step those two monsters took, Lucas and Evangeline had to resist with all their might. Ash couldn't help but wonder if they could hold on, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Just as Lucas trusts him, he must trust them. No matter what, they must do it. Ash cannot doubt them. The gargoyle chieftain hammers came down heavily, and Lucas and Evangeline could only grit their teeth and endure. The immense force sent both knights flying backwards. Their attacks are so heavy, my shield is deformed. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, considering the strength of one boss is already very high, and now there are two bosses of the same level attacking together. But we can still hold on. Both of them are ultimate tanks in this game, and facing such a situation, they still have a chance to endure. Your Highness, the magic amplifier is ready. Shall we activate it? Yes, activate the magic amplifier immediately. The magic amplifier would double the magical effects for one character, and this time the target was Ash. He instantly felt an overwhelming sense of confidence surge through him. So this is what it feels like. As a non-magical class, Ash had chosen to amplify his magic to activate the Eye of the Commander. His target was only one of the Gargoyle Chieftain, and his command was, kill your own kind. The moment the command succeeded, blood began to pour from Ash's nose and mouth, and he felt as if all the magic was being drained from his body. However, based on previous assessments, gargoyles had low resistance to magic, so Ash took the risk with the help of the magic amplifier. This is the game. Go on, boss monster, kill as you please. Through the Eye of the Commander, Ash successfully made the two gargoyle chieftain fight each other. Evangeline and Lucas were baffled, completely at a loss for what was happening. However, the monsters hated betrayal more than they hated attacking humans. After facing each other, the two gargoyle chieftain mercilessly swung their hammers at each other. The force of these attacks was comparable to siege weapons, and the battle between them was brutally intense. In theory, the two bosses would eventually kill each other, but reality isn't a game. Even though they were the same type of monster, there were still differences in strength between individuals. The gargoyle leader, controlled by Ash, was eventually thrown at the landing point of the sixth wave of gargoyles. Ash had been worried about how to get them there, but this method saved him a lot of trouble. They've started killing each other. Ash watched the scene, feeling a bit of relief. The gargoyles were so intent on killing each other that they were engaging in a deadly fight. The more lucid gargoyle leader, seeing the chaos, wanted to help its subordinates, but Lucas and Evangeline were already standing in its way. Their job was to block it. With this, Stage 4 had returned to its intended difficulty. Now, only one boss needed to be dealt with to end the battle. How about that? It's gotten simpler, right? The fight is now twice as easy, yet brings 4 times the fun. Although the number of opponents had decreased from 2 to 1, defense immediately became much easier than before. However, the 2 knights still couldn't easily switch from defense to attack. They needed to force the creature to shed its armor first. If they rashly shifted from vanguard to offensive and got counterattacked, that would be problematic. As Ash was worrying, he heard Godhand's voice. The shadow unit has returned to the front line. How are you feeling? Are the injuries better? Sir Damien has cast healing magic on us. We're fit to join the fight. What about your equipment? Is it still functional? I've made temporary repairs. The shadow unit can commence firing at any moment. Attack now. Ash gave the order, arrows fell like rain, and all members of the shadow unit maximized their output. Body bag. We don't need to assist right now. Let's join the fight. The 2 support mages also gave their all in attacking the boss. In the battlefield, 2 knights are tasked with holding back the boss, while the physical attacks of the shadow unit are fully engaged in destroying its armor. Once the armor is completely destroyed, they can finish it off with magic attacks. The plan is always perfect, but reality always deviates from the plan. To escape the predicament, the gargoyle chieftain once again swings its hammer. I'll block it. However, due to the rain, Evangeline's trait Little Miss Clumsy suddenly activated. The hammer was inches away, but at that moment, Evangeline fell. Unsurprisingly, the hammer hit Evangeline directly. Evangeline, as Ash shouted, he felt dizzy. Perhaps due to exhausting his magic, his vision began to blur. Fortunately, Evangeline blocked the fatal attack with his shield, but since the wall was already broken, Evangeline inevitably fell from the wall. At the critical moment, Lucas grabbed Evangeline's cape. What a troublesome kid. Seeing this, Ash couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but it was not the time to relax yet. The tank squad that was responsible for blocking the monster boss had lost its effectiveness, and the monster began to charge at the defenseless damage dealers. Fire immediately. We must repel that thing. But he forgot. How could mere arrows repel a monster of this caliber? Damn, I've never seen a guy like a bulldozer before. Your Highness, I'll buy us some time. Godhand used his agility to touch the gargoyle chieftain's foot, whose toes was melted and stuck to the ground. This is the combat style of a metal sorcerer. But ultimately, the support magic caster appeared powerless against pure and absolute strength. Although Godhand tried his best to buy time, the gargoyle chieftain didn't care about him. It just kept running, aiming directly at Ash and the damage dealers. Neither the arrows of the shadow unit nor Damien's magic bullets could stop this massive creature's onslaught. If they couldn't stop it, Ash and his team would be completely annihilated. But at this distance, with his magic depleted and dizzy, Ash had no time to come up with a countermeasure. At that moment, the only DPS mage, Lily, stepped forward and released her first skill again. Listen to me. I am the senior mage of the monster front line right here. After saying this, Lily threw her first skill fire cannon directly at the gargoyle chieftain. After the flames dissipated, the armor of the gargoyle chieftain was no more. The monster boss, it seems to have died. It's still alive. It hasn't died yet. The gargoyle chieftain was no longer attacking the damage dealers. Instead, it turned its target to the one who had caused it the most damage, Lily. Seeing the monster charging at her, Lily's expression turned stern. Lily was scared to tears, unable to dodge, and it seemed Ash had forgotten to remind her, get out of the way. The crisis was imminent, and Lily had no mana left to activate her abilities. She could only watch helplessly as the huge beast lunged at her. As before, the gargoyle chieftain swung its hammer again, but this time Lily could no longer activate any defensive abilities. She could only close her eyes and silently accept this unavoidable fate. Miss Lily, it's dangerous here. Just as Lily closed her eyes, she heard a familiar voice. She opened her eyes to see only a figure in that patch of emerald hair. It was her least favorite elf, Godhand, who had actually stepped in front of her. Lily couldn't understand why he would do such a thing, and before she could voice her confusion, the hammer had already heavily struck Godhand. Lily had always harbored deep prejudice against the elves who had killed her parents. She never thought that Godhand would risk his life to save her, disregarding his own safety. The hammer that should have struck Lily was now firmly grasped in Godhand's hands. Even as blood continuously flowed from his body, Godhand did not retreat a step. Under the effect of his metallurgy, the body of the gargoyle chieftain began to gradually dissipate. Senior mage, can you fire one more time? Lily didn't respond, but her right hand was already ablaze with flames. The fireball hit the gargoyle chieftain's core directly. Just as God Hand moved out of the way in time, the gargoyle chieftain was finally defeated. It was only then that Lily came to her senses, still shocked by what had just happened. The monster boss finally stopped attacking. Damien, give God Hand emergency treatment. Damien sprang into action, and the other members of the shadow unit followed. Elf, why did you save me just now? Miss Lily, you needn't worry. I simply made the best judgment. The only person here who has the firepower to deliver a fatal blow to the monster boss is you. That is why I saved you. Nothing more. At that moment, Evangeline and Lucas also came over. I'm sorry for making such a mistake. I'm too ashamed to face you. Your Highness, please execute us. Lift your head. Although it caused some losses, both monster bosses have been dealt with. The boss controlled by the eye of the commander bore the consequences of betrayal. Now, there are probably about 40 gargoyles left. If they can be eliminated, this scene will be over, but the problem is, everyone is exhausted. Lucas and Evangeline, who have been fighting on the front lines, hardly have the strength to fight these monsters anymore. Damien's magic bullets are all used up, Lily's mana is depleted, and the state of the shadow unit is not optimistic. Ash doesn't know if he can still safely deal with these monsters under such circumstances. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. Aim, fire. Under the command of the Silver Soldiers, the soldiers methodically fire their cannons. The roar of gunfire signals that victory is near. They aim the cannon fire at the remaining monsters on the city walls. Are there no more monsters coming from the south? We don't need to keep up the firewall, do we, my lord? Surely we haven't acted in vain? Absolutely not. You've done superbly. Ash finally can relax. As time passes, the sunlight gradually pierces through the thick clouds. When the last drop of rain falls, the last gargoyle also falls. I don't see any gargoyles approaching anymore. We've won, Your Highness. Ash looks toward the gradually dispersing clouds, puzzled. Why does it only rain during the battle? This rain really is capricious. Snapping back to reality, Ash realizes all the soldiers are standing there watching him. Although it seems formal to do so after a victory, the necessary words still need to be spoken. Send the wounded to the temple, report on the damage to the equipment and walls, and record the details of today's battle. If any of you made mistakes in today's battle, be sure to learn from them and use them as negative examples for the next battle. That's how you will grow. Ash reflects on his own errors in this defensive battle and reviews what could be improved. He must remember the crises experienced to continually perfect the strategy. With each ending stage, the addition of gravestones should decrease. Just as you are growing into better soldiers each day, this place is also becoming a tougher front line. Facing such a front line, I am also becoming a capable commander. It's you who are perfecting me. Thank you all. Prepare the wine and meat. Tonight, we shall not return until we are married. Amidst the crowd immersed in the joy of victory, Ash sees the scene of God Hand being urgently sent to the temple. He lies on a stretcher while Lily sits on the ground, staring blankly at everything. As the soldiers cheer, the defense battle ends. Although God Hand is immediately taken to the temple, his arms are shattered below the elbows to such a severe extent that even healing magic cannot cure him. Do you mean he needs an amputation? Yes, I will amputate below his elbows, and he has agreed to it. He said he agreed. Outside the temple stand 4 little ones anxiously waiting for the captain's surgery results. Ash informs them of God Hand's condition. Unexpectedly, he learns a surprising story. God Hand had actually lost both hands in combat 2 years ago and only took on the codename God Hand after getting prosthetic limbs. Rest assured, it will be alright this time too. As long as the lost arm is replaced with metal, he can fight just like before. Seeing these little ones in front of him, Ash felt uneasy. After all, people are not machines. Even if a new part replaces a damaged body part, even if it can be used like before, the profound pain cannot be completely ignored. These pains will stay in the soul, never to heal. But looking at these little ones, they seem to fear that God Hand will be abandoned by Ash because he can no longer fight. If any of you feel unwell, you must speak up, and I will help you heal. But as the commander who always sends them to the front line, Ash suddenly finds these words somewhat ridiculous. Let's go. Tonight, there will be a victory celebration. It's a pity that God Hand cannot attend, but you should eat well and rest well. We are okay. We want to wait here until the captain's surgery is over. Then you rest here today, and I will send someone to bring you food and drinks. Although we cannot celebrate the victory together, remember, you all made great contributions today. The rest of the shadow unit are still young, and they were somewhat shy when they heard Ash's praise. Your Highness, can you send us some more food and drinks? I like juice. After nightfall, as he was leaving, Old Girl specifically waved his hand. The central square of the city was once again lit with a peaceful bonfire. You guys, the Lord hasn't even given the blessing, and you start on your own initiative. His Highness has arrived. The Lord, the best commander in the south, a man born to eradicate monsters. Then I'll just say a few words. I say the Southern Front. Everyone say, live in the moment. Southern Front, live in the moment. The people living above the city of graves motivate themselves to move forward in this way. Run an errand for me, Ader. Of course, no problem, just command me. Whatever you need, I can provide. If you want to hear a song, I can also sing for you. No need for that. Just send some food and drinks to the temple for me. You seem quite dissatisfied, you little rascal. The food is for the priests and the injured at the temple. No need to bother him. Let me deliver it instead. Lily, you want to go? Ash could not imagine that Lily, who disliked elves, would volunteer to deliver food to them. Can none of you guys drink properly? Everyone, fill up your glasses. Truly, the Empire's #1 drinker, His Highness the Third Prince. Will we finally witness that legend today? I will show you. Bring it on. Today we won't return until we're drunk, the front count once said. If one remains engulfed in sadness and mourning, the city will cease to function. It's also necessary to create some joy. Although caring for the injured and commemorating the deceased is a lord's duty, drinking and making merry with the survivors is also something a lord should do. Everyone was clinking glasses noisily, laughing heartily. Ash tried his best to liven up the atmosphere. As the night deepened with laughter, Godhand finally woke up from his nightmare in a corner of Crossroad. Pain prickled up his arm, which was empty. He lifted his hand to look. You're awake. During the time Godhand was unconscious, Lily had been working in the ward. Miss Lily, why are you here? The surgery went very smoothly. You will continue to have a high fever for a while, and it will be very painful. The Saintess said the next healing magic is scheduled for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Although the part below the elbow has been amputated, the joint is still there, and once the prosthetic is fitted, you can move as usual. The other team members had their meal and were noisy for a while until they just fell asleep. Aren't you hungry? I've saved some food for you since you lost a lot of blood. You need to eat well. Why are you taking care of me? Don't you hate us? I have something to ask. That's why I'm here waiting for you to wake up. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand why you saved me at that time. Didn't I tell you at the time? In that situation, protecting you is the best judgment. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think your reasoning makes sense. Considering the overall efficiency of the front line, your judgment might be correct, but from a personal perspective, you had no reason to sustain such a serious injury to save me. After all, the Shadow Unit had just been incorporated into Crossroad. It's too early to have such loyalty. For someone just assigned to the front line, sacrificing an arm for strategic objectives doesn't make sense. Even if his judgment was correct at the time, the more I think about it, the more something seems off. He must have had another reason. Lily realized this, so she came here to question Godhand. Even if the final answer was really to protect herself, she wanted to clarify. Anyway, I am your lifesaver. Aren't you being a bit too cold? There is nothing more burdensome than well-meaning actions without a clear purpose. Tell me the truth. Why did you save me? Can I tell the truth? Obviously, because if you are not honest, I will not forgive you. After hesitating for a long time, Godhand finally spoke. It's not some grand reason. Just at the moment when the Gargoyle Chieftain suddenly attacked you, I remembered my own mother. My mother, like you, was paralyzed in her legs. When the slave hunters caught her, they severed her Achilles tendons, so she spent her life in a wheelchair. Despite being unable to stand, she still held me in her arms when my human master was about to punish me and shielded me from those injuries with her body. For some reason, I just thought of that. I saw the shadow of my mother in you as you faced the Gargoyle Chieftain. Are you saying now that because of these legs, you connected me with your mother? Did that upset you? Not really happy? You lost both arms just because of that? Rationally speaking, it's for the strategic reasons I mentioned before. Emotionally, it's because I remembered my mother. I think that should answer your question. I thought you were more of a rational type. I thought Miss Lily was more of an emotional type. Even when someone sacrifices their life to save her, she still doubts their motives. Lily is colder than imagined. Miss Lily, we cannot understand each other because the harm our races have inflicted on each other is too severe to repair. But even if we can't understand, perhaps we can still celebrate surviving this battle together. Following Godhand's gaze, people on the square were celebrating their hard-won victory boisterously. Merry songs slipped through the cracks of the window, a stark contrast to the atmosphere in the room. I hate you. It's impossible to say to someone who lost their arms protecting you, have something to eat. Everyone else is enjoying the banquet, and it must be tough being hungry alone. Is water all you have for me? Does someone who just had an amputation today plan to have a drink? Today is the day I lost my arms. A drink shouldn't be a problem, right? I didn't expect you to be such a joker. It's really surprising. Let's have a drink first. I don't have arms, so I can't clink glasses with you. I can help you with that. The sound of glass clinking seemed somewhat jarring in the quiet room. A glass filled with water was brought to Godhand's lips. Although Lily's expression remained cold, but with a bit less guardedness, the room felt quiet, and they could both hear each other swallowing. The scene was somewhat humorous, a human woman without legs and a male elf without arms, unable to attend the banquet, meagerly celebrating in the ward. Yet, this image would forever remain in their minds. Ordinary banquets might easily be forgotten, but today's scene would be etched in their memories for a long time. Although it might sound ridiculous to say this now, I still want to ask, could you please take care of me in the future, Miss Lily? Suddenly hearing Godhand say this, Lily seemed a bit taken aback, so she chose to stuff his mouth. You should heal first. Only when you are healthy can I comfortably dislike you. It seems I can't get better for the time being. Don't say such absurd things with that delicate face. Neither of them spoke again. Lily fed Godhand the cooled vegetable dish bite by bite, and Godhand silently ate without saying a word. From a distance, the drunken songs of the soldiers rang out, and the night of victory deepened into the late hours. The next morning, the glaring sunlight woke Ash from his night-long hangover. You touched my head. Ash then realized there was someone else beside him. He suddenly thought of a classic scenario from TV dramas, waking up after a night of drinking, finding a woman he had just met lying next to him. Your Highness, you're awake. The blanket slowly slid down, revealing a head of silvery white hair, but the moment the person inside lifted the blanket, Ash was completely startled. He looked around and saw that the other beds were in a similar state. Is this hell? Am I in hell? It's us. Your Highness, are you alright? You drank a lot yesterday. I'm okay. But may I ask a question? Why is everyone naked and lying in bed? Wasn't it you, Your Highness, who ordered us to do this? That night, Ash commanded them to cast aside pretense and drink freely, man to man. Ash couldn't imagine himself doing such a thing, and he concluded that it must have been the terrible potency of the alcohol in this body. Your Highness was truly amazing yesterday. I should never forget the precious memories of last night. It was my first time experiencing such a drinking session. Your Highness, you're finally awake. Hearing Lucas' voice, Ash thought he would rescue him from this hell, but as his gaze shifted downward, he found that Lucas had taken off his pants too. Why are your pants off too? Because Your Highness said that the main team members should take off their pants together. Ash quickly flipped the blanket and discovered that his pants were off too. In a corner of the room, Damien was curled up. Seeing men naked in a public bath is enough. Why does it have to happen here too? I was just about to talk to you about this. Let's go, Your Highness. Where to? There's a public bath next to our residence. Didn't you just say that? Ash hadn't expected that in such a backward world, there would still be such facilities. At Lucas' suggestion, Ash followed him to the public bath. This place was originally for military use only, but as the city grew, it became a public place that civilians could use too. But when Ash saw the public bath, he was still somewhat amazed by its scale because it was so large. After climbing the steps, Ash stood still, not moving. Lucas was curious, as Ash was usually unflappable. In places like public baths, there should be activities with female characters, right? Ash thought, but unfortunately, the treatment of protagonists in those crossover dramas seemed never to happen to him. The facilities here are really well maintained. It doesn't seem like a remote city in the southern region. Because we've faced many floods before, we've put a lot of effort into utilizing water resources. In this respect, Crossroad is among the best in the world. More than that, I want to ask, aren't you going to wash? Wherever and whenever, it is my duty as a guard to protect you. Your Highness, even if it's a nice thing to say, it gets annoying if you hear it too much. Don't just stand there. Go wash yourself too, then I'll wash in the bath next to you. Ash had felt it in the morning, but only upon close inspection did he realize that Lucas's body was covered in scars that seemed to summarize the pain and hardships he had endured throughout his life. You're being too solemn. You've suffered. Not at all, Your Highness. Damien was leisurely floating in the bath. Damien, are you feeling better, Your Highness? Of course. I'm fine now. What exactly happened yesterday? It's better if you don't bring up yesterday again. Just then, a throng of people suddenly flooded into the public bath, notably the members of the Silver Soldiers. Ash watched these unruly veterans with a somewhat dazed spirit. He had intended to sneak away with Lucas and Damien, but was spotted by the people of the Silver Soldiers. Ash thought it was time to tell them not to salute him in the public bath anymore, as this was the first time he felt embarrassed by the soldiers' salutes. It wasn't until they reached the resting area of the public bath that Ash felt he had finally come to life. He hadn't expected such advanced facilities in this world. It seemed he had underestimated this fantasy world. Just then, Evangeline pushed Lily over. Oh, Senior, what are you doing here? I grew up here. Naturally. I am a regular at the public bath. Yes, what are you doing here? I should be asking you too that. Did you come here together? I came to bathe with Sister Lily. When did you two become so close? We've been through life and death together. Of course we're close. However, in Ash's eyes, it was clearly just Evangeline trying to get close. After all, Lily was the only girl in the team who was around Evangeline's age, so Ash could understand. Ash could also understand why Lily was reluctant, as she had always wanted to leave the team, and Evangeline was the heir to the position of the front count. We're going to leave first, Senior. We're going to talk about some girl stuff. Without waiting for Ash to speak, Evangeline quickly pushed Lily away from there. That's surprising. I didn't expect royalty to come to a place like this. You are. I am Margarita. The woman in front of him introduced herself. Ash then realized that the woman before him was the saintess, perhaps because he had only seen her in her priestly attire. Ash hadn't recognized her at first glance. Does the saintess also come to the public bath? Is there a rule saying priests can't bathe? That's not what I meant. I thought you would be resting after the major surgery yesterday. Did the surgery go well, Your Highness? Were several people come to inquire about the surgery during the banquet yesterday? Ash felt embarrassed because he had no recollection of yesterday's events. He is recovering smoothly. The surgery was very successful. I performed healing magic on him this morning and then came here. I just didn't expect it to be so crowded today. With last night's banquet, it's normal for it to be busy today. You must be very tired from performing the surgery. I'm sorry my soldiers disturbed your rest. That's not the case. Although war is an extremely cruel affair, but I believe the battles here are sacred because we are protecting humanity. Washing off the blood and sweat stain during the holy war is also a valuable thing, and naturally it is a happy occasion. Being able to participate in it is an answer that fits the dignity of a cleric and is full of human warmth. I must go with the other priestesses, so I will leave now. Take good rest, and you too, Your Highness. Contrary to Ash's expectations, it turns out that the people living here are all kind and ordinary. Coming to his senses, Ash realized that Lucas and Damien had not returned yet. Being in an environment similar to a steam room, Ash suddenly missed sweet rice stew and roasted eggs. Whenever he felt this way, he would miss his old life. Just then, Lucas and Damien finally came back. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? We didn't do anything bad. This is a boiled egg. We bought it from a black market dealer at the public bath. Although Ash didn't know what a black market dealer was, he was happy to see these items. Your Highness, look, there's this too. Let's eat it secretly. It looks like you've brought some good stuff since we're supposed to share our blessings. Shouldn't we give a piece to each member of the main party? So the group playfully messed around for a while, and Lucas took the opportunity to stuff his mouth with eggs. After fooling around, everyone's mood noticeably improved. However, Lucas seemed a bit busy. I'll take care of the wrap-up. I'll handle it properly. Thank you, Lucas. After ending their leisure time, Ash opened the status window and began preparing for the next defense battle. This was the most challenging stage in the first half of the game. Up next was Stage 5. In the game, it was known as the boss stage, an existence that simply couldn't be compared to the previous ones. Therefore, the game provided ample preparation time, and Ash needed to be thoroughly ready if he could successfully conquer the stage. The following would be much easier. Nice to see you here, Your Highness. Who are you again? I am Dion. Dionigut. Hearing this name, Ash remembered that the young man in front of him was one of the N-ranked heroes he had recruited. N-ranked heroes, though stronger than ordinary soldiers, are mostly quite ordinary, so it was hard for Ash to remember each character while playing the game previously. Strictly speaking, Dion's party had actually become Ash's sub-party earlier than the Shadow unit, but due to their strength, they hadn't been put to use. Dion, what do you want to talk about? Your Highness, I have a complaint. The 5 of us have been working together for nearly a month now, but aside from defending the back end of the front line, you haven't given us any other orders. The monsters haven't even been near that place. But Your Highness, we are mercenaries. We live by earning our keep. Dion was somewhat arrogant, but his attitude was forthright. He presented his thoughts with the stance of a mercenary. I don't care if you think we're too young and inexperienced to underestimate us, but I don't like being left to pasture without having accumulated decent experience. Please let us fight on the front lines. We will also do our best to prove our worth to you. Watching these youngsters, a slight smile appeared on Ash's lips. Which lord would dislike soldiers who volunteer to fight? Even if their abilities are average and their skills are nothing special, there's a determination in the eyes of Dion's party, especially the captain, Dion, who clearly has ambition. You so boldly request a battle. You must be quite confident. How do you plan to demonstrate that? I request a sparring session. Please let us compete against Your Highness's personal party. That should be enough to prove ourselves. Ash certainly didn't expect Dion to propose such a method. That's quite arrogant, but it's bound to be interesting. When shall we do it? I like your proactive attitude, but can I decide the place and time for the sparring? Of course, Your Highness. Whenever you like. No need to wait long. Let's do it now, at the nearest place from here. The news that the new recruits were going to compete against the Lord's Guard quickly spread throughout Crossroad, and everyone wanted to secure a good spot to watch the contest. Is it okay if we don't help? I think it might actually benefit their combat. I was about to ask you, are you ready? Your Highness's personal party was seriously discussing their combat plans and soon entered the arena under Dion's leadership. It seems everyone is ready. Although I don't know what kind of battle plan you've devised, I'll take you down in an instant. Sister will try not to hurt you too much. The conditions for victory are simple. Completely subdue the other side by rendering them unable to use their weapons, knocking them out of the ring, or forcing them to surrender, in keeping with the principle of safety first. This contest forbids the use of attacks or skills that could cause serious injuries. The moment the contest began, Dion charged at Lucas alone, while the other four chose to gang up on Evangeline. "Sir Knight, please let me experience the bravery I've only heard about in tales. Don't worry, even with a wooden sword, I won't hold back. Sir Knight, it turns out dodging your attacks isn't as difficult as I imagined. Stop bluffing. I'll defeat you right now." Compared to Lucas' confrontation, Evangeline's side seemed particularly relaxed. "You have good judgment, indeed. In your view, I must be 4 times more dangerous than that uncle, right? Then let me show you why I graduated early as the valedictorian of the 375th class at the academy." But before she could finish her sentence, 3 knights from Dion's party charged at her with their shields raised. Now, it turned out that from the beginning, their plan was to push forward together and force Evangeline out of the ring. "No! I said no!" Evangeline's strength was unexpectedly greater than the 3 combined. Hessen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just then, Isla from Dion's party suddenly made her move. "I'm really sorry, miss. We need this win." Evangeline instinctively dodged Isla's attack, but lost her balance and could no longer resist the push from the 3. Dion's party's plan succeeded, and Evangeline was pushed out of the ring, eliminated from the contest. "Isn't this against the rules? You're breaking the rules. You've been pushed out of the ring. You are judged to have been subdued." Although it was a 2 against 5 scenario, the skill gap between the 2 teams was vast. Dion's party overcame this disadvantage through focused attention and a sudden ring-out tactic. In Ash's view, it was indeed a clever battle plan, and they executed it well. "Let's now go and support Dion." Just to subdue that night, Isla hadn't finished speaking when she saw Lucas holding Dion subdued in his hands. "Sorry, mates, this knight is too strong. Who's next? Tell me." As Lucas steadily advanced, Dion's party felt unprecedented pressure. The final outcome was as Ash had predicted, with the main team members achieving victory. Although the difference in strength was one reason, the main cause was the huge gap in levels. Lucas's level was 37, while the highest level in Dion's party was only 16. This matchup was quite unfair from the start. Although I anticipated the outcome, I didn't expect that we'd be no match at all. "Indeed, but you've done well. You formulated a tactical plan against your opponent and decisively put it into action. Most commendable is that even when facing an opponent stronger than yourselves, you did not shrink back and were proactive in attacking. This kind of will is exactly what a warrior fighting monster should have. To win against a strong, you must not shrink back when facing someone stronger than yourself and fight bravely. This in itself is a remarkable talent. Everyone get up. Here, I apologize to you. I underestimated you before and didn't use you properly. And then, I must apologize in advance, because you have proven your worth. From now on, I will maximize your roles." Although he hadn't had high expectations for these members originally, those who were once left to pasture unexpectedly became significant combatants in Ash's hands. "Your Highness, this is exactly what we hoped for. All members are unranked, and Dion's party is the weakest team Ash has ever used, both in the game and in reality. However, they did not choose to hide in a corner and scrape by. Having chosen the mercenary profession, they were already prepared to fight. Thus, Dion's party was enlisted as the second sub-party. The following afternoon, they began their formal preparations for battle. They were dispatched to the auto-farming system. This system, known as auto-exploration, allows reserve teams to autonomously level up in previously cleared areas and recover items with a certain probability. Players commonly refer to these operations as munition. Since this was Dion's party's first time entering the dungeon, Ash specifically assigned Evangeline to accompany them as a guide and plan to meticulously manage logistics during the downtime of future stage raids. "Your Highness, are you sure this is okay? Aren't there still enemies in the Lake Kingdom dungeons?" Ash understood that the enemies Lucas referred to were not the monsters but the hostile NPC forces led by Krone's troop Nightcrawlers. If the team members encountered those guys, they might not return safely. "Maybe I should go too?" "Don't worry about that. Those guys won't enter the areas before the base camp." "Why is that?" It turns out that Ash had previously asked Ader, and Ader's explanation was that the first to third areas of the Lake Kingdom dungeon are designated as no PvP zones. Initially, there wasn't such a setting, but because hostile forces always attacked players at the start of the game, Ader established this rule as a newbie protection mechanism. At that time, Ash had already lost Jupiter, a major force, and really wanted to punch the game director who always spoke in half-statements. Attempting PvP would lead to severe penalties, and all NPCs in the Lake Kingdom were aware of this rule. From the 4th area onwards, you still need to be careful. Those guys won't leave their base camp, and as for why, I'm not too clear. Maybe they are worried we will take back the territory while they are away. That makes sense. No wonder you are the Lord. You really have exceptional insight. Ash was speechless, but Lucas really believed the reason he had made up on the spot. Actually, from last time, Ash felt that Lucas had already sensed something, but for some reason, he still chose to see him as the real Ash. Just then, Damien rushed in urgently. "Damien, Didn't I tell you to rest for a few days? What do you need? In Damien's appearance, it was clear he was exhausted. Jupiter has regained consciousness. The team's only wide-area mage, Jupiter, after being absent for one stage, had finally awakened. Meanwhile, at the north gate of Crossroad, a mysterious woman with a smoking pipe appeared, with a wisp of faint pink smoke drifting from the pipe. So this is Crossroad, the front line where Grandma is currently serving. Upon hearing that Jupiter had awakened, Ash rushed to the temple immediately. It's been a long time. Your Highness, how long have I been asleep? About 10 days. Jupiter, it's great to see you're okay. How are you feeling? Though I'd like to say I'm very well, I'm not in good shape. To be honest, about half of my mana circuits have been burned out. Even though they are slowly recovering, it will still take some time, and even then, I'm not sure if I can return to my previous output level. To think I ended up like this just from blocking a minor spell, I really must be getting old. Eat regularly, rest well, and recover as soon as possible. We missed our lightning mage in the last defense battle, and it cost us dearly. You need to be well before the next defense battle. Need you even say that? After all, I can't afford to lose a week's salary, and more importantly, I'm not ready to retire yet, because there's still so much I need to do. What's that? Are you planning to earn some more money, and then build a castle? How did you know the thoughts of this old woman? You're right. Jupiter looked out the window. That's a nice idea. A castle. It's not necessary to build a castle, but I plan to build a grand hotel on Crossroads sometime soon. When you stay there, I'll give you a discount, since you're part of my direct team. That's a benefit I can definitely offer. Then I gladly accept. Can I become the first guest? The first guest will be me, but I can make you the second. To look out over the city from a suite in the hotel, light a cigar, and sip some whiskey. For a mercenary, is there a more luxurious life? Though they held nothing in their hands, and the hotel hadn't yet been constructed, the two still chatted merrily. The suite didn't even exist. Perhaps it was this mirage-like dream that kept them going each day, which is the way of life for humans on this land. There's a long time until the next defense battle. Just rest well and focus on recovering. You come to visit a patient, yet your Highness, you didn't bring a gift? After visiting the temple, Ash stopped to see God Hand, and after meeting with the Saintess Maharita, he left. Maharita informed Ash that Jupiter's internal injuries were very severe, and there was no chance of recovery within 4 weeks. So, in her current condition, Jupiter was practically in the same state as being ruled out at the beginning of the game. Nonetheless, Ash still believed that as long as she worked hard to recover, there was still a chance for her to play a role in future stages. The most important thing right now was to leave the base camp and recapture the plan. Therefore, given the current situation, Ash decided to hire new friends with Lucas. They went to the mercenary guild again, praying in their hearts for useful new recruits to appear. As soon as he entered, Ash saw a dazzling golden light. This meant that an SSR-level character had appeared. At this moment, Ash couldn't care less about appearances or first impressions. He almost ran madly to the person. Are you a mercenary? I am not a mercenary. Sorry, sir. This person turned out to be the woman who had just entered the city yesterday. Why are you at the mercenary guild if you are not a mercenary? I am looking for someone. I heard my grandmother lives here, so I came to find her, but I haven't seen anyone mentioning a grandmother living in the mercenary guild. Only one person came to Ash's mind. What is your grandmother's surname? I take my grandmother's surname, Jupiter. My name is Jupiter Jr. You can call me Juju. Ash was curious. The person before him, Junior, was of an SSR level, but her name, profession, and character abilities had never appeared in his game memory. What surprised Ash even more was that Junior really seemed to be Jupiter's granddaughter, even inheriting the gold lover trait. More importantly, Junior's profession was an elemental mage, a type of mage that can control all attribute magics. Although the level of control over each attribute can vary with the character, elemental mages are still among the highest ranks in mages. Jupiter hardly ever mentioned anything about you. My grandmother never mentioned me. In fact, Jupiter did mention her granddaughter, but it was always in passing. It's sad, isn't it? She has such a lovely granddaughter. She should be showing you off everywhere. Given your manner, you must be a noble, right? You've asked my name. May I inquire the noble name of sir? My name is Ash. Ash von Hyder Everblack, currently serving as the commander on the monster frontier. Sorry, I did not recognize you, your highness, because I never expected to meet you here. I am just now paying my respects. Please forgive this ignorant girl. You are too kind. It is understandable not to recognize me. Lift your head, Jupiter Jr. Let me get straight to the point. Would you like to join my command? The front line here urgently needs a mage with your talents. Would you be willing to contribute your strength? Since you are here, of course, I will offer you the highest treatment, definitely better than what any other frontline mage on the continent receives. Thank you for your kindness, but I came to this city to see my grandmother. You came to see Jupiter? Then consider my proposal after you meet her. Can I do that? Will do as you say. So, Your Highness, do you know where my grandmother is? Jupiter is currently receiving treatment at the temple. She was injured not long ago, so she's at the temple. I see. Then I'll go see her first. That's fine. That's fine. Just make sure to consider my offer carefully. Then I shall take my leave now. Only after Junior had left did Lucas speak. It's really quite miraculous. Jupiter's granddaughter doesn't look anything like her, but they do share some similarities. Although they look completely different, they both have the same demeanor, a demeanor tinged with a scent of money. Another thing I find astonishing, though it might be impolite to say, is that Jupiter actually had children. It's truly shocking. Honestly, I was also startled when she mentioned introducing her granddaughter to me before. I thought she was joking. It's not good to speak behind someone's back, but no matter how I looked at it, Jupiter always seemed like someone who would remain single all her life. It's unexpected that she has children, and even today, meeting her granddaughter was truly a surprise. What do you think her husband is like? I'm curious about that too, but it's private, and it seems inappropriate to ask her. Anyway, I hope Jupiter can have a good talk with her granddaughter. Meanwhile, in this temple filled with light everywhere, Jupiter was experiencing an unprecedented darkness. It's finally ending. Jupiter felt that her career as a soldier, mercenary, and mage was drawing to a close. She suddenly realized that she had missed the opportunity to retire long ago. To work a little longer, Jupiter had once struggled desperately without regard to her image. She tried every type of job, and even experienced resigning from the army she had worked in all her life due to responsibility. She had also been abandoned by the mercenary groups she joined, repeatedly being driven away, living a nomadic life, never staying on any front for more than 3 months. Looking back, there is nowhere in this world that Jupiter feels nostalgic about, but those days are about to end. Jupiter wondered, can I really rest now? Do I have the right to? Just then, the door opened. Grandma, so you are here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Seeing Junior, Jupiter looked panic-stricken. Junior, how are you here? Because I couldn't contact you. I came here myself. I didn't know you were staying in such a barren place in the south. Seeing your granddaughter after so long. Why that look? Like you've seen a ghost. Really? Why sit there so stiffly? Can I eat you? Jupiter often felt afraid that this little one, who bore her name, might actually devour her. Junior reached out to the bedridden old woman. Where's the money? Grandma, really? Why do you think I came all this way? Despite smiling, Junior's expression was particularly sinister. Give me the money. Grandma, I've been told all the way to Crossroad to ask for money from the bedridden Jupiter. Is that all? We have many mouths to feed. I'm sorry, child, because I was injured. I've been unconscious for several days. Isn't there any windfall here? Windfall? I'm asking Grandma, is there any kind of underhanded fortune here like you used to find in the Imperial Army? You were an expert at that. Didn't you secretly stash anything? Don't think that because this is a frontier that it can be underestimated. The situation here is tense, and there are too many watchful eyes. There's no chance to do that. The scariest part is the third prince, the commander here. He is not at all like his reputation in the capital. It's not just his broad knowledge. It's as if he has some kind of precognitive ability. It's my first time hearing Grandma praise a commander so highly. That guy seems to have many secrets. Instead of getting caught for being clever and suffering for it, it's better to honestly earn a yearly salary, especially since he pays well. There's no other way. Then I'll have to work here for a while. I've already met the prince, and he personally asked if I had any plans to work here. Don't do this. Junior, didn't you promise me that you would stop using magic? You care about me only now? Saying this, Junior flipped her hair, revealing the horrific scars hidden within. Isn't it a bit too late? Grandma, you should rest properly. You seem to be seriously hurt. Wait, Junior, let's talk more. Hasn't Grandma always made a living by doing dirty work? Now it's my turn. Junior turned at the door, her smile radiant, and the door was shut forcefully. Jupiter sat on the bed silently, feeling a throbbing pain in her left eye. She was reminded again of that great fire. All of this is my own doing. This is my retribution. Meanwhile, Ash, having finished a day's work, was hurrying back to his residence. 8 hours had passed, and the auto-exploration had ended. Dion's party had leveled up under the leadership of Evangeline. However, at that moment, Ash discovered something strange among the items. He could not imagine that the legion they were to face in Stage 5 would be the vampires. All the forces under their command, they belonged to the highest level monster race that appears in the later stages of the game. Ash did not understand why they would appear in Stage 5. Was this another dark event at play? My lord, are you alright? Is it an old headache recurring? I'm fine. Lucas, let's head back to the residence. Ash's mind was filled with doubts. If the next defense battle truly involved the vampires with the current team composition, could they really win? Deep down, Ash knew it was impossible. He had to expand his forces at all costs. It was then that Ash saw Junior walking along the road. Lucas, stop the carriage. Jupiter Jr., you now have two choices: be conscripted by force, or voluntarily accept my employment. Tell me, what is your choice? The girl smiled like a cunning fox, glanced inside the carriage. May I sit next to you first, Your Highness? Of course. The carriage moved forward again. Getting closer to the mansion cloaked in twilight, Ash increasingly felt a profound pressure, not just a hellish difficulty, but a real hell steadily advancing towards this monster front. Meanwhile, Crown woke from his sleep. He had just dreamed of Ash. It seems I've dozed off. Crown could not remember the last time he had a good sleep. He had even given up counting the days. He had spent so many days dressed in this ridiculous attire, playing the fool. Once, a fable about a man who played the flute circulated in the Lake Kingdom. The story goes that a village overwhelmed by rats hired a minstrel to play his flute to drive the rats away. The sound of the flute led the rats to jump into the lake and drown. However, the miserly villagers refused to pay the minstrel, who, in his anger, played the flute again, this time leading the village's children to jump into the lake to end their lives. Crown reached out to touch his weary face, only to realize he was wearing a ridiculous mask. This fable is all too accurate. The commanders of the Demon King had been summoned. There seemed to be a royal council today. A royal council? The corners of Crown's mouth twisted slightly under the mask. Are you attending this time? Of course. Crown slowly stood up, swaying slightly as he spoke. After all, I am the spokesperson for this Lake Kingdom. Crown staggered out of the headquarters. Even though it had fallen into a colony of demons, he headed towards the center of the Lake Kingdom, and a member of the Nightcrawlers cautioned him, please be careful. It would be nice if I could die from being careless. Before long, Crown arrived at the center of the Lake Kingdom, once the most prosperous and beautiful area, now shrouded in damp darkness. He calmly entered the palace engulfed in darkness. It's the clown, the shameless fool. The demons mocked him, but Crown paid them no mind and continued along the corridor. Soon, he reached a spacious hall, a place where subjects used to meet the king. Apart from 2 vacant seats, all other seats were occupied. You're late, Crown. A mere human dares to be late to a meeting called by the Demon King. Have you humans no shame? Crown was unfazed and leisurely sat down in the last empty seat. I am but a lowly human, but you are nothing more than scum born from human nightmares. How ridiculous, you arrogant creature. Let it be. Isn't Crown just a clown? A deep voice from the throne quelled the murmurs. He is a clown, and naturally must act mocking, teasing, satirical, humorous, and comical. That's his job, after all, and Crown isn't entirely wrong. You indeed are congealed from fragments of human nightmares. It is I who make these humans dream immoral dreams, and help them realize those dreams. Isn't that right, Crown? The voice of the Demon King grew heavier, and Crown felt an invisible force pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him. Don't forget, the humans of the Lake Kingdom are the livestock of my army. Those humans outside who supply your nightmares are no different from the cattle or pigs that are bred, that I allow such livestock to attend this meeting. You should be grateful, understand? After the Demon King spoke, Crown nearly collapsed onto the table, managing to reply with difficulty. I understand. For Crown, submitting to the power of the Demon King did not bring him shame, compared to the profound humiliations he had endured over the long years past. Such minor matters no longer affected him. That will be all concerning you. As you all know, I have summoned you Legion commanders here today, because the Great Flood is approaching. I need a Legion commander to lead an invasion of the human world, since it's still the early stages. The lower-ranked werewolf clan will take charge. Just as the Demon King was finishing, a voice suddenly interjected, please allow me to go. The speaker was the Lifeless King, ranked 5th among the Nightmare Army commander, known as the Nosferatu Dracula, Celendian. You volunteering surprises me. Don't you despise making public appearances? Because the humans on the surface killed Orlop, I seek revenge. Please grant me permission. Afterward, Jackal asked Ash why he was at the Colosseum. Ash bluffly said he was ordered to investigate the dungeon, and because the boss of the Colosseum, Jackal, had the same name as the missing agent, Jackal, he came here to investigate. Although this explanation was full of holes, Jackal believed it deeply. Just the fact that you won't forget my name, that alone is more than enough for me. Right after the boss mode ended, Jackal became very calm, completely unlike that crazy gladiator king. Jackal, can you assist us in our subsequent dungeon investigation? Jackal's level was 75. If he could be brought into the team, even if only as support, clearing future stages would become much easier. Well, about that, when I became the Gladiator King, my body belonged to the Colosseum. I'm not sure about the area around it, but if I leave this place, I am powerless. After saying this, Jackal bowed repeatedly. He really wished he could help the prince who came from the Empire to find him. It's okay, Jackal. I'm looking for an item called the Dark Crystal. Would you happen to have it? Of course I have them. How many do you need? Just state your number. Saying that, Jackal reached his hand into a strange place right in front of Ash. In the game, if you skipped the battle with Jackal, he would turn into an NPC merchant, and the player could trade with him for dark crystals. These were crystallized bodies formed by the darkness of hell, extremely rare materials even from the 5th region onwards. Ash put the dark crystals into his pocket. With this, all the materials needed to forge the star silver weapons were collected. Is there anything else you need, Your Highness? Although it's not proper for me to say this myself, as long as it's in this area, I am an omnipotent existence. Ash hesitated for a moment, then looked at the members of the main party. Is there a place we can get some rest? My party members are pretty worn out, so I think we'll need to rest a bit. And so, Ash and his party were brought to the gladiators' quarters inside the Colosseum. I had already mentally prepared to sleep on the hard floor. I didn't expect there would be beds to sleep in. This is fantastic. The bed here is super soft. To turn such a powerful-looking enemy into an ally with just a few words, Your Highness is truly amazing. Being praised by Junior like this made Ash somewhat embarrassed. He didn't feel he had done anything outstanding, merely referring to the game's walkthrough. But are we all going to sleep here? Of course, this is the only room. Although there are 2 ladies here, where exactly are those ladies? All I see is one little caterpillar kid and some kind of coughing machine. What did you say? You actually called me a caterpillar? That's right. What are you going to do about it? This. Saying that, Evangeline picked up a pillow from the side. You insolent little brat. Let me teach you a lesson. It didn't take long before Damien and Lucas, having finished washing up, returned. They pushed open the door, only to find Ash kneeling on the floor holding his head, being brutally beaten by Evangeline. Lucas, hurry up and assist me. Yes, Your Highness, Lucas said, then threw a pillow at Evangeline. Hey, teaming up is cheating. You're on my team, right? I don't want to help anyone. If you don't help me, I'll sleep glued to you tonight. Hearing this, Junior snapped her fingers, and all the pillows and bed sheets flew into the air. That's unfair. How dare you mobilize a magician? It was you, Senior, who ganged up 2 against 1 on me first. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Damien. But the only response to Ash was Damien's snoring. After Junior made her move, there was absolutely no suspense in this pillow fight. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I wasn't good enough. This isn't your fault. You want to blame someone? Blame the evil alliance of that lady duo. At this moment, Junior couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the first time Ash had seen her laugh so heartily. Unlike the smiles Junior had shown so far, this one came straight from the heart. Ash believed this meant Junior had opened her heart to them, so he felt much more relieved. After closing his eyes, Ash once again had that familiar dream. Long time no see. Hyung, your channel blew up while I was away. Hey, Hyung, I'm about to get surgery soon. Can you give me some warm wishes? Because there were many other comments in the chat. Ash hadn't paid much attention at the time, and didn't remember what he had replied. Just then, Ash's eyes flew open. Are you alright, Your Highness? Are you feeling sick anywhere? Junior was sitting by the bed smoking her pain-relieving herbs. I'm fine. Why aren't you asleep yet? I already slept for a while. Is Your Highness really alright? You seem to be having a nightmare. Your expression was pained. Ash sighed softly. There's something I regret from before. I'm not sure if that's the reason, but I keep having recurring dreams about it. Actually, a lot of people seem to be experiencing that. That happens to me a lot, too. Maybe it's because I have a lot of regrets. Every time I sleep, I have nightmares. Ash didn't know what Junior dreamed about. Perhaps it was the day the village was burned down 15 years ago. They seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Everyone was indeed sleeping soundly. Evangeline was sleeping very well, snoring while scratching her belly. Lucas's sleeping posture was a bit stiff. Right at this moment, the building shook violently. Subsequently, the door was suddenly pushed open. Your Highness, sorry to disturb your rest, but it seems you need to get up now. Did something happen? We're being attacked. Vampires have broken in. At the same time, frost ghouls screamed and swarmed into the Colosseum from all directions. The Colosseum convert hacked immediately, releasing all the large monsters kept inside. Dragons breathed fire continuously, frost giants swung massive hammers, and huge goblins crushed ghouls into pieces with their bare hands. This was a battle between monsters and monsters. Ash stared dumbfounded at this unbelievable scene. He originally thought the vampire they killed yesterday was lying about himself, but he was actually associated with Celendian. Even if those guys are the Legion Commander's direct troops, they should know this is my territory. This place won't be breached so easily. I'll let them taste the living hell. Will you really be okay, Jackal? Of course, Your Highness. I've experienced things much worse than this. My position as Gladiator King wasn't earned easily. However, we don't know when the battle will escalate, so it's best for you guys to hurry back through the underground passage. Since Your Highness has conquered this place, the loser's path will open in reverse again. Thanks, Jackal. Anytime, Your Highness. At that moment, the noise outside the Colosseum grew louder. Hurry up and go. Only when Your Highness leaves here can I go wild with peace of mind, Jackal urged while pushing Ash's team members one by one into the passage. After Ash entered the passage, Jackal spoke again. Your Highness, thank you very much for remembering the name of an insignificant man like me. Maybe it's nothing to you, but to me, your words were a salvation. Jackal, why are you talking as if you're going to die? Be careful out there. I was just being sincere. Did I kill the mood instead? Goodbye, Your Highness. It would be nice to meet again more casually next time. This is a small token of my appreciation, and I look forward to our next meeting. Your Highness. Well then, I'll be closing the door now. With a bang, Jackal closed the cover. Ash and his party climbed down the ladder to the bottom of the passage, then opened the sack Jackal had handed them. It was full of dark crystals. This made Jackal's words sound even more like a final farewell. Let's go back. After all, with our current strength, we're far from being able to give those vampires a taste of silver and lightning. After walking in the passage for a while, Evangeline spoke up. Doesn't it seem like these tunnels are a lot colder than they were yesterday? Ash suddenly noticed white breath coming from his mouth. Damien was also shivering beside him, and white frost had formed on Junior's bloodless face. Lucas abruptly drew his longsword from his waist. Your Highness, it seems there's someone ahead in the passage. Almost the instant Lucas spoke, Evangeline moved to his side with her shield raised. As the person got closer, Ash couldn't believe his eyes. It was a young boy in a neat suit, skin as pale as snow, hair as dark as night, and blood-red eyes. Without a doubt, this was the opponent Ash had fought over a dozen times while playing the game, the lifeless king, Celindian. Excuse me. In an instant, Celindian appeared amidst Ash's team. As Celindian opened his hand, countless silver fragments fell from his fingertips. Evangeline looked at the silver spear in her hand in disbelief, its tip completely gone. What's going on? The crossbow in Damien's hand also vanished without a trace. Your Highness, please run. The silver sword in Lucas' hand was also snapped. Immediately after, an invisible force suddenly erupted, and the three of them were blown backward like kites with broken strings. I'll hold them off. Junior hastily cast magic, 3 elemental energies coalescing in her hands instantly. But right then, Celindian's blood-red eyes emitted an eerie red glow. Junior stared at her left hand in disbelief. The 3 elemental energies in her hand disintegrated just like that. The next second, Junior was also struck by that invisible energy and sent flying away. The main party members were incapacitated in an instant, and Celindian just walked up to Ash. Let's talk, player. I am very curious about you. Celindian was quietly observing Ash with a pair of bright red eyes. That look was like a child observing a collected insect, making one's hair stand on end. But Ash wasn't deceived by his appearance, because Celindian was actually an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Celindian spoke calmly again. Do you have some interest in talking to me, player? It's Ash. My name is Ash von Hyder Everblack. Ash didn't understand why these guys in the dungeon kept calling him player. That's right, I almost forgot. You also have a name. What do you mean? When you see an ant, you call it an ant. You don't ask for the ants' names, do you? Anyway, I apologize. I was being inconsiderate. I have no intention of offending you, nor do I plan to harm you. You say you have no intention of harming us. Then what's this about? Ash turned his gaze at the fallen team members around them. You need to understand, human, for me, subduing you all without killing is quite a hassle. I just want to have a quiet chat with you. Ash knew he wasn't lying. If Celindian really wanted to kill them, everyone would have lost their lives by now. Although he didn't know why Celindian appeared here, one thing was certain. Celindian's goal was not to kill him. Since Celindian had such a good attitude, Ash had no reason not to chat with him. In the next second, Ash took the initiative to sit down. Seeing this, Celindian asked, "What are you doing?" I sat down. You should sit down, too. I don't know what you want to talk about, but isn't it a bit awkward to just stand there and talk? Celindian was visibly puzzled. This was his first time encountering a human like Ash. However, he imitated Ash and sat down. The two just sat quietly looking at each other, neither speaking first. It didn't take long before Ash couldn't hold it in anymore. So, what exactly do you want to talk about? Are you troubled? There's one thing I wanted to ask you. How did you kill Orlop? What? Who is Orlop? The commander of the Black Spider Legion, the mother of all spiders, the queen of Tarantula, Orlop. Who exactly are you talking about? Ash suddenly recalled that the only place he had fought a spider legion was at the frontline outpost, and the only monster that could possibly be Orlop was the boss of the tutorial stage. Although the Tarantula Queen was mentioned in the game's setting, this character never actually appeared in the game, so Ash had always thought it was just a background story character. I remember this moment when Celindian mentioned the name that Ash realized the boss of the tutorial scene was actually a Legion Commander level character. It seems you finally remembered. Of course I remember. I really almost lost my life at the time. Orlop wasn't originally supposed to go to the front line personally, but because it was her spawning season, it seemed she needed to consume human bodies in despair. But she died. I heard you killed her with a cannon. Well, yes, I was indeed the one who killed that monster. So what do you want? Are you here to seek revenge now? Hearing this, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of Celindian's mouth. Revenge? For that spider bitch? Of course not. Although I did mention revenge when I requested deployment from the king, those were just perfunctory words. I have never felt compassion for such a lowly race. Then why did you come looking for me? Because I want to die. What did you say? I said, I want to die. I want to end my life. Celendian slowly looked at his palm. I have been revived here for 500 years. I've been wandering here constantly, looking for someone capable of killing me again. Ash really couldn't understand what Celendian was talking about. He said he came back to life and even wanted to die again. At this moment, Celendian slashed his own neck with his hand, but the wound healed instantly. Whoever it is, let alone killing me, they can't even leave a tiny scratch on me. Yet Orlop, who is a Legion commander just like me, lost her life due to a sudden event, and it was caused by a mere human cannon. Intuition told me then that the person who eliminated Orlop might be able to end my life too. Can you kill me? Can you free me from this endless dream? Can you take me back to the darkness of eternal sleep? Ash slowly stood up. You're spewing absolute nonsense. You ask me if I can kill you? You damn monster. Do you think that's a question? From the very beginning, I came here to eliminate you guys. My purpose for coming here is to cut off your monster heads, hack you to pieces, and burn you to ash. Ash still remembered the people who had fallen, injured by the monster's claws and fangs while trying to protect their homeland. Of course I will kill you, and not just you, but also your subordinates and your family, including your king or whoever. Ash still remembered the front count who spent his whole life defending the place, only to be destroyed by monsters, dying in his arms. I will kill all of you. I won't leave a single one. I'll annihilate you all. Ash still remembered the 3,000 plus corpses left on the wasteland, and the azure holy fire burning among them. That's what I'll do on the front lines. Even with my life on the line as collateral, it's the one goal I must achieve. Ash still remembered the cannon fire at the funeral, the cries of the choir, the silence that followed the prayers, and the unerasable sorrow on people's faces. Ash still remembered there was once a timid knight who shouted loudly amidst the monster horde, the Imperial Knight Ken. Ash still remembered the brave mercenaries, Tane, Ron, Jia, and Pike. Ash still remembered countless soldiers who died in battle before even leaving their names. Ash remembered everything, and he had to remember. Hating these monsters to the bone was Ash's duty as the frontline commander. Even if you don't ask me, I will definitely kill you. So don't worry, Vampire King. You better think about what kind of scream you will let out when you lose your life. Celendian quietly listened to Ash's roar, then smiled faintly. Is that so? Celendian slowly stood up. Even if that attitude of yours is just for a show, I still feel happy. It seems like that hostility of yours is real. After saying that, Celendian grabbed Ash's hand, but I just can't figure it out. How insignificant creatures like you have any means to kill me? Is it even possible? Ash fiercely shook off Celendian's hand. Of course it is. Just wash your neck and crawl to the foot of my walls, then I'll stand by my word and end your miserable life. Celendian suddenly laughed. I'll see you soon. I hope what you said wasn't a lie. Also, your subordinates seem to be planning to ambush me. I advise you to tell them to stop. I want you all to be in perfect condition on the day of the battle. Ash quickly whispered, stop. If you attack, we'll be annihilated. Well then, player. No, Ash, I'll be looking forward to it. To the day I'll actually be able to die. After Celendian left, Ash wondered if he wanted to die so badly. Why didn't he just commit suicide? But maybe that wasn't possible. Maybe that was why Celendian was desperately searching for someone else to do it for him. Now, everyone, get up. There's no need to be frustrated by the difference in power. Our fangs will reach that bastard's neck. I'll make it happen, and you will make it happen. Let's go back. Soon after, they returned to the base camp. At the same time, Caleb also came back from the dungeon carrying an item. It's the devil's mistletoe that grows only in the deepest level of this dungeon. Also known as mistiltine, Ash was full of astonishment, for this was a rare material that could only be obtained in the later stages of the game. If we use that to forge equipment, yes, I can make a cursed blade that'll drastically reduce the healing ability of the enemy. There's no better gift than this for the vampires. Caleb's words meant that he could add a healing reduction effect to the Star Silver weapon. If that happened, it would become a powerful counter against the vampires. Just then, Ash noticed the bandage wrapped around Caleb's left arm. Did you get hurt while trying to get that, Caleb? I never get hurt. I just tripped and got scratched, okay? And this branch is something I just picked up on the way. Anyway, this is all I can do to help. Please be sure to kill that monster. With that, the free exploration came to an end. Ash himself gained 10 levels, while Damien unlocked his second ascension. Lucas and Evangeline had now reached the same level, and even Junior managed to level up once. After returning to Crossroad, Ash sorted out the items obtained during the dungeon raid. He looked at the equipment in his hands in disbelief, because the Scream set was collected just like that. Among the many item sets in the game, only the Scream set had the luck of being fully collected. Although it was somewhat suspicious, Ash decided to accept and use it with gratitude. Ash had previously asked the blacksmith shop to craft a set of armor for Jupiter. Thinking about it now, he could give it to her together with this. After organizing other miscellaneous items, Ash headed to the next place. "You damn director, hurry up and welcome your player guest." "Your Highness, what business do you have in my room? I have something to tell you." This was Ash's first time visiting Eater's room, and he slowly looked around. There was an indescribable desolation here, making it hard to believe someone lived here. Apart from the documents an adjutant needed to process, the entire room was empty. Beside that pile of documents was a rather old chessboard. Ash then recounted his encounter in the dungeon today to Eater, and Eater was highly surprised after hearing this. "Celindian visited you himself?" "Yes. Does that even make sense?" "The one I met this time seemed a bit strange. There wasn't a major problem, but it would be troublesome if this happened again. How am I supposed to explore dungeons like this? I wouldn't say anything if it was a normal monster, but a Legion commander acting personally is going too far, right? A Legion commander suddenly leaving his territory to personally seek out a player. This is definitely breaking the rules in the game. But Your Highness, this is the real world. Between monsters and humans, the late kingdom and the empire, as long as things happen within the framework of this grand game, most are permissible. Your Highness knows this, right?" That was true, because Ash had similarly used various little tricks that would never work in the game, such as equipping Damien with 6-mana guns, which was impossible in the game. But exactly because of this, Ash couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be ambushed next time. If a situation like this occurred again, a slight misstep would mean game over. "Just a moment, Your Highness, I will add some simple features to the achievement store. As long as you purchase and use them, they will help prevent such incidents." Eater added 2 features for Ash in the shop. The first was a radar capable of sensing nearby bosses, and the second was an emergency escape bomb that, when used, would force nearby monsters into a stunned state, and the movement speed of the player party increases by 100%. So rather than systemically blocking them, you're alerting the player to escape through detection? Not to mention I have to run to escape? Isn't it better than nothing? For a moment, Ash didn't know how to respond, but Eater was indeed right. After purchasing these 2 features, the rebel's necklace emitted bursts of red light. "And Your Highness, although you feel a sense of crisis due to such factors now, maybe you can utilize this in the future. If a stage boss monster can find you in the dungeon, then perhaps you can go find them in the dungeon as well. This depends on how you use it. That's why I will not systematically block what happened today. This stage will be a series of adversities, but I believe that you, Your Highness, will be able to break through them. I wish you good luck, Your Highness." Hearing this, Ash was somewhat surprised. Why did this guy, who usually acted like an idiot, now genuinely look like a responsible director? "Hey." Ash brought Jupiter to the blacksmith shop and gave the crafted golden armor to Jupiter. "Can I really enjoy such good treatment, Your Highness?" "Of course you should. Who else will?" Although this was quite a good piece of equipment, it came with a forced negative trait, Gold Lover. But Jupiter already possessed this trait, so giving it to her was only natural. Just like that, Jupiter stood before Ash wearing the Scream set and the golden armor. "Your Highness, although I am truly grateful to you, my body currently cannot go to the front line. Could all of this equipment be given to my granddaughter instead?" Meanwhile, at the only inn in Crossroad, Junior was sitting on the edge of her bed coughing incessantly. This was the after effect that appeared every time she used magic. Junior stared at the blood-stained handkerchief in her hand. Her symptoms appeared particularly severe this time. The cancellation skill Celindian used seemed simple, but it actually contained extremely profound magical mysteries. As long as she studied it carefully, Junior was confident she could turn it into her own magic. New knowledge was right before her eyes. Junior felt her magic approaching the next realm. However, even if Junior really learned this magic with her physical condition, how long could she use it? Junior could feel death silently approaching. At this moment, Junior seemed to hear Jupiter's voice scolding her. "Don't even think about learning magic." Junior couldn't help but wonder, if she hadn't learned magic, how long could she have lived? 10 years? Or perhaps 20? Junior shook her head, quickly dismissing this unrealistic thought. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Ash's voice came from outside. "Junior, are you there?" Junior kept coughing blood while opening the door for Ash. However, she still put on an indifferent expression. "This damned blood coughing is completely out of my control." But Junior quickly lost her smile, because standing behind Ash was a solemn-faced Jupiter. This was the first time Ash had seen Jupiter with such an expression. This weather-beaten old woman had never looked like this, no matter how difficult the situation she faced before. 10 years ago, in a village on the eastern front of the Everblack Empire, Junior kept shaking Jupiter. "Grandma, wake up. You're going to be late. You need to get up and eat. You have to go to work." Jupiter, who had fallen asleep sitting in a chair, slowly opened her eyes. The morning sunlight spilled across her face. "What's wrong, Grandma? Did you have a bad dream again?" "No, just let me sleep a little longer. Because of an emergency dispatch yesterday, I got off work in the middle of the night. So, are you not going to work? Of course I'm going. Although the job of the guard captain didn't pay well, it was the Jupiter family's only source of income. Then hurry up and get ready for work. Breakfast is ready. Don't be late, and don't go to work on an empty stomach. Grandma is very tired. Junior, can you feed me? Again? Grandma, I'll be a good grandma who works hard, so you feed me, okay? Fine then. Just like that, Junior brought the food over and fed Jupiter breakfast bite by bite. So, is it tasty? I tried cooking it less this time. No, it still tastes bad. It seems my granddaughter really isn't good at cooking. Grandma, you're doing it again. Then you can cook from now on. Grandma doesn't know how to cook. Jupiter had spent her whole life on the battlefield. Her subordinates had always prepared meals for her, so she fundamentally lacked the ability to live independently. Grandma, what exactly do you know how to do? Junior asked Jupiter while feeding her. I only know magic. Jupiter also knew that she was fundamentally an incompetent grandmother. Well then, I'm off to work, Jupiter said as she draped the Imperial military overcoat over her shoulders, a slightly faded washed-out shirt and an old-fashioned Imperial military uniform. These were Jupiter's clothes all these years. Jupiter glanced inside the house. The other children were still sleeping soundly, and the food in the pot was still bubbling. This was what Junior had gotten up early to make for everyone. Jupiter pulled Junior into her arms. My granddaughter, the eldest sister, is so sensible. I'm so proud of you. Get off, stupid grandma. As Jupiter was about to leave, Junior extended her right hand toward her. What's with the hand? I'm asking for money. Grandma, money. We've used all our living expenses. How did you spend it all so fast? Didn't I just give you some not long ago? We have so many mouths to feed in our family. Do you think we can live off such a meager amount? On that day 15 years ago, Jupiter saved a total of 10 surviving children. In addition to the money for treating the aftereffects of magical attacks, spending on food and clothing also flowed like water. The savings accumulated a long time ago had long been spent, and a salary of the security captain could only barely provide subsistence. Anyway, the living expenses are all gone, so you must bring money back. Grandma, earn it or steal it. When Jupiter arrived at the guard unit, the soldiers on duty stood up tiredly to salute. You brats, I've said it many times. No need to work so hard. No one's watching us. Relax. So, nothing happened, right? Yes, Captain. Besides that bastard we caught yesterday, nothing happened. Saying that, the soldier looked toward a cage in the corner. Inside the cage, a young man was curled up. This was the smuggler arrested last night. Hey, guards, think about it carefully. As long as you turn a blind eye, I'll give you 40% of the profits. 50% is fine too. The salary of a guard in the countryside is obviously low. Just think how wonderful it'll be to start a small side hustle. I work hard, you get rewarded without doing anything, and my customers can receive their goods. This is a win-win situation, especially you, guard captain. I don't know why a mage like you is here, but think about it. Even if it's just small-scale smuggling now, with your help we can definitely make it big. The smuggler wanted to continue, but a blue lightning bolt suddenly appeared in his neck. Watch your mouth, you damn criminal. I am the former commander of the Imperial Magic Corps, known as Lightning Jupiter. I'd rather starve to death than do that kind of sneaky business. Watch this guy closely. An investigator from the capital will arrive tomorrow. I'm going to patrol around the village. The coastal village was much more chaotic than before. More and more corpses appeared by the sea. Fishermen had to exert their own effort to deal with these corpses. The time they spent out at sea fishing was continuously decreasing, and their gazes grew increasingly fierce. Until 5 years ago, this was still a peaceful little village. The Empire's wars spawned countless war refugees, and the unstable public order spread from the borders to the interior of the Empire. Jupiter had no other wishes. She only hoped to live peacefully until those children grew up. But Jupiter was not only short of money now, the responsibilities of the guard captain also left her exhausted. She subconsciously wanted to relax a bit, but because she lived with the children, combined with the lack of money, she had quit smoking for a long time. Jupiter suddenly realized that the spirited captain of the 2nd Division of the Magic Corps from the past had fallen long ago. She thought of the smuggler locked in the cell. She wondered if there were tobacco leaves among the seized smuggled goods. But right at this moment, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the distant sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down. This was not normal weather. Clearly, someone had used magic, and the direction was exactly the house Jupiter had built in the suburbs. Jupiter immediately ran toward the direction of her home. What met her eyes were 2 charred corpses, and Junior was standing beside the corpses, trembling. Junior, are you okay? Grandma, these people suddenly broke in and said they would kill us if we didn't give them money. I got so scared. I didn't mean to. As the eldest daughter stepping up to protect her younger siblings, Junior awakened her talent as a mage. Jupiter hastily held Junior tightly in her arms. It's all right, Junior. Everything is okay. But right at this moment, the small body in Jupiter's arms violently trembled, and a heart-rending coughing sound rang in Jupiter's ears. Jupiter hurriedly looked at the child in her arms. Blood continuously poured out from all of Junior's facial orifices. "Grandma, I don't feel well." Jupiter immediately took the unconscious Junior to the temple. "This is a temporary treatment, and not a cure. Magic power is flowing backward from the magic traces left on her heart. It's more of a problem because she's talented in magic. Those traces make her unable to bear her own magic power. She won't live long before she dies. You already know, don't you? The children you have there, none of them will live long. I want to save them. If I want them to live a little longer, what should I do?" "Then you have to take them to the Grand Temple in the capital. If you take them to the central priest, they will receive the highest level of healing magic. However, it will require a lot of money. I don't have the money for that. Then they'll die soon. Anyway, she won't live long. You might as well buy her something delicious now. The kid's got nothing but skin and bones." Jupiter took a moment to think. All she did was take in these children, but in reality, she was slowly killing them. Not only could she not treat them properly, but she also made them endure the hardships of poverty. Looking at the soundly sleeping Junior, Jupiter couldn't help clenching her fists. That's all because of that damn money. That night, when all the guards were off duty, Jupiter stood before the smuggler. She slowly raised the tobacco in her hand and pointed it at the smuggler before her. "Hey, trash, tell me more about that smuggling offer you mentioned earlier." A few days later, Jupiter brought a large pile of packages for the children. "Wow, what's all this?" "Grandma, my salary increased a bit." "Hey kids, come and see what Grandma bought for you." The children with burns immediately got out of their beds. They screamed with joy, accepting the gifts Jupiter brought. Jupiter grinned widely and handed a book to Junior. "You said you wanted to read books, right? Grandma brought it for you." Holding a large book in her small arms, Junior revealed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Grandma. I will read it carefully." However, the young girl quickly put away the smile on her face. "By the way, Grandma, you didn't do anything strange, did you? Where did you get so much money? It's not even payday yet." The little one's intuition was terrifyingly sharp. Jupiter was somewhat embarrassed at first, then smiled faintly. "Your grandma is very capable. You know, I had already saved up a large emergency fund before. Just read your book in peace and don't worry about it. Let's go make dinner together. I'm starving to death." "Okay, but Grandma, didn't you say I cook badly?" "I can't cook either, so we're the same. Let's do our best." The two clumsily prepared dinner in the kitchen, and the joyful laughter of children echoed in the house. This was a rare night of affluent living. After dinner, Jupiter lit a cigarette outside the door. The moment of relaxation she had regained after a long time was truly too hard to give up. She used this to alleviate the guilt resulting from her first foray into the smuggling business, as well as the anxiety brought about by unethical behavior and crime. Just then, Junior poked her head out the door. Jupiter hurriedly extinguished the cigarette in her hand. "Is there something you need, Junior? It's too cold. Go back inside quickly." "Grandma, I have something to show you. Look at this." 3 elemental energies danced on Junior's fingertips after that day. "I can control these powers at will. I seem to be very talented in magic." Jupiter should have been happy, but she felt as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and the priest's words echoed in Jupiter's ears. Magic power is flowing backward from the magic traces left on her heart. It's more of a problem because she's talented in magic. Those traces make her unable to bear her own magic power. She won't live long before she dies. "When I grow up, I want to be someone like you, Grandma. I want to be a great mage and earn lots and lots of money. Then I will give it to Grandma and my younger siblings." Junior wanted to continue, but Jupiter grabbed her shoulders tightly. "Don't even think about learning magic. Even if you don't learn it, Grandma can feed you all your life. Promise me, Junior, promise me. For my sake, you won't learn magic." "But Grandma, you worked so hard to raise us alone. I just want to grow up quickly and help you." "Grandma's fine. Junior, you just need to take good care of yourself, alright? Grandma's really fine. Don't worry." Jupiter hugged Junior tightly, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The wealthy days soon ended. Only a few months passed before Imperial investigators discovered Jupiter's smuggling. The decisive factor was the administration of advanced healing magic on 10 children in the capital. This magic was too expensive for a demoted soldier. The investigators who noticed the anomalies came to the village to investigate, and the smugglers who were caught on the spot confessed against Jupiter. The investigation went very smoothly, and Jupiter didn't protest. After all, it was the truth. Jupiter ultimately retired in disgrace. The military life to which she had devoted her entire life finally met a futile end. With a cigarette in her mouth, Jupiter took away her few belongings from the guard unit. Everything was self-inflicted, but Jupiter didn't regret it, because if she hadn't involved herself in the smuggling trade, the children wouldn't have been able to receive the treatment of advanced healing magic, and might not have been alive by now. But the problem was, how would she earn money in the future? Seeing the bustling crowd by the pier, for a moment Jupiter even prepared to become a fisherman. "Dane Jupiter, welcome to becoming a free person. Jupiter had met this man. He was a business partner she had encountered while engaging in the smuggling trade. Are you here to mock me for being fired? Of course not. I haven't been stupid enough to provoke a mage yet. I'll get straight to the point. Dane Jupiter, have you considered being a mercenary? That is, as long as it earns money, regardless of who the opponent is, you will fight them. Hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Jupiter's face. Are you asking the lightning Jupiter to be a mercenary's minion right now? Never mind being a mercenary's minion. Given your current situation, you might even have to be the hunting dog that the mercenary carries around. You need a lot of money, don't you? With so many mouths to feed, you have to work hard to earn money. With your strength, you can entirely make a huge profit by being a mercenary. So join us. Jupiter's hesitation didn't last long. She reached out and took the cigar the man offered. You made a wise choice. Congratulations on becoming a mercenary, Jupiter. The man approached Jupiter and lit the cigar in her mouth. Grandma, how far away are you going? Well, they're telling me to go west for now. Seems like there's another country at war there. Can't you just stay here with us? It's going to be scary without you. I'll make a lot of money and come back soon, so you don't need to be afraid. Junior knew very well that her grandmother had to leave, but she couldn't help but be scared. I've been having nightmares a lot recently. Do you have them too, Grandma? Of course, Grandma often has nightmares too, but tonight you will have a sweet dream. The two people named Jupiter sat on the creaking old chairs like this, with the sea breeze gently brushing their faces. Junior slowly fell asleep, and Jupiter whispered softly in her granddaughter's ear, "Sleep well, my child." Afterwards, Jupiter began to follow the wars, wandering across the entire continent. The income of a mercenary was not as good as expected. Although wars were frequent, most were in a state of remission. Therefore, Jupiter not only had to be a mercenary, but also had to engage in all sorts of dirty deeds. The honor she once firmly defended as a soldier seemed worthless compared to the livelihood of her grandchildren. By selling the reputation she had accumulated in her entire life, Jupiter gained a new reputation, a degenerate soldier who prioritized money above all else, a hound that would do anything for a price, a gold lover. Junior had once been an innocent and weak child, but ever since she took on the responsibility of taking care of her younger siblings, she gradually became strong and fierce. Most of the neighbors Jupiter asked to look after the children did not help Junior. Instead, they shamelessly asked them for money, threatened or harmed them. Therefore, Junior had no choice but to become powerful, to become shrewd and harsh. She even had to learn magic, despite her grandmother forbidding it, in order to protect her younger siblings. More importantly, she knew very well that she was quite talented in magic, and that was her only capability. Time flew in an instant, and 10 years passed just like that. As much as Jupiter and her grandchildren grew distant physically, they grew distant in their hearts as well. Except for exchanging a few letters occasionally, communication between them gradually faded, but Jupiter would still send money back, and Junior continued writing to her. Later on, Junior completely grew up. After becoming a mage, she understood what exactly happened on that day 15 years ago, and what Jupiter had done. Before she knew it, Jupiter had turned into a white-haired old woman, and also began to fear her granddaughter. Although she took in and raised those children, she left them with indelible scars. Time returns to the present. At the inn at Crossroad, Jupiter and Junior stare at each other quietly. There was no longer the kind and amiable expression of 10 years ago between the grandmother and granddaughter. Ash's original intention was just to hand over the equipment and laugh and giggle. He completely didn't expect to be drawn into a family dispute. The inn's proprietress, completely oblivious to their current situation, tirelessly brought food to the table. Ash knew she wanted to perform well in front of him, but the problem now was that Ash simply couldn't eat. Do you really want to do all this to work as a mage? You cough blood every day and gradually approach death, and yet you still want to be a mage? Living as a mage is my dream. This is really delicious. Grandma, you try some too. This isn't living as a mage. Junior, you are seeking your own doom. If I quit being a mage and stayed in prison at home, would I come back to life? You'd live longer than when you're rushing towards death like now. Everyone dies eventually. Grandma, my life is just a bit shorter. Do you intend to die before me? Junior just smiled faintly, looked at Jupiter, and said, "That's not a bad idea." Hearing this, Jupiter silently stared at his grown granddaughter, then said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I take back what I said. All the equipment you gave me, I will keep and use it myself. I don't think it would have much meaning if I gave it to a child who would die before I did. I'll be on my way then." Jupiter carried the equipment in her hands, walked out of the restaurant step by step, and never looked back. "Are you okay, Junior? Your grandma." But before Ash could finish speaking, Junior interrupted him. "She's not my grandma. Never in my life have I thought of that person as my grandma." Since Ash had only heard about their past, it wasn't his place to interfere. But Junior Jupiter is right to some extent. If every time you use magic, it causes such great damage to your body. Your Highness, the opponent in this defensive battle is the Vampire Lord. We have absolutely no chance of winning this defensive battle if you don't have me, right? Although Ash really wanted to refute, Junior was right. No matter what Junior's physical condition was, Ash could not let her withdraw from the battle. Everyone on this front line is fighting with their lives on the line. I am merely doing the same thing. The meal was great, Your Highness. Junior stood up, then turned her head slightly, still wearing that signature fake smile. You're paying, right? Ash could only smile awkwardly. He wouldn't extort money from a kid who could die today or tomorrow. Ash then looked at his reflection in the wine glass. It seems that this Ash von Hyder Everblack has a lot of family problems as well. It turned out that everyone was plagued by family issues. Time arrived a week later. Today was the agreed-upon delivery day with Callie Bay. Amazing. This is simply the best sword I have ever held. That goes without saying, since this is the first time you're holding a sword made by me. Of course you have that thought. The Star Silver Longsword of Mortality deals 100% additional damage to all unholy enemies, ignores their defense, and can significantly reduce their healing effects. This was entirely a weapon specifically for slaughtering vampires in the game. Next is the Lance Lady. Please give me your lance. Frankly, this request is very cumbersome. It would be better for me to just make a new one, because this wasn't a game. Ash used a little trick so they could obtain the effects of Star Silver weapons while retaining the bonuses of exclusive equipment. This is amazing. The eyes of Evangeline, who received her new weapon, couldn't help but shine. Do you need any further adjustments? Nope, nothing. It did get a bit heavier, but I think I like this better. Just then, Callie Bay whispered to Ash, bring that lance to me later. It's a piece of equipment with incredible power. It's difficult now, but when we have the materials, we'll be able to unlock its true power. After getting the weapon, Evangeline attacked Lucas like a child. Lucas gently swung his sword, blocking the attacks one by one. Finally, Damien's Star Silver arrows. Damien narrowed his eyes, inspecting the arrows one by one. This little guy has good eyesight. Hearing this, Ash asked, you can even see that? Of course, the way he looks at his weapon is different. As long as I have these arrows, Damien muttered softly, then put the arrows back into the quiver. I will use them well. Yes, I believe you will be able to use those arrows well. Here, this is a bonus, since there was some missile left. I made this. This is an SR rank crossbow. Not only does it have an extra healing reduction effect, but it also has a probability of applying a random curse on hit. Opening the details, Ash found that it contained every curse that existed in the game. Isn't this too much for just a bonus? It was made from leftover materials anyway. Giving it to someone to use is better than throwing it away. Ash reached his hand into his pocket inventory and said, but if you give us such a good piece of equipment without notice. But Callie Bay stopped Ash. No, don't pay me. Didn't we agree? I make weapons for you, and you repay me in another way. Celendian's head. Ash had promised before that he would give him all the materials obtained after defeating Celendian. If he paid money now, that method of repayment would inevitably lose its meaning. I won't repeat myself, so leave. Fight well. I'll wait for your triumphant return. Just like that, the weapons were all distributed. Now the only thing left was strategy. Now, when we return to Crossroad, let's also stop by the blacksmith there so we can pick up your armor. Evangeline, what did you say? Senior, I custom ordered a set for you earlier. You are the Vanguard tank. You must have a decent set of armor. Evangeline instantly widened her eyes. Is that set of armor pretty? Time ticked by. There were 9 days and 7 hours left until the start of Stage 5. Their enemies were 970 Frost Ghouls, 20 Fallen Bloods, 7 Vampires, 2 Vampire Generals, and the Vampire Lord Celendian. Soon after, Evangeline's scream echoed from the blacksmith shop in Crossroad. What in the world is this? I didn't expect you to be so moved. That's an armor I ordered for you after a lot of consideration. No, it's too ugly. You brat. How rude. Can't you say it looks sturdy instead? Evangeline's armor was crafted from the fragments of the Golem Legion obtained in Stage 3, making it extremely bulky. Although Golem armor could increase physical and magical resistance, it lowered the wearer's movement speed and attack speed. However, because Evangeline possessed the Unstoppable trait, which provides a 100% counter to movement-impairing status conditions, this was the most suitable armor for her in the early part of the game. As Evangeline was a pure tank, it shattered. My fantasy about my first set of armor is completely shattered. Hey, you shouldn't only care about the appearance of armor. Practicality must be prioritized. But the trend for knights these days is to look stylish with armor. Not only do the armor plates shine, even the helmets are cool. Can you promise me one thing, Senior? Evangeline said, lowering her head in disappointment. If you're going to equip me with other armor next time, please choose a pretty one for me. Although that was something far in the future, Evangeline's ultimate armor, Snow White, was very beautiful. The game even selected that image as its promotional art. I promise you. But right now we have to fight vampires. So bear with it and wear that for now. Those hateful guys. I will definitely exterminate all those vampires. Lucas openly mocked Evangeline's new armor, and even Damien couldn't help lowering his head. Well, anyway, at dinner tonight, we'll have a meeting about the strategy for the defensive battle. Let's all take a break and then gather at the Lord's Manor by 6 o'clock. However, to Ash's surprise, the first person to arrive wasn't someone he had called. Jupiter, why are you here? Jupiter, dressed neatly in an imperial uniform, looked at Ash with a smile. Your Highness, you still remember what I said before about spreading rumors across the entire continent, right? I said that every time I went out drinking, I would brag about how lucrative the salary is at the monster front line here. So it was about that. Jupiter had indeed said such things, but she was completely drunk at the time. Although this might have just been an excuse to drink openly, from a long-term perspective, it could yield good results. So Ash had agreed. They are mercenaries I've worked with before. They all sought me out after hearing the rumors. How about calling our team the Old Hunters? They've crawled and rolled on hellish front lines for years. Their rich experience will definitely help us. Jupiter, your magic flow injury haven't fully healed yet, so I can't allow you to fight. Your Highness, I heard the enemies in this defensive battle are vampires. The more outstanding mages, the better, right? Don't worry, I'm a mercenary. I'm not stupid enough to cast magic recklessly, disregarding my life. Please give this old woman a chance. Your Highness, please give me a chance to prove to you that I'm still a useful person. Ash fell silent for a moment before saying, it seems I'll have to tell them to prepare 5 more servings. Come in, it's almost time to eat. Just like that. A few hours later, almost all the hero characters in Crossroad had gathered in the Lord's Manor dining hall. In an unnoticed corner, Jupiter and Junior's eyes met, but both turned their heads away simultaneously as if nothing had happened. Everyone is here. I originally intended to hold the meeting after the meal, but since everyone arrived so early, let's hold the meeting first and eat later. But I guess your appetites might drop by then. At this time, Evangeline suddenly laughed. Even if the world is destroyed, I won't lose my appetite. Lucas beside her also nodded silently. That's good. Before the head chef serves the appetizers, I'll briefly share some information about this defensive battle. First, and most importantly, the boss monster of this defensive battle, the Vampire King Celendian. He has 1,000 lives. The dining hall instantly fell silent. This was indeed an information that could kill anyone's appetite. Then that means we have to kill that powerful Vampire King 1,000 times? I know that killing that kind of monster even once is difficult, and killing him 1,000 times is almost impossible. So we have to take a different approach. Vampires are monsters that deprive others of their right to survive through sucking blood and claim it as their own. Celendian, on the other hand, stands at the supreme position of the vampire race. The lives of all members within his legion belong to him. Celendian's vampire legion was completely wiped out once due to a certain incident, and Celendian, who survived alone, did not abandon his subordinates. After all, saving his subordinates is a monarch's duty. He resurrected 1,000 subordinates who had died. In other words, all members of the entire legion inherited Celendian's lives. All for one, one for all. That is the Vampire Legion led by Celendian. The Vampire Legion invading this time has a total of 1,000 members until they are completely eradicated. We cannot kill Celendian, but looking at it from another angle, we don't need to confront Celendian directly. Using the tactic I prepared, we will isolate and immobilize Celendian. In the meantime, the rest of the soldiers will annihilate the vampire army. Then we raid Celendian, who will be left alone, and the battle ends. This is the general flow for this defensive battle. Next, I will explain the methods to eradicate those guys one by one. I will detail the strategy for each category, so make sure you all ingrain this in your minds. This part of the content concerns your lives, so I hope you memorize it firmly. Right at this moment, Evangeline raised her hand. Yes, student Evangeline, do you have a question before the lecture? Can we eat first? Brat, a defensive battle is coming, and you're still only thinking about eating? Didn't you say to talk while eating? I'm just afraid I really won't have an appetite later. Just like that, Ash talked incessantly for 3 hours before finally ending the strategy meeting. The people in the dining hall, all pale-faced, completely lost their appetites. Can we really do it? They're stronger than any monsters we've faced before. Celendian was indeed very powerful, but that was in the dungeon, his home ground. This time, the war was being fought in Crossroad. This was Ash's territory. Furthermore, Celendian's stats would be reduced due to appearing too early, so Ash and the others were not entirely without a chance of winning. I want you all to think about the battles you've fought so far. If that guy's abilities are weakened and we have become stronger, then it is entirely possible to defeat him. Our previous battles were difficult and close to impossible, but we still achieved victory, so this time we will definitely succeed as well. Ash was very confident in his tactical plan for the stage, but he couldn't guarantee how many of these people would survive. Just like before, he had clearly tried his best. A scene from Clearing the Game flashed through Ash's mind. Lucas standing alone among the corpses of enemies and allies. Ash knew he had to pull himself together. This was not the game, and Ash could never let that happen again. At that moment, Ash looked at Lucas and swore inwardly that he would never leave him all alone. We still have 9 days until the stage begins. Since the strategy has been finalized, you all will train accordingly, so eat well, everyone. You'll be working your ass off starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Blazing Manor in the 10th region of the Lake Kingdom dungeon, the master of this place, Celendian, was currently hanging from the ceiling. Are you trying to die again, my lord? Yes. Is it working? Just the usual. Would you like to come down? Yes. Alpha. Is there no other way? It's becoming a bit tiring to bring you down every morning. Didn't I try something different last time? That method doesn't work. Cleaning up is too much trouble. What if I did it in the bathroom? Then it still has to be cleaned. Then which method of dying do you guys think is the most convenient? I have to say, attempting to die by starvation was by far the easiest for us. There wasn't anything for us to clean, and we didn't have to prepare any meals. Beta says her most tiring days are when you jump off the building, because she has to clean the flower beds every day, which gives her a massive headache. Although Celendian tried to die every day, it all ended in failure. His powerful regenerative abilities, along with his lives dispersed among the Legion, prevented him from dying a clean death. Just how long will it take until I can end this troublesome life? To be forced to live a life I cannot even choose to end is truly agonizing. In order to obtain immortality, the people of Lake Kingdom ended up in that pitiful state after such a debacle. But as someone who already has immortality in his grasp, it brings such agony. This irony is quite amusing. That's because I've never wanted immortality for myself. I thought I had finally ended my sad life, and that I could finally sleep, but the King of Kings took it upon himself to resurrect me here, making me waste away for another 500 years. Do you think I'll be able to die this time? Are you referring to this expedition? How could those insignificant humans possibly be our match? Moreover, we have prepared for this great expedition for a long time. Although I feel very sorry saying this to you, who is determined to die? You probably won't succeed this time either. Alpha and Beta bowed their heads to Celendian simultaneously. Please continue to be our immortality, Lord, for eternity. But the opponent this time cannot be underestimated. That human named Ash, even when making a contact with me, did not shrink back, and frankly showed his hatred towards me. He is very similar to those who took my life a long time ago. My heart hasn't beaten this fast in a long time. Perhaps it's really true this time. I might die by his hands. Celendian thought of his meeting with Ash. Just wash your neck and crawl to my walls. Then I can promise you that I'll end your pathetic life. While Celendian was reminiscing, the doors of the Blazing Manor were slowly pushed open. The entire army waits for you, my lord. Celendian had already spent 500 years in the Lake Kingdom in days. During that time, he used nightmares as materials to expand his legion. Hundreds of vampires and thousands of ghouls under other kings who were slumbering in nightmares had also joined in. It was just that within such a massive legion, Celendian's true main force was only these guys, the 1,000 strongest elites, that is, the subordinates who absorbed Celendian's lives. We have been waiting for your order to deploy, my lord. It's definitely been a while since we went to the surface. What is our route? Are we going through the main gate of the Lake Kingdom? Yes. But there's one thing to be aware of. The Nameless One is blocking the main gate. Most of the monsters in this hell are blocked by her. She is the last rebel of the Lake Kingdom. That woman is the one truly fulfilling the responsibilities of nobility. To think she has held her ground without flinching for so long. But to what end? She could clearly choose to give up and live easily like the others. However, the Nameless One's resistance is almost at its end. Even though she alone has blocked most of the rampage over the past 500 years, she has recently been overexerting herself. So she definitely won't be able to stop us this time. Except for the 1,000 subordinates of the original unit, the other legions are standing by at the central square in the north. Soon, they will attack the main gate as bait and engage in battle with the Nameless One. And during that time, the main force will enter the human world through the main gate. Did other legions also deploy like this in the past? It's embarrassing, but yes, we've abandoned the troops that were used for bait, and only small factions of the main forces were able to advance beyond the kingdom. If it wasn't for the Nameless One, tens of thousands of monsters would be able to attack the human world every time, and the human world would probably have been destroyed long ago. Destroying the human world doesn't require an army of tens of thousands at all. We can do it with 1,000. Why do we need so many people? Just 10 vampires and 1,000 ghouls are enough to turn the surface world into hell. Let's set out. I want to breathe the air of the surface after a long time. Meanwhile, a great battle was taking place in the central square of the Lake Kingdom. You damn traitorous bastard. Kill her, drink all her blood, and peel off her skin. At that moment, Mu-myung stood there quietly with her sword. In the next second, a dazzling light flashed across the pitch-black sky, and vast swaths of ghouls instantly turned into ash and smoke. You all are the consequences of the sins of this kingdom, and you still want to go to the outside world? Devils only get to stay in the Lake Kingdom. You monsters, truly beautiful, as expected of one of the very few weapons capable of taking my life. Over the past 500 years, the way Celendian most wanted to try dying was battling Mu-myung. However, even if one died at the hands of Mu-myung, the king always resurrect them. Although the king would not care how members of the legion died, he would not permit them to be killed by Mu-myung. At this moment, Mu-myung noticed Celendian. Where do you think you're going, you wretched vampire? Celendian silently turned his head back to the surface. Of course. Noble heiress, stop trying to bear the sins of this hell alone, because eventually it will wear you away and swallow you up. Stop, Celendian. If you go out. Mu-myung desperately wanted to stop Celendian, but the Bait army pounced from all directions again, and so, Celendian successfully took the main force to the surface. The air is so good. Celendian tasted the air on the surface for the first time in a long while, his gaze fixed on the north. In the next second, he took a seat on his throne. Let's move out. It's time for us to destroy this world. Just like that, the Vampire Legion marched toward the first line of defense of the human world, and at this time, there were 4 days and 3 hours left until Stage 5 began. Meanwhile, Ash arrived at the temple and crossroad. What brings you here so late, Your Highness? Although everyone comes to the temple for different reasons, the ultimate goal is always only one, right? To pray for salvation in the future. Although Ash is not religious, he still shamelessly hopes to receive the goddess's salvation. He hoped to win the upcoming defensive battle, hoping more people would survive. I'm not seeing any party members who need healing today, so why is Your Highness making a donation? Lady Saintess, Maharita, you said before that the battle here is a holy war, right? Because fighting monsters to protect humans is a sacred duty. I have a request. Please do not neglect this holy battle and fight in it yourself. The condition to hire Maharita was to utilize the temple and donate frequently. Right after Ash donated that sum of money, the amount condition was met. I'm just a country girl who is useless apart from tending to the injured. I don't have the ability to repel enemies. But why do you, Maharita? A more effective method than treating patients is to prevent people from getting injured in the first place. That can happen if you are with us. Lend us your strength, Maharita. We need your healing abilities. With a skill set specialized in healing and shielding, Maharita is the best healer in the game, an ideal role model for non-R-ranked heroes. And now, she was finally going to be put on the front line by Ash. What do you need me to do, Your Highness? With 2 days left until the stage starts, Ash led all 4 parties to the Lake Kingdom. Over the past week, they cleared all dungeons in the 4th region. The dungeons were full of ghouls and fallen bloods, and every monster boss was accompanied by a vampire. All team members fully accumulated experience in dealing with the Blood Clan. The Dion mercenary group showed significant growth. The old hunter group brought by Jupiter, being veterans who had crawled through the mud of battlefields for years, not only adapted quickly, but also expertly dispatched the monsters. They successfully conquered all the dungeons they could clear with their current strength. Everything that could be done was done. Equipment was fully updated, traps and artifacts were set up on the walls, and everything else was left to fate. The good news was that there would be no dark events in this stage because it had reached the maximum difficulty and could not be increased further. The defensive battle will be in 2 days. Everyone rest well until then. Free exploration complete. Please check your acquired items. Ash and Damien both unlocked their second skills. Lucas and Evangeline, the highest leveled, reached level 41 in a shadow unit. Only Godhand unlocked his second skill. The others were still a distance away from level 35. Because the Dion mercenary group joined late, none of their members surpassed level 30. In the old hunter group led by Jupiter, only Jupiter unlocked her second skill. Ash looked at their names one by one because he didn't know how many people would remain in the next settlement window. He repeated each person's name in his mouth, praying softly for them. Survive. You guys must survive. On the final night before Stage 5 begins, in the dormitory of the Dion mercenary group, 5 young people sat around a candle flame. We took our chance. Before this, we couldn't get decent treatment. We always played the role as human shields. Before coming to this front line, the 5 young mercenaries suffered immensely. Because they were newcomers, people assigned them various dangerous tasks and would use reasons like lacking ability and lacking powerful skills to make them handle the dirtiest cleanup work. But Ash was different. Not only did he give these young mercenaries a chance to prove themselves, but he also invested in them at all costs after discovering the Dion mercenary group's talent. Thus, they received good armor and expensive silver swords. In a drifting mercenary life, This was the front line with the best treatment they had ever encountered. Dion had made up his mind to swear absolute loyalty to Ash. In this defensive battle, let's show His Highness how formidable we are. We won't ever encounter this kind of opportunity to get ahead again. We must succeed. Alright, let's take this chance to talk about our ambitions. What do you want to do after making money? If we succeed, I'll save up money to build a shop. It's my dream to start a big business. I plan to use it to get married. My other half is still waiting for me in my hometown. I want to give my parents a generous amount of money because I've never done anything special for them. I'm going to enroll my younger brother in a magic workshop. When he grows up, he'll probably provide for me too, right? What about you, Dion? Compared to your dreams, mine is somewhat insignificant. On my first day as a mercenary, because I really couldn't bear the pressure, I went for a drink and found that alcohol is really too expensive. At the time, there was a particularly expensive kind of whiskey that I've been reluctant to drink. Even up to now, I still think it's very expensive, so I've been reluctant to spend money to try it. Therefore, after making a name for myself, I want to drink a bottle every week. Come on, Dion, your ambition is way too small. It should be at least a bottle a day. Wouldn't I become a drunker then? Well, anyway, let's do our best. We can definitely do it. Dion's mercenary group, our legend starts here. In my shop, my wedding, I'll treat my parents right. In my retirement fund, wait for me, little brother. The scene shifts to an annex in the Lord's Manor, which was the dormitory for the Shadow Unit. Is it okay for us to just rest today? Do we really not have to go to the dungeon? His Highness said we need to rest well today. This is awesome. It's so comfortable just lying quietly on the bed. Body Bag originally intended to interrupt the little one's noisy banter, but eventually decided to let them chat. After all, it was a rare day of rest, and it was understandable for the three archers to be so happy. Right at this moment, Body Bag noticed that God Hand was not in the room the whole time. Don't worry, I'll protect you if that is something I can do. God Hand, is that you over there? God Hand was visibly startled. Body Bag, what are you doing out here? I just came out for a stroll. I should be asking what you are doing. Who are you talking to just now? Talking to someone? I'm the only one here. I was talking to myself just now. What's going on? What are you two doing? Is there something to eat there? We happen to be hungry. Since everyone is hungry, shall we go raid His Highness's kitchen together? Yes, you're a genius, God Hand. I want juice. I want pickled fruit. Body Bag was somewhat puzzled because God Hand's panicked expression just now definitely couldn't have been her imagination. Let's go, Body Bag. You should eat too. Tomorrow will be very exhausting, so we should eat well today. The vague sense of unease still persisted, but Body Bag decided to put the matter aside for now and quickly followed behind everyone. The scene shifts to the temple, where the candlelight in Damien's room flickered continuously. During this time, Damien had been repeatedly practicing rapid shooting. If I could be a little faster, I could be of greater help to His Highness. Perhaps because he had been training in his room all day, Damien suddenly felt a little dizzy, so he decided to get some fresh air. Walking out of his room, Damien unknowingly arrived in front of the goddess statue, and Margarita was praying there. I just want to be faithful to the mission given to me. What should I do now? Please tell me. This was Damien's first time seeing the saintess like this. He didn't know what had happened, nor did he know what those words meant. Meanwhile, at the inn, Junior's heart-wrenching coughing sounds kept echoing from her room. Light flickered continuously as Junior pursued the mysteries of magic. Just a little bit more, and that technique will be mine. This is nothing. I can push more. A little more is all it takes. Just then, Jupiter's voice sounded in Junior's mind. Do you intend to die before me? Junior's hands slowly dropped, and the magic light dissipated accordingly. She clenched her fists, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could I possibly want to die first? If I don't burn my life force, I have no way of making further progress. Just a little more. The brilliance of magic appeared again, illuminating the bloodstains beside the young girl and dispelling the fog in her heart. Not far away in the mercenary guild, there was also someone suffering because of magic running rampant. The after effects of her magic purge still hadn't healed, but because she ignored it and used magic freely, side effects had begun to appear in Jupiter's body. So this is what it feels like. Even with all this pain, you still want to be a mage? Even if you died before your grandmother? Do you hate me that much? Jupiter couldn't help but grit her teeth. It doesn't matter how much you hate me. This is my own choice. Hold on a bit longer. Damn body, hold on a bit longer. In the backyard of the Lord's Manor, the two knights continuously traded blows. Ever since losing to Celendian, the two knights began training every day. Lucas would penetrate Evangeline's defenses, and Evangeline would block Lucas' attacks. At first, the two had similar win rates, but from a certain point on, it had always been Evangeline claiming victory. Evangeline fully grasped her intuition and could smoothly block and dodge all of Lucas' attacks based on it. She could clearly perceive every path. Evangeline was only one step away from comprehending the ultimate skill that the Cross family had accumulated over generations. Following the guidance of that path, Evangeline originally intended to dodge Lucas' attack again, But this time, the immense force coming from the wooden sword was something Evangeline couldn't bear, and she was embedded directly into the wall. What was that just now? Evangeline simply couldn't imagine how Lucas had unleashed such an attack. I couldn't even dodge it with my intuition. To be more precise, I couldn't see it at all. Old man, what kind of attack did you just use? You mean just now? Let's just call it my desperation. Saying this, Lucas brushed back his golden hair. His usual golden retriever-like smile vanished, replaced by the hungry expression of a wolf. The final night quickly passed. Ash held a monocular and stared fixedly to the south. At this moment, the eastern sky gradually turned red. They're finally here. Crossroad didn't wait for dawn. The vampire army arrived here earlier than the sunlight. Ash's gaze met Celendian's through the monocular, and Celendian smiled and waved his hand. Seeing Celendian's confident demeanor, Ash put down his monocular. You're dead, you damn bastard. In the next second, Ash turned his head back. The city wall was already filled with soldiers. All soldiers, prepare for battle. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. The soldiers were cheering each other on. Vampires were monsters that only existed in legends. How could they not have a shred of fear? But they had to fight. No matter how terrified they were in their hearts, they had to face these monsters, because behind them were countless people of Crossroad. Their families were there. Ash looked south again. The vampire legion was getting closer and closer, and the smell of gunpowder smoke gradually filled the air. 970 frost ghouls roared continuously as they advanced. 20 fallen bloods had eyes filled with a thirst for blood, and 7 vampires were still meticulously arranging their attires as part of their preparation before a meal. Vampire General Alpha maintained a smiling face, while Vampire General Beta kept her eyes tightly shut, the wound on her neck particularly conspicuous. Celendian just quietly looked ahead, curious as to what methods this human named Ash would use. At this moment, Ash had nothing to worry about, because 300 soldiers of the Twilight Army and 900 mercenaries were also arrayed here, along with Lily and Maharita's party, Dion's mercenary squad, the Shadow Unit, the Old Hunters, and Ash's main party. They had killed thousands of monsters and conquered multiple dungeon floors. Unlike these immortal monsters that reeked of centuries of rot, they were human elites who were fresher, younger, and far more alive. Come if you dare, you monster bastards. First formation, attack. Celendian's tone was very flat, as if playing an ordinary game. In the next second, the ground began to tremble. 300 frost ghouls swept across the plain at extreme speed, their forms continuously growing larger. Seeing this, the soldiers kept swallowing hard. These monsters before them were truly far more terrifying than the ones they had encountered previously. I'll keep it short, let's win. The soldiers' shouts echoed on the city wall. Their boiling will to fight dispelled the fear in their hearts. In just a few seconds, the frost ghouls had reached the kill zone. All troops, open fire. The cannon fire resounded one after another, and the kill zone was filled with flames and black smoke. The ghouls hit by the cannon fire became a bloody mess in an instant, but the people of Crossroad did not feel happy because of this, as Ash had previously told everyone that this kind of attack fundamentally couldn't kill those monsters. The lives of dead monsters would immediately return to Celendian, and Celendian would grant lives to his subordinates again, letting them respawn. These 1,000 monsters were a zombie-like blood clan legion that shared blood and lives with Celendian. If they wanted to stop them from repeatedly resurrecting, they had to completely destroy the spirit cores of these 1,000 monsters. Alpha looked at Crossroads somewhat disappointedly. It's been so long since we last invaded the humans, so I was looking forward to it, but this is too boring. They're handing this over to us too easily. It didn't used to be this easy before. Could it be that while we were shut down below, the human strategies got worse? Or perhaps in these long years, they failed to accumulate experience in fighting powerful monster legions. We might not even have to step in. Once the Ghoul Legion approaches the city walls, humans won't have any chance of winning at all. Currently, the Blood Clan Legion's life pool is 1,000. If they kill enemies and take their flesh and blood, their lives will increase, but the human side will only decrease. Under these circumstances, deciding the victor is easy. Therefore, generally speaking, they should repel the Ghoul Legion while keeping their distance. Yet the current human defense line completely ignores the approach of the Ghoul Legion. How strange. Celendian, who had been silent, finally spoke. What do you mean, my lord? It shouldn't be this easy. The man who killed Orlob, could he possibly be defeated so easily? Could it be that you may have overestimated the enemy? My lord, didn't you say Orlob was killed by a cannon? Maybe that ordinary human got lucky and killed that spider. Well, we will see soon whether that was the result of a common man's luck or a great man's cleverness. Meanwhile, the ghouls that broke through the kill zone finally reached the city wall. They froze their hands and feet onto the wall, climbing step by step towards the top. They've reached the walls and they're beginning to climb up. Celendian became somewhat disappointed. Is this really the end, human? Just arrows and a cannon? You're going to hand over this fortress wall just like that? Right at this moment, soldiers pushed carts of livestock corpses to the edge of the city wall. Now, dump them all down. The cannon fire on the city wall stopped and the soldiers dumped the livestock corpses down. Seeing this, Celendian was a bit puzzled. Why did Ash choose this method to stall for time? What are they doing? Alpha, seeing this scene for the first time, was also taken aback. The Blood Clan were monsters that were in a constant state of hunger. Ghouls needed meat and vampires needed blood. If they didn't get these, they couldn't survive. Although vampires could suppress their instincts after becoming high-level beings, ghouls couldn't because these ghouls only knew to indulge in the flesh and blood right in front of them. It seems the opponent has accurately grasped and utilized our legion's weakness. I completely didn't expect them to use this tactic. That's because wars in the past put more emphasis on dignity and this method was utterly meaningless. Just some livestock corpses. The ghouls only need a few dozen seconds to devour them clean. If this is their only trick, apart from stalling for time, it's completely useless. While the two were talking, the sound of cannons resounded again from Crossroad. Cannons again? They should know it's pointless. But just then, Celendian looked at his palm in disbelief. They're not returning to me. The lives of the ghouls slipped away from Celendian's hands. I'm not sure exactly how they did it, but all 300 of them, their cores have been completely destroyed. Meanwhile, at Crossroad, it worked. They're not getting back up. We eradicated them. During the previous dungeon reconnaissance, Ash sorted out a way to destroy the spirit cores of the Blood Clan. Simply put, under a direct hit from silver weapons, used magic to carry out a secondary attack. But since this method couldn't be used to eliminate 1,000 ghouls one by one, Ash thought of a plan. That was to carefully stuff the silver scraps left over from making silver equipment into the livestock corpses, throw them out as bait, and then just attack with powerful magic attack. But the mages still had to fight the vampires, so their magic power had to be conserved as much as possible. Therefore, Ash exhausted all the SR rank mana cores to create a siege artifact, the mana cannon. This was the weapon used in the tutorial stage. Although it didn't have the power to detonate a mana core back then, it was sufficient to handle the current situation. You should know by now that our side is fully prepared as well. You cringy Blood Clan bastards. Ash intentionally used regular cannons for ineffective strikes against the ghouls right from the start, letting them approach the city wall unscathed, because if they saw through his plan, he might have had to find another way. Fortunately, this didn't happen and everything proceeded according to Ash's plan. Only then could Crossroad wipe out the 300 ghouls of the first wave in one swoop. As the defending side, Ash had turned in a perfect answer sheet. Now it was Celendian's turn to lay out a new challenge. The Vampire Legion lost 3/10 in an instant. Under these circumstances, how will the enemy launch the second wave of attacks? At this moment, Celendian's excitement was already overflowing. That's right, it should be like this so that I can enjoy the fight too. The second wave of attack in Stage 5 began. Celendian sent out 300 ghouls and 10 fallen bloods. Without any tactics, the second wave of monsters still sprinted towards Crossroads city wall. Seeing this, Ash was somewhat puzzled. Why did they still choose a frontal assault when he had already shown his countermeasures? This was merely letting the monsters die in vain. But since they came, Ash naturally accepted it gladly. Silver powder cannons, start aiming. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately pushed the cannons to the edge of the city wall again. Fire, let those guys get a good taste of the silver powder cannonballs. These were special ammunition packed full of silver fragments and powder inside regular cannonballs. Silver powder scattered in all directions from the exploding cannonballs and all the ghouls within the blast radius started to melt. They're starting to regenerate. Old hunters, show them the power of long experience. Absolutely, Your Highness. I've waited a long time to stand on these walls again. I will show them that I, Jupiter, still have a long way to go. Dark clouds instantly shrouded the city wall and dozens of thunderbolts fell from the sky, covering the entire battlefield. The spirit cores of the ghouls covered in silver powder and fragments were all scorched to ash, but the remaining ones didn't care at all and continued to approach the city wall. Ash immediately turned his head and shouted, "Burn out! Are you ready to attack? Leave it to us, Your Highness. We will light this place on fire." "All right, don't miss a single one and burn them all down." In the next second, hundreds of silver arrows shot out simultaneously. The silver arrows combined with explosion magic produced a very good effect. Over half of the ghouls in the second wave had been eliminated. The next step was to deal with the remaining ghouls and fallen bloods. At this moment, even with their bodies broken and battered, the fallen bloods still sprinted towards the city wall. "Damien, just take care of 5 fallen bloods. Don't overexert yourself." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll pace myself." Damien's sniping was much cleaner and crisper than before. Almost the instant Ash gave the order, the crossbow bolts flew off the city wall. The fallen bloods had already exposed their spirit cores during the previous magical bombardment, so the 5 crossbow bolts easily shattered the spirit cores hidden within them. Successfully sniped 5. within seconds of Ash issuing the command. Damien brilliantly completed the task, but even so, asking him to eliminate all the remaining guys was too much. Damien's eyes were already bloodshot. Well done, get some rest. If Damien's clairvoyance had better durability, it would certainly lower the overall difficulty of the game significantly, but Ash knew this wasn't the time for daydreams. Throw down the remaining livestock corpses. Archers, ready, in an instant. All the archers on the city wall drew their bowstrings to the fold. At this time, the ghouls at the bottom of the city wall all gathered together, greedily devouring the livestock corpses. Ash stared intently at the ghouls below the wall and shouted, "Now, fire!" A silver rain of arrows fell like raindrops on the heads of those greedy ghouls. Fire the mannequin, finish them off. The magical bombardment engulfed the horde below the city wall, annihilating the ghouls in an instant. The second wave was almost entirely wiped out. Now only 5 fallen bloods remained. They needed human blood, so they didn't care about the livestock corpses at all, focusing entirely on climbing the city wall from the very beginning. However, these guys couldn't climb over the walls of the star silver weapons. It doubles damage and ignores defense while reducing healing effects. This was a weapon specifically designed to slaughter vampires. Looks like we each got one. The winner gets to have a late-night snack alone with Senior, right? Hearing this, Damien muttered softly beside Ash. If that's the case, I already have 5 points. Meanwhile, Ash didn't care who he had late-night snacks with. He could entirely have the kitchen prepare free late-night snacks every day. If that could win this defensive battle, if that could keep everyone alive. But Ash knew very well that this was an unrealistic thought. As an immortal vampire, Celindian had always wished for death. He had been constantly searching for an enemy who could help him end this long and detestable immortality. However, he wasn't willing to lose to an enemy weaker than him, because he believed that intentionally letting an enemy kill him was less honorable than ending his own life. So he never held back against his enemies, nor would he intentionally lose to them. Instead, he chose to fight with everything he had, seeking a convincing defeat worthy of ending his life. This was Celindian's ideal way of dying, and it was the goal he fought for. When Celindian saw his subordinates dying like insects beneath the city wall, feeling those lives slip through his fingers like quicksand, unable to be reclaimed, Celindian's whole body couldn't help but tremble. After hundreds of years, the Vampire King was roused with fighting spirit once again. He couldn't help clutching his chest. How long I've waited for such a thrilling game like this. To see these precious and cherished lives I've saved up, thrown on the ground like trash. This game of death, it's been so long that I've forgotten about it. Look at this extravagant waste of life. I've been so patient to wait for such a joyous moment as this. We are delighted that you are delighted, my lord, but these are still not enough to get our army to the enemy camp. The first wave all died beneath the city wall, and the second wave, although they climbed up the city wall, were also completely killed. Sent out the rest, just like we did before. Used their corpses to pave the road. Yes, my lord, your will is our command. Alpha then looked back at the remaining ghouls. Third wave, prepare for battle. Move out, pile up a road of ice and corpses ahead. Meanwhile, Ash picked up the monocular and looked towards Celindian. He was very curious about what this Vampire King would do next. Ash originally thought Celindian would be anxious, but through the monocular, he saw a grim and terrifying smiling face. Ash couldn't understand what exactly Celindian was happy about. His subordinates had clearly been reduced by 60%. Why on earth was he still smiling so happily? They're making a move. The scout's voice pulled Ash out of his deep thoughts, but Ash still couldn't figure it out. Celindian had clearly seen how the previous 2 waves were annihilated. He should have realized that blindly attacking like this would only cause his subordinates to die in vain. Yet why did Celindian still use the same tactic? It was as if he was begging Ash to kill them. Why walk straight into a trap, actively seeking death? Your Highness, they're getting close. Please give the order. Although he couldn't figure out the answer, Ash also knew this wasn't the time to get lost in thoughts. Artillery units, commence fire, slow them down. Ballista units, same order, fire, burn out, fire again as soon as you reload. Instantly, hundreds of silver arrows pierced the sky, falling like raindrops on the enemy formation. The explosive silver arrows would soon destroy the third wave just like before. However, at that moment, muscular tank mutants leaped into the air one after another and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky. In the third wave's attack, there were a lot of specially strengthened ghouls. First, there were the tank mutants, who used their bodies to block most of the silver arrows. Although these guys didn't last long before turning to ash, the ghoul horde equally didn't suffer severe damage. Following them were agility mutants with strange leg structures, which dodged the archers sniping at extreme speeds. Lastly, there were buff mutants. They applied berserk buffs to all monsters in the third wave. The ghouls, which were originally just running on 2 legs, were now using all 4s, desperately charging towards the city wall. This was a situation that had never appeared in the game, so Ash hadn't prepared any tactics against them at all. Activate all available artifacts. Hearing this, the alchemists immediately activated all artifacts. Various dazzling attacks rained down on the ghoul horde, and the automatic defense turrets that hadn't been activated before also joined the battle. However, all these weren't enough. They simply couldn't stop the ghouls. Ash knew very well that now only area of effect magic could stop the ghoul horde from scaling the wall. But Jupiter's condition was not good. Although she pretended to be fine, the previous continuous attacks were still somewhat strenuous for her. Ash looked to the other side. I guess we have no choice but for you to step up, Junior. Hearing this, Junior took a slight step forward. I had the feeling my turn was coming up, Your Highness. Ash had originally intended for Junior to fight Celendian, but in this situation, he could only pray that Junior's condition would remain unaffected. Don't worry, Your Highness. I thought it'd be good to warm up beforehand, so I was just about to ask you for permission. Just then, Jupiter staggered over. Wait, Your Highness, didn't you select me as the area of effect attacker? Why do you still focus on recovering, Jupiter? There's still a long way to go before this battle ends. Burn out. How much longer till we can fire again? It'll be ready in 1 minute. Good. When it's ready, coordinate with Junior. Meanwhile, the agility mutants among the ghouls had closed in on the city wall. Just like before, they froze their hands and feet to start climbing up. Damien, focus on the fallen blood and get rid of them. Lucas, Evangeline, and Dion, mercenary squad, get ready for hand-to-hand combat. Don't let a single one get over the wall. It's finally our turn. We'll show those monsters what we're made of. Everyone, just do your best to block them. Don't get injured out of greed for combat merits. Understood? At that moment, the ghouls had already reached the top and were climbing over the wall. Just as the ghouls prepared to search for their prey on the city wall, a bizarre flying object suddenly appeared. Awesome. I scored first. That's 5 points. Evangeline then went to the edge of the wall to look at her battle result. That's 6 points now. The one that was smashed down doesn't count. Miss. So that only counts as 1 point. Guys, let's go too. Just as we practiced, the Dion mercenary group didn't have outstanding individual abilities. So from the start, they decided to compensate with formations. Although not as effortless as Lucas and Evangeline, they still excellently accomplished their tasks. At that moment, the long minute finally ended. Your Highness, we're ready to fire. Hearing this, Ash immediately shouted, fire immediately. Without the protection of the tank mutants, the silver arrows this time directly hit the ghoul horde. Now, Junior, water and electricity immediately appeared in front of Junior. Let me show you how I use lightning. After Junior finished speaking, both elemental energies disappeared. Dark clouds shrouded Crossroad and heavy rain fell from the sky. All the ghouls looked up at the sky blankly in the next second. With a massive boom, a gigantic thunderbolt struck the monsters drenched by the rain. With the combination of water and electricity, the ghouls suffered heavy losses. This was the real value of an elemental mage. Perhaps they couldn't be exceptionally outstanding in one aspect like single attribute mages, but they could flexibly use multiple attributes to enhance the power of magic. Junior quietly looked at the ghouls falling below the city wall due to her magic, smiling as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Jupiter stood right next to Junior. This mage, famous for lightning, saw the lightning of another Jupiter for the first time. She stared blankly at the magic before her. After a period of silence, Jupiter spoke. Well done. Junior was startled after hearing Jupiter's words. She completely didn't expect Jupiter to praise her. What did you say? Jupiter didn't repeat her words, but directly turned her head away. Junior didn't say anything more, but revealed a happy smile. Hey, mages, save the family drama for later and focus on defense. We still have a long way to go. The ghouls climbing the city wall were in the blind spot of magical attacks, so the attack just now failed to stop them. Ash turned his gaze toward the 300 soldiers of the Twilight Army. He didn't want ordinary soldiers joining the close combat because their mortality rate was far higher than that of the hero characters. More importantly, he didn't want them to become extra lives for the Blood Clan. But honestly, Ash didn't want to see anyone die anymore. He had become a cowardly commander, one who feared the deaths of his subordinates. Yet he also understood better than anyone that no battlefield existed without sacrifice. Twilight Army, the monsters that are climbing the walls right now are the last ones in the third wave. Kill them all. The soldiers, seemingly having expected this for a long time, shouted as they charged towards the end of the city wall. The hero characters needed to deal with those fallen bloods, so the ghouls scaling the wall could only be dealt with by these soldiers. The good news was that there were no major casualties in this battle, and both ghouls and fallen bloods were eliminated. Now the Blood Clan Legion had lost all its troops as long as they kept the current advantage. But just then, Damien's voice rang out. Your Highness, they're moving. Without time to catch his breath, Ash quickly turned toward the direction Damien was looking. 10 vampires dressed in gorgeous clothes slowly approached the city wall, sinister smiles spreading across their faces. Ash was confused. Although advancing wave by wave was the rule of the game, he didn't understand why Celindian hadn't moved a muscle even while 99% of his army was being destroyed. And now, at the very last moment, he was finally approaching the city wall. It was exactly like the game. Ash didn't know whether this walk was meant to be some kind of power move, whether it was Celindian's near foolish confidence, or whether he had some other plan in mind. But whatever the reason, he would naturally find out once he faced Celindian directly. Fire the cannons. All the cannons on the city wall fired simultaneously, and dozens of cannonballs shot accurately toward the vampires. Just then, a vampire dressed in a maid outfit walked out from the crowd. The moment she crouched down, the ground beneath her feet began to shatter. With a deafening boom, she shot into the air at terrifying speed. The slender maid raised an axe larger than her own body and swung it toward the incoming cannon fire. In the next second, every cannonball exploded midair as if an invisible barrier had blocked them. Seeing this, Ash gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at Beta. He simply couldn't imagine Beta blocking all the cannonballs with just one swing of an axe. Beta was the vampire with the strongest physical abilities in Celindian's legion. She was a living monster tank who had mastered the vampire physical skill tree. After blocking all the cannonballs, Beta landed lightly in front of Celindian, then lifted her skirt with one hand and gave a slight bow. Celindian revealed a satisfied smile. "Well done, Beta. Let's keep moving forward. These damn bastards, how dare they smile as if they're watching a kid's mischief. Burn out, fire everything you've got. Give those bastards a taste of our power." From the very beginning, Ash never thought cannonballs could cause substantial damage to them. This was merely to stall for time for Burnout's explosive silver arrows. If they destroyed the silver arrows using the same method again, the silver powder would fall onto their heads. Just as the explosive silver arrows were about to land on the vampires' heads, a vampire dressed as a butler stretched out his right hand. In the next second, hundreds of silver arrows suddenly froze in midair as if time itself had stopped. Seeing this scene, Ash couldn't help but be startled. Immediately after, Alpha gently waved his right hand and the hundreds of silver arrows suspended in midair turned 180 degrees, flying towards Crossroad. Everything happened too suddenly before the people of Crossroad could even react. The arrows were already right in front of them. Worse still, Alpha's magic had thrown the originally orally silver arrows into chaos, sending them hurtling toward the city wall at unpredictable angles. The arrows flew back. "Everyone, take cover. Watch out, Your Highness." Lucas instantly appeared beside Ash, shielding him from the incoming arrows, but the attack had come too fast. Despite Ash's warning, many soldiers were unable to react in time. The city wall instantly turned into a scene of devastation filled with the screams and wails of wounded soldiers. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Ash stared intently at Alpha. This was a type of magic he had never seen him use in the game. In the real world, Alpha's magic was far more flexible and unpredictable. As the strongest blood mage in Celindian's legion, Alpha was a monstrous existence that had mastered the blood magic skill tree. "What's our damage status? We are currently assessing the situation, but it doesn't look like it was very big." Hearing this, Ash was confused. "How is that?" Just then, Lily's voice rang out. "I put it up abruptly due to the situation." Ash then noticed that the city wall was covered by a purple protective shield. That was the SR rank artifact, anti-missile barrier. "Did I do the right thing, Your Highness?" "That was awesome, Lily." Thanks to Lily, Crossroads losses were minimized. "Your Highness, I'll send the wounded to the back lines first." "All right, God Hand. Just wait a moment." Margarita. Hearing Ash's call, Margarita rushed over immediately. "Yes, Your Highness. Transport and treat the injured. Focus particularly on Burnout. She might have to come back to the front lines again." Without wasting time, Margarita clasped her hands together and began to pray. Golden magic power slowly rose from her hands. After a complete magic circle appeared, the magic power immediately spread in all directions. As the large-scale healing magic spread out, the wailing of the soldiers finally stopped. "Now, those who are available, please help move the wounded over here." Margarita's joining allowed the wounded to receive timely treatment, but while Crossroad was busy treating the soldiers, the vampires had already arrived at the front of the city wall. The chopped-up corpses of the ghouls were scattered across the ground like weeds in a field. Flames were still burning fiercely on the ground and pungent thick smoke rose into the sky. The 10 vampires dressed in gorgeous clothes looked entirely out of place with their surroundings. At this moment, Ash spoke up. "Can I ask you a question, Vampire King?" "Ask whatever you want." "Ash, why did you send the ghouls first and let them die before your subordinates were all annihilated? Why did you vampires just watch silently from afar?" It made sense for Celindian and the two powerful vampires not to participate in the battle, but Ash couldn't understand why those ordinary vampires weren't joining the battle earlier. "You say strange things, human, Do you eat at the same table as the dogs you've trained? Hearing this, Ash was confused. To us vampires, the subordinates who died earlier are merely hunting dogs we raised. Of course, we cherish and love them enough to give them my life. They are a loyal and brave army fighting enemies alongside me. But at the end of the day, they are still just dogs. Naturally, they cannot dine at the same table as us. And the meal on that table is, you know what it is. It's you guys. Of course, you humans are our meal. The humans who are weak enough to be killed by dogs are just dog food. But since the dogs I trained failed to eat you, it shows that you possess the most basic qualifications. Be grateful, humans. You have all earned the privilege of becoming our food. The moment Celendian finished speaking, the vampires all let out giggling laughs. The soldiers turned pale and began to retreat backward. Ash gritted his teeth. I see. Damien, make sure to wipe those smiles off of their godforsaken faces. Yes, your highness, as you command, Damien said, raising the crossbow in his hands. In the next second, a silver arrow shot out from the city wall at incredible speed, instantly arriving in front of the vampires. Alpha, who had previously blocked hundreds of silver arrows, stepped forward, trying the same useless attack again. Humans truly are foolish. However, the moment Alpha tried to block it, bright red blood suddenly burst from his hand. Only then did he realize something was wrong. By the time the arrow was about to reach his neck, Alpha finally understood that this attack was impossible to block. The Black Spider Queen, Orlop, who was once ranked 6th among the commanders, died pathetically from a mere cannon, and it happened during a reconnaissance operation. Her death was so absurd and sudden that even the king had not anticipated it. The humans killed Orlop, a mere flock of livestock. They are nothing but a bunch of trash who would have perished long ago, if not for the nameless one. Everyone, calm down. Orlop will come back to life next time anyway. Hearing these words, the crowd appeared somewhat astonished. Of course, you all can't understand this concept. Anyway, I am very satisfied, and more importantly, it seems like it will be very interesting. Celendian, I permit you to take the field. Start the invasion 4 weeks later in surface time. Celendian stood up and politely bowed to the Demon King, and the matter was settled. Next up was the nightmare supply and demand issue of the entire kingdom. But at this time, the demon guarding the gate rushed in hurriedly. Forgive me, your majesty. Something terrible has happened. The nameless one has broken in. Hearing this, Crown could not help but widen his eyes. The Demon King asked, is she alone? The demon immediately replied, yes. Well, I assume so. That's how it always is. The demon suggested to end the meeting and close the castle's gates, but before it could finish speaking, he was cleaved in half. Seeing this, the commander stood up one by one. Insolent, you disrespectful wretch. You insist on causing a ruckus all the way to the royal hall? Good evening, you monsters. Walking into the royal hall was a woman wearing a robe, her silvery white hair trailing on the ground. You are still tirelessly continuing this meaningless battle, Mumyang. Of course, after all, it's my job to clean up your dust that piles up no matter how many times I clean it. It's obvious, but I'm here to kill you all. How long have you been using that sword? 100 years, 500 years, or thousands of years? Mumyang replied she doesn't know, for she forgot everything. No matter how hard you try, your kingdom will never be saved, ever. You will continue to just wander in this hell forever. At this moment, the sword in Mumyang's hand slowly emitted a radiant light. Then I will fight desperately forever. If that is my mission, I will do so. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a conflict could break out between the two sides at any moment. But just then, Krone left his seat. He brushed past Mumyang, yet neither looked at the other. Seeing this scene, the Demon King burst into loud laughter. One who has submitted and one who resists. I like it all. Either way, you're both great ingredients for nightmares. Resisting is pointless. This nightmare will never end. Even so, someone should light the torch. Saying this, Mumyang pointed her sword at the monsters before her. She thought of the countless people who had fallen in order to illuminate the darkness of the entire kingdom, as well as Ash's party who rose as new challengers. Because someone who follows the light of that torch will be able to bring a new light. In the next second, Mumyang lifted her sword and charged at the monsters before her. The duels that had unfolded countless times in the hell beneath the Lake Kingdom were now repeating once again. Krone walked out calmly from the royal hall and no one knew what expression lay beneath his mask. Meanwhile, Ash, who had returned to the manor, saw that the exploration team had returned. Hey guys, I already know that Evangeline's performance was outstanding. So what kind of monsters appeared this time? Senior, don't be scared when you hear this. Actually, it was my first time seeing them too. The monsters that appeared this time were a pack of ghouls. In that instant, Ash was certain. The enemy legion for Stage 5 was the Blood Clan. Ghouls? Are you referring to corpses walking like living people? Yes, like this. At that time, they swarmed out of the darkness all at once. And honestly, I was scared too. She was not scared at all. We were trembling in fear, but she stood in front of us and fought like a legendary warrior. Although what you said is correct, I already told you all to stop talking about it. If it weren't for the young lady, we probably would all be infected by now. Dion's squad shouted Evangeline's name together. If it were a normal day, Ash definitely would have laughed and joined them in the uproar. But right now he was not in the mood at all. The Blood Clan has really appeared. Hearing this, Evangeline asked, "The Blood Clan? Are you talking about that group of vampires that appeared in classic fairy tales in the past?" Exactly, that group of vampires. Among the countless monsters that exist in the game, they are extremely rare, unique, and terrifyingly dreadful individuals. I learned that ghouls are monsters that evolve from the Blood Clan. Could it be that the monsters invading this time are? Before Evangeline could finish speaking, Ash immediately said, "Yes, it's them." The opponent for the next battle is the Blood Clan Legion, which means the vampires and the forces under their command, and it is highly likely that the highest-ranking individual among the Blood Clan, the Vampire Lord, will step into battle. But Your Highness, haven't there been many times before where high-ranking individuals didn't appear? And besides, the last recorded appearance of a vampire was hundreds of years ago. Although we did find ghouls this time, they might just be the leftovers of the Blood Clan. Is it really necessary to conclude that a high-level vampire will appear? Lucas's words were not entirely unreasonable, but this time was a boss stage and there was an evil presence desperately trying to increase the difficulty of this game. So Ash knew that a super-lethal enemy would definitely appear. This was not just intuition, but a confirmed fact. When Ash played the game, he had fought against all the famous vampires belonging to the Blood Clan, and without exception, they were all difficult and brutal raid battles. Among them, the worst-case scenario was the leader of the Blood Clan, the lifeless King Celendian, personally taking the field. Although Ash also doubted how the king of the Blood Clan could personally take the field in Stage 5 during the early stages of the game, the difficulty here was already developing in a crazy direction, so it was better to prepare for the worst. Celendian's raid at Stage 5. It's so ridiculous that it's making me laugh. Is it possible? After thinking for a while, Ash opened his eyes, his gaze incredibly firm. I've already had this dilemma multiple times. I'll make it possible. This is why I'm here. Just then, Evangeline suddenly asked, "Hey, Senior, who is that next to you?" It's my first time seeing her. I forgot to introduce her to you all. She is the newly joined mage, Jupiter's granddaughter, Jupiter Jr. She will join the main party as an attack mage. Hello, everyone. I am Jupiter Jr. You can call me Juju. Junior is fine too. Then can I call you Sister Juju? Because there was an additional girl in the team that she can call sister. Evangeline seemed very happy. After exchanging greetings with each other, Ash let the exploration team go home first. After all, he couldn't let them stand here all the time. Let's talk later. Sister Juju, all right. Miss Evangeline, have a good rest. The sound of their playful banter came from outside the door again. At first, they would complain to each other, but they quickly became close. Ash didn't know whether to feel happy or sad about this. There really are a lot of lovely people here. I only heard that the monster frontline was a perilous place, but it seems somewhat different from my expectations. Even if fighting monsters is like hell, it's better to live happily on ordinary days. Why? Do you like dreary places more? Junior pressed down the brim of her hat to hide her face. No, it's just that I've seen too many scenes in the past where small, lovely people gradually lost their smiles and expressions, where not only takes away property and lives, but also takes away the joys, sorrows, and emotions of the survivors. That saddens me. Hearing this, Ash's mind also pictured a scene where, due to the repeated occurrence of stages and facing the continuous attacks of monsters, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, causing the currently laughing and chatting people to become tired and indifferent. Well, anyway, Jupiter Jr., you need to explain your abilities to me. Jupiter Jr. was a character who did not appear in the game. Although Ash could grasp her general abilities through her stat window, it would be more accurate for her to explain it herself. I am an elementalist. I can control most elements, but I am strongest in 3: water, wind, and lightning. However, I am ashamed to say that my achievements are still very low when it comes to using the elements. I only know how to shoot them. Ash understood that she was probably talking about her first skill, which was roughly akin to simply making a single attack with an element. But if I train a bit more, I think I should be able to figure out another way to use them. That is all. I have nothing but humble skills, so it's embarrassing to show you. Your Highness, it's not humble. A 3-element elementalist is already very good. Well then, let's negotiate the amount of your weekly salary. I heard that Your Highness paid my grandmother a year's worth of salary up front. Can I get that much as well? Hearing this, Ash replied, our financial situation isn't that good these days. Moreover, you haven't shown me all the tricks up your sleeve, so how could I hastily pay you? I know you're hiding your strength. One of Junior's traits was called Foxborough, which could conceal and lower her stats. Even Ash, as a player, could not know the actual stats of characters possessing this trait. In that instant, Junior, who was usually easygoing, showed a serious expression on her face for the first time. Open up about everything, including your hidden skill, Junior. Then you'll be sitting at a better negotiation table. Junior was very curious as to how Ash knew she was hiding her strength. No mage, not even her grandmother, had noticed it. Junior's voice was trembling. She felt Ash's terror for the first time. The existence of the system could not be made known to others, so Ash had to find a decent excuse. I have very strong intuition in that regard. Reveal your full strength, Junior. Then I'll pay you accordingly as well. Don't you want to make a lot of money? And so, Junior revealed her full abilities. It turns out, Junior had actually already reached level 35, possessing two skills, Elemental Burst and Elemental Fusion. However, Ash always felt that Junior was still hiding something, but since Junior did not explicitly state it even in this situation, Ash couldn't ask any further. During the 4 weeks of training period, unpaid weekly, after the training period ends, the remaining 11 months' salary will be paid in a lump sum. Am I correct, Your Highness? Until the last moment, Junior was working hard to get every extra penny. Ash felt that the Jupiter family seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with money. With this, the contract was completely signed. This may be a bit late, but let me ask you something. Junior, have you ever attacked a person with magic? Hearing this, Junior was confused. I'm not sure why you're asking this question, Your Highness. I am not trying to dig around your past. Although this is the monster frontline, the enemies we are fighting this time are humans, which is why I'm asking. The enemies Ash and the others were about to face were Crown's party, who had occupied the base camp. They had to fight humans in a PvP format. No, Your Highness, what I meant was, isn't magic normally used to attack humans? That also goes for swords, spears and arrows. Most of humanity's weapons are made to deal with their own kind. You asked me if I've ever attacked someone with magic. Of course I have. That's what magic was made for. Although it's a bit ironic that the first mission at the monster frontline turns out to be killing humans. To speak frankly with you, I am confident in completing the mission. It wasn't until then that Ash suddenly realized that this was not the world he used to live in, but another world entirely different from Earth. A world where war and death were constant and incredibly cruel. But since he had experienced too much death and remembered the frightened expression of Damien, who hesitated to shoot someone, Ash had thought that even in such a world, it was impossible for anyone to be willing to kill their own kind. However, if it was truly necessary, Ash would definitely do it, not just to protect the humans of this world, but also to clear the true ending, to fulfill his own wish. Even if he had to kill, he had to attack that guy to clear his path. Perhaps killing was not the first option, but if it was self-defense, there was no reason to hesitate. In the following time, Ash introduced the combat power of the Nightcrawlers to Junior. It'll be good to keep your guard up. Their mage wounded your grandma into that state. That's unfortunate. If I had been there at the time, I would have finished them. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will eradicate those guys on behalf of my grandmother as well. Then I will wait and see Junior, not because of her identity as an SSR rank mage, but because Junior was Jupiter's granddaughter. Ash chose to trust her. The next day, Ash brought all members to the Lake Kingdom. They re-explored the third area for multiple purposes, one of which was to test Junior's combat power. As an SSR rank character, Junior's performance was simply perfect. She only needed to lightly wave the smoking pipe in her hand to easily dispatch the monsters in the dungeon. How is it, Your Highness? Is this enough to confirm my powers for you? It's enough. You're perfect for the offensive mage role. Although her destructive power was slightly inferior to Jupiter's, Junior could adjust her attack range and had more diverse attributes. The first purpose had been achieved and the second purpose was to grasp the types of ghouls, depending on who their lord is. The ghouls have different characteristics and the only boss among the vampires who possessed the freezing attribute was the Vampire King, Celendian. Although the next stage would be extremely difficult, knowing this now is much better than having no information at all. Your Highness, I finished assessing the topography of this area. So, do you think my plan will work? Yes, I think it's completely doable. That's good. Great work, everyone. Let's head back. With this, all three purposes of this free exploration were achieved. Since the base camp could not be used yet, Ash and the others had to retreat back to the entrance of the third area. While walking back along the north wall, Ash suddenly looked down. The city square was shrouded in darkness, but Ash knew there was an alley there where the base camp was. It was just currently occupied by the Nightcrawler unit and the Pied Piper. Crown, just wait. I'll come and take it from you. I'll create as much trouble as you cost us. Soon after, the party slowly walked into the portal while Evangeline was still thinking about what to eat when they got back. Walking at the back of the group, Junior suddenly stopped. She did not return with everyone. As if expecting this, Junior covered her mouth and started coughing violently. When she pulled her hand away, a smear of bright red blood appeared on her palm. Junior quietly looked at her left hand, then tightly clenched her fist. Acting as if nothing had happened, Junior walked into the portal, and so, the free exploration ended and Ash acquired several items. At the same time, in the main party, Lucas, Junior, and Damien leveled up, along with Skull, Old Girl, and Burnout in the sub-party. 5 days later, Ash and the others went to the alchemist workshop. At this moment, the mechanical arm worn by God Hand began to move, emitting a very smooth sound. Seeing this, Junior couldn't help but exclaimed, "How fascinating. It looks like a real hand. It's good compared to the prosthetic I used before. It's lighter and more comfortable." Hearing this, Lily replied, "Of course. Among the magical metals that can be crafted in this factory, it's the most expensive one. Thank you so much, Miss Lily. The cost for the prosthetic is, you don't need to pay. You saved my life to begin with. How could I still charge you? I already feel guilty for being indebted." Without waiting for God Hand to reply, Lily pushed her wheelchair into the room and closed the door. Ash suddenly found the way these two acted somewhat cute. Just then, God Hand walked over. "My body is fully recovered and I'm ready to return to work. In the last battle, God Hand lost his forearm. Although Ash really wanted him to rest for a while, time did not permit it now. They have to move as quickly as possible. Gather the entire Shadow unit and bring them to the Lord's Manor by 9 o'clock tonight. We're leaving to fight tonight. It'll be an overnight mission, so tell the members to get some sleep." God Hand took another look in the direction of the alchemist workshop, then turned and walked toward the temple. After that, Ash brought the rookie mage, Junior, to greet the senior mage, Lily. "Juju, if His Highness pushes you too hard, please be sure to tell me. I will protest with you. We mages must unite and help each other." Junior also played along with Lily. "I will. Let's cheer each other on. Also, Your Highness, when needed, please feel free to call me to the front line at any time. I am prepared." Ash hesitated for a moment. He hadn't told Lily yet that the Vampire King would personally take the field in this stage. It seems Lily's retirement life was still very far away. "Anyway, shall we get going too? We have to get ready for battle." Finally, it was time to begin the mission to reclaim the base camp. On the way back, Ash briefly explained tonight's plan to Junior and Lucas, but just then, Ash saw an unexpected person. It was Jupiter. "You're not fully healed yet. You should be resting. What are you doing here?" Jupiter stood in front of the manor all alone, looking as if she had waited a long time. "I heard you're leaving for battle today. Your Highness, please take me with you." Ash was taken aback. "What?" Jupiter continued. "Please do not bring my granddaughter." Hearing this, Ash glanced back at Junior, whose expression was exceptionally cold. "It was those guys who caused me to end up in this state, so please give me a chance to take revenge." Jupiter's voice was trembling, and she stumbled closer to Ash. In the next second, Jupiter gripped Ash's clothes tightly. "I'm begging you, Your Highness, you must not let that child experience war." Jupiter's voice carried a tone of despair that Ash had never heard before. "You can't even stand properly. Grandma, you can't go dungeon exploring in a state like that." "Junior, please, it's not too late. Let's stop now, okay? Don't you know very well how much effort I put in to prevent you from entering this kind of place? To this day, even though my life is a mess, the reason I still persevere is..." Junior sighed softly, then tightly grasped Jupiter's hand. "Grandma, I have already signed a mercenary contract with His Highness, and today is the day of the mission." Hearing this, Jupiter's pupils trembled. "Grandma, if you throw a tantrum here, it will make things difficult for His Highness, and it will be very embarrassing for me. How about you go back to the temple to recuperate today, and we'll talk about it later? Your Highness, if I am well and stronger than my granddaughter, you can just take me to the dungeon, correct?" Ash couldn't help but frown. "What are you trying to say?" "Jupiter, I want to request a sparring match with my granddaughter." For a moment, Ash was stunned in place. In Ash's view, this was a match with no suspense. He didn't understand why this white-haired old woman was so stubborn. Soon after, Lucas guided Ash to the side. "Grandma, do you really have to do this?" "Yes, I have to. I can't back off like this. If you're weaker than me, then there's no need for you to receive a salary here. A mercenary is judged by skill. Skill is everything in this field." Hearing this, Junior pointed her smoking pipe at Jupiter. "Fine, I'll face you. I guess it's time I finally show you the skills I've secretly learned behind your back. Don't be too arrogant. Do you think that just because you're extremely talented, you can compare with the experience I have accumulated over my lifetime?" In the next second, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a yellow bolt of lightning shot out from Jupiter's hand. At the same time, a blue thunderbolt erupted from the smoking pipe extended by Junior. "You've aged a lot, Grandma." The blue thunderbolt instantly swallowed the lightning in Jupiter's hand, and the ground was scorched pitch black. And so, the match was over in an instant. At this moment, the elderly Jupiter knelt on the ground, the marks left by the thunder right next to her knees, blood slowly dripping. "Junior, is this not enough? Can't you just take your revenge on me and be done with it?" Jupiter asked, panting and ignoring the blood from her nose and mouth. Junior, who had been silent, spoke up, her voice unnervingly cold. "You know there's no way I'd do that. Grandma, go back to the temple and rest. I'll be back soon. Junior didn't look at Jupiter again and walked straight into the manor. Ash couldn't intervene in the argument between Jupiter's family members, so he could only go over and help Jupiter up after it ended. Are you all right, Jupiter? Your Highness, please take care of my granddaughter. After saying this, Jupiter stumbled away from the manor and started walking toward the city. Even though her physical condition was clearly very poor, she still forced herself to stop her granddaughter from going to battle. Ash wondered what exactly had happened between the two of them. However, Ash neither knew nor had the time to listen to their story, because the expedition had to proceed as scheduled. Let's also head back. Lucas, everyone should be there. Although a considerable commotion occurred, everything ultimately went according to Ash's original expectations, and 3 teams gathered. The participating teams were the main team, including Ash, the former Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, now known as the Shadow Unit, led by Godhand, and the Dion Mercenary Group, led by Dion as captain. A total of 15 people. This is the most people Ash has ever sent to the dungeon under the lake. From now on, I am going to explain the base camp recapture plan. Soon after, they gathered at the backyard of the manor. Evangeline, you are responsible for leading the vanguard. Lucas, you follow closely behind. And Junior, we'll need magic defense. Cast your magic first before entering. Damien and I will follow from behind. Have you made up your mind, Damien? Hearing this, Damien immediately replied, as long as your Highness orders it, I will shoot. You don't have to force yourself. I am not trying to change your beliefs. It's not my beliefs. I'm just scared. I feel that the moment I pull the trigger at someone, something inside me will be changed forever. You don't have to take their lives. With your skill, you can take down the enemy without killing them. I don't know what kind of shooter you will become in the future, but whichever path you take, you are the ace of my team, and I hope you remember that. At that moment, the confusion in Damien's eyes vanished. Yes, Your Highness. Good. Is everyone ready? A unified yes, answered Ash. Let's finish this quickly. Let's go. As the last person entered, the magic dissipated and the backyard of the Lord's Manor returned to tranquility. Now loading, teleporting. Tip: dungeon NPCs have various relationships with each other. Using this to your advantage is the shortcut to clearing the dungeon. Soon after, Evangeline and Lucas, who arrived first, looked around with sharp gazes and Junior gripped her smoking pipe tightly. But contrary to Ash's thoughts, the surroundings were too quiet. The base camp was completely covered in darkness and the campfire in the center of the camp could barely maintain its flame. Ash looked firm, his gaze sweeping over the quiet base camp. It was impossible for there to be nothing around. Sure enough, the enemy had already laid an inescapable net. Ash was all too familiar with this kind of scenario. It seemed a similar situation had occurred last time. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. I thought you wouldn't enter here again. I didn't expect you to actually deliver yourselves to us. It was that familiar bard's attire and that familiar smiling mask. What made you so confident to walk into death's hands? Player, I told you to stop calling me player. I have a name. My name is Ash. Ash von Hyder Everblack. The name stirred something in Crown's memory. Everblack, I've heard that name. Of course, you've probably heard of the great Everblack Empire. I am the third prince of that empire. If you want to observe etiquette, then kneel down. Are you talking about that small nation in the countryside? I guess quite a bit of time has passed on the surface for that small nation to call itself an empire now. Really, every time this happens, I feel like I'm getting old. The Everblack Empire had usurped continental hegemony for 100 years and was the undisputed strongest country ruling half the world. Ash was somewhat confused. What small country was Crown talking about in his words? And exactly when was that? Was he really several hundred years old? At this moment, a fierce light shone through the smiling mask. Anyway, we don't need to start a new conversation. Crown slowly raised his right hand and the crossbows in the hands of the Nightcrawlers aimed at Ash's party. Since you have personally come to our base camp, may I assume you are prepared to die? On the eve of the outbreak of this great battle, a deathly silence filled the air. Ash looked at Crown with a firm gaze. No, there's no need for me to be. Almost the instant Ash finished speaking, Damien, who leaped out of the portal, had already raised his magic gun and began aiming. As Damien pulled the trigger, an artillery shell exploded in the distance. Now is the time, let's go. The warriors of Dion's squad immediately blocked the absolute front line. You're the one who should think properly. You're about to lose your base and get screwed over. The last to walk out of the portal were Dion and Asla, carrying an artifact in their hands. This was the anti-missile barrier that Lily and the alchemists had been busy repairing today. There are enemies in your base camp, which means you should surrender and start running. For this base camp recapture plan, Ash specially brought the anti-missile barrier. It was one of the strongest cheat artifacts in localized warfare, capable of slowing down the speed of enemy projectiles to reduce damage. Now this is more like it. You must at least make this level of preparation to be worthy of the title, the last challenger. Well then, let me see how long you can last. A rain of arrows fired by the Nightcrawler unit poured down from all directions, but because Ash's side had a total of 5 tank-type characters, it was very easy to deal with. If it's just this speed, I alone am enough. Just then, an intense, violent light erupted in front of Ash's party, and a wave of heat rushed at their faces. It turns out that 2 mages from the Nightcrawler unit were casting attack wind and fire magic. Seeing this, Ash immediately shouted, "Junior, I've been waiting, Your Highness." Saying this, magic circles of 2 different colors immediately coiled to Junior's left and right. Junior's idea was to break the fire attribute magic with water attribute magic, and to block the opponent's magic with even stronger wind attribute magic. The clash of water and fire naturally favored water. The splashes immediately extinguished the flames and rushed toward the mage who shot the fire. The fire mage had almost no chance to react before being swept out of the battlefield by Junior's water magic. However, the contest between wind and wind turned into a war of attrition. Junior's magic was all self-taught, and she hadn't anticipated this situation. Right at this moment, Damien unhesitatingly raised the Black Queen in his hand. While the 2 wind attribute magics were still deadlocked, he fired a bullet straight to the enemy. The wind mage of the Nightcrawler unit was greatly shocked upon seeing this, and hastily used magic power to deploy a barrier. The Black Queen's bullet easily shattered the fragile barrier. However, this bullet did not hit the mage. Still, it was enough. The instant he was distracted to use defensive magic, this magical duel was already decided. "Thanks for the support, Mr. Sniper." Damien smiled and scratched his head in response. After a fierce round of defensive battles from both sides, the 2 groups fell into a very subtle silence. "It hasn't been that long, yet you've prepared so much. You exceeded my expectations, player. How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Ash. While doing these things at the bottom of this hell, I met many outstanding and talented people like you, and whenever that happened, I would become very sad. Why is that? Because I wonder what would it be like if we met under different circumstances instead of as enemies, having a drink together, talking about the outside world, and talking about the stories from the past. All of these should be possible, right? If you stop your hostilities now, I'm willing to do that much." Hearing this, Crown couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're a bard, out by the drinks, so why don't you sing a song?" After saying this, Crown silently pulled out the flute at his waist. "Unfortunately, that's impossible. I have a mission as well. I have to stop adventurers like you who want to dig up the darkness of this city." Ash waved the baton in his hand, and 3 magic swords subsequently appeared behind him. "That's really a pity. Well then, we have no choice. Let's get back to killing each other. Last player, as long as I eliminate you, this hell can plunge into darkness forever." Saying this, Crown slowly raised the flute to his lips. In that instant, countless red dots appear out of thin air on the map. Ash curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid things won't go as you wish. Instead of a dark hell like this, I'm planning to transform it into a fiery hell." In the next second, numerous flaming arrows appeared above the enemies' heads. Seeing this, Crown was puzzled. "What? Why would there be an attack from behind?" Crown quickly calmed down. "Block them. Activate the shield." However, everything was too late. The arrows carrying explosive attributes fell into the crowd. Members of the Nightcrawlers wailed continuously, and the base camp turned into a literal hell. And the ones who launched those attacks were precisely the Shadow Unit, who were the first to enter the lake dungeon. "The Shadow Unit has finished grouping up. Please give your next command, Your Highness." Crown was shocked. "A detached force? Are you saying you penetrated the 3rd area and came all the way here by foot? Congratulations. You guessed right, buddy." Hearing this, Crown grew even more confused. "But how? I didn't sense any suspicious movements in the 3rd area at all." Little did Crown know, what the Shadow Unit excelled at most was conducting covert operations, and Bodybag could also use magic to float the team members in the air, which was the 3rd purpose of the last dungeon visit. However, Ash naturally would not reveal all these things. "I am not kind enough to explain every little detail to you. So, what will you do now? You're completely surrounded. Most of the Nightcrawler members have fallen, and the remaining people have no ability to continue resisting. I know you're not shameless enough to beg me for mercy now. If you have any last words, please speak." Crown slowly raised his hands. "Magnificent, Prince Ash. It's a perfect checkmate." Hearing this, Ash asked, "So you've accepted your defeat?" "Of course. However, I should let you know one thing. You cannot kill me." Ash stared coldly at Crown. "Is that so?" "I don't think so." Almost the instant Ash finished speaking, members of the Shadow Unit simultaneously shot arrows and iron spears. The arrows and iron spears pierced all over Crown's body and blood continuously spat from his mouth. In the next second, the iron spear that pierced through Crown's body slowly rolled to Ash's feet, still carrying Crown's blood. "Do you still think I cannot kill you now?" Without hesitation, Crown immediately replied, "I do. Look around you, Prince Ash." Ash looked up at the surrounding Nightcrawler members. At that moment, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. The corpses of the dead Nightcrawler members were actually gradually dissipating, ultimately merging completely into the darkness. In that instant, Ash's eyes were utterly occupied by terror, and the others in the team also began to discuss in confusion. The darkness of this late kingdom is far more deeper than you think. The humans living in this country are not even permitted to die. Hearing this, Ash grew somewhat anxious. Not permitted to die. What exactly does that mean? It's exactly as I say, last player. The ending of this foolish country that took this curse as a blessing is this hell. Ash grabbed Crown by the collar. Damn it, say it in a way I can understand. But I admit, if it's you, you might be able to reach the darkest part of this hell. Stop spouting nonsense. Explain it to me properly before you die, Crown. If we meet again next time, we'll talk more then. At this moment, Crown's body was continuously dissipating, and a hint of a smile appeared on the face beneath the mask. Let's meet again in the deeper part of the darkness. Saying this, Crown dissipated completely, not leaving even a single drop of blood behind. The direction of events began to slip from Ash's control. Ash couldn't help but wonder, what else was this dungeon hiding? Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the base camp, a silhouette witnessed everything that happened here. What took you so long, you bastards? Do you know how many days passed since our camp was taken by those thugs? You should have kicked them sooner. Those bastards completely extinguished my fire in the forge. Can't you see my precious metals freezing in the cold? This old man was a resident NPC of the base camp, the veteran dwarf blacksmith, Cali Bay. 50 years ago, he entered the dungeon in search of rare metals and ended up living here. He was an absolutely friendly NPC to players. No matter what the players did, he would be a reliable ally standing on the same front line with them. You wicked good-for-nothings, smelly adventurers. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and light up the entire camp. Are you children of the darkness or something? Or shall I kill him, your highness? Ash immediately ordered. Okay, everyone, although he has a foul mouth, let's just do as this old man says. This camp will be our base from now on. Like the old man said, we'll need to light the fires and repair the mess the enemies left behind, so there's a highly promising good-for-nothing among you. What's your name? My name is Ash, Master Craftsman. If you don't find it rude, may I ask your name? Although Ash already knew the old man's name, he felt it was only right to ask. Normally, I would only reveal my name to comrades I trust, but since you look like a very promising guy, I'll let you be an exception. My name is Cali Bay, the world's best weapon maker. Although generally calling oneself the best in the world would make people feel arrogant, this old man indeed had that qualification because only he could forge the exclusive weapons for SSR-ranked characters. Special types of magical weapons could also only be forged by him, and the equipment needed to clear Stage 5 must also be made by him. And so, while Evangeline and Lucas were still secretly competing, Ash was working hard to win Caliby's favor. Seeing you flatter me so much, you must want something, right? That's right. The moment Ash suddenly said he needed a top-tier weapon, Cali Bay was quite startled. That's a bit troublesome to make. How many do you need? 15, maybe even more. Are you crazy? You actually want me to make 15-star silver weapons for you? Ash immediately replied, can't you do it? I guess the whole best in the world thing was all a bluff. What did you just say? The star silver weapon is the highest level exorcism item. It takes a lot of work to even cast one piece. I don't know what you're going to use them for. But before Cali Bay could finish speaking, Ash interrupted. The king of vampire, the lifeless king, Celindian, will soon invade the human world. I want those weapons to deal with him. Hearing this, Caliby's pupils trembled. Although dealing with vampires usually involves silver weapons, if it were against the high-ranking vampires, the double damage effect of silver weapons would be halved, which was why star silver weapons, specifically designed to deal with those high-ranking vampires, were created. Moreover, star silver weapons could only be cast here at the Magic Forge. This was a weapon that was supposed to be crafted in the mid to late stages of the game, but since the Vampire King was going to appear in Stage 5, Ash had no choice but to prepare equipment that didn't match the game's progression ahead of time. At this moment, Cali Bay sighed deeply, then looked toward the newly lit hearth fire. Kid, do you know, when I first arrived in this dungeon, I came with my two brothers. We kept discovering rare metals here that were unheard of outside, and we were thrilled because of it. So to find even rarer metals, we boldly went to the depths of the dungeon, and then we met those damn guys, the high-ranking individuals among vampires, and the Vampire King himself, Celindian. It was our mistake to look for metals so far in the depths of the dungeon. We encountered those guys in the deep layers of the dungeon, and by the time we realized we were no match for them at all, it was already too late. At this moment, Caliby's voice trembled. He took a drag from his pipe to try and calm himself down. In the end, my brothers sacrificed themselves to buy me the chance to escape. After that, I never went to the deep layers of the dungeon again. Do you know why my brothers sacrificed themselves to save me? Ash reluctantly replied, because you were the most capable? Exactly. Because I am the best in the world at making weapons. This is the star silver fragment I obtained in the deep layers of the dungeon through my brother's sacrifices. It's otherworldly silver that fell from the stars. So, right now, you're asking me to turn my brother's lives into a weapon. Do you think you can pay the price? Ash immediately replied, "Of course I can." Caliban asked, "What do you intend to pay with?" Ash answered firmly, "Celindian's head. If you want, I can also bring his skin, flesh, and blood to you. It'll be a good requiem and excellent materials for crafting, right?" Hearing this, Caliban laughed loudly. "I thought you were a very serious guy. I didn't expect you to be a complete lunatic. You're going to bring Celindian's head to me? I still don't know your full name. You promising good for nothing. Ash von Hyder Everblack. I knew I smelled something fishy about you. It turns out you're from the Everblack royal family. Very well, you royal human child. I will make star silver weapons for you. But 15 is a bit difficult because there's not enough star silver. How about I make 3 best star silver weapons for you?" Without hesitation, Ash replied, "Great, let's do that. We have a deal." "Good, I'll start the prep work for the weapons. Go gather the rest of materials on that note. By the time you return, some of the old folks in this area should also be back because in this dungeon, there is no more comfortable place than here. Moreover, you guys defeated those damn masked thugs." Ash thought of the Nightcrawler unit that had merged into the darkness upon hearing this. He wondered if they really defeated those people. "Master Craftsman, may I ask you something?" Caliban replied, "Well, I guess you're at an age where you're curious about the world. What is it?" Ash didn't know if Caliban had seen his battle, so he retold what had happened previously. He believed that if it was an adventurer who had lived here for decades, Caliban should know the reason. "Are you asking why those guys didn't die and instead merged into the surrounding darkness? It's because of the curse they received." Ash couldn't help widening his eyes. "A curse? You don't know about the 3 curses placed on the Lake Kingdom, though I only know about one of them. The residents of this country, who occasionally pop up as survivors, all suffer equally because of that." "What exactly is that curse?" "It's the curse that made these ghost-like people wander around this kingdom for hundreds of years. It's the curse of immortality." The words casually spoken by Caliban exploded like thunder in Ash's ears. After returning from the dungeon, Ash once again summoned the members of the 3 teams. Although everyone was very tired, Ash still needed to summarize the situation. According to Caliban's explanation, when the people of the Lake Kingdom die, they resurrect at a specific location. Although it would take quite a bit of time until they could move again, no matter how they were eradicated, they would respawn indefinitely. Apparently, they neither grow old nor die, as if they're fixed on a moment in time. "Is your highness saying that every citizen of the Lake Kingdom is under that curse?" Even calling them citizens, the individuals Ash and the others that had met so far who could be called human only amounted to a few. But just looking at the scale of the Lake Kingdom, it was a city that could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. However, the NPCs belonging to the Lake Kingdom that Ash could actually encounter in the game are at most a few dozen, and the NPCs that could be encountered in the dungeon were only about 100. Half of them were adventurers, and the remaining half were citizens of the Lake Kingdom, so the number was at most around 50. Ash was somewhat curious. Where did the rest of the people go? If everyone suffered the curse of immortality, where exactly was everyone? At this moment, Evangeline spoke up. "It's kinda hard to believe. It sounds like something out of a fairy tale. But usually, when we say immortality, isn't it a blessing instead of a curse?" "I agree. Everyone desperately hopes to live one more day. If one can live forever, shouldn't it be called a blessing?" "I don't like immortality." Hearing this, Ash teased. "Why? Do you want to die soon?" Damien replied. "I don't want to die, but living forever seems too exhausting for me." Everyone's views on life and death were slightly different. Ash then looked at the last member of the main team, Junior, but she seemed lost in thought. Stroking her left cheek, she repeatedly murmured, "Eternal life." The Shadow Unit and the Dion Mercenary Group also began to chat about their respective opinions on immortality, and the meeting room immediately became lively. Ash did not interrupt them, for this was probably the last relaxing time everyone could have before the 5th stage arrived. After finishing the discussion, Ash quickly dismissed everyone. They had fought all night and needed a good rest. Upon leaving, Old Girl smiled and waved to Ash just as she normally did. Ash let out a huge yawn. "Guys, let's go back and rest too." But right at this moment, Junior's figure caught Ash's attention. "Junior, are you okay? You don't look good." The instant Ash approached, Junior suddenly fell into Ash's arms. In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Ash's mind. He even thought of names for their future children. Evangeline carefully helped Junior up, and Lucas also stood silently between the two, reaching out to protect Ash. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I just felt a sudden wave of dizziness, that's why I..." But the expressions of the two knights were extremely serious. "So you were dizzy, but why did you dive into my senior's arms? Even if you are a precious mage, you must not approach His Highness's body so easily." Damien, the priest, appeared somewhat anxious. "Miss Juju, are you in a lot of pain? Do you want me to cast healing magic on you? No, thank you. Actually, I'm fine. Before Junior could explain, her nose blood slowly trickled out. Junior hastily picked up the hat that had fallen on the floor. I'll take my leave first. Everyone rest well. Just as Ash was about to say something, Junior had already closed the meeting room door. At least let Damien do emergency treatment before you leave. Speaking of which, why did you two overreact so much? She's not feeling well, Lucas replied. You're too uncautious, Your Highness. The magic energy inside Sister Juju's body was boiling just now, as if it was about to burst out at any moment. Actually, ever since I first met Juju, I always felt like she was hiding something from us. Her magic energy is unsteady and fluctuates often, but because her actual strength is indeed very good, I didn't mention it. However, if she poses a threat to my lord, I have no choice but to stop her. But Juju really looks unwell. She bites on a pipe every time she uses magic. Ash asked, well, isn't it because she likes to smoke? No, what's inside that pipe is not tobacco, but herbs with a pain-relieving effect. First of all, the two smell different. Secondly, I saw her putting herbs into the pipe with my own eyes. Hearing this, Ash suddenly felt a bit of a headache. He didn't understand why every mage he met was unwell in some way. That's why you shouldn't just squat at a desk all day studying magic. People have to move and do some exercise. Lucas coughed lightly. I think that applies to you as well, Your Highness. He's right, Senior. Your face is so pale because you're always confined to your office. We can't let you continue like that. From now on, you should train with us, Senior. She's right, Your Highness. We will take care of your health. Ash suddenly felt a bit scared. No, there's no need for you to do that. Meanwhile, Damien seized the opportunity to sneak out. Hey, Damien, don't leave me behind. As a result, by noon the next day, Ash could no longer feel his legs. He was targeted by the two knights and spent the entire morning working out. Just then, Eater hurried in. Your Highness, the messenger who was sent to the capital, has returned. Hearing this, Ash asked, so are there any reinforcements? Well, there's none. Ash couldn't help but shouted loudly, damn this shitty empire. When Ash confirmed that the enemy for this defensive battle was the Blood Clan, he immediately requested reinforcements from the capital. This notorious third prince personally wrote a long letter that read, almost like a memorial to the throne. It was said that the main force of the Imperial Army had captured the capital of the Bringer Dukedom and was currently occupying the remaining areas one by one, similar to what they meant before. They said they couldn't send troops over until the situation in the west was completely stabilized. Don't they know that if we lose the southern frontier, the entire human world will be destroyed? Do they really not understand that? Ash picked up the return document, which bore his second brother's signature, Fernandez Amberkey Forever Black. Go to hell, you damn bastard. After tearing up the document, Ash quickly calmed down. He knew this was meaningless. Eater, send another messenger and tell them that this is the last one. If they don't send reinforcements this time, Eater was somewhat nervous. He was afraid Ash would abandon the defense line here. Then what? Then I'll show them the crazy behavior the youngest prince excels at most. Tell them that. No way. What? You director bastard. If I die, you die with me. After dealing with affairs, Ash once again brought Lucas and Evangeline to the Lake Kingdom. I don't see any enemies, but it's better to keep our guard up just in case. If you're worried about those guys wearing masks, I can tell you they won't be able to come here anymore. Although I told you to visit often, you little bastards sure came quickly. Despite his mouth still cursing, one look showed that Cali Bay was still very welcoming to them. Ash found it funny and sad because Cali Bay was like a grandpa waiting in the countryside. When you say they won't be able to come here, are you saying the Nightcrawlers can no longer enter here? Cali Bay affirmed this. Exactly. Feel a lot better now, right? But how is that possible? Those guys have strength in numbers and are very powerful. What's the use of them being powerful? The master of this camp, Old Lady Cutting Cocoa, has returned. Ash only then noticed the witch standing in the corner of the base camp. Even though the old lady was stooped, she still looked very tall. At the same time, Coco also noticed Ash's party. Who are these people? Are they newcomers? I'm very glad to meet you, little ones. My name is Coco, and I'm responsible for assisting adventurers like you. So don't be scared. By the way, why are you all so skinny? All I can feel on your bodies are bones. This won't do. Let's have a snack and talk. Try this. I specially prepared delicious gummies to feed little guys like you. However, the gummies in Coco's hand couldn't be described as delicious, no matter how you thought about it. Seeing this, the two knights looked nervously at Ash, but Ash ignored them. Cutting Coco, as the name suggests, could cut all things in half, but her name didn't mean anything that terrifying. Coco's true identity was a spatial mage who could cut through space. Simply put, an NPC solely responsible for portals. All the portals in the Lake Kingdom were set up by this old grandma. Were you asking about Crown and his little lackeys just now? To prevent those damn guys from coming here again, I cut them off. Although it sounded a bit terrifying, it just meant that she installed a barrier to block them and that this base camp had completely become a safe zone. and so Ash could finally relax. Although other powerful enemies would appear in the future, the strongest friendly NPC Coco had returned, so it should be fine. By the way, what are these metals? Where will you use them? Ash casually replied, they're materials used to forge star silver weapons. Didn't you ask me to bring them? You got all of this in a day? Since this matter didn't need to be taken slowly, even though many materials were needed, most of them were bought by Ash at the blacksmith shop. This was the reason Ash was in such a hurry to upgrade the blacksmith shop before. As Callie Bay looked through the metals, he noticed something was wrong. Why is there a lot of extra metal? It's nothing special, just a small token of my appreciation. To actually use low-grade metals from the outside world as a gift for me is truly foolish, but I'll accept it anyway. After all, the blacksmith shop just reopened and is currently lacking in everything. Okay then, now there are only 2 materials left. 3 top-grade or special mana cores and 3 dark crystals. We're just about to go find them, and special ones too. Special mana cores aren't that easy to find. Are you confident? Of course, just get ready to forge the weapons. Actually, Ash originally planned to mix the items they already have for the mana cores, but with Coco's return, there was no longer a need for that. Lady Coco, what's wrong, little one? Do you want some gummies too? Seeing Coco walking toward Ash with gummies, Evangeline and Lucas shook their heads desperately. No thanks, I'm full. Rather than that, I have a key and I'd like to see if you can open a door for me. This was the prize obtained when they defeated the Golden Gargoyle back then. I didn't expect you to find such an interesting thing. Little one, wait a moment, I'll open it for you right away. All the rooms open with this kind of key were one-time event dungeons. Among them is the Golden Room. It is a bonus dungeon with countless high-level items. While Coco was opening the door, Ash called Damien over quickly. Is it just us? What about Miss Juju? I didn't call her. The reason Ash didn't call Junior was because of her trait, Gold Rush, and this isn't a dungeon that requires a mage. At this moment, Lucas was somewhat confused. Your Highness, what's with these sacks? Wouldn't it be better for us to wield weapons as well? He's right, Senior. Who knows what could be inside? It's okay. We don't need weapons. Even if you bring them, you'd regret adding on to the heavyweight. What do you mean, Your Highness? When we return, those sacks will be completely full. It'll be even heavier if we bring weapons. You'll know when we get there. Now, let's go get some items. Saying that, Ash led the way and jumped into the Golden Room's entrance. Now loading, teleporting, tip, wow, Golden Goblin. In just a short while, Ash's party arrived in a Golden Room. What is this? Senior, this is an event dungeon, the Golden Room. The rules here are very simple. As long as you take down those guys within the time limit, you'll get an item. The time limit is 1 minute. Hunt down the 3 golden goblins running around the room. Are those guys really goblins? Why are they so fast? Golden goblins were a group of exceptionally tricky monsters obsessed with gems and treasures, fast and tough. Normally, hunting down all 3 goblins was impossible. However, as long as they could be seen by Damien's eyes, they could definitely not dodge Damien's bullets. The following scene was just like in the game. The golden goblins spill gold coins instead of blood. Every time I see it, your aim is awesome, Mr. Sniper. How on earth do you hit them? Lucas smiled faintly from the side. Damien, His Highness, and I are comrades who shared life and death on the front lines. Our depth as party members is different from yours. Miss, you old man, you're really annoying. Chit-chat time is over. Night duo. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the bodies of the golden goblins dissolved into golden light and countless gold coins and treasures spewed out from all directions. All clear. Event dungeon, room of gold. Time left till room closes for minutes and 50 seconds. Now, pick it up quickly. We'll be forced to leave in 5 minutes. Hearing this, the 2 knights started gathering gold coins desperately. Ash, of course, was not idle either. After searching around, he found a treasure. It was a standard special manicure. Just like that, 5 minutes passed in a flash. Everyone stopped picking them up. Let's get ready to go out. The door is open, but there's still a lot left. It's a shame we can't take it all. Your prince has more gold. It's okay, so let's go. However, before Ash could finish speaking, a giant golden monster appeared inside the door, and that golden monster swallowed everyone up. By the time Ash came to his senses, they were already back at the base camp. Are you all right, Your Highness? I was wondering how it would evict us. I didn't expect it to be this way. Afterward, Ash handed the 3 collected special manicures to Callie Bay. Your preparations are very thorough. It seems you have passed the green tender sprout stage and grown up dazzlingly. Now you only need to acquire the last material, the dark crystal, dazzling tender sprout. Do you know where to get it? Ash turned his gaze to the darkness outside the base camp and said, of course. A boss friend nearby is carrying it in his stomach. Ash knew it was time to leave the base camp and head to the next area. However, they needed to rest first, so Ash took the 3 back to the manor. Ash distributed a portion of the gold coins obtained from the Golden Room as a reward to all the party members. Although the three felt it was a burden for them who had been working hard without complaint, this was what they deserved. For the rest of the soldiers, Ash decided to add a handsome bonus to their weekly salary. Since bonuses were to be handed out, Ash thought of delivering the bonuses personally into the hands of every main party member. Thus, he arrived at the only inn in town. "Welcome, Your Highness. Is there a guest here named Jupiter Jr.? She is a mercenary I hired." "Are you talking about that mage? She stays in the innermost room on the 3rd floor. She hasn't gone out today. She seems to have stayed in her room these past few days." Hearing this, Ash sensed that something was wrong. Has Junior been unwell since that day? He didn't understand why Junior would hide her illness. "Lucas, just wait for me on the 1st floor. I have something to say to her privately." "I understand, Your Highness. But if anything happens, please be sure to call me immediately." Soon after, in front of the room at the end of the corridor, Ash knocked gently on the door. "Junior, are you inside?" Ash got no response, yet he heard painful coughing sounds from inside the room. "Junior, are you okay?" Hearing more coughing sounds, Ash grew somewhat anxious, violently pulling at the door handle. "Jupiter Jr., answer me. Are you so sick to speak? Is that Your Highness? I will open the door and come in right now. Just hold still." "Junior, wait, you can't come in." But before Junior could finish speaking, Ash kicked the door open. Seeing the scene before him, Ash froze in place. "Junior, what's wrong? What's going on?" At this moment, Junior was kneeling on the floor with bloodstains on a handkerchief and all around her. She looked extremely pained. "Why are you here, Your Highness?" "Junior, are you okay?" Ash was about to approach, but abruptly stopped. He noticed a burn scar on Junior's left cheek and realized this was the reason she had always used her hair to cover half of her face. Seeing Ash's expression, Junior hastily covered her left cheek with her hand. Ash also knew this was not the time to discuss the burn scar. Just then, Junior coughed up another large mouthful of blood. "What exactly is going on? Why are you coughing up so much blood?" With blood coming out of her mouth, Junior smiled. "Your Highness, it's dinner time. Have you eaten? You're still coughing blood. Food isn't the problem right now." 20 minutes later, a freshened up Junior and Ash were sitting in the dining hall on the 1st floor of the inn. "I'm very sorry, Your Highness. You've seen something you shouldn't have seen. I'm a little sick." "Are you sure that's a little? You look like you have a deadly disease. Are you really okay?" "A deadly disease? I've been hiding it well all this time." "Yes, you are correct. I'm dying. I have at most 3 years left." The moment he heard the word 3 years, Ash's pupils violently shook. Just as he was about to say something, Junior coughed up another large mouthful of blood. "This one's a joke." I felt like the mood was getting too heavy. "Don't cough up blood as a joke." After saying this, Ash slowly lowered his head. "Why didn't you tell me? If I had told you, would you still hire me? A sick mage who could die at any moment?" Ash could not answer this question easily. He actually still would have hired Junior because mages are precious assets. But frankly, if he had known about this at the time, Ash would not have let her join the main party because the main party has to be filled with members who can carry the game long term. "I need money, Your Highness. I have a lot of mouths to feed. My grandmother, who has long supported the family, is sick, so I have to earn money. Because of my situation, I couldn't reveal my illness. I'm sorry, Your Highness. But don't worry, even if my physical condition is very poor, it will not affect my combat in the slightest. I am very confident in my talent and strength. My training period lasts until this defensive battle. See if my health condition will affect the battle. If you are not satisfied, you can fire me. But I am confident that won't happen. Thank you for the bonus, Your Highness. And thank you for stopping by and showing concern." Junior lowered her head and paused for a while before saying, "Please do not tell my grandma about me vomiting blood." It was already night when Ash left the inn. Since he couldn't find Jupiter at the temple, Ash came to the mercenary guild. "Are you being too generous to an old woman who can't work and is resting? You've been through a lot, so this is nothing. And my luck today is quite good, Your Highness. Although an old woman like me caused you a lot of trouble before, I can proudly say that in the front-line defense here, I have provided a lot of help." Ash nodded. "You have the right to be proud, because that is true." "Ben, Your Highness, I know this is a very rude request, but I still want to ask you to listen to this old woman's complaints. Is that okay?" Ash was confused. "Complaints? I feel sorry for myself. I live life in such a way that even in my later years, there's no one around to share a drink with." Ash made a guess. "Is it because you are a wandering mercenary?" "That's right. I have been wandering all my life." Ash saw the distress in the old woman's heart. "Go ahead, complain to me to your heart's content." "Thank you, Your Highness. You must have guessed it. I'm going to talk about my granddaughter. Although 15 years have passed, I remember it like it was yesterday, the moment I first met that child. 15 years ago, at a camping base belonging to the Magic Corps of the Imperial Army's 1st Legion on the northern front of the Everblack Empire, someone was striking a match in her hand. Damn it, this match just won't light. That was the young Jupiter, the spirited captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Magic Corps, Lightning Jupiter. Frustrated, The young Jupiter threw the match on the ground, snapped her fingers in dismay, and a bolt of lightning struck a dead tree nearby. This is exactly why I learned magic. Jupiter, didn't I tell not to use magic inside the military camp? The newcomer was the captain of the 1st Division of the Imperial Magic Corps, Sharp-Wind Reyna. The match lights their cigarette that way. Well, of course, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Magic Corps, Jupiter, light it that way. Helpless, Reyna could only put the fire out with her wind magic. You really love to go crazy. Give me one too. Hey, am I your lackey? You ask for a cigarette every time you see my face. Reyna retorted. It's been a month since the supply of cigarettes stopped. The only one who has high-quality cigarettes left in the entire Magic Corps is you now. I only have this much because I smoke sparingly. I'm not giving you any. Don't be like that. Give me one. Okay, Jupiter, don't act like that at your age. While the two were enjoying their leisure time, soldiers passing by kept saluting them. Although they were acting like hooligans puffing clouds of smoke in an extremely relaxed posture, the eyes of the soldiers who looked at them were full of respect. This is because they were the two aces of the Imperial Magic Corps, Sharp-Wind Reyna and Lightning Jupiter. The Magic Corps was able to gain a leading position in the Imperial Army all because of these two. Over the past 20 years since the Magic Corps was founded, the Imperial Army was undefeated in any battle the two mages participated in. By the way, Reyna, seeing them salute reminded me of something. The captains of other units have a lot of scars on their faces. It must be because they were promoted by fighting hard on the battlefield, right? Exactly. However, we mages don't have scars, and we're all a bit pale from not getting any sunlight. Well, that's the role of mages in war these days. As long as we bomb the coordinates provided by the commanding unit, that's it. Casting magic safely from a distance is our job. Smart and gentlemanly. I like my job. Hearing this, Reyna was confused. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I just feel that my majesty as a captain has declined. Every time we have a meeting, it seems like I get ignored by the other captains of other units. So I've been thinking, should I get a badass tattoo here before the next meeting? You really are sick. The reason you get ignored at meetings is that you doze off every time. What do you mean every time? It was only that one time. That one time was a meeting the Emperor personally attended. You damn lunatic. At this moment, a soldier ran from afar and saluted the two of them. Captain Reyna, Captain Jupiter, there's a message came from the commanding unit. They say they've discovered a building that seems like an enemy military base at the foot of the northern mountain range. At the time, the Imperial Army's 1st Legion was currently invading a small country called the Camilla Kingdom. Although the battle was nearing its end, sporadic resistance continued. The Magic Corps was dealing with the enemy guerrilla forces scattered everywhere, executing such messy and boring work. They're like ant hills. Even if we get rid of them, they pop up again. The superiors want both of you to launch a simultaneous attack at 5 a.m. tomorrow. They really like early morning operations. Go tell the superiors we understand. We have to follow orders anyway. Hey, Reyna, when this war is over, how about we go on a trip to the south together? What are two antis in their 50s going to do on a trip? It sounds weird. So what? It's a cool trip for two rich and capable women. We might be able to catch some young and hot men. Hearing this, Reyna chuckled awkwardly. They have eyes too. You know, it's because we're always working in this cold and damp northern region that your thinking has become so negative. Don't reject my proposal. Let's go play in the warm south once. And when I retire, I'm definitely going to live in the south. I want to lie in a resort with a filled swimming pool and enjoy sunbathing every day. Fine. Whether it's traveling after retirement or buying a resort, let's go visit the south at least once before we die. The two mages happily chatted a lot about retirement in their later years. They just didn't know that that promise was as remote and out of reach as the distance from here to the south. Time soon arrived at 4:30 in the morning the next day. It was almost time for action. Jupiter, who was observing the target location through binoculars, frowned. Are you sure that place is a military base? Reyna slowly walked to Jupiter's side. Why? Does it not seem like one? It looks just like a village. What does it look like to you? Saying that, Jupiter handed the binoculars to Reyna. I'm not too sure either. There are no cannons or weapons there. Calling it a military base is a bit of a stretch. Contact the commanding unit. Ask them to reconfirm if that place is really a military base. After a while, the soldier returned. According to the commanding unit, that place is indeed a military base. Camilla's guerrilla tactics have gotten vicious, and they often disguise themselves as ordinary civilians. The commanding unit also said that that village has been occupied by guerrilla forces. Is that so? Jupiter was still staring at the target location, looking somewhat hesitant. 30 seconds left until 5 o'clock, beginning countdown before the mission starts. 30, 29, 28. At this moment, Jupiter was still staring fixedly at the target location, while Reyna had already accumulated magic power in her hand. Didn't you propose taking a vacation in the south? Then we have to end this quickly, Captain of the 2nd Division, since the commanding unit's judgment had always been accurate, and this was what she had been doing her whole life. A spark of electricity burst from Jupiter's hand. Receiving an order and executing it is what a soldier does. 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, dozens of powerful lightning bolts struck down. Immediately after, Reina's terrifying tornadoes followed. After enduring such a strike, guerrilla members would not have any strength left to resist. The operation is over. Thank you both for your hard work. Next, the knights will charge in and clear out the enemy base and investigate. Please go back and rest. Jupiter gazed at the village engulfed in flames. For some reason, her heart always felt like there was a lump in it. I want to go. Reina was taken aback. What did you say? I want to go there and see for myself. The Magic Corps are prohibited from approaching the site. We're strictly specialized in long-distance artillery warfare. Don't you know that? If you go rashly now and get ambushed by remnants of the enemy forces, our Corps' combat power will plummet. Before Reina could finish speaking, Jupiter was already running toward the village. Jupiter. Hey, why are you just standing there? Go stop her. But who would dare stop a mage? Not to mention that mage was a captain. Soon after, Jupiter arrived at what they called the enemy military base. The village was burning fiercely, slowly turning to ash. It's a child. A civilian. They're all civilians. Jupiter's legs began to tremble, and she finally knelt on the ground. You crazy bastards. There were no fully armed forces here. All of them. They're all just elderly and children. At this moment, soldiers arrived at the scene. We found the captain of the 2nd Division, Captain Jupiter. You cannot stay here. It is dangerous here. Reina slowly walked up to Jupiter and spoke calmly. Jupiter, calm down. Do you think I can calm down right now? Why did the commanding unit issue such an order without checking properly? The guerrilla forces of Camilla are vicious. They may be hiding in any village, and we don't have the time to sort through them one by one. Jupiter was taken aback. What did you say? We have been at war with the Camilla Kingdom for half a year already, and winter is almost here. Just maintaining the frontline expenses is unbearable for the commanding unit. We must resolve this matter as soon as possible. Jupiter's expression was somewhat despairing. So, if it seems suspicious, we just destroy it all without checking, because this is the most efficient method. Hearing this, Jupiter shouted loudly, the most efficient? It is indeed efficient. In terms of massacring civilians, it is extremely efficient. Reina let out a sigh. Jupiter, do you know how many countries we've wiped from the map while we were in the Magic Corps? How many civilians do you think were swept away and killed in the process? Of all the enemy military bases you burned in the last 20 years, how many real military bases do you think there are? In that instant, Jupiter froze in place, unable to answer. She only then realized the truth of what she had done her whole life. You've been doing so well, so why are you pulling this shit now? Stop making things complicated. Just then, Jupiter suddenly began to vomit. Throughout her life, Jupiter had never doubted anything. She merely launched magic attacks according to orders, killing enemies with lightning and fire, and then collected her salary. She was proud of her work. She felt proud each time a medal was added to her chest. She was very happy to be able to contribute to the glorious development of the empire. But all of this turned out to be bullshit. You said it yourself. This is how war works these days. Without a single scar, casting magic from a distance is our job, smart and gentlemanly. But if you look closely, this is the reality. It's just that before, you were just ignoring it from afar. Just then, Jupiter heard a child's cry. She realized there were still survivors here. Without hesitation, Jupiter ran toward the place the sound came from. In just a short while, she arrived at a church. Amidst the ruins, Jupiter saw a young girl with severe burns on her left cheek and the left side of her body. In the next second, Jupiter hastily moved the beam off the child and carried her out. The child's body was severely burned, and her pulse was almost gone. Jupiter looked at the unconscious child, carefully holding her in her arms, her whole body trembling. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a voice came from the ruins. Are you the rescue team? Jupiter never thought there were still survivors in the church. An old priest and the scarred children looked at Jupiter with terrified eyes. You came to save us. Thank you so much. Heaven's punishment suddenly fell here. I thought we were all going to die. No, don't come out. Quick, hide inside. I beg you. But everything was too late. Survivors. There are survivors here. It took me leisurely to actually survive that level of magical bombardment. You guys have really good luck. Just then, Reina's tone changed. No, I should say you're unlucky. Reina, I beg you not to do this. Reina ignored Jupiter and shouted, drag them all out. Hearing this, soldiers stepped forward and brought the priest and children out of the church. Don't worry, kids. Everything will be fine. Are these all the survivors? A soldier immediately replied, yes, there are no other survivors in the village. Are you sure you searched thoroughly? We are currently checking if there are basements in each building, but because this village is on a rocky mountain, there shouldn't be other escape routes. Then there's no need to search anymore. Saying that, Reina walked in front of the priest. Are you the priest here? Yes. Please have mercy. The children are innocent. Please. At least spare the children. Whether they live or die depends on your answer. So answer properly. Where is the army of the Camilla Kingdom that you are hiding in this village? There are no soldiers here. All the young people were drafted into the army a long time ago, and none have returned. What I am saying is the truth. Please believe me. I can swear to God. It's true. Really? Reina takes a second. A wind bullet shot from Reina's fingertips, piercing the priest's head. I'm sorry. Even if you swear to God, I can't believe you. After all, the gods worshipped by Everblack and Camilla are not the same. Reina then silently turned her hand toward the children. Do I really have to do all this? Instantly, green magic surged out. At that critical moment, Jupiter, with a streak of blue lightning, appeared in front of the children. The military overcoat adorned with medals fluttered in the wind, and the deadly blue lightning blocked Reina's magic attack. Shortly after, blood continuously flowed from Jupiter's left eye. Please don't do this, Reina. Even if we burn the village because we feared there were guerrilla forces here, these children are just civilians. Why must you kill them? Have you killed so many people that you lost your mind? Jupiter, you should know very well who the commander of this war is. The commanding unit judged this village to be an enemy military base. Are you going to report that it's just an ordinary village, and the commanding unit mistook civilians for enemy soldiers and massacred them? Are you going to leave a stain on His Majesty command by claiming he made a mistake? Seeing that Jupiter didn't respond, Reina walked past her and headed toward the children while casting magic in her hand. So please, stop causing any more trouble for everyone, and move out of the way. I'm not doing this because I want to either. At that moment, Jupiter looked at the burned little girl that was still lying in her arms. Feeling the gentle breathing of the little girl, Jupiter couldn't help but hold her tightly. In the next second, Jupiter shouted, I'll leave it. Reina was confused. What? I said I'm going to leave a stain on His Majesty's command. I will file a complaint to the superiors. I'll report that the commanding unit made an error in judgment, and that the place we burned down was a village inhabited only by civilians. I will testify that His Majesty's command was wrong. Reina frowned. You crazy woman. Seeing this, Jupiter asked, Why? Are you going to kill me too? Then I'm afraid you'll have to eliminate the soldiers of the Magic Corps and the armed knights who witnessed this scene as well. You can't do that, can you? More than anything, because the two were close friends, Jupiter believed Reina couldn't possibly kill her, and that was true. Suit yourself, Jupiter. The cold wind in Reina's hand dissipated, but her face became exceptionally cold. Whether it's disobeying orders, leaving a stain on His Majesty's command, or saving that group of enemy children who almost died by your hand, do whatever you like. However, you will soon have to take off that uniform and abandon everything you built your life on. Reina looked back at Jupiter one last time. Even if you pretend to be clean and act like a hypocrite, nothing changes. Stupid friend, it was terrible working with you, and I hope to never see you again. Jupiter just stood there blankly, watching the companion with whom she had shared joys and sorrows for 20 years slowly walk away. Turning her head, she saw the group of surviving children covered in blood and grime. Those were the new lives she would be responsible for taking care of in the future. Soon after, Jupiter formally filed a complaint to the headquarters. This was the first publicly certified civilian massacre incident recorded in the military records of the Everblack Empire. This incident was not only defined as the only mistake made by the Imperial Army's command during the operation to occupy the Camilla Kingdom, but also a major stain engraved in the operations commanded by the Emperor. Afterwards, the Imperial Magic Corps was no longer deployed in operations to clear out guerrilla forces. As soon as the bombing by the Magic Corps stopped, the war's end date was much later than the headquarters expected. It took several more years after taking over the kingdom to eliminate Camilla's guerrilla forces, and it didn't take very long until Jupiter was kicked out of the Magic Corps and relocated to the countryside. A month after that operation ended, Jupiter's new post was the guard unit of a small coastal village on the Eastern Front. Even though it was a security unit, she had less than 5 subordinates. It was a clear demotion. Jupiter's rank and salary were lowered considerably, but none of that mattered. Jupiter used all her life savings to build a house. At this moment, Jupiter looked back. The surviving children were looking up at Jupiter with empty eyes. We will live here together. Jupiter then crouched down in front of the children, trying to look amiable. Come to think of it, I haven't properly introduced myself yet. My name is Jupiter. Just call me Grandma from now on. Back to the present. Jupiter, who had heard the whole story, swirled the wine glass in his hand. So she's not your biological granddaughter? You two have a lot of similarities. I thought you were definitely blood related. I'm glad to hear that we're similar, but I'm not even sure if I really fulfilled the role of a real grandmother. Although I raised those children with guilt and a sense of responsibility, strictly speaking, I am their enemy. I wanted to atone properly, but I feel like I haven't done a good job, so it bothers me. Junior is an extremely talented child. In terms of talent, she far surpasses me, but because she was struck by my lightning when she was younger, her body became very weak. Her heart, which is the core of magic, has become weak. So, every time she uses magic, it eats away at her lifespan. If it weren't for what I did, Junior might have become a great mage who would go down in history, or she might have lived a peaceful and happy life in that small village. But on that day 15 years ago, I completely burned down both possibilities. I can't undo the mistakes I made, nor do I have a way to make up for it. At this moment, Jupiter quietly looked at her reflection in the wine glass. And honestly, I'm scared of that kid now. What if one day she suddenly says to me, "Give back everything you took away from me"? How am I supposed to repay her? What can I use to repay her? Every time I look into that child's eyes, I am so scared that I want to find a hole to hide in. Ash couldn't utter a single word. He could only listen to Jupiter's story. It was a very difficult problem for a third party like Ash to get involved, because just like Jupiter, Ash couldn't dare guess the solution. Your Highness, I actually felt very proud to be able to work as an Imperial soldier, but at the same time, I also very much hated the things I did. I detested the me who was intoxicated to the role of a soldier and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Magic Corps. Foolishly abandoning myself and living as a tool of the army, Jupiter poured the last bit of wine into her glass and then glanced at Ash. Your Highness, please don't be consumed by your role. By your role as the third prince, as the commander, and as a lord. Don't be consumed by them. Those roles are not your true self. Live as yourself. Live as Ash von Height or ever black. This old-fashioned advice is all this ugly old grandma can give to someone who is still young like you. Like the strong liquor he drank tonight, Jupiter's advice dealt Ash a heavy blow. Ash began to wonder who exactly he was. The third prince, a commander, a lord, Ash, or the classic gamer. Whichever one it was, had he really lived his life properly? Thank you for listening to my complaints, Your Highness. I feel better after getting it off my chest. As for Junior, I'll talk to her carefully. Either way, she is my granddaughter who inherited my name. If we talk to each other openly, there will be a way. Jupiter shrugged and smiled faintly at Ash. I want to believe that. Ash too sincerely hoped for that outcome. Regardless of what ending the two end up with, Ash hoped they would not regret it. The carriage slowly moved away, and Jupiter's military overcoat fluttered gently in the night. A few days later, the blacksmith shop delivered the samples of the silver weapons, and Ash asked his 2 knights to try out how these weapons were. It's well balanced. It's good. Then I should tell them to keep making it like this. Just think of it as a consumable and use it roughly as you want, but they look very expensive. Is that really okay? Despite saying that, Evangeline didn't hold back at all when using it. Ash and Lucas clapped from the side upon seeing this. You guys, really? I told you there's no need to react to everything. The reason Ash and Lucas acted this way was because Evangeline looked cute when she was praised. Although it's not a cavalry lance, you still handle it very well. Evangeline smiled proudly. Of course, after all, the basic principles are the same. I am someone who got an A+ in all weapon proficiency tests at the academy. I can probably use a longsword just as well as that old man over there. You mean as well as me? I don't think so. Do you want me to prove it to you? You two can find time to spar later, but for now, go get your equipment. It's time to explore the next part of the dungeon. Now loading, teleporting. Tip: at the base camp, there are many roads that lead to various places. Feel free to explore. For this free exploration, Ash decided to only bring the main party members. Since the main party is the one who has to deal with Celendian, Ash wanted to accelerate their level ups by accumulating experience points. It would be even better if they could learn their ultimate skills. But ultimate skills were developed during the 3rd class advancement at level 50, and right now, the 2 highest level members in the team were still far from that, so the ones worth looking forward to unlocking their next skill were Ash and Damien. After reaching level 35, they would be able to undergo their 2nd class advancement and learn their 2nd skill. My children, have you come here to play again? Why do I feel like you've gotten thinner than when we met last time? Grandma needs to give you something delicious. Hearing this, Ash immediately waved his hands. No, thank you. We're really fine. We just came after eating. Speaking of which, where's Callie Bay? Are you talking about that old dwarf? It seems he went to the front area of the dungeon to look for some materials. In the game, Callie Bay was a stationary NPC who always guarded this place, but in reality, it seemed that wasn't the case. However, Callie Bay's level was higher than Ash and his party's current levels, and his strength was also greater, so he believed that Callie Bay would be fine. Grandma Coco, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Do you want some gummies? Ash stood next to something resembling a manhole cover. No, I need you to remove the seal. Are you sure? The passage below is the infamous loser's path. You might lose your wool when passing through. It's fine. That won't happen. Grandma Coco asked once more. If you don't win the battle at the end, you won't be able to return. This journey will become a one-way trip. Are you really sure? It's okay, we'll win. Hearing this, Grandma Coco chuckled lightly. Callie Bay said the newcomers this time are exceptionally good, and he indeed wasn't wrong. Okay, go on. I will wait for your triumphant return. This path was known in the game as the loser's path. Although it sounded very domineering, it was actually just a secret passage. This was a shortcut that allowed one to skip the depth 4 and directly reach the Colosseum in the depth 5. However, the level and difficulty of the monsters in the depth 5 would be much higher. To an outsider, it might be puzzling as to how to clear it, but in reality, this was the easiest place to clear. Both the dungeon's gimmicks and boss monsters are optimized for pulling tricks. Before coming here, Ash had already roughly explained the situation to the team members. After entering the passage of the loser's path, all skills would be sealed. If one failed to clear the area, this path would be shut down. At that moment, the sound of bugs gnawing echoed from the dark manhole, sending chills down their spines. Okay, shall we go now? It was obvious that no one wanted to go. Even Lucas felt the same. But since this was a physiological issue, it was excusable. Ash threw the imperishable torch into the darkness, and the blue firelight illuminated the dark. Seeing that it didn't take long for the torch to fall to the ground, Ash said, "See, it's not too deep. Let me, the prince, go first." Lucas tried to stop him, wanting to go down first, but Ash had already entered the passage. Climbing down the passage, a thought suddenly popped into Ash's mind. If the darkness had a will, what would it do? The sound of insects gnawing continuously rang in Ash's ears, and he even felt as if the darkness was biting at his ears. As Ash slowly descended, the roars of the darkness turned into intermittent whispers. Ash felt as if something was staring at him in the dark. Ash was so scared he'd barely move a single step, but he had to overcome it. If this was the necessary path to clear the level, then whether it was darkness or lava, he had to jump down without hesitation. He didn't know how much time had passed in the darkness before Ash's feet finally touched the ground. The moment Ash landed, the sounds of the darkness completely vanished without a trace. Ash picked up the blue torch from the ground and held it up. This was the loser's path. All players seeking a speedrun and aiming to protect the Empire would clear the 5th region first through this path. While Ash was thinking, Lucas also climbed down from the ladder. "Are you alright, Lucas? Could we take a quick break, Your Highness?" Noticing Lucas's pale and unwell state, Ash replied, "Of course, let's wait here for everyone to come down." Ash didn't ask what Lucas had seen or heard. After all, Ash's passive, indomitable commander was also sealed here. He only hoped everyone could overcome this ordeal themselves. The third to come down was Damien, who actually fell straight off the ladder. "Please, don't hit me anymore. I'm sorry. I'm the only one who survived." Ash rushed over to Damien. "Damien, snap out of it. Your Highness, could you please hold my hand? And Sir Lucas, too, please." Immediately after, Junior also came down, but she looked particularly relaxed. So the curse operates in this manner. How fascinating. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help but ask, "Fascinating? Is this fun for you?" It's an old method from 500 years ago, so it's a bit old-fashioned, but it's interesting. "But, Junior, your legs seem to be shaking. Is there an earthquake happening?" "It's because mages are weak at using their physical skills. It's not because I'm scared." "Okay, I get it. Come sit here with us." The last to come down was Evangeline. Her agile posture perfectly resembled the leader of Crossroad. "My whole body is covered in cold sweat. What's going on? Could it be that I'm scared?" When Evangeline snapped back to her senses, she noticed the 4 of them sitting together in a circle. "Let me join." Evangeline threw the shield and spear in her hands aside. After a while, Damien spoke first. "I think I'm okay now." "No, Damien, you're still scared. Let's stay like this for a bit longer. There is absolutely no shame in being afraid of a curse. Your Highness is right. Cheer up, Damien. Let's all do our best. You got this." Just like that, they used Damien as an excuse to dispel each other's fears. Although no one knew what terrible things each had experienced or how deep their wounds were, everyone was here. Ash hoped that, just like hunting monsters together, everyone could also erase each other's painful memories. After resting at the entrance for an hour, Ash and the others began moving along the wall because it was very far from depth 5. Ash had enough time to explain the gimmicks and tricks of the Colosseum. Not knowing how many hours they had walked in this long passage, the group finally arrived at the end of the corridor, and what appeared before them was another seemingly endless ladder. There shouldn't be a curse like the one before. Let's head up. At this time, it didn't take long for them to reach the top of the ladder. "Take my hand, Your Highness. Now, you guys come up quickly too." Meanwhile, Lucas's expression suddenly turned serious. "Your Highness, this place seems like the enemy's territory." "No, there's no way." Saying that, Ash pulled up Evangeline, who was behind him. Just then, in the next second, a voice rang out, "Celebrate. What a long time it has been since a challenger showed up." Immediately after, dazzling lights surged from all directions. The place the group was in was none other than the 5th area, the Colosseum of Sparks. "Wait, Senior, you didn't say we'd pop out right in the Coliseum. Yes, that's because I didn't know either. Damn it. In the game, Ash fought immediately as well. He thought that was just the way the game worked. He didn't know it would be the same in real life. Moreover, Ash really couldn't understand why there was a manhole in the middle of the Coliseum. At this moment, several gorgeous fireworks bloomed above the Coliseum. I can't even remember when was the last time I had guessed. Ash stared furiously at the man on the grandstand. That was the boss of the Coliseum, the gladiator King Jackal. I guess it was worth it to wait it out and not give up on the business. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. You've thirsted for battle for a long time, right? Let's skip those unnecessary procedures and let's get started. Is everyone ready? Today's first matchup is a pathetic adventurer's party that popped out from who knows where. What did you say? I'm going to wring his dog head off, and their opponent is the cute foodie of the Coliseum, the Chimera. Let's see who's going to survive to become the winner of today's fight. At this moment, the system window appeared. Defeat the enemy. Coliseum of Sparks Wave 1. Level 45. Chimera Origin. Winning probability odds, 1.01 versus 100. The moment Ash saw this number, he couldn't help but be startled, because he had never seen such exaggerated odds in the game. Ash had explained on the way here that there was a special system called betting unique to the Coliseum. Sitting in the audience seats were 100 goblins. Each goblin held one vote, and they would cast their vote for the side they thought would win. The victory distribution ratio was then derived from the voting results. A ratio of 99 to 1 meant 1.01 win for every 100. Because a result of 100 to 0 wasn't allowed in the system. This was considered as the maximum value. Basically, those goblins thought Ash and his team had absolutely no chance of winning. The disregard so blatantly is a bit annoying. These little pieces of shit. I'll teach them a lesson later. At that moment, the Chimera was already lunging straight at them, but Ash remained very calm. Damien, let me use the Black Queen for a moment. Another rule of the Coliseum was that the initial strike from both sides would increase in attack power based on their respective distribution ratios. In other words, the Chimera's first attack would be 1.01 stronger than its normal attacks, and the first attack from Ash's team would be 100 times stronger than usual. This was the little trick Ash came up with to conquer the Coliseum. Look, everyone! The pathetic adventure party has pulled out something like a toothpick to deal with the Chimera who is aiming at her food. The Chimera's body is harder than the hardened skin of a colossal giant. Using that kind of toothpick, even with a 100 times betting multiplier, it won't even leave a scratch. Shut up, Jackal. In the next second, as Ash pulled the trigger, the magic gun's bullet blasted the Chimera into pieces. Seeing this, Jackal, who was busy commentating on the duel, finally went quiet. When Ash played the game back then, he couldn't stand Jackal's incessant blabbering, so this feeling was absolutely fantastic. After Ash single-handedly swallowed all the experience points from the high-level boss monster, he looked up to Jackal and said, "I wonder who the second matchup will be, Mr. Jackal." At that moment, the system sent a prompt again. The opponent for the second match was the level 46 Giant Frost General, and the winning distribution odds dropped to 1.11 versus 10. Behold, this is the spearhead of the Frost Giant clan that I personally brought from the depths of level 7 in Jotunheim. Giant Frost General, Schurzheim. Now, let's see what kind of rage Schurzheim will show us today. But before Jackal could finish his commentary, Schurzheim's head was blasted apart by the magic gun. Schurzheim couldn't display anything at all. The winning odds for this match was 90 to 10, so the magic gun's power was slightly reduced. Sorry for your loss. Immediately after, the familiar system prompt sounded. This time, the opponent was the level 47 Black Dragon's daughter, and the winning probability odds had now dropped to 1.25 versus 5. Now for the third matchup, the biological daughter of the Black Dragon that nearly destroyed the world. It has 4 pairs of wings and 12 legs. It originally had 5 tails, but one was cut off by someone. Even so, it is extremely powerful. She is the Black Dragon's daughter. Collision. Will she finally be able to surpass her father? Let's wait and see. However, she couldn't overcome even a single magic bullet, let alone surpass her father. The winning odds were 80 to 20. Ash and the others soon faced the fourth duel. Their opponent was the level 48 Goblin God, and the winning probability odds had dropped to 1.43 versus 3.33. Now for the fourth matchup. I originally didn't plan to send this guy out. It is the god of war for our goblin friends, the cold-blooded goblin god, Kalia Hark, holding a deadly weapon in all 8 of his hands. He'll chop and grind you up in an instant. Kalia intended to use all its weapons to block the magic bullet Ash fired, but those weapons all melted, and the magic bullet passed right through his body. Seeing this, the goblins in the stands shed tears one after another. The winning odds on this match were 70 to 30. By the time of the fifth duel, the Blood Clan finally made their appearance, and the winning probability odds had dropped to 1.66 versus 2.5. Now as the fifth duel, since there are no more opponents, I just went nearby and caught a few fresh seasonal monsters and prepared them for battle. Let's welcome today's seasonal monster, a blood clan, and the most ferocious of them, the Fallen Blood. Fallen Blood referred to those impoverished vampires. Vampires who haven't sucked human blood for a long time and gradually deteriorated, losing their speech and reason, ultimately turning into species similar to beasts. In that category referred to them, the pariahs among vampires, the Fallen Blood. Seeing the two charge at them, Ash didn't hesitate. He aimed at one of the Fallen Bloods and pulled the trigger, but his marksmanship wasn't as good as Dianyen's. The magic bullet missed, only grazing past its head, yet it still exploded beside the creature. This was the power of the 2.5 times multiplier bonus. Alright, let's end the games here. Why don't we use him as a sacrificial lamb for our training? During the Blood Clan they had fought against so far, the highest level was just a pack of ghouls. The Fallen Blood, a monster higher in level than that, would be an excellent learning aid. We've been waiting for you to give the order, Your Highness. Senior had a lot of fun just now. Now it's our turn, right? For this matchup, the winning odds were 60-40. Let's go! We'll show those airhead goblins which side they should be voting for. The Fallen Blood was level 49, far exceeding the average level of the main team members. But the enemy they were about to face was the Lifeless King, whose strength was far beyond what these guys could match. However, this battle somewhat disappointed Ash, because victory came too easily, and it didn't achieve the purpose of training at all. It shouldn't be like this. I was sure its stats were high. Maybe this vampire was extra fallen than normal, Your Highness. Its actions are far too simple, perhaps because they were ex-vampires left with only a thirst for blood and instinct. No matter how fast or powerful they were, their movements and behaviors were obvious and predictable. Ash looked up towards the center of the grandstand and shouted, "So, do you have anything stronger? You bastards dare look down on me? Fine, it seems it's time to send out the freshest and most lively beast among the seasonal monsters we just caught." The system prompt sounded again. The enemy this time was a level 50 vampire, and the winning probability were equal. Ash couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He was finally going to fight a real vampire. Now for the sixth duel. Up to now, we have never seen this kind of vampire. They call themselves nobles, but in my eyes, they're just a bunch of leeches. Damn it, I'm getting tired of these introductions. Just get out there and take them down. The opponent for the next match is the abandoned vampire, Bernardo. Damn Jackal, do you think you'll still be safe after this kind of treatment? The only reason your arena plaything is allowed is because the Legion commanders tacitly approved your mere existence. But I am a great vampire, a part of Lord Celendian's family. You are actually Celendian's subordinate? That's right, it's too late to be scared now. How dare you treat me like a gladiator? I'll be bringing you all up to the monarch. But before Bernardo finished speaking, suddenly, he lost both of his arms. What the? Shut your rusty mouth, you filthy leech. Do you think I'd be scared because you're Celendian subordinate? Since I caught you and brought you here, then you're nothing but a puppet of the Jackal Colosseum. Whatever family you're from or whoever you work for, I don't give a shit. If you dare to act arrogant next time, I'll blow off your head. If you understand, fight properly before I stuff your mouth with minced garlic. Got it? Hearing this, Bernardo trembled with rage, but knowing he was no match for Jackal, he could only vent his anger on Ash and his party. In the next second, blood streamed between the severed arms on the ground and his torso as they lifted into the air and reattached themselves. I don't know where you guys are from or what your lineages are, and right now, I have absolutely no appetite, but I must kill you all. If you don't resist, I'll let you die painlessly. Thank you so much for that. I should also let you know in advance, we're going to kill you. This is our first time engaging in actual combat with a vampire, so naturally, we need to get some experience out of this. Bernardo didn't understand Ash's words. After all, in the eyes of vampires, humans were just unpenned livestock. Come on guys, before we deal with that guy, isn't it time to get slapped in the palms? At this, the three of them immediately held out their hands, ready to be slapped. In the back, Junior looked confused. Wait, Your Highness, what are you doing? But Junior didn't escape the baton in Ash's hand. Immediately after, the ensuing buff made Junior somewhat confused. She could clearly feel her strength increasing. When Junior looked up, she found the other three main team members looking at her with smiles. It only works once a day, so don't always think about getting hit by me. Although he did this to prevent the team members from becoming reliant on the buff, the main reason was that Ash felt this behavior was a bit perverted. Did these bastards lose their minds? How dare you joke around in front of a vampire? It seems like you wish to die painfully. Fine, I'll squeeze all the blood out of you all, down to the very last drop. He's coming. Everyone, stay alert. Vampires' fighting methods are roughly divided into two types. The first is blood magic, which relies on abilities used based on their own blood and blood ingested from others. The second is the body. They possess powerful regenerative abilities, and their physical strength is superior to humans. Vampires wholeheartedly cultivate one of these two abilities. Once mastered, they become monsters capable of unleashing devastating power. But unfortunately, Bernardo seemed to have neglected both his blood magic and physical training. At this moment, the entire Colosseum was covered with Bernardo's blood. Looking at it this way, it seemed Ash and his team easily gained the upper hand. But the reality was not so. The vampire species possesses innately extreme regenerative abilities, so Ash had to think of a way to completely finish off the vampire. Damien, can you see his spirit core? Yes, Your Highness. That vampire seems to be composed entirely of blood. His spirit core isn't fixed, it forms and breaks apart repeatedly. This was the problem Ash faced at the current stage. In the game, battles with vampires generally happened after the mid-game. Players would usually first set up various artifacts that reduce healing abilities, and then use star silver weapons to cut them to pieces. But it's still too early in the game. Ash and the others didn't have artifacts to reduce healing abilities, and the star silver weapons hadn't been made yet. So Ash had to think of a method to eliminate the vampire using the various resources currently available. But just then, Ash noticed that Bernardo had been staring at him too intently for a while now. Very well, I'll take your blood. Saying that, Bernardo lunged fiercely at Ash. Among the main team members, Ash's level was the lowest, so naturally he became the enemy's first target again. Bernardo's wide-open mouth got closer and closer to Ash, his sharp fangs flashing menacingly. However, making such a big show of announcing, "I'm coming to suck your blood now," Ash's team members naturally wouldn't let him succeed. "How dare you attack, Senior, you bastard. I will absolutely not let you touch a single hair on my lord." Instantly, Lucas's silver sword pierced Bernardo's abdomen, and Evangeline's silver spear thrust into his back. When Ash saw this scene, a thought flashed through his mind. "Lucas, Evangeline, don't retrieve your weapons, and get away from him." The instant Ash gave the order, the two executed it immediately, making their subordinates retreat. "Haven't you understood after experiencing that just now? Did you really think this level of attack could deal a fatal wound to a vampire? Of course not, Junior." Hearing this, Junior laughed heartily. "I see what you're going for." The next second, blue lightning struck down, and the silver weapons combined with lightning magic corroded Bernardo's body from the inside out. At that moment, a light burst in Damien's eyes. "I can see it now." Damien immediately fired his crossbow, and the bolt pierced Bernardo's body, striking his spirit core. With that, Ash and his team succeeded in hunting a vampire for the first time. Although this vampire was very weak, Ash seemed to have gotten some clues. By using a combination of silver weapons and magic to reveal the spirit core, then having Damien pierce it, this became the basic tactic he developed for fighting the vampires. Although it wasn't realistic to use it on a large scale on the battlefield, as long as they continued to progress steadily like this, it would be fine. Just then, Jackal leaped down from the grandstand. "Well done, challengers. You have proven your worth. The worth to face me, Gladiator King Jackal." Gladiator King Jackal's level was 75. Making him the strongest enemy Ash and his team had encountered so far. This was the final battle of the 5th region, and the winning probability was cancelled. At first, Ash didn't understand why the winning probability disappeared, but it wasn't until he realized it was because all the goblins in the audience seats were dead. "This battle must be entirely mine, so I got rid of those useless spectators. It's been so long since I personally stepped onto the Colosseum. Show me your fighting spirit. Let me feel your strength." Ash knew very well that fighting Jackal now meant certain death. But even knowing this, Ash still came here because he had a way to neutralize Jackal's combat capability. "Jackal, Everblack has not forgotten you." Hearing this, Jackal's pupils violently contracted, and he froze in place. "What did you just say?" "I said Everblack didn't forget you." It turns out, Jackal's true identity was a special agent sent by the Everblack Empire decades ago. While exploring the dungeon, he was kidnapped by the Colosseum and sadly ended up living alone here for a long time. In the game, as long as you gave him Prince Ash's relic, Jackal would mistake Lucas for a royal and wouldn't harm them. At this moment, Jackal's entire body was trembling. "You say Everblack hasn't forgotten me? May I ask who you are?" "My name is Ash. Ash von Hyder Everblack, the 3rd Prince of the Everblack Empire." Seeing the black jade plaque in Ash's hand, Jackal dropped his dagger. "This is impossible. All these pointless years, I thought I had been completely forgotten. I thought the Empire forgot me, so I also tried hard to forget the Empire." "Jackal, even if you forgot the name Everblack, the Empire has never forgotten you. Even if one day the Empire really forgets you, I promise you, I, Ash, the 3rd Prince of the Empire, will forever remember you. Thank you so much. Also, the time I spent here wasn't a waste after all." Seeing Jackal with mixed feelings of grief and joy, Ash felt a bit guilty. But so what? He just needed to earnestly remember Jackal from now on. At that critical moment, Beta rushed out, completely destroying the arrow before it hit Alpha. Seeing this scene, Celendian laughed. "Alpha, what are you doing? You couldn't even block a single arrow. No, this arrow is somewhat different, my lord. How is it different? Alpha turned his gaze to the arrow on the ground. The silver arrow, glowing with red light, emitted an eerie gleam. It's not an ordinary silver arrow. This kind of arrow is very dangerous. Just as Alpha issued his warning, 3 arrows glowing red flew towards the vampires again. What's going on? Trying to attack us with arrows? Humans are really an inferior race. However, the 3 arrows easily passed through the vampires' bodies, leaving behind their expressions of bewilderment. I see. So they're not normal silver arrows. Could it be otherworldly silver? Yes, this is not just star silver. This arrow seems to have been combined with the devil's mistletoe through alchemy. They used that rare star silver and mistletoe to make these arrows? Impressive. I think they've prepared a lot to kill us, but this is not enough. But before Celendian could finish his words, 2 magic bullets emitting purple light flew over at extreme speed. The magic bullets precisely hit the 2 previously injured vampires, and the vampires just fell to the ground, forever unable to regenerate. Upon detecting the familiar magic power on the magic bullets, Celendian suddenly became serious. Right at this moment, Damien on the city wall fired the 3rd magic bullet. Just as the magic bullet was about to hit the last vampire, Celendian flew out from his throne and reached out to catch the magic bullet. His hand was continuously destroyed, and simultaneously continuously regenerating. The magic bullet was ultimately grabbed in Celendian's hand. This is Orlop's magic power, so that weapon was made from the essence of a Nightmare Legion commander. A weapon that can truly kill me. Looking at the blood on his palm, Celendian's face brimmed with joy. Using silver for strikes and magic for finishing touches was the basic tactic Ash formulated against the Blood Clan. In order to minimize subsequent losses, this had to be done by Damien alone. Well done, Damien. Rest and recover for a bit. Due to Celendian's intervention, they only took down 2 vampires, but Damien's current condition was no longer suitable for continued shooting. Then, my lord, we will pave the path to the top of their fort wall. Celendian smiled. I grant you permission. Go, Alpha, Beta. Yes, my lord. The 2 bowed slowly, completely ignoring the 2 vampires that had just died. They're coming. Slow them as much as possible. Hearing this, the soldiers continuously shot silver arrows from their hands. Beta charged toward the city wall at an extremely fast speed. The instant those arrows approached her, they were smashed to pieces by that massive axe. The soldiers' attacks were utterly useless. Beta smoothly arrived at the foot of the city wall, bent her knees slightly, and with a loud boom, Beta shot toward Crossroad like a cannonball. Just like that, this terrifying monster appeared above everyone's heads. Seeing the monster jump onto the city wall, humans finally revealed various expressions they had never shown before: confusion, astonishment, and deep-seated fear of death. At this moment, Beta revealed a blissful expression. If her neck were intact, she definitely would have mocked the humans in front of her to her heart's content. Although sucking blood and extracting bone marrow were also pleasures in ravaging humans, mocking humans plunged into terror, and watching the tears they shed while begging for their lives was also a great pleasure. Unfortunately, after Beta was decapitated in the distant past, she could no longer speak, but the war had just begun, and she still had plenty of time to devastate humans. So right now, the most important thing was to properly complete the mission. As the giant axe swung down, a terrifying sonic boom swept across the entire city wall, leaving a huge gap in the sturdy structure. It's an enemy attack. Brace for impact. This was clearly an attack aimed at the city wall, but countless soldiers were affected by the rubble. Meanwhile, Alpha quietly gazed at the gap in the wall. Beta, you did well. Now it's my turn. The corpses that had piled up at the foot of the city wall all gathered together, and cold frost slowly began freezing these corpses from the bottom. Almost in an instant, a road of ice and corpses was completed, going straight from the bottom of the city wall to the top. Crossroads city wall hadn't been breached, but the monsters were now standing right in front of them. In that instant, the soldiers stared blankly at Alpha. They were stupefied by what had just happened. All you fools, get out of the way. The king is coming. Looking at the path his subordinates had opened with their lives, Celendian looked particularly satisfied. So beautiful. Let's go up and have a look. Right at this moment, the city gates of Crossroads slowly opened. This sudden change made Celendian couldn't help but widen his eyes. A silhouette slowly walked out from the gate. That was the commander of Crossroad. Seeing this, the vampires were confused. Why did Ash open the gate in the middle of the battle? Ash glanced at Celendian not far away, then shouted loudly inside the gate, "Set the drinking table." The soldiers immediately carried a table out from the gate, with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses placed on it. After doing all this, the soldiers quickly hid inside the city. Ash calmly walked to the table and slowly pulled out a chair. "Come and sit." Vampire came. "Come have a drink with me," and we can talk. Celendian showed a look of astonishment. In his long life, this had never happened before. During the previous tactical briefing, Ash had clearly told the party members, "Using the tactic I prepared, I'll isolate and occupy Celendian. During that time, you all and the soldiers will annihilate the vampire army." And the stratagem Ash spoke of was a special setting in this game, the commander's meeting, which only applies in boss stages. Although in the game this was a guaranteed success setting, this was reality. Ash didn't know what its success rate was, so when Celendian looked at him, Ash appeared nonchalant on the surface, but inwardly, he was very scared. After a successful commanders meeting in the game, the commanders of both sides would be unable to participate in battle for 10 turns. It was also said that one could glean secrets about this world from this conversation, or the battle might undergo unexpected changes, but because the commander in the game was Lucas, Ash almost never used this command. However, the commander of Crossroad was now Ash. He was not a pure combat character. If he tied down Celendian, the benefits would expand infinitely. Through previous battles, Ash determined that one turn in the game was approximately 3 minutes in reality. This meant Celendian would be off the battlefield for 30 minutes. Celendian quietly scrutinized the wine glass in his hand. "Shall we have a toast? We're not that close. You were the one who invited me, and yet you're so cold." While the two poured wine, the remaining 5 vampires had already stepped onto that road of ice and corpses. "But I like it, watching it wither like a flower while drinking wine. It's quite the view." "I agree. Nothing makes alcohol taste as good as watching you monsters lose your lives. It seems you trust your army very much." "Of course. Why else would I be drinking alcohol here? Just wait. My subordinates can easily turn monsters like you into a puddle of blood." Meanwhile, on the city walls of Crossroad, Lucas issued his first order. "All forces retreat." Ash's original plan was for them to annihilate the vampires alongside the regular soldiers, but the premise was that the vampires had not mounted the city wall, because once the vampires mounted the wall, the number of soldiers became meaningless. Furthermore, if they had their blood sucked by the vampires, it would instead help those monsters recover their physical strength. So Ash changed this operation plan before leaving the city wall. "Withdraw all regular soldiers, leaving only a small-scale elite force to participate in the battle. We're sticking to the plan. Hero party to the front." But before the soldiers could fully retreat, that group of vampires had already arrived on top of the city wall. Quite a lot of people. It's been a long time since we had a feast like this. The humans in the Lake Kingdom lay on the ground like corpses, so they aren't delicious at all. This time, let's absorb fresh blood to our heart's content. "They're here. Run." The soldiers completely fell into panic. Lucas knew very well in his heart that as the commander here, he absolutely could not let those guys harm the regular soldiers, but he had no way to block all attacks. As the core combat forces of Crossroad, Lucas and Evangeline had to confront those two guys. Previously, Ash had conducted simulated training with them on methods to counter Alpha and Beta. Just as Lucas was hesitating, Dion's voice came from the side. "Sir Knight, leave it to us. Blocking ordinary vampires to stall for time is originally our task. We can do it, and we've trained hard for it." What Dion said was correct. This was indeed the plan Ash set from the very beginning. But now the situation had changed. The Dion mercenary group not only had to block the 5 vampires, but also had to protect the retreating regular soldiers. The task's difficulty thus multiplied. Lucas didn't know if handing this kind of thing over to the Dion mercenary group, which lacked combat experience, was really the right move. He couldn't help but wonder, if His Highness were here, what decision would he make? Lucas clenched his fists. The vampires were already standing on the city wall. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. "As the acting commander, I issue an order. Generally, act according to His Highness's tactical instructions." At this moment, Beta walked slowly towards the humans in front of her, dragging the axe behind her and leaving a long scratch on the city wall. Lucas frowned. "I will deal with that monster wearing the maid outfit." Alpha looked at everyone with a smile, bright red magic surging in his hands. "Evangeline, you stop that blood mage. Leave it to me. Godhand and Body Bag will support us. Jupiter, Junior, Damien, Old Girl, Skull, you are responsible for the main attacks. Act according to circumstances and choose the optimal target to attack at the right time. The rest, Old Hunters and Dion Mercenary Group, you are responsible for dealing with those ordinary vampires. However, don't push yourselves. This is different from the situation we had prepared for. They definitely intend to first eliminate the regular soldiers who are still evacuating. Everyone, protect the regular soldiers while they are still retreating. But remember, prioritize your own life. Vampires are extremely cunning and evil. Once they spot an opening, they will eliminate you first. Stop them as much as you can and respond accordingly. If we stop these guys, we'll win. Everyone, attack." Seeing the crowd charging at them, the 5 vampires also rushed forward with excited eyes. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, "Well then, Ash, shall we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" Isn't it obvious? Of course it's betting on who the victor on the city wall will be before this bottle of wine is empty. Ash frowned. Then what are our stakes? If you win, I'll spare your life and I will let you witness the world being destroyed until the very last moment. Ash fell silent. The meaning in Celendian's words was very simple. Even if his subordinates all died, he still had the confidence to destroy the entire world. What if you win? That can be decided slowly. We have time. Decide slowly? Then let's see how long you can maintain that nonchalant attitude. Celendian, my subordinates are very strong. They can not only kill all your subordinates but also have enough ability to kill you. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Blood slowly flowed out from one of the vampire's neck. Very weak. Dion was staring intently at the vampire in front of him, but his pupils were gradually dilating. In the next second, Dion's body collapsed, blood spraying all over the ground. As an ordinary and rank hero, this was already his limit. Doesn't look tasty either. What the vampire held in his hand was exactly Dion's head. All in-rank heroes knew one thing. If they wanted to prove themselves, there was only one chance. Although those high-rank heroes could get a chance to continue even if they failed, such a good thing would not happen to them. From the moment they were thrown onto the battlefield, they had to firmly grasp the opportunity that was both their first and their last. Their roles, their usefulness, the value of their existence, all had to be demonstrated. They had to prove to the whole world that they're more than just a shield. And doing this was merely to step out of the shadows and into the light, because everyone wants to be the center of attention. Everyone wants to be the protagonist. That dirty child who once hid in the shadows grew up, but his dream never changed. The innocence in the boy's eyes had vanished without a trace long ago. He believed he could seize the opportunity. He believed he too could become the center of attention. Time went back to when the battle had just started. They followed closely in Lucas' footsteps, charging towards the vampires. No matter what happens, we must fight while maintaining formation. If we separate, there's only a dead end for us. Prioritize the soldiers' retreat. Let's go. Dion and his mercenary group knew very well that each of them was a very insignificant existence, but as long as the five of them united, they could unleash a synergistic effect stronger than the sum of their individual strengths. They also believed they could stop the vampires. But just as Lucas said, those vampires were extremely cunning existences. From the very beginning, they didn't care about the defense line formed by the Dion mercenary group at all. The helpless screams of the regular soldiers rang out continuously, and blood sprayed everywhere. Fear gradually spread on the city wall. Although they were regular army troops who had experienced several battles, those experiences could not help them confront the vampires before them at all. The only thing they could do was to feel the blood in their bodies gradually draining away and lose their lives in panic. One shriveled corpse after another fell on the city wall, but these people fundamentally could not satisfy the five thirsty vampires. Still not enough. Who wants to be eaten next? Come here quickly. As the most combat-experienced soldiers here, the Twilight Legion volunteered to be the last to evacuate. I'll buy time. Everyone, hurry up and retreat. The commander of the Twilight Legion was a veteran among veterans who had been responsible for managing the regular soldiers since joining at Stage 2. He believed that relying on his years of experience fighting monsters, he could at least delay them for a bit. However, that experience was utterly useless in the face of absolute strength. What this veteran ultimately met was only an empty and tragic death. He couldn't buy even a single second of time, losing his life in vain just like that. Captain, these damn monsters. Now is not the time for that. Retreat. Please retreat now. Avenge our captain. Let's go. Damn it. I told you to retreat. Dion's desperate screams still failed to extinguish those veterans' resolve to fight. In fact, the veterans knew very well that launching an attack against this group of vampires offered no chance of winning at all. But seeing the captain they had followed their whole lives lose his life, and considering they were already old, even if they escaped and survived, they would be useless. Thus death became the price they paid. These veterans had soaked the city wall with monsters' blood for decades, and now they also soaked the city wall with their own blood, having witnessed the consecutive departures of companions who shared joys and sorrows until yesterday. The Dion mercenary group also gradually lost their cool. You damn monsters. No, Hessen, maintain the formation. Calm down. Come back quickly. Hessen had now reached level 25. He was much stronger than before, so he confidently believed that even if the opponent was a vampire, he could at least wound them once. But just as the silver sword was about to hit the vampire, Hessen's right arm lost sensation. When Hessen looked up in confusion, the vampires surrounded him as if they had been waiting. It wasn't until this moment that Hessen finally calmed down. I'm sorry. No. As the commander of the mercenary group, Dion could only watch helplessly as Hessen fell. The vampires were still engaging in their sick hobbies. They used magic to splash Hessen's blood at the feet of the Dion mercenary group. What was Hessen's dream again? It's only been a day since that talk. But why can't I remember? Did he say he wanted to save money for a shop? I think he did. Hessen, the vampire's trick worked. Asla couldn't bear it any longer. Calm down. We have to stay calm. Maintain formation. Your friend's blood is too greasy. I prefer lighter flavors. This only ruined my appetite, the vampire said, spitting out a mouthful of Hessen's blood onto the ground. Seeing this, Asla lost the last shred of reason in her heart. I will kill you bastards. Even though Dion tried his best to stop her, Asla still charged out. Dion couldn't care less anymore and was forced to issue an order. We can't lose another person. Let's attack together. We've been waiting for you to say that. These damn monsters. I will make you pay in blood. The tactic of Dion's squad from the very beginning was coordinated combat. The effect that 5 people could produce far exceeded that of 3. So when Asla charged out first, their ending was already preordained. Humans must get so exhausted, being so sensitive to the lives of their teammates. At this moment, the vampire lifted Asla's hair. You're quite desperate. It seems like you want to at least save this one. Here, let me give her back to you. Instantly, the vampire's hand pierced through Asla's abdomen. Asla, I'm sorry. Dion, it's my fault. Sorry for charging first. Sorry for pushing you to become a mercenary. Chasing success, only for it to end like this. It's my fault. Before Asla could finish speaking, the vampire viciously kicked her in the back. Covered in blood, Asla fell to the ground in front of Dion. Seeing this, Dion tightened his grip on his dagger. No, it's not your fault. We did nothing wrong. Was the dream just too big? Saving money to build a shop, preparing for a wedding, fulfilling filial duties to parents, and raising a younger brother. Are even these small, insignificant, and simple dreams a form of greed? No, that can't be. Dion actually never thought about becoming an eye-catching protagonist. He only hoped to escape the shadows and step into the light, even as a nameless supporting character. As humans, we should at least have the right to hold on to a dream. When he was a child, the starlight Dion looked up to in his dreary life was so dazzling. But ultimately, because it was too out of reach, Dion had no choice but to give up. So he turned his gaze to a light that was easier to touch, and like a moth to a flame, he threw himself towards that reachable firelight. Yet even this small flame seems to be the death of him. At this moment, the vampires were getting closer step by step. We are not moths to a flame. We are humans. Having dreams is absolutely not a wrong thing. Suddenly, Yennefer placed her hand on Dion. You're right, it's not wrong to dream. But young man, look at reality. The murderers who killed your friends are not dreams, but those monsters and your broken battle formation. The battle is not over yet. Your friends didn't die in vain. Look closely. 3 vampires have been stabbed with silver swords. If we can stab the remaining 2, we can leave the rest to the mages. Do you think you can finish the job? Dion nodded and replied, I will try. Show them. Don't let the name of Dion's mercenary group just be carved on the tombstones of those young people who died in battle. Kill them and leave behind battle merits. A mercenary speaks not through their own grave, but with how they face the enemy. In the next second, the vampires sneered and charged towards the 5 people in front of them. Yennefer immediately placed her hands on the ground, and blue magic power, accompanied by chilling air, rapidly spread. The 2 vampires who hadn't been attacked by silver swords were both mages, so Yennefer had to attract their attention. You actually dare to use magic in front of us? Let me show you what true magic is. The instant the blood magic appeared, the ice pillars were all destroyed. Although the human side only had Yennefer as 1 mage, the vampires had 2 mages. The moment the other vampire mage joined the battle, this contest between mages was already decided. As expected, a human mage cannot stand against the blood magic of 2 vampires. While Yennefer stalled the 2 vampire mages, the tanks of the old hunters also fell victim to the vampires. But precisely because of this, they bought time for Dion. In this battle plan, Dion was the true protagonist. By the time the 2 vampires noticed Dion, it was all too late. The speed of the dagger thrown by the level 27 rogue was no less than that of a bullet fired from an ordinary magic gun. The vampire who failed to react was instantly hit in the neck. That so-called toy the vampires had mocked completely caught them off guard. While the 2 were still stunned, Dion burst forward once again at extreme speed. Now, as long as he plunged the dagger into the last vampire, the mission would be complete. Perhaps because he looked down on this insignificant human in front of him, or perhaps to make him feel true despair, the vampire did not dodge. Dion successfully achieved his goal, but he suddenly realized that his vision was starting to blur. In the next second, Dion's body collapsed helplessly to the ground and blood sprayed out beside the vampire. Weak doesn't look tasty either. The vampire looked coldly at Dion's head in his hand and threw it away without caring. Hurry up and get rid of the rest, then go kill the people inside the city walls. Sounds good. I want to eat until I feel stuffed. Looking at the approaching vampires, Yennefer, whose limbs were torn apart by blood magic, suddenly began to laugh. Why are you laughing? Human, are you not afraid of death? Of course, I'm scared of death. But listen, you stinking mosquitoes, you guys should fear lightning as well. Right at this moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the clear sky, and bright lightning began to flash. Using Yenika's words, the vampires grew somewhat curious and looked up one after another. At the same time, accompanied by a terrifying roll of thunder and a beam of light, two figures slowly approached. This is why a mage's job is difficult. No matter how many of your comrades die, you can't step in until the time is right, because a mage is more precious than other soldiers who risk their lives to keep the front line. But for a mage, it is also a very terrible thing. I will assist you, Grandma. We're going full power. Keep up, Lily. Activate the magic multiplier. Targeting me. Activating it now. Once the magic multiplier artifact was activated, a soft blue light emerged on Jupiter's body. Hey, you leech bastards, let's see how strong and delicious you guys are. Amidst Jupiter's excited roar, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, accurately hitting the 5 vampires on the city wall. Jupiter's area of effect magic was originally difficult to hit precise targets, but when each vampire had a silver sword stuck in them, the result was different. Stop joking. Even if you stuck silver swords in us, with just this level of magic, before the vampire could finish speaking, the yellow lightning instantly turned blue, and the magic power within the lightning became even more violent. This was Jupiter's second skill, bleaching again. At this moment, the vampires no longer had the chance to talk tough. Under the effects of Junior and the magic multiplier device, the power of this strike even directly pierced through the city wall. The vampires lay on the ground wailing continuously, just blocking that terrifying lightning almost drained all the blood in their bodies. The spirit cores of these guys, which had been unstable just moments ago, materialized in this instant, and Damien did not miss this opportunity. Damien immediately fired 3 arrows, and the 3 vampires whose spirit cores were shattered died instantly without even having the chance to scream. Seeing this, the other 2 vampires seized the opportunity while Damien was catching his breath. Damn it, get out of his line of sight. But little did they know, there were 2 ghost-like figures that had been waiting for an opportunity. Old Girl and Skull of the Shadow Unit completely blocked the escape routes of the 2 vampires. In their hands, they held the magic guns Damien had lent them. You damn bugs, the Great King will soon. But before the vampires could finish speaking, their spirit cores were shattered. Woodpecker and Cerberus were the 2 easiest magic guns to wield. Even Old Girl and Skull could use them effortlessly. Confirmed, 5 vampire spirit cores destroyed. After confirming that all enemies were dead, Damien turned his head to check the casualties of the friendly forces, and the losses on our side are. But before Damien could finish speaking, Jupiter covered his eyes with her hand. Don't look over here, Damien, we still have more to do. Don't burden yourself with the death of our comrades. So rest your eyes, and join us on the other side of the battlefield. Damien gritted his teeth and nodded. Jupiter then walked towards the corpses of the soldiers and thought to herself, cleaning up the bodies and dealing with the guilt of your comrades is not your job. It's a job for old people like me. Grandma, come here. I'll help you harness your power. While assisting Jupiter in casting magic, Junior had grasped her grandmother's condition. You should leave too. Go with Damien. But Grandma, your body, the real monsters are over there, and the battle has just begun. And that battle needs you. Don't waste your magic power here. Hurry and go. Alright, Grandma, I'll see you later. After Damien and Junior left, Jupiter walked among the corpses of the soldiers. Yenik. Jupiter softly called out her comrade's name. Yenika's limbs had been torn apart by blood magic. It was impossible for her to survive. Don't look at me like that. When you summoned us, you already anticipated this outcome, didn't you, Jupiter? The 4 old hunters didn't come here greedy for the mercenary pay. They all had a deep-seated hatred for vampires. From the moment they stood on the city wall, they didn't plan on walking off it alive. It was nice to land a hit on those vampire bastards one last time before dying. However, it's unfortunate that these young fellows died. The victory this time should be credited to the Dion mercenary group. Everything could have been lost, but they sacrificed their lives to succeed. The honor of defeating these vampires belongs to them. What good is AMR? They're all gone. Their dreams and desires had all vanished. AMR holds no meaning. In Jupiter's view, the deaths of those young people in the Dion mercenary group didn't just represent the passing of those few individuals, but signified that more young people, as well as her own granddaughter, would eventually meet their end. Jupiter, how can you say such a thing? We are mercenaries. The honor we've earned by doing all this has meaning. Isn't it the life of moth-like mercenaries like us? To hope that there is meaning in the light we barely reach by burning our bodies? I hope they didn't die in vain, whether it's those young ones or us old folks. Our era, the era of old soldiers, is about to end soon. Next will be a new era pioneered by the young people. Yenika's voice grew softer and softer. I hope their future will be bright, blossom, young ones. Not long after finishing her words, Yenik passed away. Although Jupiter did not completely agree with Yenika's words, there was one sentence she deeply resonated with. That was, the era of old soldiers was about to end soon, and the battlefield in the future would be dominated by young people. Whether it be life or death, honor or loss, victory or defeat, it would all be experienced by the young people. There's not much time left for her to carry that heavy burden with them. Anyone who is breathing, get basic treatment from the healer, and return to battle immediately. We still have a long fight against the real monsters. At that moment, a fierce battle is taking place on the other side of the city wall. That is the decisive battle between two vampire generals and the most elite heroes of Crossroad. We old folks can't afford to be extra weight. Let's move quickly. After putting a cigar in Yennika's mouth, Jupiter led the old hunter group to join the battle again. The Dion mercenary group was completely wiped out. They couldn't withstand the brutality of the battle and broke under the pressure of actual combat. They lost formation and disobeyed their tactics, and the result of that was death. But thanks to the Dion mercenary group desperately planting silver swords into all the vampires, the mages were able to eliminate those vampires. Although they seized the opportunity and proved their value, they still died, and they could never, ever get a second chance again. Although Ash swore he would never forget their names, and although he had deeply engraved their appearances in his mind, no matter how well he remembered them, the Dion mercenary group would only remain carved upon those cold tombstones. Right at this moment, Celindian's voice sounded by Ash's ear. "What are you thinking about?" Ash snapped back to his senses. Celindian gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. "What will you accomplish by counting the number of subordinates you already lost, when the friends you really care about are going to die from now on? Time goes back to when the battle just started. Those were two battles sufficient to determine the fate of Crossroad. If even one person were defeated, all the plans Ash had made for Stage 5 would fall through." Alpha looked coldly at his opponent. "This is just rude. I, the right-hand man of the great lifeless king, Alpha, faced with just one mere knight." The one blocking Alpha was Evangeline. The heavy armor formed a sharp contrast with that petite body, which was even just an underage brat. "Is your team really that sure of people?" Evangeline simply raised the cavalry lance in her hand. "Do vampires fight with their tongues instead of their bodies? Stop showing your cowardice and make a move. I'll flatten you like the slices of toast Senior makes." Being mocked, Alpha remained very calm. He just gently opened his left hand, and bud-like red magic circles unfolded behind him. "You seem to be very talented, but it looks like you still haven't learned how to sense your opponent's capabilities." After saying this, Alpha stretched out his hand, and countless blood bullets shot towards Evangeline. This was magic capable of tearing even ancient heavy-armored knights to shreds. So Alpha concluded that the heavy-armored little girl before him also couldn't survive such an attack. But Evangeline's speed exceeded Alpha's expectations. In the blink of an eye, she broke through the encirclement of blood magic. Immediately after, Evangeline leaped up. "Considering how long you lived, it looks like you're the one who doesn't know how to sense your opponent's capabilities." Although Alpha dodged Evangeline's attack, he looked somewhat disheveled. Evangeline clicked her tongue. "I like that this armor is very sturdy, but it makes my swing slower." Golem armor decreases attack speed and movement speed, but because Evangeline possessed the unstoppable trait, only her attack speed decreased. However, Alpha, a battle-hardened veteran, easily noticed Evangeline's characteristics. Contrary to her appearance, the knight girl in front of him was actually very agile. The method to deal with agile knights was very simple. Just reduce the power of the blood magic, and increase the volume fired. This time, even more blood bullets flew towards Evangeline, and the speed was much, much faster than before. Alpha, as a battle-hardened vampire general, indeed showed extremely strong adaptability. However, there was one thing he absolutely couldn't have anticipated, which was Evangeline was not comparable to those knights he had fought before, so the tactics that had succeeded countless times in the past were not applicable to Evangeline. "If they're weaker, I can just block them." All the damage was stored by Evangeline using her first skill, Mosquito Old Man. "Your use of such cheap tricks is worthy of praise, but you misjudged," Evangeline said, and activated damage payback. In the next second, a loud boom echoed on the city wall. Dust filled the sky, enveloping this piece of the battlefield. Meanwhile, unlike Evangeline, the battlefield Lucas was in was exceptionally quiet. The two of them just stood in place, neither making the first move. They both judged that the one who struck first would be at a disadvantage, so they remained perfectly still. Beta couldn't accept that a mere lowly human was pretending to block her path, acting like a warrior evenly matched with herself. What Beta couldn't stand the most was Lucas's serious face. She couldn't wait to trample that serious face beneath her feet. Beta finally couldn't hold back. In the next second, the ground shattered violently, and Beta shot towards Lucas like a cannonball. Instantly, Beta arrived in front of Lucas, raising the giant axe high above her head. As the giant axe smashed down, large chunks of stone flew everywhere. The terrifying wind pressure kicked up clouds of dust. Looking at the smashed city wall in front of her, Beta was in disbelief. She was sure she had hit him, yet Lucas was standing quietly behind her. Beta looked behind her. The moment Beta turned her head, Lucas also slowly turned around. It was still that serious face, except there was a bit more contempt on it. In Lucas's eyes, Beta seemed to be just a bug. In that instant, Beta was completely enraged. She couldn't tolerate being looked down upon by a lowly human. She desperately charged at Lucas, wishing she could immediately gouge those blue eyes out of that serious face. However, Lucas's speed was simply too fast. He was like a feather, dancing in the wind caused by the giant axe. Beta didn't stop her attack. Instead, she borrowed the power swung by the giant axe and followed through the handle. She pushed off the ground hard, forcibly making the already swung giant axe chop towards Lucas again. But Lucas only tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. Too slow. Compared to your great king, you are really too slow. This level of strength won't be enough to train me. After saying this, Lucas activated the strike of will, chopping at Beta. Beta, who hadn't steadied her stance yet, could only forcibly block this attack, sliding several meters before completely dispersing the force. You couldn't have gone all out already, right? Strike of Will was the first skill Lucas obtained. Along the way, the number of monsters killed by this skill had already exceeded 100, and this was a stacking type skill that grew stronger with the number of monsters killed. So the power of this skill, which had grown alongside Lucas until now, was not inferior to the vampire general in front of him. Then you die. As the two terrifying powers clashed, this battlefield was also completely covered in dust. The scene returns to Evangeline's side. She looked at the tip of her cavalry lance somewhat in disbelief. What is this? What's going on? My body. It won't move. Alpha's figure slowly emerged from the blood mist. The most important thing in battle is layout. Young human, Alpha spoke while slowly walking towards Evangeline. Did you think I was randomly spraying blood bullets just now? How naive. Although I don't like sucking the blood of little brats, I very much enjoyed taking the lives of talented humans. At this moment, the armor was slowly peeling off due to the direct hits from the blood magic. In Evangeline's slender, fair neck became clearly visible. I will enjoy this properly, Alpha said, trying his best to tear open his mouth. The moment Alpha's sharp fangs touched Evangeline's neck, bright red blood splashed out. The scene returns to the battlefield where Lucas is. Lucas still held the upper hand in this exchange, but to Lucas' surprise, the star-silver longsword in his hand didn't budge at all. When the dust settled, Lucas understood the reason. The star-silver longsword was stuck in Beta's arm. Star-silver longsword was specifically designed to deal with the Blood Clan. They could reduce healing effects by 75%. But Beta's regeneration was so formidable that the star-silver longsword became trapped in her arm as her muscles tightly clamped around the blade. Beta opened her mouth slightly, and Lucas read her lips. Now, you can't dodge. While Lucas was still trying to pull out his sword, the axe in Beta's right hand sliced open Lucas' chest. Vampires treat the life essence seized from others as fuel, so all vampires have a fundamental weakness that cannot be solved. If they cannot replenish their blood on the battlefield, their strength will eventually be depleted. Therefore, vampires will do everything they can to suck blood, and this was exactly the point the people of Crossroad were going to exploit. At this moment, on Evangeline's side, blood slowly dripped down, but the one wailing was Vampire General Alpha. Evangeline's cavalry lance had pierced through Alpha's mouth. I'm sorry, but I've already heard about your combat pattern. Alpha's close-range fighting pattern involves shooting blood bullets and spreading blood. Just those blood bullets could shatter most opponents, and enemies who survived the barrage of blood bullets would be bound by the remaining blood from the explosions. After that, Alpha could safely absorb the blood of the trapped enemies. However, Evangeline possessed the unstoppable trait, so from the very beginning, she wasn't bound by the blood binds. It was all a bait set by Ash. How dare you try to touch the youthful neck of a 16-year-old? Only people I like are allowed to touch my neck. How could you know my fighting pattern? It's been hundreds of years since our army invaded human society. It was a fighting method the enemies never knew, even during the wars with ancient kingdoms. So Alpha was very curious. How did Evangeline know and prepare for it in advance? Well, our commander is frighteningly capable. He's very considerate and takes care of others in many ways, gives good late-night snacks, and even risks his life to save his subordinates, Evangeline said while rubbing her neck. While Evangeline was lost in thought, Alpha took the opportunity to pull his mouth off the cavalry lance. Because of the star-silver weapon, Alpha's wound was healing very slowly. You brat, you lowly human being, you guys are funny. You keep saying low humans, inferior humans, and such. But what does that make you guys? Who survive off of our blood? Hearing this, Alpha became so furious that veins bulged across his face. Shut up, you are just an ant. Accompanying Alpha's furious roar, two massive magic circles deployed beside him. Although his pride was hurt, Alpha was, after all, a 1,000-year veteran general. After the previous two clashes, he had already accurately grasped Evangeline's strength. Alpha had figured out what level Evangeline's defense capability was at. If it was an attack like this, even with excellent defensive skills, Evangeline would surely die. However, Alpha overlooked one point. That is humanity's technology, which has improved over the past few hundred years. Over time, humanity has developed and improved technology as much as they've lost ancient magic. Evangeline charged into the blood-colored whirlwind. Her armor was continuously stripped away. This golem armor combined all the Empire's current technologies in armor manufacturing. They would actively detach after absorbing enough damage, thereby minimizing damage to the greatest extent. At this moment, Evangeline smiled like a mischievous child. As expected, light armor suits me better. You lump of blood. Alpha roared and fired blood bullets again. Don't you look in the mirror, you're the lump of blood. Evangeline's emerald eyes flashed in the midst of the blood bullets, and the optimal movement route appeared before her eyes. That was the guidance given to her by the ancestors of Crossroad. Since you like to flaunt your seniority so much, I'll kindly tell you one thing. The brats of this era pack a punch. The scene returns to Lucas's battlefield. Beta hit Lucas's chest. However, Beta was a bit puzzled. Why did the giant axe in her hand feel no resistance? It turned out that Lucas's body turned into a phantom to dodge Evangeline's attack. This was the attribute attached to the phantom armor Lucas obtained in Stage 1. Although I practiced it many times before, this is still my first time using it in actual combat. Lucas knew very well that he couldn't rely solely on his equipment's abilities. To protect Ash, he had to make himself stronger. The last time I faced your king, I was completely powerless, but since that day, my colleagues have been utilizing their specialties to find ways to confront your great king. However, I have no specialty to exploit. If I encounter your great king again, I have no way to protect my lord. Beta charged over again with her axe, but Lucas was still slowly recalling. I pondered repeatedly for a long time about what I could do. I spent nights training and thinking about how I could change to protect my lord. After going through countless hardships, I finally found a way. Beta's giant axe chopped at Lucas with terrifying wind pressure, but Lucas easily blocked it with his sword. This is a past I am most unwilling to mention. I am not qualified to be my lord's personal bodyguard at all, but if I can protect my lord, I can give up being human. Lucas's blue eyes burned like animal eyes. Beta was frightened by Lucas's appearance. The terrifying power coming from the giant axe made her somewhat at a loss. With a loud boom, Beta was forcibly sent flying by Lucas's slash. She simply couldn't believe that a mere human could possess strength rivaling hers. Beta's hands kept trembling, and the blood slowly flowing from the web between her thumb and forefinger told her one thing. In this clash, the two were not evenly matched. Beta had already fallen to a disadvantage. At this moment, Lucas no longer had his previous calm demeanor. His body exuded a terrifying will to fight. Compared to Beta, the Lucas of this moment was more like a monster. In the growth process of the SSR rank main character Lucas McGregor, there was a hidden trait that all players tabooed: the beastification. This was originally the power Lucas was most unwilling to accept. But for this defensive battle, he actively embraced this power. The normally gentle golden retriever like Lucas vanished without a trace, replaced by a thirsty wolf. The sharp sword in his hand turned into his fangs, as if to tear everything in front of him to shreds. This is wrong. Something is wrong with this knight. To protect something precious, he threw away something even more precious. Fight with all your might, vampire. Lucas' voice revealed an endless will to fight. You'll be my test to see if I can fight your king. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, I'm done here. Mr. Lucas, how are things on your end? Lucas stood quietly before Beta's dismembered corpse, because the distance was too far. Evangeline also didn't know if he was injured. The heat radiating from behind him distorted everything around him like smoke. Evangeline realized Lucas had entered that state again. Is he okay? That skill looks a bit dangerous. However, the enemy this time was too strong, so Evangeline thought that as long as they could defeat the enemy, even if it was a bit dangerous, it didn't matter. Right at this moment, Alpha, who had clearly been killed, bizarrely floated up, the large hole in his chest completely filled. On the other side, Beta also shakily stood up. Her shattered body was glued together. Because they were vampire generals, even if their spirit cores were shattered, they still had one chance to resurrect his fallen bloods. Moreover, although they would lose their reason at this time, their various abilities would increase a lot. Before Lucas calmed down, Evangeline became the one giving orders. God hand, body bag. Please get ready, you two as well. I don't know why they have a second phase when they're not even boss monsters, but if we've come this far, we're basically done with them. Meanwhile, seeing that the battle on the city wall was coming to an end, Celendian suddenly spoke up. Do you have nightmares often, Ash? Celendian was still smiling calmly. Even though his subordinates were dying, he didn't care at all. Ash found this utterly disgusting, but his task was to do his utmost to stall for time until Celendian's subordinates were annihilated. So, he decided to pretend to listen seriously to what Celendian was saying. Nightmares? Is there anyone in this world who doesn't have them? Hearing Ash's answer, Celendian revealed a meaningful smile. When the two first met, Celendian was expressionless and aloof, but the closer he got to the battlefield, the more relaxed he became, as if he really likes war and death. Ash felt like that showed the true nature of these monsters, and that scared him a little. Nightmares reveal the deepest fear of a person. They visualize your greatest fear and show you. But think about it. What if the nightmare came out of your dreams and manifested, living as a living, breathing monster with a real body, crawling out from your subconsciousness? If that monster stood in front of you and stared at you, how would you feel? What nonsense are you babbling about? Nightmares are not purely dreams, but are connected to the deepest part of a heart. If you really have great ambitions and plan to eliminate us and save this world, you should carefully consider this question I've posed. Celendian gently placed a wine glass on the table. Now, young human, I'll ask you again. Do you have nightmares often? What do you fear the most? Celendian stared intently at Ash with those blood-red eyes. Ash unknowingly sank into deep thought. The thing he feared most was, I hope it's not too terrible. Whatever it is, if you look too deeply, it'll become a reality. Meanwhile, the battle on the city wall grew more and more intense. After becoming Fallen Bloods, Alpha acted like a relentless output machine until he squeezed out the last bit of energy in his body. His magic would not stop. At this moment, Evangeline simply couldn't find any chance to counterattack. God Hand, body bag, aren't you ready yet? I can't hold on much longer. God Hand ignored Evangeline's shouts. He was trying his best to mobilize the magic power in his body. Hurry up and do something. While Evangeline was distracted, a blood bullet flew straight towards her. Evangeline didn't even have a chance to react and was sent flying with a scream. Immediately after, a barrage of blood bullets rained down on her. The scene returns to Lucas' side. The current beta was even more aggressive than before, although Lucas, supported by his beastification, could still easily dodge all of Beta's attacks. The problem was that Lucas, in the beastification state, had difficulty controlling his desire to attack. After becoming Fallen Blood, Beta's speed was even faster than before, and all the slashes Lucas swung were dodged by her. After getting close to Lucas, Beta viciously kicked him. Fortunately, Lucas timely retracted his sword to block this attack. However, the moment Lucas looked up, Beta had already rushed in front of him with her axe. Lucas couldn't block this attack. With his stance still unsteady, he could only jump backward. But to his surprise, Beta actually used the inertia from her charge to use the axe as a pivot point and spin a half circle in the air. Lucas could no longer find any chance to escape. The phantom armor couldn't be used again today, either. He could only watch helplessly as Beta's kick landed on him. A terrifying force spread from Lucas' chest, and the armor that had accompanied Lucas in battle up to now was blasted to pieces. In the next second, Lucas was sent flying away, just as Evangeline propped herself up. She found Lucas, wearing tattered armor, lying behind her. At the same time, the two vampire generals who had turned into Fallen Bloods charged towards them again. Seeing this, Lucas immediately roared. Now, just as the two vampire generals were about to touch the two of them, a giant silver net descended from the sky. A hint of a smile appeared on Evangeline's serious face. Gosh, it's so hard to lure these monster bastards. You guys took so long. I almost died. Taking this much silver, or in transforming it into a net form on the spot, is much more exhausting than you can imagine. If they had made this giant silver net in advance, it definitely would have been discovered by the two battle-hardened vampire generals. This was a trap that could only be used after they turned into Fallen Bloods. However, since the skills Beta cultivated were all physical, those silver nets couldn't hold for long. But right at this moment, two crossbow bolts flew straight towards the two of them. The vampire generals now only possessed basic instincts, so the two arrows easily hit their bodies. Not long after the crossbow bolts hit, yellow lightning struck down from the sky, completely ending the lives of the two vampire generals. Just as Jupiter said, they were an indispensable fighting force. Only at this moment did Evangeline finally breathe a long sigh of relief. This way, we successfully stopped them from entering their next form, right? Alpha and Beta normally have a third phase. If half of their health is depleted in their Fallen Blood state, they combine, and they become a monster that uses both Beta's physical attacks and Alpha's magic attacks. But by following Ash's orders to restrain them with silver and kill them, they were able to avoid the third phase. Evangeline was somewhat curious. Why did Ash know these monsters' specific attack patterns? In Evangeline's eyes, this scene below the city wall felt so surreal. Seeing Ash sitting calmly, drinking and chatting with the Vampire King, the strongest monster they had encountered so far, felt very unreal. That monster clearly only needed to move a finger to easily kill him. Although Evangeline knew Ash did this because he was confident, that kind of courage had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. But looking back at the past, one could discover that Ash had always been like this. He seemed to lack the self-preservation instinct the humans should have. Is it because he is a calm commander, or does Ash harbor some secret? At this moment, Lucas took off his tattered armor and began to command everyone again. I know everyone is exhausted, but we should prepare for the last battle. This is the final fight. Meanwhile, the wine bottle was already empty, and so were their wine glasses. In this gamble between Ash and Celendian, Ash won. You even defeated Alpha and Beta. Well done, humans. Now shall we start the real war? Celendian said and stretched out his hand. An invisible force choked Ash's throat, lifting his body into the air. Let us join the stage as well. May I escort you, little sheep? What kind of escort is this? You lunatic. Ash struggled desperately, but Celendian didn't care about Ash's feelings at all. After a dizzying spin, Celendian had already brought Ash onto Crossroads City Wall. Ash was in disbelief, because Celendian's speed was simply too fast. Seeing Ash in the air, Lucas rushed over immediately. Celendian ignored the rushing Lucas. He just casually waved his hand, and Ash sailed over Lucas' head like a cannonball. Lucas' magic power currently couldn't allow him to use Step of Perseverance anymore. Fortunately, the place where Ash landed was not far from Old Girl and Damien. Although the two caught Ash, the terrifying force still made the three roll on the ground for a long time. Your manners are worse than your looks, Vampire King. Wasn't our meeting still ongoing? What's the point of a conversation between humans and monsters? It's all just pointless opinions. Isn't that what you thought as well? I've been patient for long enough. Now, can I eat? I'm so hungry I can barely stand it. The surrounding air began to tremble, and a suffocating bloody smell filled the entire city wall. The boss wave of Stage 5 began. There was only one enemy, the lifeless king, the Vampire King, Celendian. His bright red eyes radiated terrifying blood-red light. While watching your fights, I've been thinking about who among you poses the greatest threat, the sniper, or the mage, or those two knights. You all indeed have very outstanding potential. However, the biggest threat is you, Ash. Not only did you lead the battle up to this point, but you also maintained your sanity even after conversing with me alone. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary person was exposed to the evil aura radiating from a boss monster for a long time, they would go insane. But Ash's passive was the indomitable commander, so he was completely unaffected. You are very similar to the great humans I fought against a long time ago. I admit it. You are a danger to the path my king will take, so I shall take your life first. The instant Celendian finished speaking, a loud boom sounded, and Celendian rushed towards Ash at extreme speed. Unlike the first time they encountered Celendian, everyone reacted. The optimal battle route appeared. Evangeline attempted to block Celendian in advance. A strong red light burst from Celendian's fingertips. In the next second, his fingertips crashed heavily onto Evangeline's shield. Celendian frowned. You were able to react to my movement. It seems like you've grown a bit. You bastard. Did you think I only reacted? Evangeline kicked her right foot out fiercely. The dust just created a dispersive force instantly flew towards Celendian's eyes. Celendian hadn't experienced this kind of shameless fighting style, so Evangeline's plan succeeded. The moment Celendian closed his eyes, Evangeline's cavalry lance arrived. But even without vision, Celendian still dodged the tip of Evangeline's lance without any difficulty. You won't be able to dodge this. In an instant, Evangeline's cavalry lance emitted a white light. That was the damage return that had absorbed its fill of damage. Even though this was Evangeline's strongest attack at the current stage, it only made Celendian take a few steps back. Not bad. But if this is all you prepared, how will you be able to stop me? Celendian stretched out his palm, and a terrifying magic power instantly made Evangeline unable to stop retreating. In the direction he knocked Evangeline back was exactly towards Lucas, who was rushing with all his might. In the next moment, Lucas and Evangeline's bodies collided. But even the two strongest knights of Crossroad couldn't withstand this terrifying power. Celendian was the Vampire King, a monster who had completely mastered the vampire skill tree in both physical enhancement and magic. At this moment, the three archers stood in front of Ash, continuously shooting at Celendian. But those arrows didn't have any effect. The only way to kill Celendian was to make him unable to use his body and blood magic. Ash did have countermeasures, but right now, those things weren't ready yet. Everyone, get out of the way. Since shooting arrows couldn't buy time, Ash had to fight for even one more second using all his means. This was the Chimera origin summoning magic Ash obtained during his last exploration of the Colosseum. Since it was also a boss monster, Ash felt it could at least stall for a bit of time. This is a battlefield prepared solely for humans and me. Don't interfere, Mott. Celendian sprinkled the blood in his hand. This blood didn't seem to have any offensive properties, and the Chimera continued to charge forward. However, in the next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The Chimera's corpse instantly shattered. Ash knew the Chimera was no match for Celendian, But all this happened too fast. Before the Chimera's flesh and blood even fully fell, Celendian's figure blurred once more. He was less than a meter away from Ash. Celendian's figure continuously enlarged in Ash's pupils. "It's over, Ash." Just as Celendian was about to bite Ash's neck, someone suddenly rushed over. In the next instant, an arm appeared between the two. Ash looked at the owner of that arm in shock and fear. It was Old Girl. There was no expression on Old Girl's face. She seemed completely unaware of the consequences of her action. But the moment she locked eyes with Ash, Old Girl once again displayed that signature smile. At the same time, just like every time they said goodbye before, Old Girl waved her left hand. The sound of blood being sucked rang in Ash's ears. Almost in an instant, Old Girl turned into a mummified corpse, and Ash could only watch blankly as her body fell to the ground. Also witnessing this scene was Skull of the Shadow Unit. An elf's life is very long, but they only fall in love with one person in their entire life. In fact, Skull had fallen in love with Old Girl very early on, but until Old Girl died, Skull didn't have the chance to speak those words. The words hidden in the boy's heart finally turned into an angry roar. "Your opponent is me." Numbers of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps must always remain calm, but Skull completely cast this aside. "No, Skull, archers don't fight in close combat. What are you doing?" With just a wave of Celendian's right arm, Skull's body was torn to pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere. In just a few seconds, Celendian killed two elves right in front of Ash. Before the flying blood could even hit the ground, it was all sucked into Celendian's mouth. "So this is the taste of elves. Not bad for my first meal, but I think I have to eat you to satisfy my hunger, Ash." Just then, Celendian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at his body somewhat in disbelief. Lucas' body was radiating heat. He had entered the beastification state again, just like Lucas did to Vampire General Beta back then. Lucas used Strikeable to slice Celendian to pieces. Lying on the ground, Celendian looked at Lucas behind him. "What is that state? It's almost like you're not human, and you're similar to us. I almost feel a sense of kinship." A look of shock flashed across Ash's face. He hadn't expected Lucas to actually use that form, and what's more, he hadn't noticed it at all beforehand. "Because of that, I couldn't detect you, really, making me use one of my lives. You are truly remarkable. It's been a while since I came back from the dead." The number of lives Celendian currently had left was 153. While Celendian casually resurrected and reorganized himself, Ash and his team also reorganized their formation. Looking around, the corpses of many Crossroads soldiers lay on both sides of the battlefield, numbering roughly around 150. Ash couldn't help but clench his fists. For the sake of these people who died, he absolutely could not lose this battle. "Let me ask you one thing, Vampire King. Why are you reviving your subordinates? With the number of lives you have right now, it'd be possible. Sure, I could revive them, but it doesn't really make sense to. 153 of my subordinates, or 153 of me. The weight is different. I will fight alone. I will survive alone, and destroy the world on my own. I can just revive my subordinates afterward." "I see. That decision will be your downfall, Vampire King. Interesting. Are you that confident that you can kill me 153 times? Of course. Let me restate this before we fight again. Celendian, you are a liar." "Me? A liar? You have said many times yourself that you want to die, but that's just a flat-out lie, isn't it? You just want to enjoy the thrill of being close to death from a safe place. The truth is, you're a damn coward who fears death more than anyone else. Isn't that right? Accumulating hundreds of human lives, playing a game where you don't have to worry about death at all through cheating, yet you complain the game is boring and say you don't even want to play anymore. This behavior of yours is truly disgusting. You're pissing me off. A guy who sucks the blood of others to stay alive could not possibly truly want to die. The vampire race is inherently a selfish and self-serving existence, clinging to survival more than anyone else. That's exactly what you vampire bastards are, right? Yap all you want, human. What would a mortal know about the pain eternal life brings? Of course I don't know, and I have absolutely no interest in such things. But I know one thing very well. You're a piece of cake. Ash cast buffs on the three members of the main team as he spoke. Whether it's 150 times or 1,500 times, you'll die here, and you'll face the dead end you wished for. You can thank me in advance, Celendian. I don't know when your birthday is, but today, on your death day, I'll give you lots of presents. Ash led the three members of the main team to engage in battle with Celendian once again, but unfortunately, the battle ended very quickly. They couldn't even make Celendian lose a single life. Is this all you have to back up your big talk? If you have final moves, hurry up and use them. You have no friends to protect you now. My final move? Just wait 3 seconds. It's falling from the sky right now. I'm starting to get tired of your bluff. Ash, thanks for the meal. I will absorb your life and make you a part of me. Vampires will absorb their opponent's blood as much as possible during a battle, and this was exactly what Ash intended to exploit. In the moment Celendian lowered his guard, a massive silver stake fell from the sky. firmly pinning Celendian to the city wall. "Sorry for being late, Your Highness." While Ash and his team were fighting, God Hand and Body Bag retrieved all the silver from the city wall. After that, God Hand used that silver to craft the giant silver stake, while Body Bag was responsible for lifting the weapon into the air and dropping it at the right moment. Vampires only lower their guard in the moment before sucking blood, and Ash's team seized this rare opportunity, successfully trapping Celendian. This is the most classic method for dealing with you vampires. Piercing the chest with a stake feels pretty good, doesn't it? This move is indeed quite interesting. But so what? What will you do with a child's play like this? Ash knew very well that even the silver stake could only temporarily trap Celendian. But this was enough. You were right, these are just childish pranks, but it is all just a stall for time. Now, Junior, a massive torrent of magic swept across the entire city wall. A brilliant, gigantic magic circle appeared behind Junior. This magic was finally about to be completed. "We've waited long enough. Are you done yet?" "Almost there, Your Highness. Just 30 seconds more, and we can completely end that monster." The moment he saw that magic, Celendian froze. "Isn't that my magic?" This was the magic Celendian had previously used to attack Junior in the dungeon, and now the user of this magic had become Junior. "After being defeated by your magic that day, I studied it painstakingly for a long time in order to make it mine, and finally, I succeeded. I haven't registered this magic at the Continental Magic Association yet, but I will soon." "You lowly human, how dare you touch the Blood Clan's secret arts?" "You're right, it's plagiarism, but I have to say, you stinking mosquitoes, your magic is truly superb." Blood continuously poured out of Junior's mouth, but the smile on the young girl's face was exceptionally bright. The story of Junior's magic begins on the night before Stage 5 started. While Ash was still pondering tactics to deal with Celendian, Junior showed Ash her left hand. "Your Highness, do you know what this is?" "Although I said last time that I showed you all my abilities, I lied. I was actually hiding another layer, but I don't want to hide it anymore. Moreover, I have just mastered a skill capable of stopping the Vampire King, and I am mentally prepared. As long as I work together with Your Highness, even if the opponent is the Vampire Lord, we can completely eliminate him." "But Junior, are you really okay? If you use that kind of magic, you will." "It's alright, I've already made up my mind, but your grandmother will be sad." "Did I not tell you before? I have never considered that person as my grandmother." After deactivating the effect of Foxborough, Junior displayed her true stats. Actually, when Junior came to Crossroad, she had already reached level 45. To be able to achieve such results as a self-taught mage showed that Junior was a true genius. By the time they cleared the last dungeon, Junior's level had reached 50, and she eventually awakened her ultimate skill through the third-class advancement. Junior's ultimate skill, Elemental Deconstruction, could directly reduce the opponent's magic stat to negative. Ash had previously formulated a fairly complicated plan to eliminate Celendian, but when Junior came to Ash with this skill, everything became simple. However, what Junior was truly hiding was this. Her remaining time was not 3 years, but less than 1 year. In a year at most, Junior would die, and every time she cast magic, this number would decrease. But even so, Junior still told Ash and unhesitatingly used her ultimate skill, Vampire King. "You said you want to die, right? Just because you're immortal? Just because living is boring? Hey, I'm asking you a favor. Cut the bullshit. I want to live. I want to live in this world for one more day as much as possible, but if I just lie still in my room, waiting for death, what will change? So I've made up my mind. My life is short anyway, so I'll burn it until the last moment. Even if it means coughing up every last drop of blood in my body, I'll prove it. That the mage, Jupiter Jr., was here in this world, and that she lived a very short yet strong life. This is my proof." Characters who reach level 50, also known as Awakened, have a unique pattern that appears somewhere on their body, and their ultimate is unleashed from that pattern. But Celendian would not just sit and wait for death. Although he was temporarily unable to use his body, his blood magic was not sealed. As long as he glanced at the opponent, he could reduce the opponent's magic power value to 0. However, Junior's elemental deconstruction pushes the principles of inversion to their limits, so Celendian's magic simply couldn't exert any effect. Realizing this, Celendian instantly deployed several magic circles behind him. "Do you think I, Celendian, would be subdued by the magic I created myself?" Seeing the magic circles appear, Ash shouted immediately, "Stop him. Protect Junior with all possible means." Almost the instant Ash gave the order, the 2 knights were already standing in front of Junior. Even though their bodies were already covered in scars, they knew very well that a knight's duty is to protect. But in the face of absolute power, the 2 knights were quickly defeated. "It's not over yet." Celendian roared loudly and launched a second magic. To everyone's surprise, this time the magic circle appeared right beneath Ash's feet. "Your Highness, watch out." Damien rushed over immediately. Although the two were not directly hit by the magic in their current condition, they were no longer able to block the magic released by Celendian. Right at this moment, the hurried sound of a wheelchair rolling was heard, and the priests of the temple heavily smashed their shields onto the ground. It was the team of Lily and Margarita. Activate the anti-missile artifact immediately. May the blessing of light be upon you. Margarita also began to pray from the side. 3 giant magic shields enveloped them. They had already done everything they could, but unfortunately, these were not enough to block Celendian's magic. The shields shattered instantly, the thick shields turning into debris, and the priests of the temple were blasted in all directions. At the same time, Margarita also fell. The grace of light still failed to block the erosion of darkness. However, Celendian's magic still failed to harm Junior this time. After the thick blood mist dissipated, 2 clusters of flames appeared before everyone. It was Crossroads senior mage, Lily. She used her fire magic to block the final blood magic. But Lily was, after all, only an R-rank character. Even just blocking 1 blood magic spell still exhausted all her magic power. Junior had 10 seconds left to complete the magic, but now there was no one left to protect her. It's over. Celendian laughed loudly and extended his right hand again, but just as he was about to launch the magic, Celendian felt a familiar power. It was a group of people Celendian had long ignored, yet they had obtained ancient power. Damn monster, you should be very familiar with this, right? Moonsilver, purifying flames, and ancient magic inscriptions. We brought these specifically to eliminate you. Those are the weapons people used against vampires in ancient times. It was also the things the old hunter group, who hated vampires, had prepared from the very beginning. You cannot stop that magic. The threat these things posed to vampires was simply too great, so Celendian was forced to turn the magic in his hands towards the old hunters. The things the old hunters prepared ultimately failed to take effect, but they successfully stalled for time. There were only a few seconds left until Junior's magic was completed. Celendian had one last chance. In less than a second, dozens of blood-colored magic circles were drawn right in front of Junior's eyes. Give up, mage. Dozens of blood-colored bullets shot out, yet there was no one in front of Junior. There was no one left to protect her. At that critical moment, a streak of white hair danced again. The gold lovers chased things that shine, so Jupiter came running, because the shiniest object in this world was right here, right before her eyes. Don't put your dirty hands on my gold. To Junior's astonishment, a blue lightning bolt appeared in front of her, just like that day 15 years ago. A massive blue lightning bolt struck down from the sky, blocking the dozens of incoming blood-colored bullets. You don't remember your own name? On that day 15 years ago, this young girl who had burns on the left side of her body forgot her own name. Could it be because the trauma suffered that day was too great? Not just her name. She couldn't even remember things from the past. You should still have a name. What do you want me to call you? The girl stretched out her small hand and pointed at Jupiter. Do you want my name? My name is Jupiter. Do you want to be called that name too? Jupiter laughed loudly in front of the girl. Sure. My name will be passed down to the next generation. There's nothing better than that. Then starting today, you will be Jupiter Jr., and I will call you Junior. But why do you want my name? The girl revealed a brilliant smile, but did not answer. It was because she wanted to become someone like her. She wanted to become a great mage like Jupiter, but more importantly, she wanted to become someone like her. Someone who takes responsibility, who is brave enough to admit mistakes, who doesn't regret even one burden with guilt, and who strives to live. But the girl didn't say these thoughts out loud. She simply inherited that person's name, and quietly followed her lead. Time returns to the present. Although the lightning Jupiter unleashed with full force evaporated most of the blood bullets, it failed to block them all. The blood bullets flew straight toward Jupiter, but she did not flinch, instead silently opening her arms, because behind her stood the child who had inherited her name. Jupiter let out a roar, then gritted her teeth tightly. The blood bullets shattered Jupiter's armor and pierced through her body. Seeing Jupiter's blood splattered out, Junior froze in place. Shoot it, Junior! Jupiter shouted loudly, looking back, recovering her senses. Junior immediately swung her hand forward. Junior's ultimate skill, elemental deconstruction, activated. 2 halos flew out from Junior's hand, arriving straight above Celendian's head. The halos, like an angel's halo, shone with white light, and the bright aura fell over the entire area. The instant Junior successfully released this magic, just as Celendian said, everything was about to end. Impossible. This is impossible. Celendian was still roaring desperately, as Junior tightly clenched her left hand. Celendian's last hope also dissipated completely. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. A crack like a broken mirror appeared in the air. That invisible mirror shattered, and all magical elements around Celendian completely vanished. Unbelievable. Alluding to the secret art that I created, now, Celindian was powerless. He couldn't use any magic or skills during the continuous output of elemental deconstruction, and his body was still impaled by the silver stake. A vampire, who can't use either blood magic or physical strength, will be exterminated by humans. Everyone, raise your weapons. Starting now, we have to kill this bastard more than 150 times. It's time to repay the life you borrowed. You motherfucking bastard, give me back my subordinates' lives. Celindian had also experienced several life and death crises in the past, and had even been completely wiped out once, but this was his first time falling into such a helpless situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Margarita was doing her best to heal Jupiter. You can stop now, Saintus. The blood bullets destroyed Jupiter's magic channels, which were already burned due to the magic losing control. The remaining magic power in her body would soon destroy Jupiter's heart, and Margarita was powerless to help. It's okay, Junior. Junior knew very well that these were fatal wounds. Jupiter was beyond saving. What should be said at a time like this? Junior didn't know how to start. To be precise, she didn't know what she should call Jupiter right now. Just as Junior had once said, she never considered Jupiter as her grandmother. It was Jupiter who destroyed the village where Junior lived, and it was she who left scars on half of Junior's body that could never fade. It was also she who stopped Junior from studying magic, even though Junior's dream was to become a mage. But there was one thing Jupiter didn't know. On the day Junior first awakened magic, Junior had actually woken up. She heard the entire conversation between Jupiter and the priest. She saw Jupiter's guilt-ridden appearance, saw the other side of Jupiter, who normally acted like a hero, the weak side of that great mage, the person she admired and wanted to become so much. Yes, it was Jupiter who raised Junior. It was Jupiter who applied ointment for her every day. It was Jupiter who cooked dinner with her, accompanying her throughout her childhood. Jupiter would also read bedtime stories to her until Junior fell asleep. It was Jupiter who rushed into the burning village, rescued Junior, and then cried bitterly while holding her. Precisely because of this, Junior never considered Jupiter as her grandmother. Although the person Junior hated and detested the most was Jupiter, the person Junior loved the most and wanted to become the most was also her. Actually, Junior saw her as a mother. Junior finally mustered the courage and called out, "Mom, what did you call me?" "I called you Mom. What else could it be? From the very beginning, I've always wanted to call you Mom. Am I even worthy of being your mother? I haven't done anything for you. I've always taken from you. That's me. I've never done anything for you, and I've always taken from you." "No, Junior, that's not true." Jupiter gently stroked Junior's face. "Even if I combined all the happiness in my life, it's smaller than the happiness I felt after meeting you guys. All you did was suffer after taking us in." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Sometimes, even just the exchange of glances is enough to convey all emotions, and for them at this moment, it was just like that. "Can you help me out? I want to go out like a true mage." "Okay, Mom, do everything you want. Your Highness, may I strike the first blow?" "Of course." Dang Jupiter. Intermittent thunder resounded in the sky again. Jupiter was concentrating the little magic power left in her body. "Daughter, give me a cigarette. You're a smoker till the end." "Mom." Jupiter's lips moved slightly, enjoying the last cigarette of her life. "Hey, Vampire King, consider this an honor. This is the final lightning strike of Jupiter's life." A small, sharp lightning bolt pierced the sky, striking directly on top of Cylindrian's head. It wasn't the usual blue or yellow lightning, just an ordinary white lightning bolt. Although its power was less than a tenth of the usual, Cylindrian's magical defense had already dropped to negative. The last lightning bolt of Jupiter's life perfectly killed Cylindrian once. Jupiter let out a hearty laugh, her voice growing softer and softer. "Well, that was refreshing." Junior hurriedly laid Jupiter gently on the floor. "Live a long and happy life, Junior. That's all I wish as your mom. I will live like you." "Mom, that's my wish." "Brat, you shouldn't live like me. Actually, I got a cool daughter like you, so maybe it's alright." Jupiter's pupils slowly became cloudy. Everything around her gradually began to blur. The fiery red sky under the morning sun turned azure, just like the sea she and Junior had watched together that day. A breeze blew from somewhere, bringing the faint smell of the sea. The moment the surrounding sounds disappeared, the laughter of children reached Jupiter's ears. "I'm a bit sleepy." Jupiter slowly closed her eyes. "Sleep well, Mom. You will have a good dream today, not a nightmare." On that night 10 years ago, Jupiter had said this to Junior before leaving, and today, 10 years later, Junior whispered her final blessing by the ear of the departing Jupiter. Jupiter passed away peacefully as if falling asleep. The Lightning, who had been a soldier for 30 years and lived a mercenary life for 10 years, ended her unique and eventful years peacefully just like that. Ash decided not to disturb the mother and daughter who had just acknowledged each other. For Jupiter's self-sacrifice, Ash only had one way to repay. That was to completely eliminate this vampire in front of him. Now that he had no magical defense, People had countless ways to expose his spirit core. If he hadn't monopolized lives from the beginning, but had revived his subordinates and fought alongside them, then the one to ultimately fail would likely have been Ash. You've been worshipped as the Lord of the Legion and all, but you're not. You don't deserve the title of leader. You're just an immature brat who likes to play king on his own. How dare you, Ash? You think you understand me so well? Before Celendian could finish his words, 3 magic blades pierced through his spirit core. Guys, screw him up. The star silver longsword in Lucas' hand once again sliced Celendian into pieces. Evangeline used her cavalry lance to leave countless holes in Celendian's body. Damien just silently loaded crossbow bolts and pulled the trigger, repeating this process like a machine. Lily threw fireballs, then brought over 3 mana cannons and fired them one by one at a close range. She even activated a flamethrower artifact. Celendian's body shattered into pieces and kept coming back together repeatedly. The vice-captain of the Twilight Legion also stepped forward. Your Highness, may you give us a chance as well? The ordinary soldiers who had lost their companions also picked up their weapons and stepped forward one by one. You ants, how dare you disrespect me? There was no fear visible on the soldiers' faces. Those who fell were comrades in arms who had shared life and death with them, but the monster in front of them had taken their lives. This monster, who had been wasting the lives of others, happened to survive until the end. They tirelessly thrust silver swords into Celendian's body. Just like that, Celendian died again and again. When Celendian had been killed about 100 times, Ash noticed that the white halo above his head was disappearing. Our kill-happy time is coming to an end. Junior's magic is running out. But Your Highness, we still haven't killed all of his lives yet. Celendian smiled. Seems like this is it. Human. Still, it was a good try. Not many have pushed me this far, even in ancient times. What are you talking about? You idiot. I just said the magic was about to end. I didn't say there was no way to kill you. Now that the fun is over, it's time to have even more fun, right? Saying that, Ash activated the Eye of the Commander. Celendian, crawl like a dog. Since Celendian's magical defense was currently negative, the Eye of the Commander took effect. What? Celendian, king of all vampires, being controlled by a mere human? How is this possible? Lower your eyes. With a bang, Celendian's forehead slammed hard against the ground. Now, before Junior's elemental deconstruction ends, let me show you the new skill I acquired this time. Vampire King. Ash's skill, Be Mine, could turn one monster affected by the Commander's Eye into an ally once per stage. Celendian, Become Mine. This was originally a skill impossible to take effect on a boss monster, but Junior's elemental deconstruction changed all of this. A collar formed of magic power slowly appeared, then tightly strangled Celendian's neck. And so, Ash successfully turned Celendian into an ally. However, he could issue only one absolute command to him. What is this? Don't play games. Are you planning to make me your dog? Of course not. You are going to die. That's because the benefit I'll get from saving you is less than the amount of morale our soldiers will lose if you stay alive. I, Ash von Hyder Everblack, commander of the Imperial Southern Front, will sentence the Vampire King Celendian, who bowed down like a dog and surrendered in humiliation. Wait, I did not surrender. Shut up, Celendian. You will be executed. The moment Ash finished speaking, all the soldiers on the city wall began to cheer. Execute, execute. Ash turned to Celendian and said, End your own life, Celendian. All of them, including your last life. Please, stop, kill me with your own hands. Before Celendian finished his words, his hand had already crushed his own spirit core. I beg you, whether it's with a gun made from Orlob or the Nightmare Slayer, shoot my heart. Chopping my head off with a star silver weapon is fine too. Chop up my body mercilessly. Star silver weapons are worthy of that. Or even just silver weapons. Anything is good. Humans, just kill me with your own hands. Please, give me an honorable death. I am begging you. Ash, please, give me an honorable death. Honor my ass. You will die worthlessly, like the monster you are. As his number of lives continuously decreased, the panic on Celendian's face gradually disappeared. Every morning in my mansion in the depths of the Lake Kingdom, I tried to take my own life, but now I understand. That was just entertainment. I was able to do it because I knew it wouldn't kill me. It was just to remind myself that I'm alive. Maybe it was as you said, human. Maybe I just got bored with my long life and became numb to everything. So I was just looking for a new stimulus. Now facing true death, I am scared. But precisely because this sense of fear feels unfamiliar to me, I finally realize now that real death is looming before me. That at this moment, I'm truly alive. Thanks, human. No, thank you, Ash, for killing me. You keep bullshitting until the end. Go to hell, monster. Celendian crushed the spirit core in his hand again. This was already his very last life. Celendian sighed softly. It's finally over. As a thank you for killing me, I'll give you a piece of advice. The Nightmare King knows everything. He is a being of a higher dimension, so don't try too hard to fight him. It's all useless anyway. Ash still had many questions he wanted to ask, but Celendian no longer moved. The Vampire King, Celendian, commander of a legion of monsters, the boss monster of Stage 5, and the most formidable enemy Ash encountered so far, died just like that. In the next moment, Ash let out a deep sigh. Collect the corpses of your allies, prepare a list of the dead, and assess the damage to the city walls and artillery. Retrieve the magic stones from the enemy corpses and reap the loot. The war is over. Ash wanted to say we won, but he really couldn't bring himself to say it. Crossroad indeed won, but the price was simply too great. The ruined city walls were stained with blood, and the mutilated corpses of soldiers lay in every corner of the walls. Afterward, the soldiers began recovering their comrades' corpses. Ash slowly walked along the city wall. Beside Jupiter's corpse, Junior was panting and sobbing. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded in Ash's mind. "Welcome to the Crossroad branch of the Continental Mercenary Guild, Your Highness," overlooking the city from the hotel suite, with whiskey and cigars. What better luxury could a mercenary have than this? The hotel in Crossroad hadn't even started construction, yet this old person who wanted to be the second tenant had left Crossroad a step ahead. Burnout, Body Bag, and Godhand were wailing beside the corpses of Old Girl and Skull. "Is the third prince a good person? He seems like a good person. Snacks. He gave us late-night snacks. I hope he'll give us late-night snacks again." Ash still remembered that Old Girl would smile and wave every time she said goodbye to him. He somewhat forgot. Did he respond to Old Girl the last time she said goodbye to him? He didn't think so. "Please let us fight on the front line. We will show you that we can perform just as well." If I was going to hide in a corner and live a long, quiet life, I wouldn't have become a mercenary in the first place. The Dion mercenary group did it. They indeed didn't cower and eke out a living. But what was the cost of this? There are no more monsters coming from the south, so there's no need to maintain a firewall anymore. This old man who had fought side by side with the Margrave for many years finally followed in the Margrave's footsteps. "Your Highness is here, the best commander in the south, the man born to eradicate monsters." The familiar voices echoed in Ash's mind. Ash knew he couldn't, and must not, break down because he was the commander here. Casualties on the front line were unavoidable, both in the past and in the future. Even if everyone else cried, he had to be strong. When Ash walked into the tent, Lucas and the other two were already waiting inside. "What happened to the list of the dead?" "The list has just been completed, Your Highness." Ash took the thick stack of lists, but he found the handwriting before him too blurry. "Your Highness, it's just us here. You can relax." Hearing this, Ash felt drained of all strength, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. "You saved more. It's all my fault. If I had considered things more thoroughly, if I could have done a little better. You did your best, Your Highness. Everyone knows that, so please do not blame yourself too much." Ash just cried for a long time like this, and Damien, Evangeline, and Lucas also cried bitterly with Ash. 9 heroes, 146 soldiers. This was the number of people who died in action that day. Stage 5 clear. The stage reward has been delivered. Please check your inventory. The MVPs for this stage were Jupiter Jr. and Ash. Burnout and Ash gained 5 levels, while everyone else gained 3, except for Junior and Godhand. Every main party member, including Burnout of the Shadow Unit, suffered minor injuries. Free, Sentence, and Violet were left in critical condition. Meanwhile, the rest of the Dion mercenary group, along with Jupiter and Yennik of the Old Hunters, an Old Girl, and Skull of the Shadow Unit lost their lives. 4 days later, a grand funeral was held in the cemetery west of Crossroad. The monsters we fought this time were the Blood Clan, that is, the ghouls and vampires who covet our flesh and blood. They consumed the blood and flesh of others, stealing their lives to enjoy eternal life. In facing these terrifying monsters, our soldiers chose to fight bravely. They didn't fear losing their blood and flesh, nor did they flinch in the face of death. As a result, we were able to protect the city. Hearing this, the citizens began to applaud one after another. "Good work, thank you for your bravery, thank you for protecting us. Unlike those monsters, we humans cannot enjoy eternal life. Our lives are short. We bloom like flowers, but we wither like them too. This saddens me. However, despite the sadness, I am not envious of immortality. Humans who fight against evil, even when coughing up their own blood, are far more beautiful than monsters who flee from death and swallow the blood of others. That's what I believe." All the soldiers who died in this battle fought with honor. They faced their lives head-on without turning away. They fulfilled their duty to the best of their ability. You all should fight as well. Fight against life. Face it courageously. Live with all your might for the sake of those who are buried. Explore the world. Find your purpose. And succeed. That's what those who sacrificed their lives would want you to do. Ash slowly lowered his head. Let us observe a moment of silence for these brave souls who fought with everything they had and have now passed on. After a brief silence, Ash spoke again. "Now, I want to say to all the soldiers who participated in the frontline battle this time, do not feel guilty for being the ones who survived. Your comrades would not want you to think that way. Hearing these words, many soldiers' bodies began to tremble. Survivor's guilt is the most common burden for those who make it through battle. For the past few days, Ash hadn't had a good night's sleep either. Let's focus on what we must do together now that we've survived. It was a hard battle, but thank you for staying alive. Thank you, everyone. The funeral ended here. The crisp sound of gunshots gradually faded away, and the gathered citizens also slowly dispersed. Ash began to look for his team members in the cemetery. The first ones he found were the 3 members of the Shadow Unit. My condolences for Old Girl and Skull. Their real names were not engraved on their tombstones. Instead, their code names were used. This pained Ash to see this, but it's characteristic of the Shadow Unit to do so. Members of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps are not typically buried in graves. Upon death, their bodies are disposed of by any means, and all traces of them are erased from the world. But thanks to you, Your Highness, they were given proper graves like these. Even though it was their companion's funeral, the 3 remained expressionless, as if they had shed all their tears over the past 4 days. It felt as if they had forced themselves to stop grieving in that saddened Ash. Come to my manor this evening for dinner. We'll discuss the next defense strategy. Yes, Your Highness. See you tonight. Meanwhile, Evangeline once again put on that familiar outfit, and just like when she was little, her face was covered in tears and snot. It seems Evangeline's very upset. Well, Evangeline accompanied Dion's mercenary group to the dungeon as well. She must have gotten attached to them. Ash had previously asked Evangeline to act as a guide, taking the Dion mercenary group to the dungeon for free exploration. Although she initially hated them because she was forced out of bounds in the arena match, it seems she grew attached to them. I understand, Your Highness. I will see you at the dinner meeting. I will calm Evangeline down and bring her as well. Thank you, Lucas. Please bring Lily too. Ash took one last moment of silence for Dion's mercenary group, reciting their names in his heart once again before leaving. As priests, Damien and Margarita were doing the cleanup work after the funeral. After greeting the other priests, Ash called out to the 2. You want me to also attend tonight's meeting? Of course, Saintus. You must come, Your Highness. Should I bring those 3 as well? No, let them rest at the temple. The 3 tanks of the old hunters. Although they survived due to their strong vitality, they won't be able to fight again. Ash had already decided to let them retire. He'll support them even if he needs to use his own money. But no matter what, he absolutely would not let them participate in defensive battles again. The last person to notify was Junior. Although she was not in front of Jupiter's grave, Ash knew where she went. Meanwhile, inside the mercenary guild in Crossroads City, Junior walked into the room Jupiter had used when she was alive. There was nothing much to tidy up here. Jupiter's belongings were very little. 3 sets of old Imperial military uniforms, 1 coat, 2 pairs of boots, 2 pairs of gloves, 4 bottles of alcohol, and 5 boxes of cigarettes. This was all. Even for a wandering mercenary, it shouldn't just be these few things. As Junior said this, she saw a briefcase in the corner. Junior carefully opened the leather briefcase and took out the things inside. Those were the letters Junior sent to Jupiter. Most of the content in the letters said that the living expenses were not enough. The debts continuously increased due to the children's medical bills, and it was hard to hold on relying solely on the money Jupiter sent back. But at the end of every letter, it was written, I miss you. When will you come back? Come back quickly. However, as the letters became more recent, that last line gradually disappeared until there was nothing left but demands for more money. Junior wondered why she hadn't expressed her true feelings earlier. If she had, things could have been different. Just then, Junior noticed a small box. Inside were a century root and a letter that read, This is called century root. I got it from a dungeon. It's good for your health. Boil it and eat it. This was the century root Jupiter had bought herself from Moon Myung when they explored the second region. She bought it as a gift for her granddaughter, but she couldn't send it out with the letter, nor could she hand it to Junior personally, with the sender now gone. All that's left is an unsent letter like this. Isn't this the herb old people used to nourish their bodies? Did she held onto this just to give it to me? Really? What a silly old woman. At this moment, a knock came at the door. Junior, are you inside? Yes, Your Highness. Sorry, it seems I interrupted you. No, you came at the right time. After all, my mom probably wouldn't like me crying twice. Junior wore a brilliant smile on her face, but the corners of her eyes were slightly red. I came to tell you to come to the manor for a meeting tonight. You can look forward to it. There's going to be something very interesting that will happen at the meeting today. Something very fun and dynamic that will chase off all the sadness from our party. Junior frowned and asked carefully, something very fun and dynamic? After notifying all party members, Ash went to Ader's room. No, I'm not doing it. This is completely impossible. The enemies for Stage 6 are wyverns. For the current crossroad, they are not very difficult enemies. However, there are only 7 days left until Stage 6 begins. Wait, this is definitely abnormal. There should be at least 3 weeks between the boss stage and the stage after. Stage 6's Dark Event is fast-paced progression, which means Crossroad does not have much time to prepare. But the damage the city walls have currently sustained is not something that can be repaired in just a week. Under these circumstances, there is fundamentally no way to continue the game. Damn it, it hasn't even been that long since the boss stage, and now we have to deal with flying monsters? Don't mess with me. Is this intentionally making me fail? Are you not going to design the level properly? You crazy director bastard. Crazy game. I can't continue like this. I'm quitting this damn game. You won't really quit the game, right? The Lord I know is someone who would not give up easily under any circumstances. You must mean abandoning conventional strategies and using other methods, right? There was indeed a way to easily resolve the current situation, and that was to have reinforcements sent from the Empire's capital. Because even the ordinary soldiers in the Empire's standing army were very powerful, and the knights acting as commanders were also the most elite hero characters. If they were hired for the defensive battle, Ash would have time to seriously cultivate his heroes and soldiers. But the problem was that the royal family had been ignoring Ash's requests for help, so Ash could only force them to send troops over. What are you planning to do? Do you remember what I said during the last support request? If reinforcements are not sent this time either, I will let them witness the crazy behavior the youngest prince excels the most. That is indeed what you said at the time, and I wrote the letter exactly as you said. It is time to let them witness my crazy behavior. That as soon as the Imperial Palace finds out, they will be so happy that they will send the troops immediately. During this time, Ash had been acting the role of an honest and kind commander, but now it was time to change back to a scoundrel, a major event sufficient to compel the royal family to send elite troops to this remote borderland no matter what, and that was rebellion. What on earth are you talking about, Senior? I said rebellion. Evangeline, I'll say it again. I plan to do a rebellion. Starting today, the southern frontline fortress city of the Empire, Crossroad, will secede from the Empire and become an independent nation, and naturally, I will be the Emperor. Wait, Your Highness, I am not taking questions. You all just need to decide on one thing, whether you'll follow me or not, whether you're able to die with me or not. With this, the meeting room was covered in silence. I will give you 1 hour. Consider for yourselves whether you want to fight alongside me or leave. I'll see you all again in 1 hour. The party members scattered to various parts of the manor and began to think. There were those engaged in heated discussions about Ash's statement, some who were pacing in the courtyard deep in thought, and even 2 people who left the manor. And all of this was seen by Ash. It didn't take long before there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Your Highness. I came to ask you one thing. Is this rebellion a desperate measure to request reinforcements from the Imperial Palace? I understand your intention, but Your Highness, I'm sure you also know that the risk of this plan is very high. Uncle Lucas is right. His Majesty, the Emperor, will not forgive rebels. Senior knows this better than anyone. Even if the rebel is his own son, he'll definitely kill you. Not to mention, the 3 generations of everyone who participated in this rebellion will be killed. That means everyone in Crossroad will be hanged as punishment. Look at the war with the Bringer Dukedom. It was only a small problem, but the Emperor decided to step on the duchy that has maintained a good relationship with us for hundreds of years. He will definitely burn down this small town on the borders without leaving any trace. Please, Senior, there must be another way. We can't do a rebellion. I am His Highness Gun, and I have nowhere else to go. So naturally, I will swear absolute loyalty to you. But isn't rebellion a bit dangerous? Everyone will die. Junior poked her head out. We will definitely all lose our lives. Don't you know that? Hearing all this, Ash simply smiled, then said, I have heard all of your opinions. Everything you all said is valid and reasonable. However, I didn't declare a rebellion just because we need reinforcements. I will tell the real reason later on, in the meeting room, where everyone will gather. So, for now, stay calm, and think rationally as you wait. With 30 minutes left until the gathering time, Ash found the members of the Shadow Unit in the garden. We've already received a death sentence in the capital. Your Highness took us in and gave us a new name, so our lives are already yours. We will only be loyal to you, Your Highness. Even if you want to do a rebellion, we will follow you gladly. I am very well aware of your loyalty. Thank you. Let's meet again in 30 minutes. Between the 2 people who left the mansion, Margarita returned 10 minutes before the meeting time. Where did you go, Sanus? I went to the temple to pray to the goddess. I asked her to show me the path I should take. Did she give you a good answer? Have you made up your mind? From the moment I arrived in this city, I've made up my mind. My life is with Crossroad. Are you saying that you'll be with me in the rebellion? If that is the path Crossroad will take, thank you. Go to the meeting room. If Lily comes back, I'll bring her there. 10 minutes past the gathering time, Lily finally arrived at the manor. What are all these? What else could they be? Of course, these are the things I'll need to leave this city. Although I lost my legs while working in this city, I am still doing very well. Even though I almost lost my life several times, I can still persevere. However, I really can't do a rebellion. This is too much. Your Highness, I am already prepared to die on the front lines, but doing a rebellion is beyond my capabilities. At that moment, Lily suddenly recalled the time she had spent with the comrades who had fought beside her on the front lines. Wake up, Lily. Think rationally. Anyway, I'm just saying my last goodbyes, as we have spent a long time together. I'll be leaving now. Good luck with your rebellion. Even if you fail, please don't bring up my name. But before Lily could finish speaking, Ash pulled her hair. No, you can't run. Let me go. No, can you first listen to me, then decide again? You're doing a rebellion. Heavenly Emperor, I am innocent. After all team members arrived, Ash announced a shocking piece of news. That was just a lie. I have no intention to do a rebellion. Naturally, if I rebel, the Imperial Palace will send troops. But just as you said, although it might be possible to use them to block the monsters once, there might not be a future. I would probably be arrested and sentenced to death, and Crossroad would be burned to the ground. Then you must certainly wonder, why did I make such an unfunny rebellion declaration to everyone? That doesn't make any sense. That's because there is a spy in the city. There's an Imperial dog that's been reporting our every move to the capital. It was a show, done to catch the spy, and it seems like the dog has bitten my bait. Where is that spy? Right here. In this meeting room, that person is sitting between you all, with a calm expression. Do you know who that person is? The night before the start of Stage 5, Eater came to Ash's room. My lord, I think you should see this. The screen displayed the estate where the shadow unit was located. God Hand was standing there alone, doing who knows what. I have been using the remaining system resources to monitor the shadow unit. This is the footage captured today. The Aegis Counterintelligence Corps' 8th Squad was not only composed entirely of elves, but they were also all death row inmates sent from the capital. From the moment Ash brought them in, the original party members were anxious and completely distrusted them. So, just in case, Ash ordered Eater to monitor them, but these guys had always been very loyal. They not only gained everyone's trust by putting their lives on the line in battle, but also quickly integrated into this monster front line. Since then, they were no longer the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps' 8th Squad, but became the shadow unit under Ash's command. Because Ash also completely trusted them, he had even forgotten he had ordered Eater to monitor them. But now this was captured. It's risky to come here. If you keep doing this, the connection between us will be caught. Don't worry, everyone in the city is busy preparing for the battle tomorrow. They won't care about someone like me. The person talking to God Hand was none other than Maharita. Compared to this, I'm more interested in knowing what to do now. The mission I received from the headquarters was just to monitor the dynamics of this city. But now I'm about to stand on the front lines myself. Isn't spying inside the front lines the job of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps? The moment he heard this sentence, Ash understood. Both God Hand and Maharita were spies for the Imperial Palace. Did His Highness also request you to participate in the battle? Yes, he asked me to join as soon as possible. I came to treat patients, not fight with monsters. I'm going to contact headquarters right away. I can't do this. Don't worry, I will protect you. Really? Yes, if that's all I can do. The conversation between the two ended here. Bodybag's sudden appearance startled them, but God Hand still bought time for Maharita to leave. That is all. Your decision to keep an eye on them was correct, my lord. The shadow unit was so loyal. Even I believed in them. Enough with the shadow unit. What about Maharita? Show me the records after that. After Maharita left, I kept an eye on her continuously, but she just prayed in the temple and did nothing else. She said she'd contact headquarters herself, and then does nothing but pray. Ader, can you keep an eye on Maharita as well? The system resources are limited, so I can only keep an eye on one side at a time. Then just watch Maharita from now on. I'll have to bait Maharita soon. What is my lord planning to do? I'll leak false information that will shock Maharita into contacting headquarters immediately. Then we'll find out how Maharita contacts headquarters, and who exactly headquarters is. Time returns to the present. God Hand and Maharita were tied up under Ash's orders. Looking back, you two have always been suspicious from the start. Back then, your arms weren't really cut off, right? Because you had already lost your arms before coming here, which is why your codename was God Hand. The arm you lost that day, and the arm that got amputated, were both metal prosthetics. To help you gain our trust, Maharita pretended you made a huge sacrifice. Isn't that right? Once she heard these words, Lily's face turned exceptionally pale. Is what His Highness said true, God Hand? But that day, to save me, it is a fact that I was injured by the gargoyle that day and needed my arms amputated. But what His Highness said is mostly correct. I indeed pretended to be severely injured to deceive everyone in order to gain the trust of the front line. However, Miss Lily, the words I said to you that night were true. Lily did not speak again, silently pushing her wheelchair out of the meeting hall. This girl who had been deceived by elves once before was deceived by elves once again. With a loud thud, God's hand completely froze. He stared at the place where Lily had disappeared and fell into silence. It doesn't matter to me that any of you are spies of the Imperial Court. It's weirder to have no spies in the first place, as long as you're loyal to me and put your life on the line in battle. I don't care whether you tell the higher-ups what's going on here, but you shouldn't have gotten caught. At this point, how can anyone on this front line trust you, instead of a comrade who fights monsters with us? Anyone could just be a spy with ulterior motives. Your Highness, when I was sent here, I indeed received secret orders, but none of my subordinates know about this matter. More importantly, I have already decided to sacrifice my life on this front line. My loyalty is true, so please believe me, Your Highness. Enough, God Hand. I'll hear your story later. We first have to hear the Saintess's story. After I announced the rebellion and gave you time to consider, you immediately ran back to the temple, not even noticing my subordinate was monitoring you. I had always been curious about how you contacted the higher-ups, and when I saw that kind of communication method, I was truly astonished. Prince Ash has announced a rebellion. I repeat, Prince Ash has announced a rebellion. A crackle of static sounded, and an echo came from the goddess statue. Rebellion, say it again clearly. His Highness, Prince Ash has announced a rebellion. Is that true? This is a serious matter. There must not be an ounce of misinformation. It's true. I immediately came after hearing it with my own 2 ears. You said Prince Ash told you to gather again in an hour. Then, after joining Prince Ash, continue to spy on him. See if he's really planning a rebellion, and if he is, see how he's going to do it. Observe everything and report back. But this is already beyond the scope of my mission. I am only here as a healing saintess. Stop whining. This is all for the goddess and the emperor. I'll be waiting for your report. Contact me before midnight today. I never expected there to be a magic device capable of long-distance communication, not to mention that it was in the form of a goddess statue. That's how we couldn't know whether you were praying devotedly to the goddess statue or leaking information to the higher-ups. Maharita, I do not doubt your faith, nor do I doubt your care for your patients, or your nobility in carrying out medical work in a remote place like this. But you are a dog of the Imperial Court, a spy, and you hid that from me. I am the son of the Emperor, the commander of the Southern Front, Lord of the city, and yet you tricked me. Shouldn't you pay the price? Maharita slowly opened her mouth. Are you going to kill me? I could indeed kill you, hang you for the crime of insulting a member of the Imperial family, but I won't. Really? Is that true? Yes. I want you to continue to look after the wounded on this battlefront, with all your heart, just like you've done until now. All I ask is for a little cooperation. For this city, for your temple, and ultimately for humankind. Work with me a little. You'll do that, right? Maharita looked at Ash with trembling eyes, and spoke with difficulty. What would you like me to do? Not long after, Maharita returned before the goddess statue to report again. The rebellion was a lie. It was a trap by His Highness Prince Ash to expose spies like me. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying that you got caught by Prince Ash? Yes, I have been caught. I'm sorry. Just then, someone spoke from behind Maharita. She's exactly right. Friend behind the statue. Wow, making a saintess do something like this. You guys are rotten. At this moment, the goddess statue fell silent. Hey, I know you're listening. You're not ignoring the prince, are you? I'll cut to the chase. Call the person in charge. You can't do it. Then should I guess who's in charge? Someone who has deep connection with the goddess religion to the point where he uses the priests as his chess pieces, and has connections to the dark side, enough to oversee spies within the empire. Not to mention someone who can build this magic communication structure and can afford enormous usage fees. Who else could it be? Of course, it can only be our empire's Minister of Administrative Affairs, my dear second brother, Fernandez Amber Kiefer Everblack. I command in the name of the third prince, Ash von Hyder Everblack. Call my brother now. After Ash said Fernandez's name, the temple fell into dead silence. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a crackle of static sounded. Can you hear me? From Central to Southern Front, stable connection, awaiting response. Although it was the first time hearing this voice, Ash guessed it was Fernandez. I finally get to speak directly with this bastard. I've never met him before, but let's act friendly. Hello, bro. It's been a long time. It's me, Ash. How long has it been since I've heard your voice? This is great. It must be nice to hear my voice as well, right? Magical communication carries the risk of being wiretapped. Please replace names with code names. Wiretapping my ass. Who the fuck is going to eavesdrop on communication in the form of a goddess statue? You just put this here to keep an eye on the region. Don't be so troublesome. Speak freely, Mr. Central. Fernandez sighed deeply. It's been a while, Ash, so you've managed to sniff us out. This is the first time we've been caught so clearly. As the leader of the dark side, this is incredibly embarrassing. Hearing this, Ash laughed out loud. But I'm really happy to get to talk to you like this. Let's communicate often. Are you eating well? Is that annoying face of yours still healthy and shiny? Fernandez was a character who only appeared in the game settings. Although he had never seen his face before, Ash still tried his best to say whatever the third prince might say. Do you know how much it costs to use magical communication for a single second, Ash? It's not meant to be used for casual purposes like this. Cost? I don't know. I only know that I don't have to pay for it. Enough of that and say what you want. We're busy here. You planted a spy here and got caught, and yet you don't even sound sorry. Why should I feel sorry? This is for the sake of the royal family and the peace of the empire. It's only natural to become thick-skinned in a position like this. Aren't you the same, younger brother? How shameless, brother. Well, fine. I'll cut to the chase. Send reinforcements within this week, or else the southern front will be destroyed and the monsters will begin their invasion of the mainland of the empire. Did you mention rebellion just to get reinforcements? Younger brother, you really are a dramatic commander. Well, someone kept denying my requests for reinforcements, so I had no choice but to get this dramatic. We're really struggling down here. If you could just send over some soldiers from there. It's difficult to send reinforcements because we're still at war with the Bringer Dukedom. Didn't you burn down the entire territory and capture the capital? Isn't it all over now? We have to get rid of every last drop of the dragon's blood in the Bringer Dukedom to guarantee the welfare of the empire. That is what Father has decided. The bigger danger to the empire lies in the west. I hope you understand. Ash, since that's the case, then I have no choice but to use other methods. After all, if even the ever-black empire, which took over half the countries in the world, says it cannot send troops to support, what else can I do? I can only request support from the remaining half of the unconquered countries. The other half, could you be thinking of? Yes, I am going to gather all the remnants of defeated armies from the countries destroyed by our empire to the southern front line. Also, what a surprise, the Bringer Dukedom is just 3 days away by foot from this southern front. To the people there who lost their capital and are fighting a difficult battle, someone with money and military power might coincidentally provide them with a comfortable resting place. Who knows? Ash is certainly not rebel, but he would destroy the project the royal family had painstakingly built over many years. That is, the plan to annihilate the Bringer Dukedom, compared to a rebellion that could be quelled by suppression. This outcome is a much more painful loss to the royal family. Ash, are you really going to go this far? If I'm going to die anyway, why shouldn't I? You're trying to find the queen, right? I know everything, brother. I know that the dragon lady escaped from the fallen capital, and you have cast an inescapable net searching for her. Just as Ash said, the current Duke of Bringer, the descendant of the last fire dragon, had safely escaped the capital with the knights under her command. How did you know that? Fernandez's tone remained flat. The reason Ash knew this was very simple, because the first important choice in the game is whether to be an ally with the queen or not. Although one could recruit fallen royalty in powerful squads, this choice would affect the late game direction. But since the capital wouldn't send reinforcements, Ash had no choice but to do this. Refugees and soldiers, their rulers, and their knights who lost their country to the empire and continue to wander around without a home. Those people don't make up a small number on the continent, brother. I will bring all those people to the southern front. The youngest prince kicked out by the capital gathered people who hate the empire together. Just thinking about such a scene is spectacular. Are you crazy, Ash? That's basically an act of treason. No, it's completely different. Ash knew it might look that way, but strictly speaking, it was not treason, because Ash's purpose in gathering them was to fight monsters, not the empire. The imperial court not sending reinforcements here can be seen as you surrendering your right to control. Also, this is just us choosing to join hands with the people around us for survival in the face of disaster. That's completely unreasonable. Ash, if you want me to say something reasonable, you should have put me in a reasonable situation. If you want people to be loyal to a country, the country should uphold at least the most basic morality, right? A country isn't even willing to protect us. And now that we're fighting for our lives, it's treason? Enough with the bullshit. Make your decision, brother. Either you open the way for the Queen of the Dukedom to escape to the south, or send a handful of reinforcements to the southern front. I advise you to make the wisest choice. Don't end up losing both the south and the west at the same time. After a brief silence, Fernandez asked, how many reinforcements do you need? There are approximately 700 wyverns invading this time. We'll need to be able to defeat those monsters easily. For how long do you need the reinforcements? For the next 5 defensive battles. Okay, fine. Are you satisfied, Ash? It would have been better if you had just sent them earlier, but at least you're sending them now, so I'm satisfied. However, Ash, you will have to pay the price for your arrogant words. Although it was to request reinforcements, you said too many things you shouldn't have said as a prince. Let's talk face to face soon, younger brother. Ending connection. I bid your luck, Southern Front. After Fernandez finished speaking, the communication was cut off. He was actually in such a hurry. It seems the cost was indeed not small. Ash also did not hesitate, immediately using the magic blade to shatter the goddess statue in front of him. Seeing this, Maharita could hardly believe her eyes. "Lucas, do you believe in the goddess?" "I consider myself to be quite faithful, Your Highness. And if I told you to investigate every single goddess statue and any other religious symbol in this temple, and told you to destroy them if needed, would you hate me?" "No, of course not. To me, there is nothing higher than Your Highness's command." "Thank you, Lucas. I'll give you 3 days to search thoroughly for anything else that's hidden in this temple." "Maharita, you'll cooperate as well, right?" Hearing this, Maharita nodded and replied, "I shall do as Your Highness commands. I'm sure the goddess would be much more pleased if you prayed to the thin air with a sincere heart rather than plotting something through a device that resembles her." With this, the matters of the reinforcements and the Saintess were settled. Next, it was the Shadow Unit's turn. The Shadow Unit had indeed made great contributions to Crossroad, but their betrayal was equally impossible to ignore. As the commander of the southern front line, Ash did not hesitate and immediately took out his baton. The moment Ash channeled his magic power, 3 magic blades shot toward the 3 of them. But in the next second, the blades merely cut the ropes binding the Shadow Unit. The sudden turn of events left the Shadow Unit completely bewildered. "I am not judging you based on where you come from or even the secrets you hold inside. I am judging you on the actions you've shown me." The Shadow Unit had always been risking their lives to follow Ash's commands. An old girl and Skull even lost their lives to protect Ash. Ash could not forget old girl smiling and waving at him before she died. Nor could he forget the courage Skull had when he pulled out his dagger and charged at the Vampire King. Those were actions coming from the bottom of their hearts. Precisely because of this, Ash was willing to trust the Shadow Unit, and only by doing so could he make the Shadow Unit completely be on his side. "Tell me everything, God Hand. What was the secret mission you received from the higher-ups?" The secret mission given to God Hand was nothing extraordinary, just to integrate into the southern front line, observe the dynamics here, report suspicious points, and to meticulously investigate in conjunction with the Saintess. There was one last order. Well, it was an order I couldn't understand either. The higher-ups told me to closely observe the Lord's adjutant, Ader. Ash was somewhat curious. Why wasn't it himself, but the adjutant here? Could it be that the people above knew Ader had some connection with the system of this world? Do you know who gave the order? It was the second prince, Fernandez. The moment he learned of this news, Ash knew it was necessary for him to have a good chat with that dear second brother of his. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you this earlier. I am deeply very sorry, Your Highness. If you're sorry, then show it with your actions. You will become a double spy from now on. Use your connections to contact Central. Tell them you haven't been caught yet. Then report everything Central tells you to me, and deceive them as I tell you to. Can you do that?" "I shall do it, in the honor of my kind." This was not an easy task. After all, that was the Dark Division directly governed by the Imperial Royal Family, and moreover, an intelligence unit personally commanded by the Minister of Administration. Since Maharita had already been exposed, he would definitely doubt the intelligence network on Godhand's side. Going forward, Godhand would certainly be continuously investigated by both the royal family and the frontline here to see if he was a traitor. In addition to this, Ash also asked for a lot of intelligence regarding the Aegis Special Corps intelligence system, as well as information about the Central. As if wanting to prove his complete loyalty, Godhand told Ash everything he knew, and even things Ash didn't ask about. "Good. And one last thing. There's something else I need you guys to do. Only you 3 can do it, but all of you will need to risk your lives." After giving instructions to the Shadow Unit, Ash called over the other team members. "I know everyone is probably troubled from all the sudden things that happened today. Let me tell you the results first." Ash told everyone about the Imperial capital sending reinforcements, and his decision to forgive the 2. Although they indeed deceived us, they were only acting on orders. I won't ask you guys to trust them immediately. Stay alert, and keep an eye on them. They'll have to prove that they can be our comrades again. However, the team members still did not answer. I know this was a downer, but let's do what we need to do. There was only 1 week left before the next defense battle would begin. Although Ash believed that under his threat, Fernandez couldn't possibly not send reinforcements. Just in case, Ash still had to prepare well to cope with the defensive battle. "There is one more thing. Tell me one piece of equipment each of you wants. I'll make it for you all." The moment they heard this, the 4 members of the main party all revealed expectant eyes. As much as they lost in Stage 5, they also gained a lot. Afterward, Ash went to the base camp. "You little brat, I thought you all died. I wasn't hearing any news. Sorry, things were so crazy and exhausting that it took me a while to come here. You damned rascal, you should think about the people worrying for you. Is it that hard to find time to report to me that you're safe? Okay, next time, I will contact you right away. But I brought you a gift this time. What did you bring that's making you so smug right now?" Upon seeing the coffin in front of him, Calibe completely froze. Could this be? Ash smiled and looked at Calibe. "I kept my promise. You're sure this bastard is dead, right? Rest assured, he is dead as can be. Caliban carefully lifted the lid. Seeing this vampire bastard lying in a coffin, I can't tell whether he's dead or just sleeping. After looking at it for a few glances, Caliban lifted the coffin containing Celindian. What are you going to do with it? There's nothing to do. It's not like I have a creepy hobby of playing with corpses, and there aren't any useful ingredients you can harvest from a vampire's body. I'll burn it. After doing that, Caliban placed the coffin at the mouth of the furnace. In order to completely burn Celindian's corpse, Caliban sprinkled some silver powder. After doing all this, Caliban pushed the coffin into the furnace. Afterward, he quietly watched the flames in front of him. Look, brothers, the damned vampire king who took your lives is finally dead. Now be free from his curse, relax, and fly far, far away. In the next second, Ash suddenly asked, "Are you crying? Because it's hot. You brat, you don't know how hot this fire is. Stop bullying the elderly. Show me the new items you got this time. Let's take a look." After Ash took out the manticores, even Caliban couldn't help but gasp, "Monster bastards. After hundreds of years of existence, they've spewed out incredible manticores. This one should be Celindian's manicore. We should be able to make a Nightmare Slayer using this." Ash suddenly remembered the name Nightmare Slayer, which Celindian had also mentioned once before. What exactly is the Nightmare Slayer? What do you call a weapon or a person who has slain a dragon? Ash hesitatingly replied, "A dragon slayer, correct. Then, if you change it from a dragon to a nightmare army commander, it would be called Nightmare Slayer. These weapons all possess powerful might, different from other equipment." Ash had indeed used this type of weapon in the game before entering this world, but it was just a boss weapon slightly better than ordinary equipment, lacking a title like Nightmare Slayer. However, if at the current stage they could gain another weapon comparable to the Black Queen, its help for subsequent defensive battles would be infinitely huge. I have to remind you one thing. These Nightmare Slayers also contain darkness matching their power. What does that mean? You actually don't know? During this time, has that sniper kid been using it without knowing? The more you kill something with the Nightmare Slayer, the more the nightmare sleeping within the weapon will gradually awaken. What happens when it awakens? Well, that's up to the nightmare. It could allow the user to access its power, or it could swallow the user whole. Hearing this, Ash completely fell into silence. He hurriedly opened the system window and started checking Damien's equipment information. At that time, Ash thought these were just additional options, but he didn't expect those question marks to mean something. If he killed 3 more enemies without knowing, it would be highly likely to cost Damien his life. Previously, Ash had also wondered why the attributes of this equipment were somewhat unbalanced. Now, it seemed that Damien could only use it a maximum of 3 times. Have you thought it through? Are you just going to leave Celindian's manicore unused instead of forging it into equipment? Ash fell silent, then replied, "Please use it. The Black Queen is a powerful weapon that can change the course of battle. If it's a weapon with the same grade, Ash had to make it first. Even if he gave up using it before the options are unlocked, the benefits it brought probably prior to that were already sufficient. That's a good idea. You shouldn't be dominated by a weapon. You're the one who should dominate it instead. If you don't have the capability to do that, then how are you planning to handle the Nightmare Slayer in the first place? If that kid has handled the Nightmare Slayer this well so far, then awakening the nightmare within it shouldn't be a problem for him either. Kid, weapons are inherently dangerous. How can it not be dangerous when the blade is running and firing to take a life? It's just that the Nightmare Slayer, exactly like its power, is more dangerous than other weapons. We've been chatting too long. What weapon do you want me to make for you using this manicore? Just like when he gave the Black Queen to Damien, Ash had decided how to distribute it from the very beginning. A weapon made using Celindian's manicore, of course, had to be given to the biggest contributor in eliminating Celindian. I need a mage's equipment. After doing all this, Ash returned to the manor. Now it was time to open the reward boxes for Stage 5. These boxes looked like relics left behind by fallen companions, so Ash hadn't worked up the courage to open them until now. However, if these boxes really were relics left behind by companions, then Ash ought to check what was inside even more. After all, these were the accomplishments that everyone exchanged with their lives. He absolutely could not let these things just sit in a corner collecting dust. As a series of system prompt sums rang out, Ash looked at the equipment in front of him, stunned in place. The SR rank boxes not only produced a complete set of equipment, but even produced an SSR rank artifact. Ash forced himself to calm down, and then began to slowly confirm the items before him. The Cloak of the Stealthy Dawn set was a set of equipment for an assassin. It had a set effect with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. After each enemy killed, the user could completely evade enemy detection for 10 seconds. Recalling the Scream set obtained previously, Ash couldn't help but guess. Could there be a system correction helping to collect item sets here? Although getting a complete set of equipment all at once was somewhat suspicious, it was still an incredible haul. After checking the equipment, Ash turned his gaze to the newly acquired SSR rank artifact. The artifact was named starting from the beginning, and its effect matched its name. Once per defensive battle, enemies illuminated by this metal plate would be forcibly teleported back to their starting point. However, its drawbacks were also very obvious. The location they were teleported back to wouldn't be too far from Crossroad, and only a few targets could be teleported each time. But if monsters had already mounted the city wall, it was a highly useful artifact. In the previous games, Ash didn't craft this artifact because the cost was simply too high, but obtaining it from a box was an entirely different story. After checking the other spoils of war, now only 3 SSR rank boxes remained. In order to get useful equipment, Ash first prayed inwardly for a while, then opened the first box in front of him. But when he saw the item inside, he froze in place completely. This was actually a piece of equipment he had never seen in the game before, a fragment of the Great Commander's flag. This was an exclusive piece of equipment for Ash's character, except it was divided into 5 parts, and Ash had only obtained one part of it. Although possessing exclusive equipment was a very good thing, Ash couldn't smile at all now, because the way to obtain his own exclusive equipment actually relied on luck to get it from reward boxes. Most exclusive equipment was related to that character's story, so there were generally clear locations to farm the items. However, for Ash's idiot-like character, even this had to rely on luck to collect. Since it would be very difficult to gather all these things in the short term, Ash simply decided to think about it later. The second box was opened, but inside was yet again an equipment Ash had never seen before. This was an invisibility cloak with a durability of only 3. Stealth can be dispelled by high-level detection magic, or even intuition, although it allowed one to enter an invisible state. If on a battlefield, its effect wasn't even as good as the cloak of the stealthy Dawn's set opened previously, so Ash decided to temporarily use it himself. Before opening the last box, Ash prayed earnestly. He needed good things that could be directly used in defensive battles right now. A flash of dazzling golden light passed, and Ash's shout echoed throughout the entire manor. He never expected to actually get the Karma Eater. In the game, the Karma Eater was less of a weapon and more of a tool for salvaging characters with poorly chosen alignments. For example, a paladin who stepped into the realm of darkness because they were mistakenly branded with a negative trait, or a necromancer who accidentally received a blessing and radiated holy light all over. During gameplay, inevitably those ruined characters would be generated. Whenever that happened, the Karma Eater could be used to adjust their ruined stats. The Karma Eater could devour values, among which were beasts and divine attributes. When a person's beastly nature was too high, their attack and defense power would increase. If not curbed in time, they would become a beast that only knew how to fight. Similarly, when a person acquired too much humanity and ultimately attained divinity, they would be revered by the heavens. In short, no matter which attribute was too high, it could make the person stronger, but it would also completely result in a loss of control. So Ash decided to use the Karma Eater to empty out all the beastly nature within Lucas' body. It would be best if he could never use it again in the future. Although he didn't know what Crossroads' fate would be in the future, Ash swore he would use these where they counted most, because these generous rewards were all achievements earned with people's lives. Before the next defensive battle began, Ash decided to cease free reconnaissance. The injuries sustained during the last battle hadn't healed yet, and the damaged city walls and equipment hadn't been repaired in time. Although free reconnaissance could help them better understand ways to deal with monsters, in the current situation, it was really asking too much. So after instructing the party members to rest well, Ash began new tasks, sending damaged equipment for repair, ordering new equipment, repairing the city walls and artifacts, and so on. Just like that, time flashed by, and 3 days passed. Ash once again came to the temple in Crossroad. Lucas, who was responsible for the internal search of the temple, stood waiting at the entrance. "Lucas, how is it?" "I thoroughly searched the interior of the temple, but aside from the goddess statue from that time, I found no other items used for espionage." "I see. What about Maharita?" "That day, she has locked herself in her office. Although I monitored her closely, I haven't found any suspicious behavior. However," Lucas paused here, looking somewhat awkward. "However, what? She keeps drinking," murmuring a complaint like, "Why do I have to end up like this?" Hearing this, Ash could hardly believe it. The saintess of the temple actually started smoking and drinking heavily. Ash knew he had to chat with her as soon as possible. Before visiting the saintess, Ash handed the Karma Eater to Lucas. "You worked hard on the investigation. Lucas, here, this is a gift. After giving me such a fine sword last time, Your Highness is giving me another one. I will definitely use it well. Your Highness, it's a sword that can calm beastification. Although I don't know why you chose to use such power. Don't use it again in the future. You are strong enough without relying on such power." "No, Your Highness, I must become much stronger to protect you." "Lucas, there are many ways to become stronger, but I hope you choose the righteous path. Even if it's slow, I want you to progress steadily and straightforwardly. I am very grateful that you worked so hard for my sake, but you must not abandon yourself for me. Remember that. I will carve it into my heart, Your Highness. But Ash also didn't know if Lucas had truly accepted it, or if he was just pretending to listen and then would continue to use beastification. Right at this moment, Damien ran out of the temple. Your Highness, you're here. For the past 3 days, Damien has been assisting me with the investigation. Thanks to him, the investigation work was completed easily. I just wanted to prove that this temple is actually an honest and beautiful place. Although the Saintess's matter is very regrettable, the other priests have been doing their best to treat the injured soldiers. I hope Your Highness can know this. I know, Damien. I also brought a gift for you this time. This is equipment that can help you turn invisible every time you eliminate an enemy. Use it well. Can I really use such good equipment? As the only character here possessing a cheat-level skill, Damien naturally deserved this kind of equipment. After this, Ash also explained matters regarding the Black Queen to him, instructing him that after using it 3 more times, it must be banned. Got it. I will only fire 3 more shots at most. The other matters were pretty much dealt with. Ash now had to go comfort Margarita. After entering the Saintess's office, what met his eyes were empty liquor bottles all over the floor. I only wanted to treat those injured people, because I firmly believe that was the reason the goddess bestowed healing abilities upon me. But the Grand Temple unreasonably promoted me to Chief Priest, and then sent me here, to Crossroad. I came here to heal people, but they inexplicably made me a spy. His Highness even asked me to stand on the city wall and fight monsters. This is absolutely not what I want. Ash kept calling Margarita's name, but Margarita remained completely unresponsive. Now that my identity as a spy is exposed, everyone looks at me with suspicious eyes. This is really too terrible. I've said many times that I couldn't do it. Those damn central bastards. Saintess, please calm down for a moment. I don't care anymore. I'm quitting being a Saintess. Hurry up and fire me. Saintess, calm down and listen to me. From now on, we need to stick together, but Your Highness will definitely make me stand on the city wall again. I don't want to. I'm afraid of monsters. Go away. Let's set aside the monster issue for now. Think about it. You've been exposed as a spy, and even your means of transmitting intelligence have been discovered. Whether it's the Grand Temple or the Dark Division, they must be in complete chaos right now. They definitely have started investigating the priest spy network across the entire continent and might even completely overhaul the spy system the Dark Division has built up during this time. And all of this happened because you got caught by me. Saintess, surely the Dark Division will hold you accountable for this, won't they? Hearing these words, Margarita instantly sobered up. Then what happens to me now? The worst case scenario is that you will be eliminated without anyone knowing. So, what I'm saying is, we're in the same boat now, since things have turned out this way. Fully join my side, Saintess. Not the Central or the Grand Temple, but join the faction of the Third Prince Ash. Then I will protect you. I may not be good at other things, but I take care of my own people. What do you think? I don't have any other choices anyway. Your Highness, Margarita had always been Ash's main healer in the game. Although there were some minor hiccups in this world, Ash still chose her. Time flashed by, and soon it was the defensive battle. 4 days later, Ash brought the team members to stand on the city wall early. Although his gaze was still calm, this defensive battle might be the most dangerous one so far. They indeed prepared with all their might during the past week, but time was simply not enough. The heroes were still injured, the equipment hadn't been repaired in time, the ordered equipment hadn't been fully completed, and even the city walls had only undergone preliminary patching. However, the monsters did not care about the humans' difficulties, and still appeared on time. They're coming! The wyverns are coming! The scouts shouted loudly. Any news from the capital's reinforcements? There's no news yet, Your Highness. Ash had previously sent scout units north to check on the support situation, but until now there was still no news. He could no longer maintain his composure. Damn those central bastards. Were the reinforcements just a lie? Is this how they plan to screw me over? The monsters this time were wyverns. Although they were degenerate dragons, they still inherited some characteristics of dragons. They could fly, attack from long range, and possessed extremely high magical defense. A monster with the worst possible combination, and leading the charge were the 30 flame wyverns. They're the tank units of the Wyvern Legion. They absorb all fire and explosive attacks, swallowing them into their bellies. And at the center of the army were the 3 three-headed dragons, Trishula, the strongest among all wyverns. Looking back at Crossroad, more than half of the anti-air firepower was destroyed in the previous major battle. Although they had been fully repaired, the current firepower was still insufficient to construct an anti-air fire network. Various tactics flashed through Ash's mind, but he really couldn't think of a way to defeat these guys unscathed. He could only do his best. Near to fire, the remaining cannons of Crossroads slowly turned toward the sky. At the same time, with a deafening roar from a Trishula, the wyverns charged forward at extreme speed. Seeing this, Ash immediately shouted, "Fire!" Almost the instant Ash finished speaking, a massive shadow accompanied by a roaring sound appeared above Ash's head. The moment he saw this thing, Ash completely froze in place. The giant mechanical monster above his head was something Ash had never heard of in previous games, and its firepower was even stronger than the existing firepower of Crossroad. Just in an instant, the vanguard unit of the Wyverns was entirely shot down. What exactly is that thing? It's an airship, Your Highness. It's a ship built with ancient magic that can fly through the sky. I've heard there are only a few left on the entire continent, and the airship in the middle is the Imperial flagship, Alcatraz. Under everyone's gaze, the hatch of Alcatraz slowly opened. This is the Imperial Special Unit airship, Alcatraz. The moment she saw who was speaking, Junior couldn't help but widen her eyes. I am Raina Windwell, the commander of the Imperial Magic Corps, an independent unit under the royal family. By royal decree, we've come to support the Southern Front in exterminating the monsters. From now on, during the next 5 monster defensive battles, the command of the reinforcements will be transferred to His Highness Prince Ash. Please give your orders, Your Highness. Without hesitation, Ash issued his first command. Annihilate all those monsters. Understood. Raina politely saluted again, then turned her body towards the south. The main unit will carry out magical strikes. Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, please temporarily leave the combat zone. After Raina gave the order, 4 mages suddenly appeared behind her and began to assist her in casting magic. In the next second, 3 terrifying tornadoes swept through the Wyvern Legion. Without any chance to react, the Wyverns were instantly torn to pieces. This was the combined magic of 5 wind attribute mages. With high magic defense or not, it doesn't matter at all. Its power was simply unbelievable. After the magic ended, only 3 Trishulas and some flame wyverns remained in the air. Only the big ones are left. As expected of the dragon species, they actually survived such an attack. Pillar 1, Pillar 2, return to the combat zone immediately. We'll finish off the remaining monsters. This ship will join in. After giving the order, Raina closed the hatch of Alcatraz, and the 3 airships began to lay down firepower on the monsters in front of them. The powerful firepower completely engulfed the Wyvern Legion. Such a scene stunned Ash on the city wall. I asked for reinforcements, but it seems they've sent enough forces to take over this place. Although Ash wasn't quite clear on the structure of the Imperial Army, knowing these 3 airships and these mages, they must be monsters honed by the royal family. Lucas, do you know that woman named Raina? Of course, Your Highness. She is Raina Windwell, a mage famous by the alias Sharp Wind Raina, and is the representative figure of the Imperial Army's Magic Corps. As far as I know, since the Magic Corps transitioned from the regular army to directly under the royal family, she had already retired from the front lines. But this is not the power of someone who has retired from the front lines. It seems she has been doing something behind the scenes. Those directly under the Imperial household always have something shady going on. By the way, Junior, you've been acting a bit off since just now. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing, Your Highness. It's just that the ties of human fate are truly hard to sever completely. Do you know her? Just a little. You can say we've met once. At this moment, the artillery fire from the airships gradually stopped. The Empire's reinforcements won this defensive battle with absolute firepower. This was also the only time in all of Crossroads' defensive battles up to now where there were no casualties. The 3 airships slowly parked in front of Crossroad, and Ash led the team members out of the city gate to welcome them. In the next moment, knights and soldiers dressed in neat Imperial uniforms filed out from the 3 airships. Greetings once again. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness Prince Ash. I'm the one who's glad to see you, Raina. However, the scale of the reinforcements is much larger than I imagined. The Imperial family is more generous than I thought. I forgot to tell you, they are not reinforcements. The official reinforcements sent by the Imperial family are 5 officers, including myself, and 50 soldiers. Then who are the rest? You must have already guessed. Your Highness, Your Majesty has ordered that you set off immediately to return to the Imperial capital, New Terra. The rest of these people are all individuals tasked with escorting Your Highness back. This is also the reason the Imperial special ship Alcatraz was sent. So Father has summoned me. May I know the reason? Does the Emperor need another reason to see his own son? Isn't Father secluded in the royal palace? Is it really him summoning me? Was it not someone in the Imperial family using Father's name to call me back? I am an ignorant soldier. I wouldn't know such things. I only follow the Imperial decree given to me by His Majesty. Now, please board the ship. I can assure you that Alcatraz will definitely provide you with a comfortable riding experience. But Ash did not have any reaction. Still looking coldly at Raina, whose face had been full of respect just a moment ago, frowned, a fierce gleam revealing in her eyes. She quickly walked up to Ash. You couldn't be thinking of refusing His Majesty's summons, could you, Your Highness? Almost the instant Raina moved, the 4 members of the main party immediately went on alert. The four who had previously tried hard to persuade Ash not to rebel subconsciously made their own choices. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. Although the soldiers on the city wall were confused, they still hastily aimed their cannons at the Empire's reinforcements. Even with Lucas' sword tip right at her neck, Reyna still maintained the professionalism a soldier should have. Seeing his youngest prince disobeying him like this, His Majesty the Emperor will definitely be heartbroken as the crossroads soldiers and the Empire's reinforcements pointed their weapons at each other. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. If one person struck first, it would cause immense losses. In this dead silence, both sides remained completely still. Ultimately, it was Reyna who broke the calm. "There's no need for this, Prince Ash. We are only soldiers sent to safely escort you back to the capital. We have absolutely no intention of harming you. If we truly wanted to harm you, we would have razed this place to the ground from the airship just now. Whether it's the fortress here or the people, they might all have been reduced to ashes. We are on the same side. Your Highness, we are fellow citizens of the Everblack Empire, and we serve the same emperor. Please ask your subordinates to lower their weapons, then follow the emperor's order and return to the capital. Shouldn't royal matters be settled within the royal court?" Ash sighed silently upon hearing this. Although very displeased, what Reyna said was indeed correct. "Lower your weapon, Lucas, but your Highness, the rest of you as well, stand down." Evangeline silently put away her long spear, and Damien and Junior also lowered their respective weapons. "Everyone, lower your weapons. You're being disrespectful in front of His Highness." Upon receiving Reyna's command, the Empire's soldiers silently took a step back and subsequently withdrew their weapons. "You are right, Reyna. Father wants to see his beloved youngest son. How could I refuse? I will go to the capital. However, give me 1 day. I am the commander of the southern front line. If I suddenly leave, the operation of the front line will be greatly affected. I want to issue some orders and arrange things properly before leaving. Is that okay? I believe Father would be generous enough to permit this small request." "Understood. We can wait for 1 day. We'll depart at noon tomorrow. Thank you." Afterward, Ash led everyone back to the manor. "Since my brother said he wanted to see me soon, I thought, in the worst-case scenario, I'd be tightly bound and dragged off. Fortunately, it's not that bad. They even sent an airship to pick me up. Isn't that a decent treatment for a royal?" Ash wanted to ease the tense atmosphere, but it didn't seem to have any effect. "You don't need to worry too much. Just as Reyna said, if they wanted to eliminate me, they would have done it long ago." And Ash could use this opportunity to ask Fernandez the questions he had been wanting to ask. "Your Highness, is it really okay for you to go alone? I should accompany you as a guard. I will travel to the capital on an airship. Why would I need a guard?" As long as he stepped into the royal castle, Ash's life had nothing to do with whether he had guards or not, because his life and death were entirely in the Emperor's hands. More importantly, he couldn't weaken the combat power here. "Now then, while I'm away, I'll assign tasks to each of you. First is Lucas. You will act as the commander while I'm gone. You're aware of everything I do, so I believe you are competent." Lucas was inherently the protagonist of the game and was the commander here. Ash believed that even if he wasn't here, Lucas could do it well, and only he could hold this position. The reinforcements, including Reyna, the 5 officers, and the 50 soldiers. Although the number isn't large, they are all elites. If utilized properly, you can certainly handle defensive battles with ease. "Lucas, I believe you can handle it without difficulty." "I understand, Your Highness. I will do my utmost not to cause Your Highness any worry." Lucas's expression was exceptionally downcast, looking exactly like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Next is Evangeline. Hearing her name, Evangeline nodded with a smile. Compared to the current Lucas, she instead became the more mature one. "You are responsible for assisting Lucas. You are the heir to the Border Count title, and Crossroad will sooner or later be yours, so it's better to familiarize yourself with the acting commander's duties in advance." "I understand, Senior. Rest assured and leave it to me. I will comfort Uncle Lucas while assisting him. By the way, when you go to the capital, there's a little pastry shop next to the Royal Academy dormitory. Please bring me a gift set from there. Ever since I graduated, I've been craving it and thinking about it." What Evangeline meant was simple. She believed Ash would return unscathed. After agreeing to Evangeline's request, Ash turned his head to look at Damien and Junior. "Damien, you have good eyes. Keep a close watch on the reinforcements. If you notice anything suspicious, report it to Lucas immediately. Junior, the same goes for you, especially to that powerful mage named Reyna. If she ever changes her mind, you're the only one who can stop her. I was already planning to keep a close eye on her, Your Highness." Next is Lily. "While I'm away, join the main party and support Junior." "I will, Your Highness." Ever since rooting out the spy last time, Lily had been listless all along, but now Ash didn't have the time to take care of these trivial matters. Thus, the main team was reorganized. God Hand, Body Bag, and Burnout. "You guys head out to complete the mission I assigned earlier. You can handle it, right?" Ash had given them a harsh mission. It's not an easy task, but it's necessary for laying the groundwork for the future. We will do it, even if it costs our lives. Good. I wish you good luck. Lastly, Saintus. Following Ash's gaze, Margarita was curled up alone in the corner. Lead the reserve party in every defensive battle, but do not go to the front. Just focus on healing the wounded. Understood? Yes, Your Highness. After Ash assigned the tasks each person needed to be responsible for, and wrote an explanatory document regarding future plans, he found that night had already fallen. Ash's role on the front line was much greater than he imagined. Most of the work was completed under his judgment and approval. As the adjutant responsible for municipal administration, Eder naturally also had many things to handle. While Ash was watching Eder writing, he thought of a matter. One of the tasks Godhand received from Fernandez was to closely monitor the Lord's adjutant, Eder. How much did Fernandez know about Eder's true identity? Just who exactly was Eder? Although he said he was a director of this world akin to a god, what did director mean? Eder begged Ash to lead this world to the true ending, yet he never said what the true ending was, or what needed to be done to see it. From beginning to end, he merely watched Ash play the game, and Ash also didn't have time to care about the true ending. He was just struggling to resolve every battle and desperately holding on. What was Eder's true goal? If he met Fernandez, could Ash slightly grasp some matters regarding this aspect? Hey, Eder. Yes, my lord, you're on my side, right? Of course, I'm completely on your side. No, rather than that, I have bet everything on you, my lord. So instead of being just allies, isn't partners in fate a better way to put it? Ash did not tell Eder that he no longer cared about the true ending. Ash's only hope now is that, no matter what ending this world met, he could protect those he was capable of protecting. After being busy for a long time, the work was finally arranged. Ash dragged his exhausted body towards the bedroom, while Lucas silently guarded behind Ash. Lucas, I have something I want to ask you. Ask me anything, Your Highness. You already know, don't you? What do you mean, Your Highness? That I am not Ash, but someone else? You've known from the start, haven't you, Lucas? Faced with Ash's question, Lucas fell silent. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his cheek. From a very young age, Lucas had already been Ash's personal bodyguard, and Ash had suddenly possessed this body. Obviously, from demeanor to tone of speech, down to subtle body movements, changes must have occurred. But Lucas did not question Ash, and stayed by his side. Ash also accepted Lucas's unwavering loyalty, without saying much about it. They had a tacit understanding that there was no need to break the current relationship. But now, Ash had to leave here and go to the capital, and in a state where he completely didn't know what kind of person Ash was, or what his family relations were like. So Ash bluntly questioned Lucas, for the purpose of knowing Ash's personality in the capital and his relationships in the capital. But the answer Ash got was, no, Your Highness, you are definitely the same Prince Ash I have served all my life. Even at this moment, Lucas still did not deny the Ash in front of him. Didn't you tell me in advance that day? Hearing this, Ash was confused. What? When was that? What did I say in advance? When we were surrounded by black spiders at the forward base, on the second night, you called me and said this. Hey, guard, starting tomorrow, I'll act like a completely different person. But even if that happens, no matter how I act or appear, I am still myself. I am definitely the Ash you've served all your life. Don't doubt it, and continue as you always have. Keep supporting me. I asked this of you. That's what you said. Back then, I didn't understand what you were saying. But from the next day, your behavior changed noticeably, as if you became a different person. But because you told me in advance, my loyalty to you didn't waver. Hearing this, Ash's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, are you saying the real Ash knew I would possess his body? How could he have known that, and he willingly let me take over, even knowing? Why, Your Highness? Lucas called out carefully, pulling Ash out of his deep thoughts. Ash originally planned to confess to him that he was a transmigrator, but looking at it now, it seemed unnecessary. He just needed to follow the groundwork Ash had laid. Yes, it's exactly as I said back then. But the thing is, from that day on, I lost all my memories. I've just been pretending to be the prince to fit the situation. Somehow, there were many times when you seemed unfamiliar with common knowledge. I had guessed that might be the case. But why did you suddenly know so much about dungeons and monsters? Well, in exchange for losing all my memories, I instinctively knew the methods to defeat monsters. It's probably because I used some special means before losing my memories. So that's how it is. These words felt absurd even for Ash to say himself, but Lucas actually believed them. Anyway, Lucas, I need your help. I need to know about my relationships in the Imperial capital, and my original habits and mannerisms. Understood. I will tell you right now. There isn't much time left before you depart, so we need to go through it quickly. Ash doesn't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but the original Ash's personality was very eccentric. According to Lucas, it could even be said to change day by day. Sometimes he would be like a saint, both kind and gentle, and sometimes he would be unreasonable like a mad dog. But precisely because of this, no matter what Ash's personality is like now, it won't make people suspicious. Your Highness, could you lift your chin a little bit, like this? Yes, exactly that angle. In the past, you always had that look. Whoever you're facing, keep that look as if you're looking down on them. No matter who it was, Ash looking down at them like this made him sound like a lunatic. Next is your Highness's complex family relationships, but time is tight, so I might not be able to finish. I'll explain your relationships between those key figures in the royal castle one by one. Essentially, Ash's position was the royal troublemaker, similar to a subject already abandoned by the royal family. Even those holding high positions in power don't care much about him. To be precise, they are too lazy to bother with him. The emperor occasionally met with you privately. Since I couldn't join you at those times, I don't know exactly what your relationship was. However, you were always afraid, both when called to see the emperor and afterward. That's about it. Although there is another important figure, I won't specifically tell you about this person, because even if you know in advance, you can't avoid her. When you see her, you will know why I said that. After all, there are disasters that you can't prepare for, and that person belongs to that category. If it's a disaster, you make it sound too terrifying. You should still tell me something, or giving me some hints is fine too. Then just know this. In the capital, your fiancé is there. What? My fiancé? Time quickly arrived at noon the next day. Ash was about to leave Crossroad. He was about to leave his familiar southern front line and head to the royal capital, New Terra. Have a safe trip, Your Highness. The neat shouts of thousands of soldiers reached Ash's ears. Dressed in Crossroad uniforms, they stood neatly on the city walls, saluting Ash. A smile surfaced on Ash's lips, and the tension in his heart eased considerably. Are you all set, Your Highness? Pretty much. While I'm away, Lucas will act as the commander of the southern front line. I expect full cooperation from you as reinforcements. Reina. Of course, Your Highness. I will cooperate fully. I'll be counting on you. I almost forgot. If you pull any stunts, I'll kill you. So don't mess around. Just stick to hunting monsters. Hearing no reply from Reina, Ash's expression changed. Reina, you should respond. That is certain. Your Highness, please board the ship. They will safely escort you to the capital. After boarding Alcatraz, Ash looked back at the main party members one last time. I'll bring back some treats. Hearing this, Evangeline waved vigorously. Lucas silently saluted Ash, while the others smiled and watched Ash go. I'm off. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Ash walked into the airship without looking back. As the hatch closed, Alcatraz slowly lifted off and departed. On the ground, the 5 members of the main team could only watch as the airship disappeared into the distance. This was Ash's first time leaving the city he had lived in since coming to this world. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He was heading to the capital to meet the Emperor, confront his second brother, and win over several key figures. But what surprised Ash the most was that he actually had a fiancé in this world. Just like that, the airship crossed the sky, flying towards the north at a rapid speed. Stage 6 clear. Clear rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Stage MVP, Reina.